And so I just need everybody to talk trivia. I'll need to be presented the link, after which Jameson will effectively check out. He's just going to go mute, and he will be in the backgrounds waiting for me to scream for help if I need him. And our man Derek, of course, will be with us to the top of this hour, at which point he will introduce himself and his wonderful accomplishments. I roll my eyes. Honestly, I shouldn't be this awful about it, but I can't resist it. It's the just dysfunctional, gratuitous sadist in me that I'll steamroller him about this simply because it's just too much fun not to. And so we'll do that at the top of the hour, and he'll just kind of let everybody know what's going on with him, after which point he'll check out but leave his phone on, and we'll be writing the call on his phone the rest of the night. Okay, there we have a link, and I will get to that point. There is a reason for the image in thumbnail, which I will explain to people. Well, it will become self-evident later on in the course of the transmission. So there we are. Do that. Okay, so we're working. Everybody put an upvote, and with that, let me try and hydrate myself. All right, I will be counting on both the gentlemen with me. I use that term somewhat loosely, and that will be Daniel Orella and Derek Talley will carry us to the top of the hour with trivia. They're going to talk sports and weather, and something of that nature. I'll leave it to them. Don't jump
Well,
in
I'm
all at
sure.
once.
I'm a little. I'm a way bit short on the sports subject,
Oh.
and I've been enjoying the weather here too much lately. Except today, it's gotten a little too cold.
Just well, maybe if you ran around with some clothes on, that would help. And
Yeah, well, I'm at home. I'm comfortable.
okay, there we are.
Yeah.
And the dogs, how are they handling it?
They're out there chasing squirrels in the backyard,
Oh,
and I've been enjoying the weather here too much lately. Except
I'm just
today,
looking
it's
for
got.
critters.
okay, good. Okay, so that was a repeat of some dialogue because I'm testing the audio. Please go on speaking. Sorry to interrupt you with
Oh, shoot.
that.
You know, really.
You can come up with something, and yeah, honestly, Derek, there's some trivia that you can come up with. You've been like watching something while treading the mill in the pool, right? I mean, that's you watch entire Netflix series while doing that, right?
Well, I haven't had a chance to really do that lately, and I can feel my legs getting kind of heavy. I went and weighed myself. I had a doctor's appointment this week, and I didn't gain that much pounds. I just don't feel as good. I feel good when I'm able to do something in the pool at least 3 days a week or something. So I got a vacation coming up at the end of May, and so I'm gonna take some time off. But the time that I'm around here, I'm gonna um, spend as much time as least running and working out as much as I can, and catching up because I've been feeling awful lately. My diet has been like all over the place. But then yeah, today I had to take a well, they last week they gave us an assignment. They gave us this link, and they said, we want you to take this ethics course, and um just tell us how long it took you to do it, and write your time down, do it at home, and then we'll pay you for it. So I'm thinking they didn't say how long it was going to take, so I figured maybe 30 minutes, maybe it'll take an hour or something at the most. Man, this thing took a couple of hours. I started at 12:50 Central Time, and I didn't end until like 4. This little after 4. So this ethics course had to do with sexual harassment, and so I'm now an expert in sexual harassment. Got my it brought up things such as insider trading, bullying on the job, and I mean it just went through every ethics, everything having to do with ethics on the job. You know what I'm saying? Including discussing company business and stuff like that. So they had actors play out these roles, and you had to. So it was an interesting, real thorough course. It just went on for a little bit too long.
Oh, that's delightful. And you got paid for this.
Right. So when I go in on Monday, I'm just going to write down my time that I spent on this at home, and I'll get paid by the hour.
That's wonderful. That's delightful. I mean, it's better than work. And of course, I have this image of you being selected because they figured that since you're harassing everybody at work, they just had to give you a lesson in perfecting your technique. And now, of course, we have Derek Talley as an expert, professionally trained harassment specialist. He should be able to grope with abandon now and just be a terror with the ladies. Oh my goodness. So I have some contacts that I was asking from Crystal River for the connection here. This concerns what will go on later in the show. And do qualify all of this, Derek. Of course, you weren't selected for this. This is something they're making everybody do. It wasn't that you were singled out because of some kind of dysfunctional behavior on your part, was it?
No. We all had to take it. So it's one of those things that whenever they give us something to do on our own time, I try to finish it as soon as possible, or else I'll forget about it. And then the deadline will come, and they'll say, "Hey, you haven't done it yet," and I'll rush to do it. So I said today's a nice Sunday, and I might as well just get it done.
Right. No, that's wonderful. Okay, let's see if I can do this without knocking us off bandwidth. There's someone who I need to, what the fuck do I do with this? Okay, forward, add bookmark, select messages, report. Okay, how do I make her one of my contacts? This is our guest who we're going to have on. And let me see if I press this chat. If I knock us off, we're going to start this call all over again. So let's try this. Okay, so I say hi. Hi to Jen. There we are. Okay, so I guess she's in my contacts. All right, so what do I do now to just get her where I can see this later? All right, hate this. This is so stupid. The Skype selection system. How do I make this so that I can see her later on to contact her? I guess now that I've said hi to her, I just bring her on call later. Oh, I know what to do. Okay, so go back to call here. And then what I can do is go through the plus. And then she has a very uniquely spelled name, which I'm not going to read out loud. And it is so uniquely spelled. I can't even, shit. Now I have to go back to the last name and get it from the contact card. Anyhow, we are crawling up towards the top of the hour when we have to officially start transmission anyway.
Go.
The craziest shit that I used to do back when I was a male stripper, now that I'm thinking about it, would be considered a sexual harassment in a normal setting, except the girls wanted it.
Yeah, it's the environment. It's all about the environment.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. It's always a time and place.
Yeah, and
I was just thinking about it.
Yeah.
In fact, I think it's the girls that sexually harassed us more.
Yeah. Well, that's we were
getting paid.
Yeah. That's important because it's that was an environment and a time and a place where they were finally allowed to do that, where they were finally allowed to kind of have some fun, and so they really just kind of let go, and it's important that they have that option, and they otherwise just don't have it in society because society has been so condemnatory of that. and that was actually kind of the reason behind Happy Sweetest Day, which is actually the adult version of Valentine's Day. And so that woman could do that when society wouldn't condemn them for it, would have a day to make passes at men. And
Yeah, we had our share of Valentine's shows.
great. And what were they
Oh yeah,
like?
those were interesting. Oh, they were holiday themed, if anything, but which made it a promotional special to make sure we had a crowd. But yeah, it was pretty wild. Sometimes it depends on the what part of the city or county or state you're in, and how well you know the cops too. So
Yeah.
that's also another factor that plays in.
Oh, always. They're
Oh yeah.
yeah. They have to have the right bribes and incentives. Was there? And now would be interesting. Were there ever any? By the way, it is 5:00 p.m. We are officially starting the program here. It's 5:00 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, which means it's about what is it? 8:00 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and we will be bringing on our special guest tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, within 2 hours. And I'm reminding myself of that so that everyone can keep track of time for me, because I'm not a responsible adult by any means. And with that, we are going to basically kind of have our man, Daniel Arola, hold us for the opening hour, and then Peter Moon will come on with a second hour. We're just going to review just a little bit more with Derek Talley before letting him go. I'm so proud he's an expert sexual harasser now, and that he can, run all over the office and say that he was trained in it, and he might even make that his new profession. He might come into offices specially to grope people and harass them and provide licensing. But Derek, again, that this is the horrible, twisted nature of my perverting everything you said. Do set people straight, and we are officially burning bandwidth now, so you may as well, on the record, just kind of summarize what's been going on with yourself. I am concerned that you've been feeling bad. You say you went to the doctor to get weighed. More important than what I've said about your behavior would be your medical health. Have the doctors said that you are gaining water weight in your legs or anywhere else?
Oh no, no. This was the checkup from my cancer doctor, who was my radiation doctor. So when I was getting treated for cancer, I had a radiation doctor, and then I also had a doctor that had chemo. So like every 4 months, I'll go and get checked out by each one. And this, because my radiation doctor is also an ear, nose, and throat doctor. So whenever I go to him, I know he's gonna take that long. He's got this long scope with the light at the end of it in his TV computer screen, and he numbs up the back of my throat and my nose, and then he sticks that long thing all the way up my nose, and just makes sure everything's okay with my ears, nose, and throat. So yeah,
Okay.
everything checked out.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what you're telling us is that medically there seems to be nothing wrong.
Right. So medically, yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
So what do you
Yeah.
think
So
what do you think it is that has you feeling so bad? Is it because
my,
I'll tell
my
you something.
diet. 'Cause
Before you go on, I'll tell you
yeah.
something. Brendan Zoget predicted this. He told me, Derek Talley's gonna start feeling like shit because he's eating shit. Of course, Brendan Zoget, I dismissed it because he's a militant fucking vegan, right? I mean, I think he thinks that about all of us, that we're all eating shit. But aside from all of that, it's interesting that you kind of basically verified his suspicions and predictions. So I'm sorry. So go on from there, please.
Right, but I normally has been eating shit. I mean, last week, it was just one of those weeks. I didn't go to the grocery store the week before. I had, and the thing is, it's best to go to the grocery store on the weekend, I found, and then just make sure I have healthy things to eat throughout the week. But then, what I did last week was I would grab something on my way to work from, before I went to work, and yeah, it caught up with me. So, Brendan's kind of right on that one. But as far as the rest of the time, I've been eating my G bombs, my greens, beans, onions, mushrooms, berries, and seeds. So I need to get back to that.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely appreciate it. Now, let me see here. I just had this wonderful young lady respond to what I said, and let me see. I should have clicked that shit. So let me see if I can find her. And again, she has such a uniquely spelled name that the problem is that the stupid Skype, it like lists everybody. So when you look up one name, no matter how exotically spelled, you're going to get multiple people, even though you have no contact with these people. So it like gives you the opportunity to contact them. It's just infuriating. So while I'm dealing with that, we're going to ask Derek Talley to kind of sign off. Could you summarize your situation, what you're going to do about your diet, your exercise, and whatever else professionally, etc. Your tendencies towards harassment and all that, and then you can check out for the night. And we'll be writing on your phone for the rest of the night, of course.
Well, yeah. So I'm doing good. I mean, health wise, I'm doing good, and I'm correcting my eating, and I'm gonna get back to. I just haven't had the heart to work out lately with everything that I'm going through. My car still hasn't been fixed yet, and now I'm getting all these stories of how Car Shield is a scam. So now I'm worried about that. I'm worried about not getting my car back. So I've got all these worries dumped on top of my head. So. But health-wise, I'm fine. I got my health, so I can't complain about that. So I just want to thank everybody for your thoughts and your prayers, and thank you, Douglas, for giving me a voice to, vent and put it out there. So, hey, Daniel, it's nice talking to you, and I just want to tell everybody, hello, and I'll lay back, and if you need me, just let me know.
Bless you. Thank you so much. And do you need any help in any way, shape, or form? Just let us know. Is that necessary for you? Do you need anything?
I'm handling it for right now. If it gets too bad, I'll let you know.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now, all right. Let me see if I can find. Okay, I'm getting no results for this young lady's name. This is just maddening. Okay, let me see if I can bookmark this. And if there's anybody who can come online and help me with this. Does anybody think that they know how Skype fucking works? Jameson, I might need your help now. Do you think you know how Skype works? Like if I did, let me aid you. Okay, good. So let's bring Jameson on the call. Let me hear your voice, and then we'll do a screen share. And
okay, yeah.
Okay, so let me do a screen share here. Oh, fuck, where's the screen share? And I hope everybody can tolerate what I'm doing. So what I need to do is get back on call. And how do I do that? Get back on call is erase this. Okay, go back to the call all messages. How do I get back on call? I get out of Crystal River, scope up, scrub up. Where is the fucking call that I'm on? I hate this. Honestly, this whole program might die tonight simply because I don't know how to operate the fucking Skype. Okay, there we are. Now I can do the screen share. And okay, there. Can you see this, Jameson?
All right. Yes,
Okay.
I can see it.
Now, of course, now in terms of this, what do I do so that I can bring this individual on within 2 hours? What do I do? Like when I press right click, this is the selection I get here.
All right. Click on the person's. Try that again. Oh, actually,
yeah. There we are.
all right. What happened when you tried to put it in people in the area that says people, groups, and messages? Move to the left.
Or the left. Move.
Left.
You mean up here? Like here?
Yeah. Up there.
Okay, up
All right.
there.
Up.
Okay, up.
No.
Up here? What?
Right there
Oh,
where it
there.
says people, groups, and messages. Click
Okay.
that.
And just
And
type
now,
the name in, like the
yes,
name
type the
or
name in.
the ID.
Type the name in.
The name. Okay. It doesn't do much. I'll tell you that. And let me get the so it says invite to Skype.
Try that.
Try that.
Try the. Yeah.
Invite to Skype. There we are. Okay. Connect with anyone by sharing a link. And now what?
What the hell? All right. Try typing in the other name.
Because I already like she's already waved back, so she's like somewhere in the people section, really. So she should be like in people, but it's not like I guess I could scroll down. Like if we go back to all or something, like erase this, and then say we go back to all, and I start scrolling down. Like people, I guess if I start scrolling down people, I should be able to find her in here theoretically. It's amazing all the people that are on here that I should have blocked. And let me see if I can find her. We're looking for the similar name. Don't speak her name out loud, of course, but we're looking for similar. It's so sad to see this. These are like people who have died. Some of these people that we're looking at. I'm hoping people find this fascinating, just listening to us trying to survive all this so we can go through this later. But what I'm trying to do is get her in my favorites.
All right, go to invite friends.
Okay.
Whoops. All right,
Okay.
click that.
Okay.
All right, and now there was somebody sharing a link, even if they're not on Skype. No, that's fudge. That's not it. All right. Try typing in the smaller. All right, the smaller name.
Okay, the ID. That's what's called the Skype ID. All right.
Okay.
And so I would do that in the people, right? Stay here in the people thing when I do that. And
Yeah.
Okay.
Search.
Oh, I know. Maybe I should be doing this in the lowercase. And it is such a strange name. But okay. Here we are. So I've typed it, and I don't see shit.
Go back. Go back.
Go back? What do you mean go back? Go back to all?
What I mean is delete. Just delete one letter.
Delete one letter?
Yeah, delete.
Okay.
Keep doing it.
Oh.
All right, stop.
Okay.
Oh no, the name's still not there.
Yeah. Oh gosh, this is something that should have been done well before this.
All right. Maybe I should give it a try to add them on the call.
Yeah, could you?
Yeah.
Just give it a try. Yeah. And oh wait, let me do that again. Just see if that brings us back to any one. Let me see. Certainly doesn't look hard like this, but yeah, just try and add them onto the call. Honestly, this is so bizarre. As far as I'm concerned, the system is unworkable. I can see why people go to Zoom. Of course, Zoom didn't work for me at all. Oh look,
Got it.
Oh, you got? Oh, wow, she's on call. Then he stopped talking. Okay, is everybody there? Did I get knocked off call?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh shit.
No, you're here.
Okay, good.
I'm
okay.
here. Check your contacts now.
Check my contacts now. Okay. Like what? Like how? What? People? Back to
All right. Go back to the regular screen that we have with Skype.
regular. Oh, you mean the call? Go back to the call.
Yeah. Go back to the call.
Okay. Fuck, how do I do that? Oh shit. Oh, I know. Just cut that off. There we are. Then go back to the call. There we are. Okay. Now what?
All right. Now hit the add icon.
That. Okay.
Yeah.
There we are.
There it is.
Oh, thank fucking Christ.
Okay.
Okay.
So now I'm gonna go mute and let you resume.
I love you. Oh, thank you, my son. Now we bring on Daniel Arola. Oh my God.
Hey.
That was pulling teeth.
I still barely know how to use Skype.
Oh my God. That was like pulling fucking teeth. That oh my God. So Daniel, okay, this is what's going on with me and Daniel. I will go on share. I will. Can you see this, Daniel? I'm still on share screen. You can see the cursor move, right?
Yes, but I'm seeing this through my cell phone. I'm
Oh,
not on the PC.
okay. So what I will do is I'll go to the
No.
message box, and I guess we don't need to do this till later, but and your message phone is too small anyway, so we'll just stop it. Let me go back and cut that off. But in the meantime, let's explain to everybody the situation as it stands. We got about 45 minutes left before Peter comes on, essentially. So let's take advantage of that and just tell everybody there's this individual that both Daniel Arola and I knew, and this is relevant to tonight's program because this is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and I want everyone to be aware of the fact that I haven't been giving this the attention it deserves. We're going to try and compensate for that tonight. We have a very special guest who will be addressing her own survivor experience, and she will be brought on by the lovely Crystal River, and she is another lovely young lady, and both of these ladies will help us present to our listeners the topical nature of this subject and why it is so relevant for all of us as human beings. But in the meantime, one of the people who will help us realize the importance of this is Daniel Arola, and he will do that by helping me recall this horrible young man, this individual who doesn't even deserve that title, young man, anymore. He's kind of severed himself from humanity by his actions. And of course, if we were to follow legal tradition, we would say alleged, etc. But the man's in court, and he's going through what will hopefully ultimately bring some sort of justice to him and some kind of closure or sense of healing to the family of his victim. But he was someone who introduced himself to myself on Facebook. I friended him. I actually had exchanges with him for an ongoing period of time in the early days of my being on Facebook. Back when I had the old timeline that was Douglas Dietrich before I was forever banned from Facebook and therefore had to operate on a guerrilla insurgency fashion through the Sora AUI timeline. And in terms of this individual, he was young, black, African American. He, well, Daniel will take it from here because he essentially presented himself, if I'm not mistaken, to Daniel Arola as a potential student. And this is like an interesting situation because Daniel is very cautious about accepting students. He's very conservative in the sense that he almost never accepts new students. And he did only with a few people after they were begging him for years. And but this individual was kind of offering his services as a janitor, which is how he lists his profession basically on Facebook. When I went to his timeline, he said he was a janitor at a particular martial arts institution. Now, luckily, he didn't. He mentioned a different name than the Daniel Arola martial arts group, the Damage. So it wasn't DAMAG. It was the
No. It wasn't my school. It was my teacher's school.
Yeah. Okay. So tell us about that. Take it from here.
Okay. He was.
Oh, and we can name him, by the way. Give us.
Yeah. Okay. His name is Joel Arnold. Joel Micah Arnold, his full name. Anyway, he was. I met him as a guy that cleaned up the floors after classes was over at my teacher's gym, and he also attended the classes that I taught under my teacher when I was teaching mostly the Thai boxing classes and the grappling classes, but mostly Thai boxing. Anyway, he was participating in that. He was a pretty talented at grappling. And he was decent at Thai boxing. I didn't really see him as no more than just a student that just wanted to be good. And he's also a local rapper named Texin. That's spelled Texsin. And I haven't really heard much of his stuff. I thought it was kind of generic at best at first, but I had to give him some credit for making some effort. This is all before I knew what happened recently. Now, anyway, Joel Micah Arnold, he was also considered by some of his classmates at that academy as a nice guy, albeit a little bit desperate, because my teacher has some very, very pretty female students. And so, of course,
naturally Joel was always there attending class. And although he was nice with them at first, the more they got to know him, he began to be a bit more intrusive, like with comments talking about how they would, if he could marry this girl, that he would marry her so hard, even when she's in a relationship at that time, while he knows it, things like that. And he was being a little bit inappropriate on like some of the girls' Instagram photos, knowing these girls are like, they're really hot model like chicks. And anyway, my teacher had to tell him to stop calling these girls and leave them alone.
Wow.
And I guess gradually there was a falling out between them two. I wasn't really truly aware of that, but I was starting to get the picture now, because I had noticed why he wasn't around as much. Because there was one evening after class when one of the girls in question that he was after the most, she was taking my class that evening, and I walked her to her car, and as soon as we had both walked out, Joel was outside waiting right there by my truck. I'm thinking, oh, hey, what's up, man? I just thought you just wanted to hang out and talk. And I had noticed the girl. I can't really name her, but she had a look that she was like in a hurry. So I told Roy, one of the other students, to go ahead and take her home, drop her off at home. And Joel, apparently, he evidently showed a little disappointment that she couldn't stick around to talk. So I was at that time, I was really ignorant about what was going on, whether he was into this girl or not. But if he was, I didn't blame him, because hell, she was hot. Anyway, he started talking about her, because he was bitching that Roy was taking her home. Say, man, she had to get in that dude's car. It's like, dude, what's up, man? What are you guys? What, did you guys date or something? He goes, nah, man, I've been trying to, man. And then he started coming up with this big cinematic idealism, using the Matrix as saying that he's the Neo and she's his Trinity.
Wow.
And I was thinking at the time, he's probably going to make a rap song out of it and kind of code it and dedicate it to her, whatever. I didn't think much else past that. But I guess as the months passed, I was learning from this girl. She was saying that she was feeling a little uncomfortable around him. I'm thinking, okay. So I left it at that. I kind of felt that he was kind of creepy, and I knew he was kind of off somewhat, but I, of course, I was, I guess, compassionate enough to believe that he was, making some effort to better himself. But then again, I have to remember, this is a grown-ass man, and us grown-ass adults are not like children anymore. We're open to change as much, or as easily. Anyway, but of course, I overlooked that fact, and life went on until I was sent a link to this article about a kidnapping, 5-day rape in a storage warehouse, and it was sent by one of my students. So I went ahead and looked in there, and the first thing I saw was the name, Joel Michael Arnold, age 34, Houston, Texas. I'm thinking, holy shit, what the hell does this guy do now?
Yes.
I was, and as a matter of fact, around that time, I was kind of thinking about him, because I hadn't really seen him much around online. I was wondering where he was, or I don't know. I mean, I thought about texting him, but I didn't. And then that's when this link shows up. It's like, oh, no wonder.
Right.
It's like, okay, what kind of madness is this guy really about? And I've read as many links as I could about it that I could find. I'm still a little bit reluctant to really ask any personal questions from people that knew the victim. I have communicated with one online on Twitter, because she was talking about it too, and she had known the victim. She considers the victim to be like the victim's second mother, because she knew the family real well, and according to the family, they never once suspected Joel, ever being being part of this, or they never once suspected that Joel was
Capable.
even like that. Yeah,
Capable of
because
such atrocity. And
because he's really good at being very polite. That's the thing. That's where he got us.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, by the way, predators are like that. People would often mistake. By the way, I'm putting in the call out to Derek Talley. I want him to come back on for a few minutes. Derek Talley, if you can hear me, I'd like you to come back on for this. And this is important.
Okay.
Yeah, Derek, could you tell us, with what you've learned in your sexual harassment course? I mean, by the way, there's a running joke out there that's very funny. There's a motherfucker out there who looks exactly like Stuart Sverdlow. For those of you who don't know who Stuart Sverdlow is, he was a roommate of Peter Moon's for about 5 years, and he is almost certainly a participant in the murder of Max Spears. He is a guy who is one of the co-conspirators in Max Spears' murder, as far as I'm concerned. But there's this guy who looks just like him, who's on this one joke where he like calls up the rape hotline, and it's like rape advice hotline or something like that, and he's all disappointed because he finds out that it's for victims instead of for giving people advice on how to better rape. And so that's kind of the joke that I was carrying out when I was talking to Derek Talley about his sexual harassment course. But in all seriousness, with what you've learned about sexual harassment in the workplace or in an environment like our man Daniel was just describing, what did you see in this individual's behavior in context of what you learned?
Oh, yeah, this is my first time hearing about this individual, but yeah, from what I understand, sexual harassment usually starts off as subtle, and there's certain personality traits of people who do sexual harassment. They're bullies. They have a bullying personality, and a lot of times they'll even and this is one thing that they spoke about in our course that we had to take today, that they would actually get mobs to agree with them. They would, if possible, they will actually get mobs of people to help them bully a person, like and do like mob action. That thing actually happens in the workplace. So yes, so I imagine with the course that I took today, it's a course that should probably be taken, especially the sexual harassment part, should probably be taken by more than just a workplace, but like in the case of a school or a case of anything where you have deal with people dealing with relationships, because you may live by a code, but some people have no code whatsoever, and they're just trying to get whatever they could get from whoever they could get it, however they could get. And if you have to live by a code, you got to realize that there's other people who don't, and you have to be able to recognize the sign of people who act like how this guy acts.
And this is the important aspect of martial arts. Much of martial arts is not only teaching somebody about physical activity and training to survive a physical conflict encounter, but it's also really imbuing upon them a sense of moral ethics, in essence, a code. Tell us about that, Daniel.
I'm sorry. I was distracted with the dog here for a second. I was petting her.
What Derek was talking about was that many people in an environment, whether it's work or school or some kind of environment where people are dealing with each the other, many people are basically will live by a code. They're taught some kind of morality while growing up, but there's people whom that kind of behavior never sets in with. In other words, they don't behave by any code of ethics or sense of what is right or what is wrong, and therefore they'll take it upon themselves to manipulate everyone around them in order to get what they want. And in that sense, I said that's what's so important about the martial arts. It's not really just about staying in shape physically or teaching you to survive a physical conflict encounter, but it's also to imbue upon a person a sense of moral responsibility, a code of ethics and behavior. So I wanted you to tell us a bit about that. And Derek, first, before he goes there, could you tell us a bit more about what I just said? Did I articulate that correctly in context of what you've learned?
Yes, it did quite well. Yes.
Thank you, Daniel.
Yeah. Okay. Now, as far as behavior in the workplace goes, I'm constantly reminded of the fat, unhappy manager that uses seniority as leverage over the people that work under them, and that does happen quite commonly.
Okay. That reminds me of the movie Clerks, and
yeah.
So, you saw that film? You're a fan of that?
Oh
film?
yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And I forgot what that director did later. There was something that director did later that was a big fuck up or cock up or something like that. I forget what it was, but he was. But anyhow, yeah, go on. Yeah.
Made a sequel.
Yeah. Did he really? I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. Yes.
Yeah. He made a sequel.
Yeah,
actually, it's pretty funny.
That's always the first mistake, usually. But for some reason, the sequel, people hated it. But anyhow, aside from all of that, yes, tell us what about code of ethics in martial arts? Take us back to that, Daniel. I'm sure you teach some kind of.
All right. Code of ethics in martial arts on the real. And this is outside of the realm of society and belonging, especially like these martial arts groups on Facebook. These guys, they all talk about the same subject over and over again about virtue, honesty, loyalty, and all this other bullshit, but they're not showing any of it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But the good thing about it is that they're always repeating it. By talking about it a lot. That's probably the one positive thing I can take out of it, and at the same time, I like to believe that some of these guys that call themselves masters are actually practicing at least half of this shit that they type about, but of course, but I do find it important that they repeat preaching that shit, because it's good for kids that are smart enough to know better.
Okay. Yeah. And now, when we come back to this individual, by the way, we're going to go more in depth into this individual's case when we're back together again on Wednesday. But I want you to tell us a bit about his crime so people understand why this is relevant to tonight's program. The crime that he committed was heinous, and it was the victimization of a young lady whom he groomed. And tell us a bit about this grooming and why his family tolerated him until the point where, how long was she missing? Because she wound up ultimately locked up in a storage facility where he was raping her repeatedly. I presume she was missing for a time. So
for up to 5 days. That's what the articles have said. And the one person that I've communicated with that knows them, it was for up to 5 days. He kept her. He injected her forcibly with some drugs, I guess to keep her sedated or something. I don't know the details of that part. And but yeah, he kept injecting her with drugs and just repeatedly sexually assaulting her.
How old was this young lady?
She was 17.
Oh my God. Okay. And so about the other martial arts instructor who's involved in this, not as a culprit or an accomplice, but as someone who knew him, who now views him as a total loser. What's your relationship with him?
He's one of my best friends, one of my white friends. They're,
Right.
really cool guys. And I've known him for over 2 decades. He hates Joel.
Okay.
He hates him that if he was permitted to stab him,
Yeah.
he would shred him.
I'm sure. And this is understandable. Honestly, we would all feel the same way, having been violated by this individual, in the sense that we knew him, and we're willing to assume the best about him. And of course, this is to our credit. We should assume the best in general about people. Of course, there are certain cases where we should not, but in the case of Joel, there was no real signs that he was a threat of some sort, or some kind of negative personality, and he just. Yeah.
Well, I was able to perceive that he had some potential of doing something dangerous, but I just had no idea, because he did carry a cloud of shadiness around him.
No, okay, where it really turned for Daniel and myself, because this is always a real warning sign. What, I hate to use the term red flag, because actually that's what Lena Shea was trying to use about me. So I really don't, well, she kind of spoiled my use of that term, but as a red flag, because it's a useful term. He began to talk about how he wanted to basically confront and basically kill, take out Michael Aquino. That's how I understood it. And Daniel Arola pretty much told him Michael Aquino would eat him alive. And of course, Daniel Arola was right. I mean, this is not some individual to be taken lightly, and he operates at the center of a web. He's dead now, as far as we know, and I'm willing to work with that. But it's certainly a situation in which, well, let's take it from there, Daniel. Tell us about when he was bringing this fantasy up to you. That was a red flag to both of us, because we've always noticed that people who go on this Crusaders campaign against people like Michael Aquino, most of these people are basically projecting their own sickness, their own degeneracy, and take it from there and round that out, flesh that out for us.
Okay, well, when Joel brought this shit up to me, I just gave this. I mean, I'm sure he sensed the wrinkled face I gave about what the fuck did you just say, dude? It's like I was like, dude, he'll fucking tear you apart. You got nothing, I mean, that's basically what I told him, and he was like, I need to talk to him. I gotta tell him what's going on. I was like, what the fuck? And in the back of my mind, I find myself thinking, okay, maybe he's trying to write a rap song about it after he dishes Michael Aquino out and to brag about or some shit, And I was thinking, okay, and I was thinking maybe that might be it, because I just found it way too peculiar. This is a black kid, and he's trying to front off some very powerful white guy, and has no idea what he's getting into.
Thank you. Yeah, no. I mean, go on.
Now we see what they have in common.
Yes. Thank you. And this is something, just so I can articulate this for people, so they understand where we're coming from with this. First off, the thing that people have to be aware of is I'm dealing with a social reality at the same time that I'm dealing with personal history. And obviously, Michael Aquino and I have backstory. Everybody knows that. And when they hear the real villains trying to twist my backstory with Michael Aquino into some kind of negative on me, some kind of onus on me, then you're dealing with someone who is essentially serving the cause of Michael Aquino. But when it comes to other people who have no reason to have some kind of personal grudge with Michael Aquino, my story is quite unique, and it is obviously singular to the point where Michael Aquino is someone I have always spoken against, obviously not as some kind of advocate for him. And he's the first person who would tell you that, because he would be the first person to deny that he knew me. And we could go into the nuances of that and how everybody knew he knew me just by his denials, which was basically the odd thing about it, was that for an expert in psyops, he kind of just broke down in my case. He just didn't know what to do with me or how to respond. There was just too much backstory, too much emotional investment for him to handle it well. And so he didn't handle it.
At least,
thank you.
At least half of his interviews, your name's been brought up.
Right. Yes, thank you. And and when Jameson Reese is back on with us on Wednesday, he'll talk about that, because he's kind of like very good at articulating that aspect of it. But the the interesting thing is, for people who don't get what I'm saying, take a look at the infamous interview, because that's really all we have available on YouTube, of Michael Aquino with Oprah Winfrey. And you can see a young man whom he basically abused and mind controlled. And this young man is talking about how Michael Aquino had ordered him to commit murder. And when this man is confessing to this on national television in front of Oprah Winfrey, you can see how Michael Aquino handles him. And the person who pointed this out and articulated the nuances of it the best was Brandon Young. And Brandon Young, God bless him, was telling everyone, notice how Michael Aquino says, right on stage, he whispers right towards the young man, and it's caught on camera. He says, "You don't remember." And the young man repeats exactly what Michael Aquino says. He just basically has him hypnotized. And so when you see him handle something like that and just turn this young man into a total victim on national television, so that he contradicts himself, is made to look like a fool, and then think of how he handled myself and made himself look like a fool, just by saying, "I don't know this Douglas Dietrich." And, there's so many ways he could have handled that just to make me sound like an idiot. He could have come out and said, "This guy thinks he's the son of Adolf Hitler," and presented that in such a fashion as to make it look as negative as possible. Yet he didn't do that, because he knew the backstory, and he just didn't know, he was so involved with the backstory, because at one point he wanted to manipulate that fact, that he just never thought of it as something to use against me in the sense of making me look bad. So, there goes an aspect of his reality where, this is one of the reasons why everybody intuits, intrinsically understands, this guy knows Douglas Dietrich and Douglas Dietrich knows him. But that point being made, your average person who has not had that kind of background involvement with Michael Aquino has no reason to go on this crusade against him the way most people vocalize themselves. They create this stance where they say, "I want to take this man out. I want to take this man down." And like Daniel Arola says, it's like preposterous. It's like somebody saying, "I want to kill the president." It is at that level of, when you start talking like that, you've exited normal reality. You're basically entering a phase of surreality or unreality, where the point is, can anyone do that? Conceivably, yes. But you have at that point separated yourself from all normal behavior and from behavioral norms that make you acceptable to society, if that makes any sense. Daniel, if you could take it from there.
Oh man, it's hard to go back to where to start on this part, because this stuff is still sinking in a little bit, and I'm still contending with how mad I am about this, because I know this guy, I taught this guy, and my teacher had some faith in this guy for a short time, until he started harassing the girls.
Right.
That's when he started to look dark.
Right.
And yeah, I can say is, like, I can kind of take this as a loss, not as losing him, but not being able to truly catch on to exactly who he was. I thought it was getting a little close, but damn,
Right.
it just hit.
Well, it's I will confess I will confess this. When Daniel Arola said, hey, you know that guy? And again, let me look at this idiot's timeline. This will help me refocus my mind on that. I finally, just now, so everybody knows, I've got the hyperlinks up. Took me forever to do that because it was a composite promotional banner for tonight's show. It's just everything tonight's just been cascading. So, at any rate, when it comes to this guy, what's his name again? So I can look this guy up on the Facebook.
Joel Arnold.
Okay, so I just looked this guy up last night. Joel Arnold, that's right. So I just looked this guy up last night, and his Facebook timeline is still up there. Again, this is frightening. By the way, his Facebook timeline, his icon is a skeletal hand with the fuck you finger. It's just basically a skeleton's hand it's flipping the bird. For what it's worth, this may have some significance. It's black and white, and the skeleton is black on a white background, which makes it a black hand flicking the finger on basically at the white world. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I sense hate from that when he first put that photo up. I remember when he first put that photo up, and I sense he was in a hate mode or angry at somebody about something.
Yeah. Well, the first thing you see when you go down his timeline, when you scroll down his timeline, is this creepy ass, in context of what we now know, creepy ass picture of two young girls. One very ethnic looking, for lack of a better word, potentially any race you can imagine, but definitely colored, and one white chick, and they're both very young. And at the grocery store, this is a meme. It says, at the grocery store, my daughter yelled at me, "Look, Dad, I have a twin." And there we understood that the world would be better if we saw it as a child sees it. Yuck. Yep. And I'm sure you felt the same way when you saw that. And
yeah, I was thinking, man, this is fucked.
Yeah. Now, Jameson Reese just put up something to me. I've seen the guest before after watching this, and he's talking about, you can review it later. Very, very horrific story. Okay, so this is something he's bringing up in context. We'll bring that up again on Wednesday. Jameson is bringing something to my attention that we will go into with our next episode. And in terms of what we've got with Joel Arnold here, of course, I see him with what is probably the instructor you're talking about. There's a white gentleman with a beard. He looks kind of like Pac-Man Morales. No, it's
not him.
Oh, that's not him. Okay. And so then there's this other gentleman he's with. Okay, there's this white gentleman with no beard. Is that
if it's a tall guy, then yeah, that's him.
Okay, yeah, that's probably who you're talking about. And
that's our feature.
Yeah, and so all of this is still up there, and one of the things that you'll notice is he's followed by 105 people. This is probably due to his rap, his rap.
Yep. Yeah, his rap. Yeah, his rap game.
Yeah, and as Daniel Arola expressed, his concern is that, there we are, Texan. I see it now, Texsin, Texsin, get it? And 1531 follows that, whatever significance that has. And this is, anyhow, so there you have that. But what it reminds me of is, if you look through his photographs, it's just, what I saw originally was this earnest young black guy, and the black and white photograph is the one I was most familiar with, and that was just a black and white photograph of a kind of earnest looking young man, and he was kind of seeking. And so when our man Daniel gave me the warning, hey, watch out for this guy, he's really, basically what Daniel was telling me was that he was basically full of shit. To look out for this guy. I honestly thought there was, my negative impression was towards Daniel, like, oh gosh, overreaction, like, I thought that was really, first off, I will tell everybody this, Daniel never does that. He never does that. I've never had Daniel do that with anyone. There's never been anyone that Daniel has ever been like that about. He's, Daniel's not the kind of person who disses on people personally. Many people will will argue because they're triggered by his memes. And obviously, Daniel might go a little easier on that. Who knows? He's definitely, we call him Trigger Man for that reason. Well, Laura Lee Solomon called him Meme Boy, but Peter Moon kind of calls him Trigger Man. I think the term was used, but he does trigger a lot of people, and so a lot of people feel that Daniel's coming down on them. But in a sense, that's personalizing what he's saying, and it can feel like that when people confront him about his memes, and probably the key to it is, to handling Daniel, is there's no real reason to confront him about his memes. He's basically if you do that, you're basically showing that you're triggered, and that's basically, it puts you in a vulnerable position already. So at that point, there's no way to win. So you just don't do that. There's no point in responding negatively to his memes and confronting him about it. But this has also resulted in Daniel getting thrown off the Facebook all the time, and it's amazing that he's not banned permanently like myself. But at any rate, the whole point is that when it comes to Daniel's behavior, other than that being contextualized, Daniel has never come down negatively on anyone. So this was the first time he ever did that. And I just took it on like some kind of personal chemistry issue. And I just said, whatever. But then I never really heard much from Joel again, whatever, or rather what interactions we had were so mundane and so peripheral. There was literally nothing to really speak of. I'm sure that whatever thread of communications I had with him is still there somewhere on Facebook, in the internet, cyberspace arena. But, it's not something I can easily look up because it's on the old timeline that is now confiscated by Facebook. And I'm totally banned from Facebook permanently. So aside from all of that, and you can find me... Yeah, go on.
Oh, I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay. So people, you can find my timeline that I have now at facebook.com/Douglas D. Dietrich with all the D's in uppercase. Facebook.com/Douglas D. Dietrich, all the D's in uppercase, and you'll find my Sora Aoi timeline, which was gifted to me by this wonderful lady, the most famous actress in Japan, because she got married and retired. And yes, she's a porno actress, and that's why she's the most famous actress in Japan. Not many people go to see movies with subtitles. Maybe the Japanese export, in terms of cinematography that people would watch would be Godzilla films, but even those tend to be straight to DVD. There's very few Godzilla films made it into theaters in the past several decades, and but people will watch porn, and so she was especially famous in Asia, though, really in China in particular. A whole backstory and history behind that. But she got married and retired, so she gifted me her timeline, which I've been using ever since, and explains. But anyhow, aside from that, I could go into the horror story of I get all these people who think I'm her, and of course, I have to deal with that. But other than that, so Daniel, in terms of what we both know now, is that what your concern is that he will use this in the future to actually try and make himself look more gangster, more badass with his rap music, and that, of course, is horrific. What would you say about that?
I don't know. I just know that there was just something just straight up off with them. That's all I knew. I mean, I didn't really resign it to some mental issue. I mean, but yeah, it is, but not exactly technically. I just knew that. I just thought he was just looking for some kind of glory or power, by doing something that no one's done before.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
And then he went and did something horrible that he felt no one had ever done before. And so now I don't want you to ever flagellate yourself or guilt yourself out, by ever thinking that you could have done better and did something to prevent this from happening. I mean, obviously, we can't be guardians of the universe. We can't always be on the lookout for trying to second guess the predators around us. Certainly, Yeah.
I am happy that the girls from the school are safe,
Yeah.
and they all know what's up.
Yes. Yes.
Yep.
And so but what I can ask you, just out of curiosity, before hopefully we get Peter Moon on, and do you feel that you may have taught him something in terms of the martial arts that he may have exploited to his advantage with this young lady?
I did think about that, and I wanted to stop thinking about it, because I saw him physically as someone with the potential to be able to do what I taught him, well enough. But I'm just the thought of him abusing it, yeah, that disturbs me.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm sure he'll use it in prison. He's definitely going to need that.
Oh, yes. Yeah, there we have that. And with that in mind, hopefully he gets jumped in prison often. But it's definitely...
Well, he is a small guy, so he's actually shorter than me.
Wow.
Yep.
And I guess that's part of what made him the monster he is, the kind of little man syndrome. And it's that's anyhow, for it to turn out.
Yeah, that's what one of my students said. They called it Napoleonic syndrome.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah. And of course that's unfair to Napoleon, by the way, just so people know. Napoleon was actually much taller than many people think he was. But in terms of bringing Peter Moon on, let's see if we can bring him on, because this would actually be a good transition. So let me see. Let me ask him, can you come on, sir? And the reason is because our man George Knight actually provided some very interesting information on Michael Aquino, which, anybody can find this really if they follow George Knight's footsteps, his cyber trail. And they take a look at Above Top Secret, which is interesting enough. Basically, what happened was when I was first coming out as a public informant, then one of probably the first interview that I had was with Above Top Secret. After they made a big deal of simply introducing me, they made certain never to follow up. They just presented me as just a target for people to throw whatever they wanted at without providing myself any opportunity for response. So that's why I did a series of videos that originally came out on YouTube that were produced by a weird group of young guys that had the stupidest fucking name. Children of Density was the organization that they were affiliated with, that was putting out some stupid... interviews with different people they had dug up, and anyhow, if you look at the internet, you're gonna find out there somewhere really old interviews of Douglas Dietrich. I'm certain Daniel Arola has seen them.
Yes, I've seen them. I remember them.
Yeah, I wonder if they're still out there, or if anybody has them.
They're still around.
Wow,
they're still around.
Okay, cool. Then you can find them. Well, it was around that time. Thank you for confirming that, Daniel. It was around that time that Above Top Secret introduced Michael Aquino as a permanent columnist. It's a perfect follow-up, right? And so Michael Aquino would get up there and basically not only proselytize. By the way, for those of you who don't know what that word means, that would be preaching his Satanism. Only he was already transitioning from that to the Cthulhuid cultism. So he was already transitioning into advocacy of the cult of the anti-gods. He would be basically proselytizing the Temple of Set, but he would use that as a segue towards his Cthulhuid cultism. And this is what he was doing on Above Top Secret. That was his forum in which to do that, which shows you where Above Top Secret is coming from and what they're all about. And so people would just swarm, and he had a huge following. And so he had a 4-star rating, which was, as high as you could get on that forum. And so basically, George Knight, of course, dug up one of his, how would I call this? One of his, writings, one of his columns, when he's bragging about his affiliation with Stanton Friedman, and of course his ability to conduct falsification of documents, psyops involving falsification of documents. And so I provided what was provided to me in terms of a screenshot by George Knight to Peter Moon, who has taken a screenshot of that himself. Actually, he could have just downloaded the original screenshot, but he told me he took a screenshot of the screenshot. And what he's doing is he's going to integrate that into our next book. And so this is obviously a good segue if we can bring him on, because then he could talk about that a little bit, and then we could talk about the book we've just released. So this would be the way to do that. Now, of course, you have this individual, Michael Aquino, and you have all these people who have a fantasy of taking him out, but the people who dwell on such fantasies are really exposing something about themselves. It is at the level of someone saying they wanted to take out the president. But to disambiguate that, and of course Daniel can help me here until, Pete the Moon Man shows up. Let me disambiguate this from the case of James Arthur Yanchik's victimized girlfriend, who he keeps basically in abusive isolation and seclusion and manipulation, and her name is Lucinda. Now, I'm never going to give her family name because she's always asked me not to because of security issues, and that's understandable. But Lucinda is this girlfriend who is basically a victim of James Arthur Yanchik at this point. He's the guy who was the host for the Feet to the Fire radio program. And James Arthur Yanchik, when he was like trying to do shit on Michael Aquino with myself and trying to make himself look like a crusader against this kind of outrage, the abuse of children, human trafficking, etc. He basically was putting up images of Michael Aquino for one of the videos, integrating them into what would become a video of his interview with myself, when Lucinda walked into the room and basically freaked out because she saw these images of Michael Aquino on the computer screen. So she identified to James Arthur Yanchik that was the individual who had abused her viciously as a child, and said she would like to come on the program to basically verify and vet what I was saying and back me up. He wouldn't let her, and basically told me, I told her, Michael Aquino's a big, big man. You're nothing but like a whore and a slut and this useless, washed up, like a worthless bitch. And he's this great man. And you'll just look like nothing. You'll be stupid. This is totally different from what we were telling this Joel character about his fantasy for trying to take down Michael Aquino. What James Arthur Yanchik is doing is the total antithesis of what we were telling this individual, because we were just telling him it would be like, in his case, it's like him saying, I want to kill the president, and we're just telling him at that point you're leaving our social standard of behavioral norm. Whereas in her case, what she wanted was entirely justified, and James Arthur Yanchik discouraging her from that was abusive. So maybe you could help me articulate that further, Daniel, and explain why the dynamic of that is the way it is, and why that's different.
Jeez, oh man, that shit comes from all sides. Now that's like multi-level gaslighting.
Thank you. Yeah.
Especially with that victim, because she's one. It seems like she's like one of those girls that's like, I got nowhere else to go, so I guess I gotta comply.
Yeah.
I think, oh shit.
Yes. So sad. And thank you. Yep. We love you dearly, Daniel. Oh, by the way, is that Peter the Moon on with us?
Yes. Hi, Daniel.
Hey, Peter.
Nice to talk to you. You got good audio today, sounds like.
Yes, he
Cool.
does. He does. And that's always good. And thank God, whatever you
I got
did.
new set of headphones.
Yes, yes. Whatever you did today, make certain you do it again whenever you're on, especially Wednesday. He'll be on with us again on Wednesday. So hopefully you heard the majority of what I said, Peter. And so this was the
No,
segue.
I just looked in. I came in when you were talking about James Arthur Yanchik not accepting this person,
Right. Right.
and Aquino's the great man, etc.
Yeah. Basically, he was saying, and this is the bullshit line, was that James Arthur Yanchik was inviting me onto his show and said he was going to have me on once a month, which, of course, since he was only on once a week, that would be like 25% of his programming was going to be dedicated to myself. Speaking of subjects that he wanted to specifically focus on was, of course, the outrage, which, as Peter Moon articulates quite accurately, this is similar, and we're not meaning to, shall we say, disrespect the subject at all, or we don't mean to in any way denigrate or belittle the victimization of people who suffer human trafficking, but this is the human trafficking of children is in and of itself as a phenomenon exploited by predators who basically get off on this shit by just throwing this shit all over the internet, and people get off on the outrage. People are humping on the outrage. They're humping off.
You're totally right. It's like it becomes a counterproductive endeavor unto itself. It's a very weird, sort of incestuous fascination.
Yes. Thank you. And what it reveals is the worst about the information consumer. I mean, you can smell the sweat on the upper lips everywhere. This is what I meant by, basically, Peter, so you understand the situation. Daniel Arola will summarize it, but I will pre-summarize it for Daniel Arola. Basically, there's an individual that we both knew from the internet, and this is Sexual Assault Awareness Month for people to reaffirm that fact. We knew this individual named Joel Arnold, who was a young black African American, very angry with the world. His Facebook icon is still up there. His timeline is still up. He had a black skeletal hand on a white background, flipping a bird at the world. And this individual, Joel Arnold, was someone who always struck me as just earnest. I had kind of a on-running thread of conversation with him, fairly peripheral. And then he got into this fantasy expression, and we thought it might be part of his rap persona. I didn't even know he was into rap, so I didn't interpret it that way. But because Daniel Arola knew him through physical
Personally.
Yeah, knew him personally. Actually engaged in physical training with him to a degree. This individual basically expressed it to him in such a way that Daniel interpreted this as potentially part of his rap fantasy, that he was going to kind of write a rap ballad about taking out Michael Aquino. But he started, which is a very odd fantasy for a young black man, because Michael Aquino worked so strictly in the white world generally. This was like, so for a young black man to suddenly say, I want to take out Michael Aquino, which was the fantasy this guy expressed, it was odd in and of itself. Anyhow, he turned out to be, of course, projecting his own Aquino-esque tendencies, which was he abducted a young girl who he had groomed. He seduced the family. He seduced the family of an underage young girl who he wound up abducting, locking in a storage facility for a period of about a work week until he was captured, raping her repeatedly, keeping her narcotized throughout. He is now facing what will hopefully be the delivery of justice, but things don't look good for him. He's in court, and he's basically, handcuffed, and he's in the orange jumpsuit and all the rest of that. And she and her family will hopefully find healing. But Daniel has talked to the victimized family members, or people who are so closely affiliated to them. Yeah.
Family friend.
Yeah, and but that's the general situation. Daniel, if you could articulate it more, it really goes to show us a lot about the kind of people who focus on Aquino, and in that kind of sense. So if you could, just summarize.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell could you do to this guy? It's like you're nothing to him. He'll eat you alive. I mean, I was basically telling him that he's just wasting his time if he thinks he's going to get anywhere with him. I really had no any idea of any other motive. I just thought that he was just trying to look for some kind of glory or some power, by thinking that he could do something that no one else has done before. And I'm thinking, what's this short little dude gonna do? It's like he was a bum like I used to,
And and then
I mean, I was meeting him at that level. I told him, my teacher found him homeless. My teacher took care of me while I was homeless. And I was meeting him at that level, but he was going way off in left field over other shit, and looping back to getting in touch with the Kino.
That this is, what's so bizarre about this is the fact that I didn't know that aspect of it, but it adds another element. Our man Daniel Arola was homeless for years, a very long time, and he rehabilitated through the martial arts. This young black African American had that opportunity, and then begins to, of all things, focus on Michael Aquino. Where does that come from? I mean, when somebody's homeless, it's not like they have much access to the internet. Where did this guy, other than maybe hearing about him on Oprah or something like that, it's still just very odd.
He heard about Michael Aquino through you.
Oh.
I mean, well, actually, it's my fault because I got him to listening to you.
Okay.
That I recall.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I remember.
I got it.
He identifies Aquino as evil, as an opponent for the person who made him who he is, and then he flips back into who he is. It's like he hates the person. It's like he hates himself. Yes. And Aquino becomes an extension of himself, or becomes confused with himself.
Yeah, I gathered that from him too. That he was pretty self-hating.
Thank you. No, that's so important. And I thought this would segue into our official announcement tonight of the book coming out. And just so Peter understands the situation, I didn't have a chance to talk to him beforehand about tonight's itinerary. But because it's Sexual Assault Awareness Month, Crystal River will be coming on at the top of the hour, and that will be at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time with myself, and she will be bringing a guest who is a traumatized survivor, and this young woman it's a sensitive enough topic where we're going to clear the bandwidth. It'll just be her and myself and Crystal River.
It's perfect for me because I'm going to stay up as long as I can. I'm trying to finish the hard copy version tonight. I've got about 5 chapters and the appendix to do.
Great.
I'm just cooking on it, and then of course I have to proof it. But yeah, it's perfect. Everything is perfect.
Wonderful. From
my perspective, obviously not the situation, but it's good that Crystal will be on with you, and I will listen for a while.
Oh, bless you. I'm so glad of that, and I appreciate that profoundly. One of the reasons why tonight's image in the thumbnail of our live stream has one of my biofacsimilacra who resembles myself holding a child back biofax or biofacsimilacra is because this horrible tragedy that this young lady suffered resulted in her having a child that she's responsible for. We will outline the tragedy of that situation, obviously in Arc of Narrative tonight. One of the things that I want to bring up before we officially, announce, of course, the publication of the Roswell Deception, and that's important, and we'll segue to that with Michael Aquino's column in Above Top Secret that was followed by George Knight, who brought the attention of something actually quite pivotal to Peter Moon and myself, and he will incorporate that screenshot thereof of a segment of the Aquino column into our Presidio book, which will be upcoming now that that will be our next project. But one of the things I can't resist bringing up, maybe we should deal with that first, but then because of the biofaxes that I integrated into the promotional banner tonight and into the thumbnail of our live stream, For people who don't have access to Facebook, you should just start a false Facebook account just to access my promotional banners. They're very important to the narratives I present. And tonight you will see a lot of biofact simulacra. If you don't know what they are essentially semi-sentient biomechanisms, mechanisms that emulate biological life, and they were created in Japan specifically on contract with the Department of Defense to provide the Department of Defense torture subjects for their trainees in interrogation. Yes, and they were made to look as charismatic and as attractive as possible, so that if you were any baseline sane human, you would never want to hurt them. They are, in that sense, naturally or unnaturally charismatic. Indeed, more charismatic than most biological people. but by overcoming their reticence towards torturing and deconstructing, breaking apart these entities, then these interrogators would lose all prohibitions towards torturing humans. And so these were like practice targets, and suffered horrible abuses, are extremely traumatized. They have the developmental arc of a retarded child or a developmentally disabled child. The term retarded was often used in the paperwork surrounding them. Much of which must have been destroyed after I stole the overwhelming majority of them and burned down the warehouse at the Presidio. And I was never caught because there was so much arson going on at the Presidio at the time that Aquino was exposed. And the child daycare center was burned down. The community center was burned down. One more building being burned down on base was hardly noticed. But what the authorities noticed was the disappearance of so many of the biofact simulacra. The reason this is important, and I'll bring this up, I may as well. Now, we'll go into more depth with this, perhaps next episode, but sometime in the future. But I want Peter to be with us when we do. But Peter, one thing that I noticed, because Crystal was bringing on this young lady, and I told her I'll see if I can pose some of the biofact simulacra in a way that has symbolic significance. Because of what was inspired by Crystal's questions, I began to look up the trafficking in sex dolls as they exist, because this has always been directly concerned with the biofact simulacra. And for decades, nobody even knew of this phenomena. Nobody knew about this shit. But suddenly, I was confronted, when I looked this up online, with litigation that has resulted in penalization and prosecution. Now, in England, at least 2 people have been prosecuted for ordering sex dolls. Now, these are proportionately adult females, but they were the size and weight of children. But there's no child that looks like that. But these men were releasing their tendencies towards pedophilia on them, and they went to jail for that. And there was somebody in Australia with the same case, where they wound up ordering these lifelike replicas from Hong Kong. Now, these are not semi-sentient. These are inanimate objects. And in the Commonwealth of English-speaking nations, people are starting to go to jail for this. And I noticed all kinds of what they would call the signature collections. They're, I forget what they call that. They're trying to get people to sign enough signatures to make that the law in the United States, this side of the Atlantic and the Pacific. And the reason that this strikes me is the same reason that my medical cosmetologist, V. Clark, she brought to my news, "Oh God, Douglas, I'm so excited. You should have seen it just recently on cable television." And she knows I don't have cable television, so she tells me what she sees. And she says, they just brought up the Pentagon releasing. For some reason, the Pentagon just released all these papers on UFOs, and they came out and said there is alien life. And I said, yeah, they did that because of my book. Isn't that coincidence? And she says, yeah, it was just a few days ago, and they came out and they said, oh yeah, there's alien life now. We've got all this UFO footage, and it's proof they're out there, and they're coming here, and this is so important that they're doing this.
They're friendly. Yeah. And they're friendly.
Yeah. And then, so just with that level of sinister, manipulative, motivation. That's what I see with this litigation, because now, of course, people can say, if this something like this happens in the United States, like what happened in the Commonwealth, people could say, oh, Douglas Dietrich has all of these quote unquote sex dolls, and therefore needs to go to jail. This is what we're dealing with now at this level of sinister manipulation. So we need to be public about educating people that there is a difference between these entities who are obviously not being abused, and the kind of things that people are doing with these inanimate objects. And I don't think, to tell you the truth, for non-sentient or not even semi-sentient, we're talking about plasticized dolls. People going to jail for that is beyond me. If anything, they're trying to preempt their own release of their frustrations on real people, but the way it's interpreted in the Commonwealth is that they're practicing. So I present Peter Moon with that conundrum, and of course with the Aquino conundrum. It all really blends together. And then take that and lead that to the announcement of the Roswell deception and what you're working with, the challenges you've been working with, which have been immense, and your computer breaking down, which I take as an occult attack, just as we got to the point of all of this. But nevertheless, the occult attack backfired because, really it just was one of the things that one of the factors in Crystal River convincing me to just go with it and let's just release the book. So if they meant to harm us or somehow fuck up the project with the occult attack on your computer, it backfired in that regard. But go on, please, Peter, and take the stage and, take us from here.
Well, this is an official announcement that the ebook of Douglas's new book, assisted by myself, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, is now available on Kindle.
Fabulous.
And cool. You can now buy it for $9.99. And now I'm right now, as we speak and as I'm talking, I'm taking a little break because I don't multitask that well. I'm working on the typesetting of the finished product of what will be the hard copy book. And I'm gonna, if I don't finish that tonight before I go to bed, I'll finish it in the morning and start proofreading it so that I can send it to the printer. But which means it'll be available in 6 weeks, 2 months, whatever it takes them. Sometimes it's quick. I have 3 books there. I'm waiting for reprints from them right now. So they have a lot of work from me. But this book, what's special about the Kindle edition is that it has color renditions of many of the illustrations and 3D illustrations and graphics of the Japanese flying craft, which you can also see on Douglas's website. But it gives you a context that what is being talked about, more of the detail. So the Kindle edition is very good for that. And I won't even explain the hell of putting this together because every time Kindle changes its modalities, its rules, there was a time when I could use a program called Sigil and create an ebook and it would be accepted by Kindle. Kindle would accept, anything. It would give you the typos back and you fix the typos, but it was a cinch. Same with Nook. Apple iTunes was a pain in the ass. You had to kiss their ass to get it on. But now each one of these formats has a different program you have to create it in. And you've got to recreate the book 3 times. I've already created the book once in the native Pages document, which is like Microsoft, but it's not Microsoft, it's Apple. And then I have to create it in Kindle. And now I'm creating it in a typeset format. If I want to put it on iTunes, I'm probably Pages will go right into iBooks, but it's going to be crazy. I don't look forward to it. So consequently, I don't put books on iBooks or Nook anymore because it's too much of a pain in the ass. But in any case, yeah, they changed the rules. And when you're putting all the graphics in, that's when it becomes challenging, because graphics are challenging. What can I say to computer programs? Less so. The upside of this is I got a new computer, and it's mostly it's resulted in negative things and positive things. So you get the negative, you get the positive, because like for example, the mouse doesn't click. The right hand on the new mouse by Apple, the right hand click function doesn't work, which is why it screws up the product.
Oh God, that's
video is much faster. Everything is much faster, and it's a better machine. So of course it doesn't have a CD-ROM in it. That's a thing of the past, and so on and so forth. But I've got a new machine. It's wonderful. All is good, and it will help facilitate videos. I've got to do a Qigong, finish my Qigong mini course, and then I will also put some videos out, like 1 minute videos to promote the book, which will also give people a little bit of information. So we got off to a good start with the sales on the book. I was going to look it up right now and see how it's going. Haven't had time to do that.
Understood. Yeah, that's why I didn't bother to ask. I knew how busy you were.
I'm just going crazy, and then I'm going to have to go to LA for a funeral very soon.
So sorry.
So,
are you willing to share some details about this?
It's not best, but just my childhood friend passed away. My best friend from childhood, and we've been friends ever since we were 4. And he had cancer, and his life was not going so well. I saw him a few years ago. I got to introduce him to Paula, but that's about it. It's like I'm glad I got to connect her with my old neighborhood, but makes her more a part of my life. But it was time to go. He wanted to go, and I felt a great upsurge of energy when I heard that he passed, because I could feel all my old neighbors from the old neighborhood greeting him. I could just feel it. I said, wow, this is beautiful. And then, of course, it kicks in, the morning. It's like, wow, we really had all these wonderful times together. And it kind of like cements them in the Akashic records. It's kind of beautiful. I can look at the beauty of people passing. I can see my brother, who wasn't close to him at all. He knew him. I mean, they grew up together, but, he has a much more I guess what you call somber reaction to it. I can see the positive in it all. That means I have to, but they hold up these funerals. It's like it can take 2 weeks. I think if you pay a premium, they'll, put them in a box right away. So who knows? I'm waiting to hear when the funeral will be, and then I'll take off to LA and get some other business done there too as well. So it'll be a short trip.
Right, but you'll definitely be in California, and for all intents and purposes, Peter will be in a separate nation. Honestly, California is large enough to make 6 separate nations. I'm not kidding. This has geographically been experimented with in hypothetical model studies. It's kind of like Yugoslavia before it severed. Think of California as kind of like Yugoslavia prior all of the secession states. And in terms of his friend dying, I appreciate everything you said about the positive in this. And what you felt was that energy, as you said, of the people on the other side, of the veil greeting him, and his finding his, the relief of the burden of his corporeal existence, which was obviously at that point a burden and a painful one. At the same time, it's definitely the loss is on our side. The death is painful for those of us who survive, for those of us who live and we suffered the loss. But what you said was intriguing to me in the sense that, as you said, his life wasn't going well. Obviously, if he has a funeral, he has family. So someone cares enough where they're, paying to have.
Well, he has a wife and a daughter and a brother, and his when his mother had the funeral, my brother went to that. I didn't go. It was incredibly well attended. It will be a very well attended funeral, and I'm actually, if it happens, and I don't know if everybody's wearing masks, I'll be able to recognize people I haven't seen in 40, 50 years. And one of the kids that used to come over and hang out, from his, just people that I haven't seen in 40 years. I would look would look very much forward to that.
Oh, great! Yeah.
Just to see old characters, and they'll remember you.
Okay. Yeah. They will.
So it's funerals can be a very wonderful thing. They can have a closure.
Yeah.
They have, like, we had a really remarkable funeral for Preston, our memorial service at the Camp Hero. We actually went out to Camp Hero. There was about 20 of us on a rainy day, and we went inside the Quonset hut, which was used to be verboten. You couldn't go in there, but I have a friend who works there, and he let us in, and we all. I never put that video up on Preston, but it was neat. And then we all went over to a friend's house, and we all memorialized him in the house, and that was it was a very special night. But as I say, a funeral can be a very depends on the circumstances. It was Preston's time to go. My parents, it was a shock. So it was a big event, but it wasn't their time to go. So it was a shock, but it was a thrill to see all of my relatives in my living room. My relatives from both sides of the family right there in my living room. That was a thrill that I'd heard about all my life and I'd met them once or twice or a lot, but to see them all in the same room. Plus my friend's family was there, the one that passed, his family came up, and it was tremendous to see all these people. It was not, as I say, my parents' time to go, or what was their time to go, but sometimes when it's their time to go, it has a real special send-off. Johnny Carson, on the other hand, I heard where not a soul showed up he didn't have a funeral. He didn't want a funeral. It was,
right.
They just put him in the box, put him in Forest Lawn, and no jokes, no laughs, no people.
That's
how isolated he was.
I'm sorry. The only reason I'm laughing is I know he wanted it that way. But it's I didn't know that. It's unexpected, and he did isolate himself once he left showbiz. It was very strange. Well,
in a way, it was very tactful, because you have to know when to leave the stage, when to leave, and he did that very tactfully. That was part of his. He had a good feel for the camera. He knew when not to be on camera. And one of the things that encouraged him to retire was when Dana Carvey was doing imitations of him, and he kept going like, like acting like an old man who couldn't hear.
Right.
And it really pissed off Johnny Carson, because Dana Carvey was making fun of him in a way that he thought was demeaning. And it was demeaning. And, was it funny? I guess it was kind of like saying, Johnny, it's time to retire. And he did retire after that. So
he took the hint.
Well, yeah. And it's at least he did take the hint, because if you saw Dick Clark, he was on life support at Times Square doing the New Year's thing, like he could barely talk. It was ridiculous. Like, why would he do this?
Yeah, that's self-demeaning. At that point, that's self-demeaning. And that my father mentioned that about, of all people, you might remember barely. Oh my God, who's the guy who has the museums that nobody goes to, but they maintain them just out of defiance? He had the dude ranches, the cowboy, the singing cowboy who kind of like had a television.
Gene Autry?
Gene Autry, yes. And my dad was telling me about how, as Gene Autry or Audrey, I don't know exactly how it was pronounced.
Gene Autry, the singing cowboy who bought and owned the Los Angeles Angels
Ah, okay. Yes, he when he got older and his health was failing, he was interviewed by people and he requested that they never take photographs or any footage because he took his television presence very seriously, and it was somewhat naive and somewhat touching because of that. It was just he didn't want the children to see him as anything other than the healthy cowboy, and he just felt that he said, if the children see me like this, it would be. He just felt it would
The
be.
children don't even care or know who he is.
Thank you.
Because,
Thank
because
you.
I'm
Yeah.
actually too old or too young to appreciate Gene Autry. He was a has-been. Like in 1962, he bought the California, or they were the Los Angeles Angels, and he was super rich. I think a lot of his money came from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, the song.
Really?
He made a fortune on that, and he did a lot of movies, and he was very famous. But he was more of this, the kids that would go to see him in the movies.
Yes.
So my parents, or maybe in between me and my parents, would have appreciated him more. But I never watched a Gene Autry movie. I watched Roy Rogers. He was more available on TV.
Right.
And more watchable, much more. He had a TV show. He was much more watchable with his, he had the scripts were better and all this sort of thing. And it was, but yeah, so I knew him as the owner, purchaser of the Los Angeles Angels.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for putting that in context, because it was like my dad was deeply touched by it, because my dad, as you said, it was that generation. My dad
Right
knew him.
generation, perfect generation. Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
But nobody else did, and it was like this. He had this, it was touching in its naivete. He had this vanity that he was like, the way stars used to be. They thought of themselves. We all thought. I mean, we all thought this. That these people were memes in and of to themselves. That's why they called them stars. Marlene Dietrich, and I used to be able to tell people whenever I went into offices or was on the phone trying to set up appointments, and I was, how do you spell your name? It's amazing how nobody knows how to spell Dietrich on average, and I would have to say it like Marlene Dietrich, and people would get it. They would immediately. I can't do that anymore. If I say like Marlene Dietrich, nobody knows who the hell I'm talking about. It doesn't help. So these people that we thought would be eternally famous, they are no longer like that. There was a much more static world that these people evolved in. These stars.
Well, it's fascinating. Fame. They talk about fame being fleeting. Boy, does anybody know who Peter Lawford is anymore? Peter Lawford is only famous, other than that he was a movie star, is famous for his association with the Kennedys more than he is a movie star.
Wow.
And the fact he was a movie star.
I never knew he was associated with the Kennedys. I knew him more as a movie star.
He married John F. Kennedy's sister.
Oh, wow.
Under the protest of Jack Kennedy, Joe Kennedy.
Wow. And
he was the liaison between Frank Sinatra and the Kennedys, and that's why Frank Sinatra cut him off, because Jack Kennedy wouldn't come to Frank's home in Palm Springs because of Frank's alleged mob connections. So he took it out on Peter Lawford and cut Peter Lawford out of the Rat Pack. But Peter Lawford was, and he was all involved in the Marilyn Monroe incident with JFK. He, was supposed to be the pimp for JFK between him and Marilyn.
Wow.
So
sleazy, so sleazy.
Well, it's Hollywood. Yeah. And the thing is that the celebrities of yesteryear were celebrities that were known. They were celebrities, or they were not celebrities. And sometimes you had your I guess what you call people that they'd be celebrities. They'd be well known. They didn't necessarily have a lot of prestige connected to them, but nevertheless they were. And today you have celebrity is all compartmentalization. There's very few who rise above to where everybody knows them, like J-Lo, Tom Cruise. Everybody knows who these people are. But there's a lot, like most of the movie stars today, I don't even know who the hell they are. I don't know who they are, and I'm not too curious. And so it's a whole different environment that we're in, and it's, as they say, it's fleeting. Now we have so many more people on the earth who has time to even find out who celebrities are, who even wants to know. I don't know. So it's a different world, and you can be forgotten very easily, but it doesn't matter whether you're remembered. It matters what you do. Take with you. I have a review. We've got one review on the book, and I'd like to read it.
Oh,
okay?
yes, please. Oh, that's wonderful.
It's from our friend Aaron, who read it on the way down to South Carolina. He's taking a trip with a family.
Okay.
And while his wife had turns driving, he got to read it. I guess he finished it. He says, I have read all of Peter Moon's work and have studied Douglas Dietrich's work as well for some time now, but still did not quite know what to expect from this offering. I purchased it as soon as it was available and have to say I'm blown away not only by the material, as Douglas is always enlightening, but by Peter's organized presentation of the material. The renegade military historian and the chronicler of the Montauk series are a great team, and you will enjoy this immensely. I'm excited for the next projects they collaborate on, and I will spread the word far and wide, for everyone should know these historical truths. Both of these gentlemen have always taken the high road and been shunned by mainstream media because they report things as they are and cannot be bribed or bought, and we all need to support their current efforts by buying, reading, sharing, and helping the work continue. Truth is more important than ever in these strange times.
Thank you.
5-star review.
Thank you.
Is that the Aaron that was a guest on the show?
Yes.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
I remember him. Yeah, I liked him. I don't remember what he said, but I liked him.
Yes, thank you. Well, Derek Talley can tell us what he said. Derek, if you could come on for a few minutes and just share what you remember about Aaron and the serpent seed theory that he was originally indoctrinated
Right.
in.
Yeah. So I wanted to talk to him again because he was very knowledgeable about that. That heresy is a plague, so to speak, that's prevalent here in Tennessee or in the South in general. And he brought a lot of light to that subject.
And I must have him on again. And honestly, I owe him that. I would gladly have him on fairly regularly. It's just I was so overcome.
I don't know that he has time for that, because he's got a little kid and a job, and
True. Yes.
He's also going to
write
that. He's also going to write a book on Tai Chi from the Tai Chi. The person he studies under, Tai Chi, Jim Russo, studied under many great Chinese masters, and he said Aaron offered to write a book, and he's going to do it. So,
wonderful.
And I said this will be a good thing for Aaron. Has an interest in writing, and he does do writing.
Yes.
But his main job is as a financial manager for Toyota. So
amazing.
And that's his priority.
Yeah.
But he has a passion for writing, and I think that the Tai Chi book will be very good for him.
Well, he definitely did want to come on again, and what prevented that at the time was I was going through so much with the severance with Lena Shea, really, and I told him I'm sorry, something horrible has happened that has thrown my life out of all order at the time, and it took really till now to stabilize.
He'll come on, I just say, but I don't think you can expect him to be a regular, but that's up to him, not me.
Understood. No, I get it. I get it and appreciate it. Your point's well taken. And there's several other people I've got to start inviting on that I should have long time ago, but that's a topic for another time. Honestly, with what time we have left, which isn't too much, no. I'm going to take us to the top of the hour with Peter, who certainly has this well-deserved little break from the work he's been doing, as he said, balls to the wall, and the fact that we're getting positive feedback from Aaron is wonderful. Honestly, it's just so heartwarming, and I'm beginning to warm up to the release of the book, and certainly look forward to whatever comes of this. And a shout out to Salman Sheikh. And by the way, this is Ramadan, so certainly and to everyone out there, let's help our Muslim friends celebrate Ramadan and respect the fact that when you do meet them, well, thank God for social distancing because there'll be a lot of halitosis involved with all the fasting. So it all worked out well this year in that regard. Aside from that, I can relate some other stories, but at a different time about Ramadan. But when it comes to with my time in Southwest Asia and the Arabic cultures, oh, by the way, oh God. I do want to bring this up, and we'll go more into this, as we feel the need to on Wednesday. But I'm going to turn on the screen share just for a moment before I have to provide myself a short break. And I'm going to ask our man Peter Moon, can you see the screen share here?
I can see it, yes.
Okay, good. So what I'll do is I'll simply go over to the YouTube here for a second, and basically let's oh yes, here's where it would be. If I go to notifications, then we can find them. Now Our Lady Crystal River knows about this, and I had asked her about it, and I said, how do you want to respond to Christine Joanna Hart, who came and left 3 comments on my timeline that I know of. There may have been more. They have since been removed. I did not remove them. The only record we have now is the notifications. The video they had been left upon was the Max Spears video. And the third comment I remembered distinctly was her saying that the Fae, because Crystal River is a fairyologist, Christine was saying that the Fae are jinn, basically, and but that was and as along with that she promoted her show. So listen to my show to find out more. That's basically what she was saying, and then the other 2 comments are visible for anyone who has screen share with me to read. That won't be the listeners, so I will point out that basically what she was saying was that I evilly knocked her off her own show because my 70-year-old lover, her words, Laura, as in Laura Lee Solomon, didn't want me to stop myself hating on Americans. Then she claims I don't know Michael Aquino, but of course she approached me with asking for help to escape from Michael Aquino, saying she was, of course, his victim in mind control. And then she does allege to be a mind control or an MK Ultra asset by saying I did meet Max that day, so her control, meaning Sarah Rachel Adams, I presume, wasn't as tight as she thinks. All the BS about controlling him is evil competitive smearing I was concerned with. Now, I don't have the rest of what was on these notifications because the notifications cut off after a specific set of words. But what's interesting about this, and it's educational, again, to be gone into in another episode, but just so everybody knows, this is much of what I deal with as a Asian. When she says you wanted to hate on Americans, I mean, that expresses so much because as an Asian, I'm not considered an American. Now, she's English and she's British, but she doesn't consider me American. Most Americans don't consider me American because I'm Asian. I'm a perpetual foreigner. I am just assumed to be foreign no matter what, because I'm Asian. And even though Peter Moon didn't hear me in certain episodes where I went into this in depth, one of the things I outlined was the police killing of an Asian American in his own home, where all of the neighbors put up American flags to show how much they hated his family because the American flags were a statement that you are not American, even though they had been born and raised here and spoke perfect English and no other foreign language. And the man was an engineer, and the police came into his home and shot him one night when he was drunk and outraged after having been assaulted by white Americans, and called the police, and the police killed him for his troubles. This is, and of course, no punishment was ever given to the police, and this is the kind of, no punishment was ever given to any white Americans who have killed Asian Americans. As I've pointed out before, you can look up murders of foreign Asian Americans, like the Japanese American the Japanese citizen who was shot in New Orleans, in Louisiana, because he was looking for a party. He was dressed like John Travolta from Saturday Night Live, and he knocked on a door asking for directions, and the man shot and killed him, and never spent a day in jail. There are 2 white Americans who killed a Chinese engineer because of the Japanese leading to their unemployment by wiping out the American automotive industry, and he died crying, "I'm not Japanese." And he was a Chinese American who was a U.S. citizen, and they never spent a day in jail. In fact, they were considered national heroes. So this is like, we're not considered human. People can kill us at a whim, and there will be no repercussions. And this is the kind of attitude behind that. So it serves as educational in that regard. Hopefully our book by Peter Moon and myself will add to the education so that people understand this mindset. And beyond all that, thank you, Peter.
I don't know how much it'll be a broad shoot in terms of helping, but I will relay something that you will appreciate that I witnessed at Whole Foods with my wife. She had a different take on it because she's a different person. But we were sitting in line at Whole Foods, and if you go to the extreme end, you can get through much faster, where the customer services, they'll take you. And most people don't seem to recognize this. So we were in line. You have to be 6 feet apart. There was an Asian woman in front of us. She looked very pleasant and nice to me, but she was encroaching upon the woman who was at the checkout. She was violating the 6-foot rule.
Yeah.
And of course, I didn't think anything of it. And maybe she was 3 feet close to the lady. And the lady was white, old, and very cranky. She would have been a good cast for the Wicked Witch of the West.
Yeah.
A little older and less vibrant than the Wicked Witch was in the movie. But she started just tearing into this Asian woman. Like you're too close. And she was like barking at her. And I thought it was totally out of place. Paula said the woman was obviously too much into her space. I said, well, she was, but I said it didn't warrant that amount of anger and barking. It seemed very discriminating.
Yes.
Discriminating. I think if she was not Asian, I don't think this woman would have barked at her so hardly. It just seemed the woman had a lot of anger and hatred in her, more so than I thought she had a fear of COVID. She seemed to have some fear of COVID, but
well, she probably identified the Asian as a conveyor of COVID more so than she would any other.
I wondered about that too. And when Paula said, she did say, "Oh, okay." First, she didn't agree with me, but then when I explained, she said, "Okay, I can see that. I can see the hatred there, because it was pretty aggressive."
Well,
the Asian woman looked really nice. I was going to say something nice to her, but I just, Paula wouldn't have appreciated it. She didn't want me to get involved, but I thought, wow, this wasn't very nice.
I really appreciate you relating that. And we've just had another murder of an Asian woman walking her dog in San Francisco. She was stabbed to death walking her dogs. It's the Asian anti-Asian hatred is extreme, and this is what we deal with. And Paula wouldn't really know about this, of course, because she's Eastern European, and this kind of thing would just be alien to her. She wouldn't. There's just not this kind of cultural hybridization in Eastern Europe. And if Asian people were to visit Eastern Europe, the Eastern Europeans would never respond that way. You've got the Chinese actually spending billions of dollars in Eastern Europe trying to build freeways and canals at this point. So the Eastern Europeans, in particular, would look at them as just simply people bringing in income or money for infrastructure. So it's in America it's very different, and so yes, that would be totally alien to Paula, and but she would understand.
She didn't see it when I pointed it out, but she also did notice that the woman was violating the the COVID rules.
Right.
Uh,
Right.
which, I'm not so, in fact, I would rather be 3 feet away from this Asian woman or even 1 or 2 feet compared to being 6 feet away from that other woman.
Yes, I hear you. Yes.
The Asian woman had a very likable quality about her. Some of them can be very mechanical, and very, my business is my business. I don't have time to exchange pleasantries with you, but this woman was very nice.
Right. Well, but by the way, as Jameson Reese said, I don't need to bring this up on air, but it is very mysterious how Chatty's completely dead tonight. The only people in there are people on Team Dietrich, but we do know a lot of people are listening. We have a high rate of listeners in analytics, and we've got 16 upvotes. Thank you everyone for that. And with that, we will. I'll ask you gentlemen to do me a favor, please. I really need to refresh myself before the ladies come on. I'll be back in a few minutes, and then I'll bring them on bandwidth. So can you gentlemen kindly hold the stage for me while I refresh myself, and I'll be back in about 4 or 5 minutes. I'll go mute until then. Is that okay?
It's fine.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Make another announcement about the book. Then when I come back, we'll clear the stage, and I'll call the ladies.
Okay, to reiterate, the Douglas's new book is out, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. And it's, as I read the review by Aaron, it's a very exciting book, because those of you who've listened to Douglas and heard him talk about all about the stuff that has happened, I've taken it all and put it together, and we've read it over together, and it'll give you a very clear picture of what actually happened with World War II. It's quite a fascinating story, and you won't be disappointed, and you'll get it all clear in your head. But basically, that I'm trying to dig up the what do you call it, the blurb that I wrote on the book, and I'm not doing a very good job of finding it. Let me see here. I think it's right here. I'm gonna read the blurb. It's at the front of the book. The computer is buffering. It's buffering too damn long. I'm gonna make it buffer again, and I'm gonna now the computer's acting up. I'll have it in a second here. Let me see here. The Roswell Deception, reduced PDF. It'll open right away. The damn thing is the wrong file. I know where to go. I went to the wrong program. Okay, I'm going to read it to you. Here's the blurb. The Roswell crash has had a massive hypnotic effect on the collective psyche of mankind ever since the U.S. Army issued a press release that a flying disc crashed in the New Mexican desert in July of 1947. Retracting their statement a day later, they have since orchestrated a massive psychological operation against the public to hide a long history of war crimes involving some of the most iconic of American heroes. At the core of this operation is the government's most guarded secret of World War II, the Japanese emperor's direct role in prosecuting the war. Horrified upon learning of a published agenda to destroy the yellow race, a young Hirohito fervently studied to become a preeminent doctor of marine biology in order to create biocidal weapons of mass destruction and so defend his empire. After successfully testing his genocidal weapons in the Chinese War, they were delivered to the Americans 3 days after Hiroshima in huge superdirigibles equipped with planes and tanks. Realizing the potency of these weapons and their own potential doom, the Americans began a series of back-channel negotiations with Hirohito, during which they acquiesced to his demands that he remain as emperor and that America open up their markets to his country. This hidden history includes the revelations that the emperor's superdirigibles were the source of the Battle of Los Angeles in February of 1942 and the infamous Roswell crash of 1947, in an involved and labyrinthine tale that involves hidden hoards of gold, cutthroat politics, hidden technology, and massive psychological manipulation of the masses. The Roswell deception delivers the long-anticipated disclosure that humanity has been waiting for. That's the blurb at the front of the book when you open up the book.
That was so beautiful. Yes, I just got back, and I want to thank you so much. What were you going to say, Peter?
Well, there was one comment I got from somebody who read one of my posts or my emails that I sent out on the book, and he said, "This sounds like disinformation."
Yeah.
This sounds like disinformation. It sounds like what Q, the whole Q thing that happened. And I wrote back to him. I know who the guy is. And I wrote back to him and said, look, Douglas Dietrich was the first one to expose Q.
Thank you.
First one to expose Q. And I said, I've been studying this for a year and you've only read a snippet. Yeah. But yeah, it's disinformation. It's disinformation. It's just, he's very uninformed. And most people will respond with great, it's like a shock to the system.
Yes.
So be it. So be it. It's good. It's all good. Is Crystal here yet?
I'm going to bring them on now, both the ladies. Of course, I'll have everyone exit before they come on. But before you go, I did bring up that subject of the biofacsimilacrae, and I want to thank Daniel Arola, along with the other gentleman who put a like specifically on the picture of the biofax that I used to represent Crystal tonight, obviously pointing her finger in the gun-like fashion. The biofacsimilacra, again, the learning arc was enough where they can emulate movements, and so she was emulating my movement in doing that. Obviously, anyone familiar with average action figures knows they don't look like that, and they don't position their fingers like that. So people understand the difference in what I'm working with. But you can see just there the charisma of that biofacsimilacrae and just
but excuse me, Douglas, that looks like a doll.
The doll in the fingers is a Barbie doll. That's the one in the fingers is a Barbie doll. That was used to symbolize the other young lady who's being victimized.
What about the one doing the pointing?
That is a biofax, yes, but there are articulation in the elbow joints where the flesh has come off. The flesh was ripped off by the people practicing their tormenting. And so after a while, there's less of that simulated blood that emerges from these mechanisms because they don't have that much blood in them to simulate that kind of effect, so that the torturers don't get their visual stimulation from that. The cue that what they're doing has an effect. So I must bring the ladies on now. Let me do that. And I'll ask everyone to leave. And I love you all. And thank you so much for being here. The first person I will bring on will be the guest. And then we will bring on Crystal River. And again, for all of you.
To you on the broadcast.
Thank you. I love you dearly, and share my love with Paula. And yes,
all right.
Yeah, and good night to you, Daniel.
Cool.
Love you dearly. And,
all right, good night, everybody.
Yeah.
All right.
So we have Crystal River with us, and Daniel has left. Peter Moon has left. Derek Towley, of course, is simply allowing us to ride on his call. We are calling Jen, and hopefully she will join us any moment. Let's introduce Crystal River. And Crystal, honey, I hope that you found the promotional banner and the biofacsimilacra, which I used to represent yourself, acceptable.
I just saw it, and we were actually just talking about it. We were speaking on the phone to each other, waiting for your call, and we were just talking about it. So she was...
Oh, Jenny says it's unavailable, so let me try and call her again.
Oh, okay.
And so let's hope that she will... Now, our man, Mr. Jameson Reese, taught me what to do here. Let me see if I can get it to work again. So do send her the message that I tried to call and tell her Yeah, tell her that.
I'll just
Well,
tell her you're calling again.
yeah, or I'll try. Oh God, these things are such a pain in the butt. As I was telling, our man Jameson, this is like, yeah. Oh, is that Jen?
I'm here. Yes. Hi.
Hi,
Oh,
Jen.
thank God. Oh, Jen, such a relief. Oh my God, you have no idea. This system is so retarded. The whole Skype system it's like pulling teeth. I want you to relax, Jen, and I want you to know that the one individual that you see, or two individuals you're going to see, two icons here for Jameson Reese and for Derek Talley. They are not on the call with us. The only reason that they're there is they're there for technical support in the event that I need technical help. I would not have been able to have brought you on without Team Dietrich and the normal amount of staff that I have for production, honestly. So they're just there listening passively. They are just there in case we need help, like we get knocked off bandwidth or something. And our call is riding on Derek Talley's cell phone to make certain that we have that for the transmission. And so he keeps that, of course, plugged in throughout the night. And so it's just you and I and Crystal River. Now, of course, what I will do is a short introduction of both of you ladies. Crystal River, of course, has been on this program before. She is, to myself, very much not just a fairyologist, but in a very real sense, a kind of fairy in her own right. She may have been listening to what I said earlier about some comments recently left by Christine Joanna Hart on our Max Spears interview, and those comments have been removed, and they were not removed by myself. We will go into that sometime within Arc of Narrative, but I'm just bringing that to her attention, and fortunately we do have notifications of those comments, so I was able to screenshot those for the record, and the entire thing has its own. It bears going into in another episode.
Yes.
Yeah, but it was
Interesting.
Yeah, but with Jen, on the other hand, Jen is new to this program, and we are going to do our best to make her as comfortable as possible. So it's just myself and the lovely Crystal River and this wonderful human being, Jen, whose backstory is incredible. And Jen, I will introduce you as an experiential survivor and a professional astrologer. You can correct that or add to that. But before you even introduce yourself, just kind of say hi, let people hear your voice. And then what I will do is kind of, as a professional historian, kind of give you some context for how I would like people to appreciate what we're doing tonight. So you be patient with me and give me a few minutes to do that after you just kind of say hi and kind of do a little intro of yourself. Okay?
Of course, sure. Well, hello. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me. And yes, I am a professional astrologer. I'm a lot more than that, but that is what that is where my passion lies. I'm a mother to a special needs baby, and I have three children. So I take that role in my life a lot more seriously than I do anything else that I do. I've known Chrissy now for, wow, it's been several years at this point, and her and I actually met on the basis of her psychic gift. I found her through a mutual associate, and that was just sort of organically guided. I got a reading from her many years ago, and barriers just started breaking away over the years. We've become the best of friends. I have every bit of trust in Chrissy and faith in Chrissy, and I don't normally do public appearances, interviews, anything like that. I've been asked too many times in the past, doing what I do. So I'm doing this as a favor really to Chrissy, but also as an opportunity to share my story, because I have been through quite a bit of I'm going to say a mess in the past 4.5 years now, that I think deserves not just for me to get it off my chest, but deserves the airtime, or deserves the outlet. I think there are many other people in my position that would do well to hear my story, that could benefit from it. Hopefully it could assist them in breaking a cycle that they're going through. And I'm really here tonight, more or less, in that capacity, to share my story, to talk about that. And again, thank you for having me on.
It's
happy to be here.
We who must thank you, and I really appreciate your courage.
Yes, thank you, Jen. You're so strong.
Thank you. And as is Crystal River. Now, both of these women, for the sake of the privacy and just security of Crystal River, I'm not going to go into her background, but her background has been just as horrific as Jen's. And as we progress, Jen might be willing to share a bit more of a name than Jen, but right now Jen is fine, Jen. And one of the things that I will point out as a professional historian, of course, is context. Before I do that, a little bit on our promotional banner for tonight. One of the things that I was bringing up with everyone before we brought the ladies on, I don't know how much of it they heard, was that when it comes to Crystal River's appearance, because she's not physically in my proximity, I've chosen to oftentimes represent her with biofacsimilacra, or these wonderful mechanisms that I stole en masse from the Department of Defense, which basically contracted the Japanese to produce lifelike simulacra of human beings for the practice of torture, for training their interrogators. So these are mechanisms that are technologically quite advanced. These have not been known of to the general public for decades, and they were decades ahead of their time. Technology is beginning to catch up with them, and but we'll get into that later in Arc of Narrative tonight. I hope these ladies can be with me as long as they can. Obviously, Jen in particular has many responsibilities, so we'll get right into her. But just so people understand, when it came to the biofaxes, which would be the shorthand for these mechanisms that have the learning curve of a developmentally disabled child, obviously one represents myself, one represents Crystal, and another represents the situation of Jen. And that is not a biofax. That is actually a Barbie doll whose eyes I painted, and those fingers are not my own. They're the hands of my gang brother Beaver, and but they represent her situation, and I hope she's not offended by that. But the situation is to show how basically you're being abused, suppressed by an individual who we will allude to inescapably. And so that was what that was meant to allude to and represent respectfully. As for Crystal River, of course, the biofacsimilacra is a full mechanism that is life-size, obviously has more motion than any doll or action figure, which, of course, as anyone who knows, cannot move their fingers in that manner, where she's emulating mine own pointing towards her, and then I took the photograph of her basically emulating my motions. And that, of course, is an example of the charisma of these biofaxes, and they were meant to be as attractive as possible so that the interrogators would overcome all inhibitions with torturing human beings. If they could torture entities that are that attractive, they would have no problem breaking down people. So in terms of contextualizing the situation of Jen and what I want to present to her in terms of how we need to approach this, first, a little current factoid. There is, well, everyone should know by now, it's Sexual Assault Awareness Month. This is a relevant time to bring up her story, and it is very much a survivor's story, but it's also a horror story, and it's also a tragedy. I mean, it's so much of a life magnified by orders of magnitude. And to try and put this into some context worldwide, of course, there are many women who go through this to different degrees. And in Eastern Europe, where Peter Moon's wife is from, only in this case more towards the north, there's been a Polish teenager who has built a fake beauty site to fool abusers. And the victims of domestic violence can safely shop for cosmetics there while secretly speaking with volunteers from the Center for Women's Rights. Now, this is the horror of the situation we're in. Poland, of course, is its own country with its own problems and dysfunctions, and it has many of them. But we're pretty much in the same situation here. The fact that women need to hide to seek help really should show you why I presented that Barbie doll's head being crushed in a man's dirty fingers. This is truly a case where a man's dirty hands are everywhere, and a woman is suffocated. Now, in terms of what I'd like to present to Jen herself, Jen, I'm going to relate to you a historical case, the assault case that... I'm sorry, do you need to say something, Jen, before I go into that?
Oh, I'm just agreeing. No. Go ahead.
Thank you.
If you want to go on mute while other people are talking, it might...
Yeah,
Okay.
that'll help, Jen, because you do have a little background noise from maybe the kids or puppies. There's not much difference.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. And so Jen was just agreeing with me, right? It was hard to get her
Yes,
audio
she
on
went
that.
on mute.
Okay, there we
Yes.
are. So I want to share with you, Jen, the assault case that shook ancient Rome. And I'll take you inside for a debriefing in the trial, inside the trial, of Gnaeus Plancius. And that was more than 2,000 years before the #MeToo movement. Now, Cicero, who is synonymous with Rome, he did tell the court, "You say that he raped an actress, and this is said to have happened at Athena while he was quite young." And in response to that statement, on record, there was a low and subdued chuckle from the crowd. And that crowd, of course, the chuckles from the peanut gallery, they were all men, because women were not allowed inside the courtroom. And most of these men were from the town of Athena themselves. It's spelled Atina. It may not even be on the map on the Italian peninsula anymore. But these men had made the 80-mile trip to support a man they respected, whom they believed had been unfairly accused. And his name was Gnaeus Plancius. And we know the case through him. And in the year 54 BC, 54 years before Christ walked the earth, he was one of the most powerful men in Rome. And this was more than 2,000 years before the #MeToo movement we have today, but it was a scene similar to the ones we've witnessed so often lately that was already playing out back then. Here we had a prominent politician who was on trial for corruption and bribery, charges that were bolstered by dirt his enemies had dug up from his past, including the violent sexual assault of a young girl. And those charges of corruption and bribery were a serious matter. But to the men in the court, the rape charge was nothing. It was harmless, boys will be boys misbehavior. Something half the men in the court there that were present to help morally support the defendant were guilty of themselves. And his attorney, his lawyer, his representative, Cicero, one of the most famous men in history who wrote many of the books through which we know the history of Rome, did not even bother to deny it. He just threw up his arms in a mock flourish and, to the gleeful delight of the men who surrounded him, declared, "Oh, how elegantly must his youth have been passed! The only thing which is imputed to him is one that there was not much harm in." And that was it. Nobody bothered to bring it up again. Now, raping an actress, as Cicero assured them, was nothing more than following a quote-unquote well-established tradition of staged events. It was hardly a crime. Every man in the courtroom agreed to that. It was mudslinging, a cheap attack on a decent man's character, bogging down the process of something that actually mattered, a trial over bribery. And when the chuckles from the peanut gallery had died down, Cicero said, "But please, let us at least come to the merits of the case." We know all of these quotes verbatim from the original Latin. The case moved along. the men all but forgot the young lady'd ever been mentioned. And life went on for everyone but her, that actress, still back home in Athena. The only hint she'd ever lived would be in Cicero's speech. It would live on for thousands of years, studied by politicians and law students as a brilliant piece of oration on the part of Cicero, a perfect demonstration of how to shut down people who threw meaningless slander at a decent man. Her name has been lost to time. Nobody bothered to write it down. To the Roman Republic, she was just some whore in Athena who'd flaunted her skin on stage and then acted surprised when a red-blooded man couldn't control himself. And that woman from Athena knew well what the men thought of her, because she was a professional actress, and in Rome, 54 years before Christ walked the earth, that made her little more than a prostitute. It wasn't a secret. The men didn't hide how they saw woman on the stage. They even worked it into poetry. Indeed, the poet Horace so wrote, "What you have with actresses, you have with common strumpets." And a few years later, the moralist Plutarch, from whom we get the word plutocracy, rule by money, would add that consorting with actresses, harpists, and theatrical people was a mode of life that would leave them riddled with diseases. Even the men who loved the theater saw the woman on stage as little more than sex objects, like the poet Martial, from whom we get the word martial arts, who, after watching a troupe of actresses dance on stage, ran home and wrote a rave review that said they would have caused Hippolytus himself to masturbate. Women in those days were not allowed to perform in respectable Greek tragedies on glamorous stages. The female roles were usually played by young boys. Instead, there were mimae, M-I-M-A-E in the plural, women who put on silent comedy shows, from where we get the term mime, usually stripped down to next to nothing, performing over the jeers of horny men yelling for them to take off the rest of their clothes. And plenty of the girls, if they knew what was good for them, would do just that. To the men of Rome, these were filthy women. They were called the lowest level of life. Right in the nation's code of law, it was codified that they were less than human. They got on the stage because they loved to show off their bodies, and they wanted nothing more than to be ogled, harassed, and violated by strangers. That, at least, was how the men saw them. But these women had not chosen their lives. Some had been forced into it when they were just still children, by starving parents with no other way to pay their bills. Most of the rest were literally slaves. And as for the young lady in question, whose name we'll never know, she was just a little girl when Plancius attacked her. History doesn't record her age, but a mime would hit the stage as soon as she was 12, or 13 at the oldest. Cicero himself calls her little, which suggests she wasn't even a teenager. She was young, but in ancient Rome, 12 was old enough for a woman to get legally married, or, if she was a mime, to be defiled. As far as men like Plancius were concerned, just getting on stage was proof that she was asking for it. He had no understanding of poverty and the fight to survive. His father was the wealthiest man in the town, a prefect who was personal friends with Julius Caesar himself. But for all that good breeding, Plancius had a reputation for being sexually aggressive. By the time he saw his day in court, the girl from Athena was only one of many women accusing him of sexual assault. She wanted it. That was how he saw it. She wouldn't have been up there if she didn't. It must have been quite brutal, we know that much. She was thrown to the ground, her clothes were torn off, and she was likely pinned down while Plancius forced himself into her. And all she could do was lie there, screaming for help, while he abused her. If this was true, he probably didn't even wait until the show was over. As Cicero himself said on record, attacking a mime while she was still on stage was a well-established tradition that Roman writers would continue to describe for at least another 300 years. And when he finished, he climbed off of her, leaving her like a piece of rotten meat he'd spat onto the ground. But it wasn't over then. The attack is sometimes described as a gang rape. When he was done, his friends took their turns, brutalizing a young girl while a crowd cheered like it was all just part of the show. There was no justice, of course. Mime, by law, were legally prohibited from testifying in court. Even if she did accuse him of the crime, she wouldn't have been allowed to tell her own story. And of course, nothing happened to Plancius. He moved out of Athena and became a powerful politician in Rome. And in a twist of cruel irony, he would eventually be made an ADL. A-E-D-I-L-E, the man in charge of the festivals where the mime performed. Plancius didn't change. As an adult, he openly cheated on his wife, and once was caught dragging a woman miles out of her hometown so that he could violently rape her in the comfort of his own home. When Plancius was accused of buying votes, his political opponents dug up the old story of the assault in Athena to use as dirt. The actress's story was told for the first time, but only because she was a convenient way to smear his character, or rather, what there was thereof. What little there was thereof, or the fact that he had none. She herself was barred from the courtroom, unable to ever confront her attacker. But the men of Athena, they did win. And Cicero rounded up every friend Plancius had and filled the courtroom with people who supported him. Some of them may have been the men who cheered while he attacked her. Some may have even been those who joined in. Those men came home with smiles on their faces, singing songs and laughing, and she would have known as soon as she saw them that Plancius had once again walked away a free man. And she lived with that memory to the end of her days. It was a cruel reminder that no matter how much horror a man put her through, nobody would do anything to protect her. But she herself had done something. And there was no way she could have understood the significance of what she did. But she changed the course of history. Because countless Roman actresses went through what she'd endured before her, and countless more suffered through it long after she would die. But her story is the oldest one we've found of a woman like her standing up to a man like Plancius. Now, she never did get justice, but she lived to have her story told. And her victory, greater than death itself, is that history remembers that she said no. And so I want you to know, Jen, that whether or not you get justice, tonight you go down in history. Nobody even appreciated this woman's story from her perspective until I introduced it in the manner that I did just now. Every attorney who's ever brought her story up has brought it up in honor of Cicero, how he smacked this bitch down like an ant in dismissal as an example of how to work the rules of law in favor of your defendant. I'm the first person in history to introduce this from her perspective. I'm the first person in history to introduce it from yours. And just as I have just now turned history around by introducing this young lady's story, whose name we'll never know, in order to explain the fact that her victory at this moment, now, here and now, becomes history in a different sense, where we expose history as the reality of the victim, and in the end, provide her what justice she could not get in life by making her immortal from this point forward and turning history around so that it's remembered from her perspective. So here we bring your story to the fore on stage so that no matter what happens, you could die tomorrow after this transmission tonight. Your memory will forever, someday thousands of years from now, be brought forth to let others know that you lived and survived the horror that was begotten on yourself. So with that, Jen, we'll ask you to come off mute and tell us your story.
Okay. That was fascinating. My story is, it deals with a lot of the same, I'm sure, well, I know emotions, as that story provoked. And my story deals a lot more with covert sexual abuse. It was not outright. There was a lot of abuse. It was a very abusive, toxic relationship. And the sexual abuse didn't really present itself to me for what it was until we separated and the relationship was over. I didn't understand the dynamics at play, and that's part of the cycle. I from what I'm learning, I'm still learning about my experience. I'm learning about the root issues. I'm learning a lot about just abuse in general and how abuse cycles work, because they all have a common theme. In that most abuse victims, from what I understand, don't even know that, some may not even know they're being abused, but then even those that acknowledge there's abuse occurring don't see it for what it is. There's something blocking that
acknowledgement.
Yes, that acknowledgement. There's a healthy level of denial there. That's why they say denial is one of those phases. So I felt very much a lot of emotion while you were reading the story. I even prior to the relationship that I'm going to turn my main focus to and fixate on here in a bit, even before that relationship, I've been in situations where I have had to, I had a lawsuit against a high-powered man in my hometown. It was litigated for roughly 11 years, and it was a sexual assault case. And that was more reminiscent of the story you were telling, the workings and the things that happened in that particular period of my life. In a more intimate, private experience with my most recent relationship, though, it was sex was used as a tool to keep me.
It was weaponized.
It was weaponized, and it was certainly used to keep me under his control, or under some level of control, because the way he fashioned it was very much in a way where he presented it as lovemaking, and really it was not. I have three. Well, I do have 3 children, but I have 2 children with him. My youngest is the one born with a rare genetic disorder, and he has special needs. He was a product of, and I'm not going to try to, I'm trying to tread lightly about how I say this, because I love my son with every ounce of my being. There's nothing about him or about my life with my children I would change or take away. So I'm just trying to choose my words carefully here, though.
Understood.
My first son.
Yes.
Well, my first son with him.
And just out of curiosity, was your son part of this manipulation? Definitely used to manipulate you, as was the physical sex was weaponized. All part of a manipulation, perhaps. I don't want to take it in that direction, but go on.
No. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Cut to the meat, because sometimes I get long-winded and I.
No worries. I want you to go on as long as you can. Please go on.
Well, and I may struggle
Jen?
for words. I don't mind. Yes. Mm-hmm.
I was just going to say, if you could give us some of the incidents, like what went on with, he has older kids from another relationship, and they have a lot of trouble with the law, and he introduced them into Jen's peaceful family with her wholesome children, and sort of pitted them against each other and all that kind of stuff. And I want you to sort of start
That's
there.
important. That's very important.
Let's go with when the relationship started to turn, like it was insidious. It was little things like introducing and so let's go there, and then I'll keep you on the timeline.
Yeah, and just as an example, because this is an important little segue here from a lady I will not name, who was a fan of mine, became fairly involved with telling me her story, and I was shocked that she had 3 children by her husband, and that her husband, through another marriage, had a son who was a violent criminal who was in jail. And at the time she was speaking to myself, her husband was not having any sex with her, had lost all interest in that, and I was convinced at that point that this man was a pedophile for reasons that, just in brief, he was banned from Facebook for like 9.5 months, etc. And compared to, myself, who was banned from Facebook for 24 hours when I, as an illustrator, produced an illustration that showed the after effects of a sexual assault on a young girl, which I portrayed only in the sense of showing the aftermath without genitalia or anything that was blatant, but suggesting the nature of the crime so that one could present the horror of the crime for Human Trafficking Awareness Day. I was banned from Facebook for 24 hours. So if I got banned for 24 hours for what Facebook said was child porn, you can imagine what this guy did to get banned for 9.5 months. But he was her husband, and I suspect that and other clues, he was going after children online, and he had this young man who he had raised from another marriage who was in jail for effectively the same thing. And this man was coming home to this woman who had 3 sons she was raising, and you can imagine what hell she was in for. And so that brings us back to your story. After I relate that, Maria Michaela Grigorich does write in private messages, "Hi, sorry I started listening in, but I'm in an emotional state today, which makes this too triggering for me." So that's completely understandable. Hopefully, she continues to listen even if she cannot participate. But we need to continue, and this will, in the end, be helpful for everyone. So please continue with Crystal's help in that regard. Crystal will provide hints and intervene whenever she feels she can help. And I hope that what I relayed wasn't too distracting. So sorry.
No, not at all. And I just wanted to say, Chrissy is sort of like a lifeline when it comes to, I'm not a natural storyteller. I can tell you events, I can tell you what happened, but she has actually reminded me, because she has been a friend of mine and she's read for me for many years. She remembers a lot more detail about specific ins and outs of my entire ordeal in this relationship that I've either forgotten until she brings
Blocked
up.
out. Possibly
Blocked out.
Understood.
That's pretty much, yes, that's pretty much
That's what we
did.
do.
So Jen, tell us what happened that time that, you know what incident I'm referring to?
Are we go? What?
Let's go back to when it first started getting really violent, and when he picked you up that time.
Okay. Before I'm going to predate that.
Okay,
I'm
sure.
going to give a preface.
Sure.
I'm just going to explain his older children. Okay, he's divorced. When we met, we were both divorced with children of our own. I have my older son. He had 2 older sons. His oldest is mentally delayed. And when I met him with his 2 older boys, his boys at the time were both 11 and 15, if I'm not mistaken. And the older one and I, who is mentally delayed, we had a decent relationship. He was a good kid for all intents and purposes. Any issues he had were a reflection of the way he was raised, not who he was, right? Or any of the defects or personality flaws they were conditional, and they weren't his fault. So I understood that, and we got along very well. I got along with the younger one pretty well. One night when I introduced, and I'm just going to say his first name, Carlos, when I introduced Carlos to my mother, we traveled 2 hours to my mother's residence. He wanted to meet her. He was emphatic about meeting all of my family. And this was about 3 to 4 months into our relationship. Everything it kind of went really fast.
And it's really manipulative, by the way. I'm always suspect myself of guys who want to meet the family. But go on.
The ones who want to meet immediately, right? There were red flags in hindsight looking back that I even understood as red flags then, but I have a side to me that likes to investigate, and I really like to pay attention to a person's just their moves and understand them and learn their mind. And it's something like, just understanding the psychology about how a person ticks, what makes them tick, how they work. And so I will often set aside my,
better judgment. No worries. By the way, I'm not ribbing you for the early warning signs, etc. But I get what you're saying.
He liked to meet all of your friends and family and try to get them apart from you, and then try to paint you crazy. That was one of his techniques.
They poison your own blood against you.
He systematically attempted to do that, and he actually, this was over time, in the beginning, he tried to immediately, but over time, he got his way into meeting with my siblings and my parents, and he even attempted to do it with Chrissy at some point, which, yeah, right. But
he wouldn't get anywhere with that. But
that didn't work.
He was blocked before he started. But he systematically worked his way into my family's, good graces, or at least what he thought were their good graces. The interesting thing was every one of my family members who met him came to me, and at some point, whether it be immediately, like in that moment when he was trying to talk to them, or a little bit later, and explained to me that they don't, they're concerns for me and my relationship with him. And I would just brush it off like, are you kidding me? I know him. I know what he's trying to do. He's just trying to get you guys to feel sorry for him so he can have his kids around, meaning his older kids, right. And I would brush it off as though it was innocent enough and not a big deal.
Right.
It was much darker, much more sinister in hindsight.
Yeah. Could you talk about what was going on with the other kids, why it wasn't good for them to be integrated into your family, even after you gave that many chances. Could you tell some of the incidents?
Yeah, that's important, and I can't resist this. Please forgive me, but it's just before the both of you ladies came on. Daniel Larola and myself were speaking about how what had happened with this student of his in his martial arts school, and this young black African American student seemed mild mannered, and he seduced a family into basically trusting him to the point where he abducted their daughter, who was underaged, about 17 years old, I believe, and narcotized her and kept her in prison in a storage facility while he raped her repeatedly for an entire work week, 5 days. He is facing justice now and hopefully will pay the price. But this is an example of how people can groom their victims by seducing the family. So please, by all means, don't blame yourself, or, but what I brought up also with the case of the other woman whose husband was bringing home a son from jail. So this is no place to bring an individual like that home. These people don't deserve to be brought into a home where there's young boys growing up and see another young man in that, so take us to that where these
That's exactly, yes, that's exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Jen?
His two older boys were, well, the one who was not mentally delayed knowingly was involved in car theft. It started because he was young enough that he was stealing from my oldest son. He was, pretty aggressive, getting into street drugs and stuff like that at a young enough age where my son was extremely innocent at the time. He was a year younger. He's a year younger than Carlos's older boy, if I'm saying that right. The younger of his two oldest. And what these two boys brought into my peaceful home was just an energy. I felt like he had 50-50 custody of his older boys. So he had them every other weekend. And when he would bring them over to my home, now mind you, he came and moved into my home, my territory.
Of course.
And so his kids were coming into my home.
Yes.
And
a home invasion by a gang, essentially.
Absolutely what I was going to say. You hit the nail on the head. It felt like I just always got nervous knowing, oh God, tomorrow's Friday. He picks them up from school and they come over. And it just always put me in a state of mind. My anxiety would start to peak. I naturally am an anxious person, although I don't have bad anxiety unless it's triggered. So for many years before meeting him, I lived alone. I raised my older son for 7 years. I worked out every day. I meditated nearly every day. I was at a really peaceful place in my life when I met Carlos. So when he started bringing his boys around, at first it was something different. Okay, it got a little exciting. There were red flags. And then it got to be, I just couldn't understand the level of parenting. And it wasn't just from Carlos. It was from the boy's mother as well, because her and I had a couple of, interactions. And I got to see rather quickly that it was just the way these kids were raised. But they did.
Well, they're criminals.
They were accusing her son of stealing their stuff,
Of
which
course.
her son wasn't in that kind of frame of mind. He was like, stealing. Why would I steal?
What would happen was when something would go missing of his, I would say, Carlos, I think, and I'm not going to say his son's name. We'll just call him Jay. I think Jay took, whatever. I don't think we know that this happened. Well, he didn't like me pointing things out, immediately. And this was a red flag. The first time I ever accused one of his sons of doing something that they did indeed do that was not okay, Carlos looked at me as though I was in the wrong for saying anything bad about his boys.
Oh, of
and
course.
he cut me down. He cut me down real quick. Yeah. And I never felt comfortable going to him, but it
in
grew
front of the boys so that they would also keep
Absolutely. Everything happened in front of his boys. The way he disrespected me, the precedent he set for his boys to treat me.
I'm honestly surprised that these young punks didn't sexually assault your sons or yourself, or try to molest yourself in some way. I mean, literally, that's usually the pattern that I see in these cases. Go on.
Well, it is interesting, and I'll get to that actually. If you'll remind me, there's something to that I'll bring up.
Thank you.
But it did progress to a point where his sons actually started setting my son up. I think they made, if I'm not mistaken, was it a Facebook account, Chrissy, that I had told you about, or something? They set something up and accused my son of basically
something they were doing, no doubt.
Yes,
doing something he would never do. He
would never do, but they were in fact
thought of that
I
kind
can't
of
remember the specifics of it, but when I found out, it was a Facebook account, because I remember this is the way I busted them in front of their dad with my son present. I looked at them and I'm like, okay, because they're not bright kids, his older kids they're just the elevator does not go to the top. And I don't mean that, because kids, I love kids. I have nothing against people, period, children, anybody. And I hate to sound like a person who would kind of speak in that. I
understand completely. Basically, what we're dealing with are criminals.
It is what it is. Yeah, we're telling the accurate.
Thank you. Yeah, you're dealing with criminals who basically are not master criminals. These are just assholes. So go on.
It's just a low vibrational energy that they function at, and that's a representation of the way they were raised and what's in their home environment. And so when they brought that shit to my environment, pardon my language, it didn't. I kept cutting it down.
You can't talk like that on the Douglas teacher.
She's being totally sarcastic. Yeah,
okay,
you can say anything you want.
I forgot to ask.
Yeah,
okay,
just good. Vent, cathartic. Just cut loose, vent and cathartic. Do whatever you feel is appropriate for expressing this. I mean, this is basically human garbage. These are pieces of shit. They're coming in and they're turning your home into a sewer. They're flooding you with their toxins. This is what you see in these situations. So by all means, go on.
This is what I felt at the time, absolutely, and still to this day, because I wouldn't let them in my home and in my life thereafter, after our first separation. But you use stronger words than I would have picked, but it is the feeling, it is the feeling. Yes. So,
when I started to see Jen's situation as like she was turning into a different person, because she was starting to make excuses for these things. Like,
this is Stockholm syndrome.
She's
basically a
hostage.
She's a hostage to terrorists, Sonny.
Right, but I had to be careful the way that I was expressing it to her, because I didn't want to push her farther away, but I wanted to show her what I was seeing. But like at that point, for example, she had the feeling that if she got those kids back where they belonged and out of the picture, things would be okay. And so I just want to talk about that element of how we keep thinking maybe we can make this okay.
Yeah, that is the hypnotic power of the predator. The predator basically had a younger Jen, under his sway, in the sense that you wanted to be okay with this individual. And seeing the product of this man's loins, now, of course, you look back at this differently, and you realize that's nothing that you would want now, knowing what you know now. But you were a hostage to terrorists, and you were developing a Stockholm syndrome. This is the time to break free of that, and we don't need to go into details that impact anything legally, but you can cut loose with all the words you want and all the descriptives you want. Certainly I'll do it for you, and by all means, continue.
Okay. Going back to that one particular situation where it kept progressing with the kids setting my son up or just doing things against my child, where they created the fake Facebook account and were accusing him of this behavior and doing things. I'm like, this is not my son. And my son, of course, was saying, that's not me. And I believed him. But then Carlos was defending his boys and saying, look what he's doing. You believe him. And then he would start verbally attacking my son's character, and buying into what his children were saying. And I went on the Facebook account and I saw the list of friends he had. And lo and behold, there was one person in particular who was the ex-girlfriend of Carlos, who his oldest son was friends with. Like, they knew each other. So my younger son, who's never met this woman, has no idea her name, anything like that, did not create a Facebook account and put somebody that only my now ex and his oldest son would know. And I pointed that out and I said, oh, really? And I called them out by name. And I said, so Troy knows this person, and I showed Carlos. And, that's how that kind of, it didn't get really squashed. It turned into a really heated argument after that. And Carlos and I got into a big fight. And I think he may have stormed off that day with his boys. And I have to tell you, at that particular point in our relationship, it was only a few months in.
I'm surprised that you. I'm surprised that you were not physically attacked. I'm really surprised it didn't get to the point where he was physically abusing you at that point already.
No, he already had several times. Okay. By this point, he already had. And if we backed it up just a little bit, I think 3 to 4 months into our relationship is when I got pregnant with our firstborn together. And the first time he attacked me was when I brought him to my mother's home for the first time. Well, I think it was our second visit to see her, but we went there. It was the first time we brought his kids with us. So, everybody was at my mom's house. It was late at night. We had already been there a couple hours. My mom had already kind of retired to bed. And, the boys were roughhousing when we first got there, my son and his younger of the older boys. So the one that's a year older than my son. And he hit my son in a way where my son fell to the ground because he got him in the groin. And I'd already had several talks with him about, y'all wrestle, you do what you want, but there's no hitting above the neck or below the waist. That was a set rule for me. And so when my son went to the ground, I walked over and I tapped his son with the back of my hand. I tapped him in the chest and backed him away. I said, what the hell are you doing? What's the rule? And I kind of intervened at that point. There was no, I wasn't really upset with his son. I was checking him. I was correcting the situation. And to me, that was it. That was a done deal. There was nothing more to that particular issue. About an hour and a half later, I'm in the bathroom, brushing my teeth, washing my face, and getting ready to, the kids were all getting ready for bed in the living room, doing their little slumber camp, whatever. And Carlos walks into my mom's bathroom, which is on the other end of the house, so far end from her bedroom. And he walks in and shuts the door. And I'm thinking absolutely nothing about anything, because up to that point, we had been in bliss in our relationship. There may have been a red flag or two in hindsight that I should have kind of looked a little further into, but there was nothing overtly, that had me on pins and needles or had me on my toes at all. So I kind of say to him, hey, what's up? Because he just kind of sat at the lavatory, like up against it, facing me, looking at me while I'm brushing my teeth. And when I finished, I'm just like, what's up? And as I kind of turned towards him, he reached out and his hand went, I think it was his right hand went across his left shoulder, and he backhanded me as hard as he could in my face. Oh, God, and I
and
fell.
He is a huge man and she is a small woman.
He's 6'7".
Just want to say.
I'm 5'1" on a good day, and the right tennis shoes. So I'm right there over 5 foot, and he's 6'7". He's huge. And at the time, I'm like 10, 12 pounds heavier than I was then. I've had children and a miscarriage since then, so I'm still carrying a few extra pounds, but I was eating, I'm still tiny.
Was the miscarriage resultant this physical abuse?
It was a result of the stress
of emotional abuse.
Right.
Yes. Of the ongoing stuff. And that was last March.
I'm so sorry.
But this incident didn't stop at him backhanding me.
Of course not.
I didn't know what to say or do. I just I think that I was in like a complete state of shock. I kind of pulled myself up and looked at him and tried to walk out the bathroom door, but he grabbed me. And this is a huge bathroom, so there's plenty of fighting room, if you will. He grabbed me and threw me over to the other end of the bathroom where the toilet was. And I caught myself and I tried to run past him again. Like I tried to push past him. He grabbed me. He threw me into the wall. Then I felt like, okay, well, I'm going to hit you back now. Yes, he had just hit me, but I was still in shock. And prior to that, I didn't feel any reason to believe that he would truly harm me. So I started to try to defend myself and attack him back by pushing him. He grabbed me by the neck. He lifted me off the ground. He held me up in the air above him as high as his arms could hold me, and he slammed me up against the wall. And behind me, the wall, those little concrete things that stick out that hold the towels?
Yes.
The little holders. The small of my back slammed into that.
Of course.
And he just held me there, and I couldn't breathe. And I just remember thinking, I'm going to die. I'm about to die. This is it. I'm going to die. What the fuck is going on? Like, I just, I try. I've only recently started going back to this incident in my memory, because for the first few years of our relationship, it was I wouldn't touch it in my memory banks with a 10-foot pole.
I understand.
I wanted to pretend it didn't happen. So only in the recent few months where I started talking about it to people has it come up, and it's still very emotionally charged for me, and it's taking everything in me really to not just like break down, because
I am so proud of you. You're doing great.
Thank you. Because I'm trying right now. Like, I'm trying to keep it together.
Yes.
I just remember in that moment, like what I was looking back at too, there was nothing behind those eyes. There was not a human being there. And I remember just thinking, I don't know what's going on. I'm dying. I'm about to die. But he released his grip and I fell. And as soon as
didn't your son or someone knocked on the door, so he released you? Sorry.
Not yet. As soon as I fell and tried to grab myself and run past him again to get out, he grabbed me again and did the same exact thing. Picked me up by the neck, held me up in the air for what seemed like an eternity, but then slammed me up against the wall again, probably because his arm was tiring and he wanted to hold me, brace me better. I don't know.
Yes, that makes sense. I mean, please go on. Yeah. It's just, it's just, these people make me sick. Go on.
Absolutely. If I really thought that I was going to die, like, okay, I didn't just die. Thank God, my guides, my angels are here. I'm getting out of this. But then when he did that again, I'm like, that's it. I'm not going to make it through this. And when he released me again, I fell. I kept trying to kick him because my feet were in the air, but I had no strength to even do that. I was losing air. And right at the point that I thought it was like over, I remember him somehow releasing me or something happened. And I tried to push past him again. He threw me to the other end of the bathroom again as I was trying to run out the door. And then he got in a stance, like a boxer stance. And he said, come on. He said, come on. And he started, balling his fist up like he was ready to, he was doing one of those, the dances that a boxer does in the ring, one of those things. And I'm like, oh my God, he wants to kill me. Like now I'm thinking more because I'm not in his grip, but I'm like, he really wants to kill me. And he started administering body blows to me, uppercuts, body blows. I fell. I couldn't breathe. I was gasping for air. And then I remember at some point I was able to say something, scream something, mom, or so. I don't remember what I even screamed, but then I just remember my son outside the bathroom door going, mom, and like completely freaking out. It broke Carlos's, I don't know if he was entranced. I don't know. I couldn't tell you to this day. I couldn't tell you.
Well, to say that he's in a kind of trance is to excuse him. We don't want to excuse him, or so do go on. It's not a trance. It's just basically this monster is toying with you. There, of course, you see nothing behind his eyes because he's soulless in the sense as we define it. in the poetic sense, in the human sense. He's just basically a predatory animal that is enjoying your suffering, and manipulative at the social level because he's adapted socially as a predator, and that's how he finds his prey, which you and your family is to him. That's just his. What they do is they nest by removing the original family, destroying it, and moving their own in. That's basically what he was doing. And so please go on. I'll stay silent.
I really appreciate that, Douglas. And it's part of what Jen and I have talked about before. Is it's part of that you try to resolve in your mind how you've been living with and loving this person and how you'll love them again if you don't make that excuse like it was a different person.
To disconnect him from the event.
Right.
And so it's like the term I've been given to kind of toy with that is called putting certain things in a container. And I have to say the reason why I say that, like trance, and use the whole demon aspect of it all is because he literally used that
element is there
after
too.
the fact.
Yes.
Well, it is, but he told me after the fact that he was beating a demon out of me.
Yeah, of course.
A demon.
Yeah.
And when he said these things, I'm just like, oh my God. He said there was a demon in my mom's house. These were the things he said. I mean, like batshit crazy things that no person in their right mind would say. And in those given moments, like I didn't forgive him. I left him after all of that. We separated. We completely split. Came back together because I found out I was pregnant. But I forgot to say that when he came into the bathroom, what he actually said to me before he hit me, in a drunken, because he had been drinking, in just a drunken state, slurring, and he just sounded really, I don't know,
altered.
Yeah,
but he's not. He sounds altered, but he's not. It's the real him, which is just 100% asshole.
Being given free reign to kind of come out and show himself.
Yes.
And that's exactly, in hindsight, that's the way I see it. I gave it excuses different than that for a long time, but I do see it for what it is now.
Thank you.
He said to me, he said, you put your hands on my son. What, you can't handle your pussy ass son getting his ass beat? Oh, he just started talking to me like that. And that's when I try to walk past him. Like, I'm not going to talk to you right now. I don't know what's going on with you.
Well,
and that's
you notice the prison assertion here. This is the assertion of the prison rape culture, or rather what I call the anti-culture. America is, of course, the largest carceral state in the world because it is as a culture outside of the prison bars, it is a prison rape, carceral anti-culture. And
Carlos does come from that culture as well.
He does.
Yes.
I was going to say that.
Yeah, and that's what he thrives in, and that's what he's asserting is basically what the first thing they do is they dominate the cell block, and they dominate the cell block by and he does that through the extension of himself, which is his sons. His sons are simply the extension of himself, and so he takes the other cellmates, this is how he sees them, as basically the meat to be beaten down, to be turned into the prison bitches. And that's what he was coming at with yourself. So these people, they never leave the prison. They make the world their prison, and they make the world their prison for the rest of us. And so this is what you were confronting, and by all means, continue with the narrative.
Well, it's interesting, and I think that it's really important that the audience, I'm sure you've already told them, but that they know that you and I have never had a conversation before, and I know Chrissy doesn't know enough detail about that element of Carlos's past to fill you in, but everything you just said is like,
I just know.
That's why this had to happen. Douglas understands that, and it's helping you put that piece together to validate.
Mm-hmm. It is, because it's showing me there is a connection to his past and the culture he was part of, and what that how that carried over into our relationship and the way he handles. I don't know if it's people or just me. I couldn't tell you because I don't know what his relationship
It's
really was with his
whomever
ex-wife.
he can dominate. And the thing about these men is that with many of them, you'll find that their violence often it's just towards everyone who is weaker, really. But oftentimes you'll find that when it comes to sexual gratification, they get more from raping young men than they do young women, because it's the assertion of dominance over another male. So it's kind of like trumping in competitiveness. But with females, it's more like just punching bags. It's like battering meat for them to practice on. It's kind of like the film Rocky, the original one, where Sylvester Stallone hangs up a side of beef and is beating it with his bare hands, essentially wrapped in bandages. He's beating this beef, tenderizing it, so to speak. This is how they view women, as opposed to dominating the younger men. He was basically softening you up and just pounding you into oblivion so he could have the young men to himself and his boys. Really, there's that element behind it too. But by all means, continue.
And it is funny because Chrissy has often cited like the king of the castle type of me being the queen of the castle versus him being the king of the castle, and the dynamics as they went on in our relationship, and how he had to be in that position as the king. I wasn't allowed to be the queen. He didn't need a queen there. He just wanted to rule, and I was just there or whatever. It was an element there that he was always in competition with me. There was not...
Oh, you could have died and he would have just asserted himself totally, which was ultimately what he's seeking. That's ultimately what he was seeking. And then he would have had your children as his toys, his playthings.
Yeah.
That's basically what it comes down to. So please continue.
And to further validate, your insight into the dynamics that you kind of see, the connection there, Carlos was a high-ranking member of the Latin Kings, ADR. I won't say where at this particular point, just because I'm not ready to divulge exactly who him and I are, just because of legal stuff going on right now.
Understood.
But in prison, he was the man, and I think he was served a full 7 years out of a 15-year sentence.
So he says.
So he says. Now, see,
yeah, good point.
Listen, I have to tell you, I'm so glad you even said that, Chrissy, because I have no idea. He kept me far enough away from those closest to him.
It feels to me like he wanted to do to you what was done to him, Jen.
Okay. I gotcha. Oh my God. Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah.
I gotcha because it's funny.
And then he would relay the story to you. He actually relayed the events to you, his version of the events where he was the man.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there we are.
That could make a lot more sense. It does make a lot more sense, because I'm only even bringing that up because today I had it was a revelation, if you will, an epiphany that it goes back to me trying to psychoanalyze my experience and what he did to me and where that came from. And I kid you not, that's where I landed with it. So you kind of validated that for me. And me being who I am, being a Pisces, being an empath, that actually kind of hurts me for him. And I know that's kind of like part of the sickness, right?
Right.
But I'll move past it. I go on guilt trips because it's like...
It doesn't give someone the right to do... Like, you and I have both been victims, but we don't go put that out onto other people.
They're short-lived. My guilt trips are very short-lived. It's only because, it is who I inherently am. But then I kind of... And thank God I have people like you in my life to kind of remind me, the reality check, if you will. But just who I am naturally. Like, there was a stupid meme posted the other day, and this will tell you the level of
general ignorance. Yeah.
Well, the level. I guess what I'm trying to say is, with abuse victims, when we, like, I'm just coming out of the relationship. This isn't years behind me. This isn't a far forgotten past for me. This is very fresh for me. So I'm still reeling with I'm going back and forth in these modes between guilt and sorrow and anger.
Jen?
And yes.
If it's okay with you, can we move up to the part where kind of bring it up to where we are now with it and what has happened most recently and how he's been able to use the law and turn things around and all of that? Can we get up there? I just want to make sure you get to say it before you have to go.
Yeah.
The more recent stuff.
You know, by the
Yeah,
way,
sure.
Jen, I
You
was
have a
under
good, solid background.
Yeah,
there.
you do. And I was under the impression, Jen, you had the night with us. Were you able to find someone to help with your child while you speak with us?
I have time. I have
good,
plenty of time.
good.
No, they're sleeping.
Good.
Chrissy's just like on the off chance that one of them wakes up and I have to get.
Understood. So that's important. Yeah. Okay. So go ahead, like she said. Yeah.
We're all keeping each other on track.
Yes.
Yeah.
And by the
Well,
way, just so
good luck.
people understand, our listeners, and to reinforce this fact, no, I have never met Jen before. I have no knowledge of her story except for just the fact that she had a special needs child, which I emphasized to the best of my intuitive ability by reflecting in the biofact simulacra that you see in the tonight's thumbnail for our live stream. And of course, one of them represents myself because many of them are modeled on myself through Aquino's own manipulations in that regard when he contracted the modeling. But the child, of course, represents her special needs son in the sense that he is so much a part of this story. I know that much. He's pivotal. As for the legal manipulations by Carlos, he basically, you'd be amazed to all of our listeners who, for whatever reason, are not familiar with the carceral state that we live in. Whether you're behind the bars or outside of them, we're all in this prison called the United States of America. It is a carceral state, and we are all subject to the prison rape anti-culture. And so when it comes to Carlos, many of these people in prison get a legal education you wouldn't fucking believe. They have nothing to do other than lift weights, rape each other, and read law books. And they all go to that law library and they hit those law books every day. They know the law better than attorneys. So he can manipulate attorneys like any good criminal. And this is why criminals get away with so much. They're trained to do so in prison. So please go on. Take it from there, honey.
Could I ask Jen a couple questions?
By all means.
Okay, Jen, I wanted to sort of get the pattern in place of how these manipulative people move in on your turf, and that was the first example. I wanted you to also talk about, I'll use the keyword warehouse time because you'll know what I'm talking about, but where he offered to work on your car and where you basically started isolating you in all those ways. Remember what happened with your car? And I just thought you would, if we could get to there.
Okay. So I had a little sports car when I met him. Him and his oldest son are huge people, and Carlos would typically drive my car around and kind of ran it to the ground. It was a good, it was I was going to say an X3, but that's not true, a 3 Series. And I took very good care of my car. I had a regular mechanic that I saw. Because BMWs run, they whatever they say their engine does, a closed system engine, or maybe it's not, or whatever the thing is with them, you constantly have to put oil in the oil reservoir, like it'll just burn off or something. So every few months I was having to top off the oil because you go many months without an oil change. Well, one day when it needed oil, I let Carlos handle it. He took it. I think he took it to the auto parts store or something, or somebody had showed him how to do it or whatever. He put oil in the car and I thought, okay, good. The next day or a couple days later, the same problem on my car came up. The little, not check engine, but like the notification let me know that I was low on oil again. And I was like, well, what the fuck? So, brought it back. I think I was in the neighborhood of his mother's house because this is where I found out what he had done. It was in the driveway of his mother's home. And I walked outside to see him pouring the gasoline into the coolant tank.
Son of a bitch.
And yeah. Well, he definitely played it off as though he was ignorant and didn't know. And I believed it. And to this day,
why do it?
Well, at all, if you don't know what you're doing, you know, because I remember asking him, I said, what are you doing? You didn't put it in yet, right? And he goes, yeah. And I go, Carlos, I said, is that where you put the oil the last time you put it in my car? I mean, me as a woman, you know, like, I mean, that's not fair to say because a lot of women may look at cars and know things. I mean, I know my car, but
you don't need to be defensive about that. In our society, we have gender roles, and our gender roles basically.
Well, he pretended like he knew what he was doing,
right?
And he really was trying to like make you carless,
right? Right.
And he went from there, making you more and more isolated in all different ways.
Yes.
And at the time, Jen didn't see it that way. That's why I'm interjecting, because she saw it as dumb guy. You know what I mean?
Right. No, understood. Yeah. And what I'm saying is that in order to educate our listeners and make them more aware of multiple issues involved here, one of the reasons that Jen was victimized was because our society has gender roles that basically say women are not mechanically adept. And so women become mechanophobes. They become afraid of machinery and let the men handle it. This is what the son of a bitch was counting on and what he was exploiting. But Jen did know what was going on. And he passed himself off as vulnerable, as basically like the dumb guy, and he would even present his prison background as a victimization, as basically he's the victim and he's therefore left vulnerable because he's been out of the loop. You know, he goes on and on, but so Jen is in any.
It speaks also to the fact of how a woman can keep staying, because you notice Jen didn't know yet that he was doing negative things to her. She made that excuse again, that
in her mind.
And I'm not putting her down.
No, we're not.
I love her to death. I'm just saying that that's what we do in order to keep our family, like the father of our child, to be home that night at dinner.
Or
we tell ourselves he made a dumb mistake.
Yeah, or just a man.
He's trying to isolate us from society.
Right, just a man around the house.
And by the time that comes to blows and stuff, we're thinking that's the first bad thing he's done, is what I'm getting at.
Right. And I'm pointing out that the gender roles is part of all of this, because, you know, the fact that she even has that kind of instinct to go into rationalizing this predator's perpetrating crimes against her. And hopefully people understand that point by now. There's no need for me to hammer it.
Absolutely.
And so go on.
It's part of the man box.
Yes, there we are. There we are.
We'll get to that.
Yes, which Crystal will be going into in Arc of Narrative tonight. So, so go on, Jen, by all means.
Well, after that incident, I was pregnant with our first son at the time this was going on, and we were rocky. But again, the only reason why I was tolerating a lot, or I shouldn't say like the only reason, it was the reason why I made excuses for tolerating a lot with him, and not just completely cutting ties, is because I felt trapped by him. I felt like he got me pregnant intentionally. I remember expressing that point to him, that anger to him about that, when he started abusing me. And when he did this to my car, we just had another fight because they were pretty regular. It wasn't about the car. It was just about, I think he probably wanted to go out that night. Who knows, and didn't want to have to explain to me where he'd be and, wouldn't be home or something. And what ended up happening was we get into a big fight. He tells me my car was at the mechanic at that time. He was having to flush everything, and the whole system. I couldn't even tell you everything he had to do, and then change other components on the car. And Carlos starts a huge fight with me because the mechanic had the car for about 2 days. The day I was supposed to go get it that morning, we were in a fight that night before. He called me from where he said he was at, which was his mother's, and I don't believe that. But he called me from there to basically tell me, I'm through, I'm done, I'm not paying for anything, I'm not paying to get that car out, I'm not doing anything for you and that kid, or you pretty much. Like, basically, you're on your own.
But by the way, it always impresses me how these motherfuckers all have their mothers to fall back on. For people who don't know this, the overwhelming majority of drug dealers live with their fucking mothers. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Anyhow,
yeah.
Go.
I was gonna say, I think it's part of I do think that it's part of the whole issue with
these
domestic.
super adolescent woman beating man child motherfuckers is they're all mama's boys. And by the way, this is the trait they share with serial killers. The first thing you'll find out about serial killers is they all have relations, but particularly mothers who will defend them. No matter what they do, they could dismember a woman in front of their mother's eyes, and their mother will defend their son and say how that woman made him do it. And so these women are their enablers, and they exploit them, and they will use them as a shield. They'll throw them under the bus for excuses and alibis, and if they had to, they would use them to block bullets and take the bullet for them, because that's what they are, just pieces of shit. And so their mother is just a willing dupe and a tool, and worse yet, is probably aiding in their criminal enterprise. So this is part of the family, the true family of these mobs, these mafias. This is basically the worst elements of the Latin American community that you were exposed to.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what prompts the racism that we see that gets misdirected at
those stereotypes.
Yes.
Living up to those stereotypes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That
because
gets
stereotypes are real. They're real for a reason. It doesn't mean everybody of a
Yes,
certain
I wish I could show you a picture of this guy.
Yeah. I'm sure he fits every
stereotype.
Yes, sure he fits every stereotype. Yeah. I mean, please go on. I mean, honestly, this would be, coming from the background where I come from, my first question would be, and I, don't take it the wrong way. It's just, I'm just venting myself. How on earth could you even fall for this guy in the first place? But, a lot of people just don't know what's behind, they'll see the tats.
I will be happy to explain more about that, because that definitely will come out a little bit more. I'm figuring it out myself, to tell you the truth.
I understand. I understand. Yeah,
and I have some insight into that.
Yeah. Share it when you feel. Yeah.
Go ahead, Jen.
Go ahead, Jen.
Okay, well, really quickly, I just wanted to get back to that moment in time, because to give a little bit more background about that particular moment in time, I had lost my job from that beating he gave me at my mother's. I lost it. I couldn't drive. I was in pain for 5 days before I finally went to my chiropractor.
Who realized
all
it makes
of my
me sick. I mean,
lost the job.
Yeah, what was your job?
Pregnant.
Yeah.
I was pregnant, lost my job, lost my car,
and alienating you from your family because they saw this crazy stuff. So now it's awkward there.
Yeah, and they blame you as the victim, of course. Like, what are you doing with him? And it's a legitimate question to extent, but obviously you did sever. I mean, to your credit.
And in order to not keep answering to that, you put your distance, and then you're left more and more vulnerable.
Yeah, and of course,
it started. It's like,
go on.
It also, at that time, I think because I had lost my job, and here we are 3-4 months after that initial incident where he first put his hands on me. Rent was behind a month, and thank God my landlord at the time just loved me. He was a police officer or is still a police officer for that area. And
good God, I'm surprised you didn't know this guy's criminal background.
It baffles me to this day that my landlord did not know more about what was actually going on once Carlos came into my life. But that's kind of an aside.
But subsequent landlords, we got good stories for them.
Okay. Right.
Well, and at that time, I'm behind on rent a month, and we're going into another month, so that would have been 2 months are due, right? Carlos had thousands of dollars in the bank, and he was even though he was living in my home and bringing his boys into my home, was refusing to pay the rent, saying I had to somehow come up with my half. Like, I mean, like he started that shit. And that's when really it started to get really bad, where I was angry and arguing back. And of course I'm pregnant, and there's just so much going on. That day that he told me I'm not going to pay to get that car out, his sister somehow got involved. Either I called her or he called her and she called me, or somehow she got involved.
I'm surprised she didn't knife you. I mean, oh my God. Honestly.
No, his sister, it's like his family. I don't know, his mom. I don't know. I think she kind of has a lot to do with his abusive tendencies because of just who she is.
Again, let's not provide excuses, but like I said, she's basically an enabler and a fellow criminal in essence, and his family would be basically a fellow mafia members. I mean, this is what the term mafia refers to, as family members. That's why they use the term the family. And
I will say his sister does not seem to be somebody who plays that shit. Like I think that she always, because Carlos is the baby of the kids, and Carlos's brother, who is, I think he's the middle child. I think his older sister is the oldest, and I could have that backwards. I know Carlos is the baby though, but his brother was a sheriff of our town. So, okay, you have to understand everything I had working against me.
Yes.
He knew the law on more than one level.
Yes.
He also had clout, and he knew what he could get away with. If he left the scene and went to another county, they couldn't come get him. The way the laws worked in our area, it's totally different where I live now. You can just make a claim and they'll arrest somebody where I'm living now. But where we were living at the time, he knew the law like the back of his hand, because he knew he would push it to the point that you would think he would be in prison, right? But there wasn't a witness, and it was just his word against mine type of a thing.
And with his brother sheriff, by the way, and this is also very common, the predator has relations in law enforcement. But then again, this is part of the mafia in uniform. This is why we're in the carceral state, and why the crime never ends. Is because, well, the police are part of the crime wave. This is again going back to that. I'm glad to see his sister seem to be a decent human being, which is almost surprising to me considering the environment she came from. But then again, she's female, so they're at a higher state of evolution than men are in general. But please go on, honey.
Well, his brother passed away some years ago, I think 2016.
Oh,
cancer.
Yes. Forgive me here for laughing and pissing on this guy's grave. This is our opportunity to take some satisfaction in that man's passing. So go on.
Well, and see where you're coming from. I'm listening to you as almost an observer, because I felt differently. I still feel differently about his family. I don't think that I think they look down on him for being the way he is. Not so much his mom, because that's his mom, but she would even partake in talking shit about him a lot. Okay. It's how I found a lot out about him that he never divulged to me, because his mom runs her mouth like about everybody's business, everybody. So anytime you're at her house, it's all she does is talk about other people. And that's just her personality. So her son was not off limits. She talked about him too. She would tell me things about other women he has hit. She named them to me. And then later, when he confronted her, completely denied ever saying anything.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Carlos actually incited what I'm going to say was a battle between his mother and I. She came at me in a way one day. I tried to go to her house because I could not believe it. She was leaving me voicemails, threatening me, calling my children out, cursing my children. And I told him, we're going to your mom's house. I've got to go talk to her. And I let him listen to voicemail she left me. And he said, don't stoop to her level. Like, he would not let me go. So I ended up sending her like a Facebook message or something. And I completely went off on this woman, and I put her in her place, right? Or what I felt that's what I was doing. Yeah. What I ended up recognizing in all of that as time gradually carried on was that he just incited a bunch of shit that wasn't even really there, never even happened. He had her believing things I did or said that never happened, and vice versa. So
again, that divide and conquer stuff he does.
Yeah, but that's still that brings it back to my observation. My original observation is she winds
right.
up being,
that shows that his mother was messed up.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So I appreciate, this is to your credit, that you see the positive aspects in people, but it doesn't mean anything in the end. In the end, they're all collaborators.
But that's the kind of person they're looking for. That's part of the...
Yeah, somebody like me who has to see all sides, right?
Yes, yes. This is the Pisces in you. I mean, it's a weak sign. My sister is a Pisces. It's a weak sign. It's a double fish. I mean, and so you're seeing two sides of everything, like a Libra. It's
ooh, Douglas, I love this astrology coming out of you. This is awesome. You're the one that turned it that way. Wow. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And we said we were going to stay off that topic. Okay, as much as I possibly could, or she could.
Oh, yes, but it is just irresistible. I mean, when I think of, because of my sister and growing up with her, when I think of Pisces, I think of a pair of fish-shaped slippers and somebody just stepping on them and stepping on them, and these poor slippers are trying to see two sides of everything. It's very frustrating, and it's very sad. And of course the fish,
another end of that, and I have to interject this, is, do you know why they're the ones seeked out by narcissists? Because the Pisces are the empaths of the zodiac. It happens that way. It's that law of attraction.
Yeah, the last sign, and yeah, go on.
People
well, Pisces is the
archetype.
Portal. Yeah. These narcissists still, on some level, need to get to glory, if you will. I mean, they need to find some sort of salvation. Subconsciously, they need that. And the energy of the fish absolutely is that portal. So because we can tolerate so much, it's just a natural law of attraction. So yeah, pretty fucked up is what it is. But it's not to say that there isn't a healthy end of that energy for both.
Oh, of course. And we need to, of course, see the positive in these astrological signs. And I don't mean to run Pisces down and say, God, you're fucked. You were born under an unlucky star and you're fucked. I'm sorry. I don't mean to say that. They are, of course.
You have every bit of Pisces in your chart as I do mine. We all have every sign somewhere. I just happen to have certain signs, certain planets in that sign. So that's not, when we talk about a sign, we're only talking about an aspect of ourselves, right? So just understand it like that. I definitely didn't take it personally. I'm talking more or less about correcting the expression of that, how that energy kind of works and plays, and why it's there.
By the way, because Crystal was so broken up, and when she was talking, for some reason, the bad cell or something, she's in an area where what I believe she was saying was she was talking about Pisces being empathic, and the narcissists are seeking out the empaths because the empaths are very vulnerable in that regard. That's essentially what you were saying, right, Crystal? I believe. So.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Now you're much better.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't speaking.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, go on.
You're doing great.
Yeah, you're doing fabulous, honey. Yeah.
So that we're up to the point of, astrology aside, we're up to the point where he started getting Jen isolated in all different ways. And me as the reader, when she would come to me for readings, her readings weren't even about this. This would be like, before we would hang up, she would say, this is the most recent conflict. This is what happened. But our readings this wasn't this focal point of our reading, because Jen still wasn't putting it first as if it was the worst thing happening to her, right? And so I was trying to break it to her gently, like burst her bubble of, you're in this abusive cycle, without having her not feel comfortable to come back to me and keep telling me everything about it. So we healed it little by little.
Right. I would get the impression, I would almost presume that as an intuitive, that Crystal would see right through this, kind of like, even though.
And I had to choose what to talk about, what.
Right.
Yeah, in hindsight, like I remember I just told Chrissy what it had to have been within the past couple of months. I know you and I were talking, and it was more like constructive criticism we were discussing. And I was telling you something about how I cannot believe you didn't tell me, like what I wasn't mad at you, but I was expressing how I had this revelation that you knew more about everything
Right.
and the reality of everything the whole
Right.
time. And I was so deluded, but I also had to.
And
take
we
a step
talked
back.
about, why didn't I just tell you everything? And and we talked about how you're the kind of person that would just want to deal with everything and know it all. But I knew the syndrome all too well, and the part of it, like the Stockholm syndrome part of it. And so, and Douglas and I have talked about this before too. He asked me, have you ever seen me something really negative and you have to break it to the person, like an illness or something? But that's what I would say. That is what was happening with us. I was seeing something much darker, and I had to introduce it in pieces, or you weren't ready for that.
Well, and Chrissy, I have to say, to her credit, is a master at delivery, at it's just like this softness, which, not to say, I mean, she has hard edges, but this softness to her ability to get things through. And it's funny because her and I have like a running dialogue all the time about, she says how articulate I am, and I could do this and be that. And
she says, what a bitch I am.
And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, you're like one of the most articulate people I've ever met. There's a poetic sense to the way that she's able to deliver things, and to kind of like, because I've had the privilege of being a client as well as a friend for so long, I've gotten to see the evolution of what working with her has done for me in my life, and helped me through these battles, because I've gone through some shit, but the thing with Carlos, by and far, at least at this point now in hindsight, I can say, was one of the bigger things I had to get through. What I was going through in our prior readings in my life and everything, that was nothing. I thought that was the world. And
those are regular readings. That's what people normally call for.
Right.
When
do I get my carpet? Is it going to die? Yeah. Dumb stuff, but not really, and then, yeah. So, talking about this really toxic relationship with Carlos, it's funny because I knew that I was never really keeping anything from Chrissy when I would bring up certain things. And I have to say, to kind of like bring it back to what you were saying about how at the tail end of the readings, I would mention whatever. There was a reason for that, and I'm sure you know why. It's like, let's not fixate too much on it. I don't want you to read too much in it. To it. Let's end it by me asking a question, because there was also a sense of me understanding that there was a real problem there that I was in. I knew there was a level of denial, and the reason why I didn't want to face it was because that meant to me what meant the world to me, and still does, but from a different perspective now, is my children having, it's like that family unity. My children having that complete family. Those dreams were completely just zapped, taken from me the first time he put his hands on me. And I knew it, and I went into a straight denial. I left him, but when I found out I was pregnant, and I made excuses for why we would get back together, or how it could work, or, whatever. That was where it was all coming from. And I had to slowly let go of this dream that I would.
And I watched, at that point, he took Jen through what we call the honeymoon phase, which is he convinced her that he was not that person. That was something that happened to him the same way it had happened to her. Like, this demon had hurt both of them.
Of course.
And now he's this wonderful person. He was, correct me if I'm wrong, Jen, but you went through the honeymoon phase to get back with him.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
Oh.
Yes, absolutely did. And it was even coming here to the other state that we're in now, or yeah, we both are now. But so when I left him, and I'll just say that was in Florida. That was in Florida, where we were living when we got together.
Oh
and I
yes,
left.
of course. That goes without saying. I once heard a woman who was asked, "How did you wind up in Florida?" And she says, "Oh, I threw a dart at a map on the wall, and it fell in the wastebasket." Yes, that's yeah. I could go on with cracks like that, but it's perfect.
Jen,
Fucking
you
sense.
want to bring it up to like Jose's birth?
Yeah. So
Okay.
we get here to our new state, and this is where I wanted to be. And I have to say that he definitely systematically found a way to get back in my good graces, and this is how we ended up here. We were split up for a year. The day, okay, I need to take it back a little bit to get to his birth, and I'm going to call him Jay just because his name starts with a J. But back in what Chrissy referred to as a warehouse earlier on,
Mhm.
By
the way, what is that noise? I don't mind it. I was just wondering if anyone else is hearing it.
was that my phone notification? Is that what you heard?
Maybe that was it. Okay, so go on. Now that we know what that is, yeah. So please continue.
I apologize. I
wait.
I don't know how to do that right now. We're gonna move past that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. I was just making certain that I'm not hearing things in my head. That's all.
Which is possible, and I understand.
Always possible. Yes.
Okay, so
Jay,
after like a big breakup, there was a lot of stuff. His older son, the one with the mentally disabled one, he ended up starting to put his hands on me.
Oh, of
He
course.
feeling-
I was waiting for
he
that.
would incite violence. He would say, "Dad, get them," meaning me and my
Get
older
her,
son.
Dad, get
Here
her.
they are.
Oh,
Get them, Dad.
Oh my
Things
God.
like that. In fights where I'd eventually like have to call the police, or they'd run off and he'd take off with his boys. This is what it was leading up to. It was really bad. And our firstborn was about 8 or 9 months old at the time that I got an injunction for protection against Carlos. The first one, because it took a long time for me to get to the point where I could hold him accountable. It's just a really weird, sick part of the cycle. But I finally, after his son put his hands on me, is what compelled me to go get an injunction for protection. And I got it against both Carlos and his son. They didn't uphold the one against the son. I didn't expect them to. That was more of a message I was trying to send to him to see, look what you're doing. Look what you're doing to your children. You're carrying on that cycle. But they did end up granting that injunction for protection for a year's stay. In that time frame, I found out there was a huge blowout and fight that led up to that. I knew I was pregnant. I knew the night he got me pregnant, in the days prior to this huge fight, which led to all of that, I knew what was going on. He was doing everything in his power to keep me out of my home in an hour away where we had opened a barbershop together, because that is what he does by trade.
Good Lord.
And
I'm sure he learned that in prison, but go on.
Funny enough.
Yeah, they all tattoo each other and cut each other's hair, and this is what they do, and it's shit like that, and so oh God, I mean, just this image now of the barber shop, where you could get your throat sliced while they're at it. Yeah,
It's not funny. I'm not laughing, but yeah, it does seem to be like it all fits, right?
Yeah.
He had me sleeping on the floor on an air mattress at our barbershop because he didn't want to drive home every night, an hour home. He convinced me that in order to be there with the baby and everything, I should just come spend the days at the barbershop and stay the nights there. So here I am, breastfeeding.
Make sure she's not talking to anyone that can tell her this shit is crazy.
Right. There's this one, just to put this in some perspective, shout out to Carolyn Noriko Sampson, a wonderful young lady from Hawaii, and she had a husband who kept her in an office in Nevada for years, where they were sleeping in the fucking office, and it's just awful. And so this is all part of the
Thank you
isolation.
for telling us that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's like this is so common, and
Yeah.
it's just. I'm sorry. It's just it's unspeakable. I have no words for it. But come on, yes, please.
Well, it's so many things, and I have to say that before I found myself in a relationship where these were the dynamics. I mean, I've always been what I consider a strong woman, what I've always been identified as by my entire family, who doesn't take shit, who's not scared of anything, independent, whatever you want to call me. And that was fair and that was fine and all. But when I found myself as playing the part in this relationship that I was playing, it almost defied logic. It defied who I thought I was as a person up to that point. But then I was telling Chrissy earlier this evening before we got on the show, an interesting component to all of that was while it was all going on and kind of playing out and building up to the point that it's gotten to, I still saw myself as this strong woman who didn't take his shit because I would try to hold him accountable or I'd call him on it. And I never felt like another woman in his life before that ever had. So I gave these great excuses to myself, these pep talks about how I still wasn't a victim. I still wasn't this and I still wasn't that.
That's so important to emphasize that. I mean, this is part of true victimhood, is this process of denial and these pep talks about how you're not. Yes, go on. I'm sorry. This is awful. It's just so painful.
I had a friend, a very dear friend of mine who I've also known for many years, a bit longer than I've known Chrissy. And he messaged me, and I feel like he does things in code like a lot, well, I know he does, but we don't speak directly about certain things, and there's a reason for that. But he sent me something about, he phrased it from the aspect of him writing something about himself and standing up to the bully and whatever. And it was this eloquent, put together piece of, I'm just going to call it poetry because that's what it was to me, but it was about standing up to the bully. And I understood it was a message from me because this predated our separation, or Carlos and I separation. And it was right at the time.
So is this person kind of like, is he like got a crush on you? I'm just curious because he seems to care about you quite a bit.
Oh, well, no, we care very much about each other. We've known each other for many years. There's just a lot of life stuff that, we can't be the best of friends because there are other things going on in each other's lives that don't, it's not permissible, I guess, if you will, but we still keep a close kind of connection and share certain things with each other. We obviously share, an intuitive, a psychic connection, if you will, a certain bond that is not broken by not having that physical presence or that daily conversation, right? Mm-hmm. So we are intuitively connected. And when he sent me this message, I understood it. And that's why I'm sharing it with you the way that I am, is because this is the way I understood it. We still have never talked about it. But it was basically my confirmation because at that time, Chrissy and I were going back and forth, and I was letting her know about the current going-ons at that particular moment with Carlos and I and how bad it was getting. And she told me certain things. I knew that this was not lasting. I knew that something had to have been done. And when he sent me this message about standing up to the bully, I'm like, oh my God, this is exactly what I needed to hear, I guess, to kind of make it real for me that it is the end of this cycle. Like I had to break it. So,
so it was a pivotal communique, and
it shows how important it is for friends, family, even just a Facebook friend, when you have this funny feeling that you offer that support, because look at what little thing it took to tip the scale.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, this is so important that people stand up and speak their mind to these issues. Don't let something pass and before your eyes without doing something. And I've emphasized that before on my transmissions about being upstanders instead of bystanders. Something else I'd like to emphasize, and by the way, I want these two ladies to carry the stage. I'm not going to do what I did last time. Basically, Crystal is going to take over as the hostess for a few moments while I run, and believe it or not, I haven't eaten all day. So what I'm doing right now is when I'm on mute, I'm eating some of this wonderful Chinese food that was brought to me by a Chinese friend of mine. And I just need to get some particular sauces for it that it's otherwise just not complete without. So I'm going to run to raid the fridge. And hopefully the mold monster from all of my leftover food doesn't kill me, and take me in there and keep me, forever. But, in the meantime, it'll take but a few moments. But what I want to say is, before I let Crystal take over as the hostess for a few moments and allow her to continue her questions with Jen, I want to say that to our listeners, the one thing that I was asking Crystal about in terms of her profession was how dire it must get sometimes, because to me, many times a psychic friends network or a kind of intuitives hotline, this is literally, to myself, this was my assumption, is it's just this side of a suicide hotline. So it's just this side of a suicide prevention line. And so the main rule in a suicide prevention line is they never allow anyone to know their names. They never allow anyone to know the address of the suicide prevention line center. I mean, this is to prevent people from seeking out and killing these people who are trying to console people into not committing suicide, because many people are angry and triggered by what they have to say, and the potential is there for that to happen to intuitives and empaths and psychics in this situation. So most of the time you don't see this kind of relationship develop. As Crystal said, this is unusual, but I bring that up so as to encourage people to call Crystal or Jen if she ultimately gets in this line of work with astrological consultation, to definitely contact them. But to be realistic about it. But you never know. With the kind of consultations that happen, sometimes friendships develop. And this was one of those cases where they did, because both of these women have been through unspeakable trauma and are dealing with unspeakable trauma even as we speak. So with that, I'm going to go mute. I'll be right back in just a few minutes. Crystal's going to take over. She's going to ask a few questions of Jen, and when I get back, you'll know it, because I'll get right back on the mic. So thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Douglas.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
So Jen, I want to let you get back to talking and filling in some of the story, but I don't want Douglas to miss too much. So maybe we could just talk about the cycle or something so that he doesn't miss the story.
Sure. Ask me a question.
Well, so you said that since you've been with Carlos, you've had separations from him and gotten back together. And so I thought you could talk about how that happened.
Sure. Of course, yeah. I've had many. It's been so on again, off again, that there was never any real stability. And I think that was also part of him as I'm just going to use the term, the abuser, because I'm trying to think of how to, define all of this. I'm still working through all of that. But part of the cycle,
a piece to getting back together financial?
Oh, that was one of the levels of the main components of control, rather, that he used against me. Listen, from the beginning, he found ways to completely strip me of my independence, my financial freedom, and make me completely 100% reliant on him, to the point that I nearly cut my cell phone off to not have that bill once upon a time after losing my job, because he was paying stuff for the most part. And he tried to tell me that that's the next thing I needed to go. He actually used the term, you need to quit trying to live as a baller when you don't got it like that, or something like that. And I remember looking at him and thinking, who says that shit? I remember just feeling whatever. And I ran that by my mother, and my mom, to her credit, poor thing, she from the beginning has been telling me, he's doing these things to you. This is what's happening. And I'm like, Mom, you're crazy. Just our relationship. Mom, shut up. You're crazy. Because her, whatever, mom and daughter stuff. But I didn't give too much energy to the concerns my mother had.
What the boomer was saying?
Yeah. Now, Chris.
Okay, boomer.
Nothing. This is what Troy calls me. I'm by no means there yet. No, anyway. My mom honestly had, as any mother does for their child, had the best intentions for me and for the situation. And I was somehow in my own mind, every time that she would bring things up against him and what he was doing to me, I would turn it into, in my own mind, I would turn it into like a rivalry she had against me, or like jealousy. And I don't believe that. I don't really believe that. But at the time, I was somehow able to convince myself that that's what was going on, you know? So like she was telling me when he was trying to take my cell phone away or tell me to cut it off, she goes, Jennifer, you don't have a job anymore. You're at his mercy for everything. You're pregnant with his child. He's holding you hostage in your own home. You don't have a car. You're behind on all your credit cards. Right. She was naming everything. And then she said to me, and he wants you to shut your cell phone off. She goes, don't you dare shut your, she's the reason why I didn't agree to shut my cell phone off.
Crystal, so, you mean, I just got back. Crystal, you mean is the reason for that? Right?
We're talking about her mother, but I was asking Jen about the financial aspects of being one of the reasons that we get pulled back into the relationship.
Well, the financial aspects of the abuse, yes. I mean, and so I'm presuming the fucker drained your credit cards, right?
Well, when he beat me and I lost my job because I couldn't work, I was physically incapable of even driving in my car for weeks.
Right.
Which was the point. It was to get you not to work, not to go out into society, not to come in contact with other people that you might talk about what's going on.
And these it's so,
and then screwing up your car and all the other.
He made me even burn a skirt that I used to wear to work. Like, it was a really cute, I mean, I have to say it was flattering on me. I felt so good in that skirt. Every time I wore it, I got so much attention in it, and it just made me feel good. Like, I felt like a beautiful woman in that skirt. He made me burn it. He gave me some reason to it was something about the evil eye, and because women were jealous.
I hate him. Just hearing this, he's just so vile. That is so fucking vile.
In hindsight, when I look back at that in particular, I'm pissed off about that.
Well, you should be.
Motherfucker.
Oh my God! Is there anywhere potentially you could find one like it?
I highly doubt it. It was. I'm trying to think of the word, not embroidered. It was like, you know, where all those holes are in it, but it's not lace. It's like the patterns are holes, but then it has whatever. I don't know. It was something very, very unique. Many years ago, I actually got it from an upscale consignment shop that I worked at on the weekends outside of my real estate job.
I see.
And it was like an equivalent of like a pet to her. It was something she cared about, so it might have added to her self-esteem. So he had to get that out of the way.
Of course, just everything he could that was indicative of herself. I'm sorry, this is horrific, and this is just it's like that to him was like sacrificing a pet. That was like an animal sacrifice in a sense, and this is and it's also a part of your empowerment. It was with a man,
a way to get out.
Yes,
transportation.
He made me go through all of my, you know, as women, and maybe not just women, people who are sentimental keep things from their past that bring back fond memories, or, you know, just were good times in their lives. And I had things that were given to me in relationships in the past.
Of course, he does his best to eliminate all of those. This is what is done to destroy a person's sense of connectivity with themselves and make them more and more the property of the perpetrator, the predator. I need to bring this up and just see if this sparks any other memories, and then
turn around and say, you don't have any friends.
Right.
You know, that'll be the next step.
Oh.
That's what he did. That's what he
Nobody
did.
likes you.
Yes. I'm
It's
sorry.
what he told his family, and would actually tell me that his family, when he was mad at me or wanted to degrade me and make me feel like shit, he'd be like, my family asked me, what's wrong with her? She doesn't even have any friends. What's wrong with her?
Right.
And I, would never argue back with that because whatever. I mean, we know how that story goes, but that was absolutely a weapon he used against me too. It's another aspect of it all.
Yes. No, this is horrific. And the only reason I'm chuckling is for reasons of my own, because of something that reminds me of another story another time. But in terms of and that too involves my medical cosmetologist, who I have somewhat of a dysfunctional relationship with, and but she had it's the whole story. She had this basically she married a serial killer. And this guy was military, and typical kind of monster they produce. And but there was one time, I think probably the worst part of it, is, aside from his actively trying to kill her, of course, at one point, in where she almost took him with her, and they were in a car, and he had his hands around her throat, and she was gouging at his eyes, and they almost went over the cliffside, which in California is we have cliffs that are precipitous all over California, all up and down the coast. But at any rate, the other time was when she opened up his one of his cabinet drawers and found well, it was not only that, it was also in his closet. He was not a cross-dresser, so far as she knew. He was far too big for that. We're talking Carlos size. All these fuckers are like that, and just monstrous mountains of flesh. And but she found in his closet all these dresses, and they were all far too small for him. So they were obviously trophies. But to add to that, and just to close the deal, when she opened up one of the drawers in one of his cabinets in his room, it had all these driver's licenses of women, all these women's driver's licenses, obviously trophies from the woman he had killed, along with their dresses he was keeping. I'm presuming at some moment you came across something similar or something resonant with that.
Yes. Actually, he tried to gift me something that I put in a bag of stuff to give back to him. I haven't seen him in months, so it sits in a storage unit. But
well, keep it as evidence. It might be something you need to give to the police about somebody he killed. But go on.
Oh my God. Well, that's a whole nother layer of something to think about on top of all the revelations that are coming to me. I hope that that's nowhere near the vicinity.
I would assume
I don't see that. I don't see that being the kind of crime he's into. This
is
more
what you're saying
his
is basically
speed, what we're talking
what Crystal is saying. What Crystal is saying is he's too chicken shit. He's too chicken shit.
He's not going up in a cockfight against another cock. It's like, let's fight the ladies and the young men and whatnot.
Cunning and manipulation, anything that involves that is his game.
But if he was gifting you something, wasn't this from another woman he may have killed? I mean, that would be another potential victim that I see him as capable of. Not that I'm trying to push this in that direction or promote that or sell that, but you get my point.
I get your point, and I'm sure he's capable of doing that, which is why I had to get away, right? Like the possibility that he could kill me and whatever, potentially.
How about the inevitability? But go on.
Right. I was trying to pick my words there, and I wasn't sure what to go with. But I hear what you're saying. I agree. I think that he's looking to have control and somebody to make subservient to him versus like wipe someone out and cover it up. That's not his MO. I think it's more or less.
I feel he wanted to push Jen to fight back, and then
basically have her in prison for that,
and have her, and him take the whole the kids and stuff. But let's get up to like why I feel that too. There's some evidence for that after this in the story where when he started picking things up and getting worse.
Thank you. Go on.
You want to talk about
please, Jen, please
your second son's birth so that we can come to
because
now?
That's so important. Okay, obviously.
When I was in the hospital giving birth to him. Well, actually, Carlos wasn't there for the birth. He was on the other side of town, an hour away. He actually had to pick our 3-year-old up. That's not true. Troy up. My oh my God, I didn't mean to say his name. My oldest son up. And our 3-year-old was at home with me. I had to have a neighbor rush me to the hospital because I kept calling Carlos, and then I kept calling a friend of mine who I actually worked for, and other people, and I'm like, I don't know, should I go in? I can't breathe. I feel lightheaded. And with pregnancy, you actually do get to a point at the very end where it's hard to breathe. So it is hard to tell.
But wouldn't you need to be in a hospital if you're pregnant anyway? You weren't planning on home delivery by yourself, were you?
No, well, actually, I had a water birth plan, but that was nixed out when things happened. The last birth. So no, I knew that he was a planned C-section because of our last child's birth. It was a planned water birth, had to get a C-section. After that, they force you to get a C-section. Right. So we had a date in mind. It just wasn't for 3 weeks out.
And by the way, I am presuming that his physical abuses against you impacted the health of the child that was born.
Yeah. Oh, I absolutely believe it affected me, my anxiety levels, me emotionally and mentally, to the point that now they say that our son was born with a genetic disorder and there's nothing anybody could have done to alter that. But bullshit. How do you think DNA shifts and morphs anyway? It's It's from emotional, vibrational energy. It is what it is. So the little scientists can say whatever the shit that they want, right? I'm fine with that, but I know differently. Carlos and I both had our DNA samples taken, blood drawn, and they did a microarray and the chromosomal analysis as well. And neither of us show any sort of abnormalities that would contribute to our son's so-called genetic disorder. So they call that a de novo genetic disorder, just meaning that it kind of sporadically or spontaneously manifested itself. Okay, that doesn't happen, right? To anything. I mean, the conversation I had with that person is a whole story in and of itself. I don't want to get into that, but it's making me think of it, and it kind of pisses me off. But
I understand. And by the way, one of the people I've had on recently a few times has been Pac-1 Morales. Of course, he'll be a regular and be appearing again in the near future. But he's a person who comes from a Latin American background. One of the most decent men you'll ever meet. He would die to protect the vulnerable, but he's someone who comes from a Latin American background that is very steeped in the occult, and the most outstanding and impressive aspect of that is just how pervasive it was in the impoverished culture that he grew up in. It was simply everywhere.
So is Carlos.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to broach the subject, is that what may not be factored in by these quote-unquote scientists or the medical doctors is that occult aspect, the aspect of a kind of occult sabotage on your child by Carlos or his family. You don't need to respond to that.
Thank you so much, Douglas. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes. But I do
that means a lot.
Yes. I want to broach that. And I just want you to consider that and digest that. And if you do...
And Carlos is heavily into the occult. You know, Jen's an astrologer, and Carlos did portray himself as this, like, spiritual guru type of guy. That's how, like, I wanted to bring that up earlier when you asked how did Jen get interested in him in the first place. And that was how. He made himself out to be this... I call it drum circle Carlos, because that's my...
Right. Yeah. And by the way, just so people understand this, if you're ever in prison or a prison-like environment like the military, which is just basically prison under another name, honestly, just so people get the point, when I was in the Gulf War, Operation Desert Storm, literally only like a score of people died in combat, and in terms of Americans, and the rest of them, and you'll notice that if you take a look at the direct fatalities of Operation Desert Storm, they number about 300 up to half a thousand at the most, maybe 500 at the absolute most. Every single one of those fuckers was killed by another American. The Americans will tell you that. And this is one reason why they don't allow firearms to be handled in the military. This is a total shock to most people hearing that. They don't know it. Everything that's used is toy guns, rubber guns, and blanks. You will never fire a real gun. It's extraordinarily rare unless you enter combat and then they issue the guns out, because they know that what will happen is exactly what happened in Desert Storm. It's just you get a prison riot that's essentially mobile. It's an advancing prison riot. And the first thing you'll notice in prison riots is they will hardly ever, except under extraordinarily exceptional circumstances, ever kill the warden. They'll never kill the guards, except barring extreme exceptions. But they will always kill each other. This is what happens in prison riots and prison takeovers, where the prisoners take over the prison, is they literally take it out on each other and settle their scores with each other in their gang wars. The warden and the prison guards are hostages, and there's practical reasons for keeping them alive, unless everything just totally goes to shit and everybody thinks they're going to die anyway. But in terms of the military, very similar to that. Cut them loose with the guns and give them ammunition. They simply kill each other. The enemy is a non-factor. It doesn't exist in their eyes. So when it comes to the circumstances of the occult, well, the military is very similar to the prison, and the prison is where you'll see the gang tattoos are satanic tattoos. You'll see the cloverleaf of sixes, like 3 6s in a cloverleaf, the 666. This is all meant to instill fear in the enemy gang, but it's also meant as a real calling upon the powers of darkness, which at that point criminals are essentially committed to serve, and they understand that. They understand that dynamic. So this is where Carlos comes out of. This child was probably intended to be not delivered, probably intended to be aborted, probably intended to be a child sacrifice in the sense of I've seen examples where people like Carlos have beat their pregnant wives to the point where they will spontaneously abort or miscarriage their children, and that in itself is a satanic sacrifice. This was probably an intent via spell casting that may have resulted as incomplete and abortive, and the child was born with many challenges. So just something to broach as a topic, something to consider, and of course science.
It's interesting. Yeah. I am so sorry to interject, but please. As you're saying, like this part in particular, it's kind of sickening. It's like it makes me sick to my stomach, because it's exactly what I feel with our son with the health issues. I feel he's okay with, Carlos is okay with the baby being the way he is, because it's another way to control me and to have access to me. I like to need him for the support, to whatever. I truly feel
to keep you at home and keep you chained to
him.
Yeah.
Yes.
Even with the miscarriage last year, my sister found it.
So in other words,
because with most children, like when they're 18 or whenever they go off to school or whenever they go get their first apartment or whatever, but this would be a case where this would bind you and Carlos forever.
Yes.
Yep. See, in his mind.
This would be like occult engineered to produce a child who can never truly grow up, so that the father is always needed. And so in that sense, the sacrifice is there. But in the true victimization of the child here is the true victim and the true subject of abuse, an eternal kind of abuse from the father, who has occult engineered him to be forever in need of his whatever he can provide or whatever he can promise to deliver, though I'm sure he's shit with delivering anything.
Well, right. No, he is. No, unless it's
another aspect is that Carlos doesn't like supporting his own family and financially, and so he has actually worked the angle of, oh, poor us, this is happening to us, everybody help. You know,
we should get our
He'll
present it to the public. Oh, yes, of course. Yeah. He will exploit this. He will exploit
You
this
put
to
me in a position
Yes.
to worry month to month. Well, are you going to pay the rent from the multi-thousands of dollars you make a month, or are you going to leave me to seek out charities to get our rent paid for us, so you have that money to put into whatever the fuck, you know?
Oh yeah, well we know what it's going to be.
Cocaine.
Yes,
Oh, I'm
that
sorry.
right.
yeah.
You know, well, whatever. I almost, it's like embarrassing me. It's embarrassing to me to bring up certain aspects, but I'm not. But it's just, it makes me have to recognize the delusion I was living under for so long when I talk about it publicly and openly
For
like
God's
this.
sakes, don't be embarrassed ever about if he's using it for coke, if he's, you know, as in cocaine, not the drink. If he's using it for whatever, you know, then nothing is going to surprise anybody listening to this, especially the way I'm going to basically, you know, lay this out on a platter for them so that they understand.
Well, okay. So I found out he was soliciting whores on Craigslist
Of
when
course.
after I gave birth to our first son. I found this out. And it's funny because I'm the type of person who watch what you say around me, because to me, it's always loaded. Anything anybody says, there's something psychologically like behind that. I pocket things. And this is not an intentional. It's not like I'm like psycho myself to do this stuff. It's just the way I'm driven in my mind.
It's part of the response when you've been trauma abused too, Jen, that you learn to defend yourself in the same ways to try to out manipulate the manipulator so that you don't die.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. And Chrissy's brought that to the fore for me, that understanding to the fore for me, slowly over the past few years, what was really like where that tendency in me was really coming from. But the truth of the matter just remains that I don't miss a beat, and intuition speaks volumes as well. So I just remember him making comments before about finding his older son, who was mentally delayed, finding him a hooker, so that he could have his first experience or whatever. And me just looking at
that's just so fatherly. I mean, you just want to pat him on the shoulder. And
the first thought that went through my head was, how the fuck would you know where to find one? You know what I mean? Like, okay, so that's where you go in your mind. Most people would, I would think, right? That's where I went in my mind.
Well, I mean, I hate to say this, honey, but you're so naive. I mean, oh my God, like when you're thinking, where would you know how to find one? I mean, oh God, the guy probably grew up.
I know everybody would know where to find one. I'm just, I meant like his comfortability, his comfortability with saying that, like it was a nothing thing to say.
Oh, of course. Well, yeah, I hear you, but it's honestly, like I said, I'm surprised that he didn't carry the prison culture home to the point where his sons were raping yours. I was expecting that literally at the, you know, I've seen cases like that. So it's honestly, your case is horrific. That there is no belittling it, but I'm just surprised.
But no telling what would have happened if they would have stayed under your roof, Jen, is what he's saying too. And like, you know, and then just blame it all on, I'm mentally delayed.
Beyond that, it's the devil, of course. It's the devil in the house.
That demon he was attacking. Yeah, it was that demon, right?
Yes.
Not his own demon.
And we discussed that early on in when it turned that way, we started it first by saying the demon. Yeah. Remember, Jen?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We saw a demon in our readings.
Yes. Right. Absolutely. Well, you know, I don't want to get on too many like side roads, but this is all these are all important components. There was an element of a demon in my dreams for the years that started after I met him. And when I say a demon, the only way I've ever known how to explain it to anybody, to Chrissy, like in particular, me trying to recant these dreams and try to figure out what do they mean. You know, I would tell her these stories, these dreams I was having, and the guy, the demon was male. Think if you had to like draw a picture in your mind of him, think about Beetlejuice and there was somebody else I said like mixed with him. He had that like the hair and the that expression on his face, like that demonic expression on his face. But he came to me on and off in dreams throughout me knowing Carlos. When I finally figured out what that represented in my dreams, no shit, I kid you not, I wake up from this dream of, I had just done a cleansing. I'm trying to get rid of, Carlos was always trying to convince me that I was possessed. He was always trying to convince me that there was something wrong with me, something negative attached to me.
What a scum.
I never.
Yes, that's important. And he would go get spell stuff at spell shops and all that stuff.
Here's where it comes in. Yes. Go on.
Yes. Just the depth. So think manipulative and cunning. It's all he knows how to operate on. There's not an honest bone in his body. He couldn't confront the truth. If, it was life or death, he'd choose death before he chose accountability. That's how bad it is with him.
But what we're showing you, Jen, and you already know, is that there's a heavy occult component to all of this. Yes. And it does sort of harken back to, you can't be in that prison environment without catching demons, if you will. Like, you have to get clean from that stuff, which he didn't do by finding hookers on Craigslist, right? So
by the way, I do want Crystal to know it took till now for the other shoe to drop. I gave her one of my illustrations of a fae based on kind of a modeled on Crystal, and she said, "Don't you realize that's the fucking Jinn, Douglas?" with a laugh, and I realized now she's talking about what Christine Joanna Hart was saying.
Now you get the joke. We'll come back around to that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. By the way, just want to let her know that the other shoe finally dropped. As for the with Carlos, when it comes to, I think, the most pivotal thing to focus about concerning your son, so Carlos basically did further damage to him to render him even further, he almost killed him, essentially, and rendered him further brain damage by depriving him of oxygen. I think that's important to bring up to our listeners and put that in context, if you would be so kind.
Okay, I'm sorry. You said Carlos?
Jen, that's about keeping you away from your family that night recently. So we're going to get to there, but let's start with telling how you almost didn't make it when you were having that childbirth, and then we'll get to what's happening now, because it's really important to connect those.
Let me jump right back to that. I wanted to finish this one thought about the occult and where I came to that revelation, though. When I really realized what that demon in my dreams was, and that it was Carlos, it was connected to him and what drove him. I woke up after this cleansing we had done. If it wasn't that night, it was like the night after, and the days following. In just a frantic, eyes popped open, because in the dream, the demon's there. He's visiting me again. I'm running from him. I jump on a bus, like a commuter train or bus or something, and I'm panicked. And the door, it's about to take off, but the door is open again, and this man comes on again, and he looks at me dead in the eyes. He guns for me. He points at me, and he runs like really briskly, walks towards me, and he stands right in front of me. He says, "You're not going anywhere." And I kind of moved past him, and I said, "Get the fuck away from me," because I am. And I woke up. I woke up to Carlos's hand on my head as we were both sleeping. We were both dead asleep. My eyes popped open. It was almost like
spiritual warfare, and you were battling him in the astral as well. You were battling the demon in the astral.
Yes.
My guides woke me up so quickly to see what was going on, to make a connection. I felt it. It was such a visceral feeling. It's hard. That's the only way I know how to describe it, So I knew then.
So Carlos is definitely the demon, and we aren't presenting this. This is the danger here. We don't want to present this in such a manner as to excuse him. The demon is not the rationalization or his defense. No. He is literally personifying the demon, because that's basically what he is. He's invited this into his life. He has personified it, embodied it. He's incarnate. He is evil incarnate. And so that is, by having his hand on your head, he was channeling that right into your mind. And
Yes.
So please go on, and thank you for completing that train of thought. I mean, that's of course beyond important. That's the pivotal message in many ways. But go on.
So now going back to the baby's birth, when I had to get rushed to the hospital because I passed out. I fell into a chair, thank God. And when I stood up, I vomited everywhere. My neighbor had walked in for whatever reason. I couldn't tell you at that particular point that happened, but she walked in. Angel, right? Well, we know what it was, but I can't give a rational reason for it other than divine timing and intervention. And she asked me if I was okay. Did I, whatever. I told her call me an ambulance. I said, no, just take me to the ER. So I had my now 3-year-old who was a baby then. And she had a son or a daughter who was my son's age. So we both had brand new babies, like 9-month-old babies. She loaded them up, came back in to get me, rushed me to the ER, which was about 10 minutes away. She had to drop me off because she had the kids. So when I go in, these dickholes, they didn't even have a wheelchair ready or anything. And we had called it in. I'm coming in. Something's wrong. So
just for future reference, whenever you're in a position like that, call an ambulance. I mean, because that's the only way you're going to get in with any decent reception. But take it away. Go on.
Okay.
Knowing Jen, she was probably trying to protect Carlos from having to pay the ambulance.
Oh, fuck Carlos. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yes. Something like that. I can imagine.
What he would say about the bill.
Yeah. No, I get it. It's, but yeah.
I'm sorry, Jen. Go on. You're doing beautiful.
Yeah, you're doing beautiful, Jen. Yeah, go on.
I'm side chuckling because, you have to find the humor in these things, right?
Yeah. No, I get it.
Well, I go, when I get in, I have to literally walk up. This kind little old lady who was another angel walked up to me and said, "Are you okay?" Because I actually had to go into the bathroom. I thought I was going to throw up again. And when I didn't come out, she knocked on the door and I'm like, somebody's in here. And she goes, "No, honey, I just want to see if you're okay." And I opened the door and I'm like, "I don't think I'm okay." And she walked me to the desk and they told me where I could go, how to get there. And she proceeded, who was just a woman in the waiting room. She was probably waiting to be seen herself. Who knows? I say angel, but she walked me up to labor and delivery. They admitted me. And from the time I walked in the door to the moment he was delivered, it was 30 minutes at best. And that was told to me by the nurse who was there, who came back 2 days later when I was about to be transferred over with the baby to a NICU center.
There we are.
She's the one who told me. Because they had me on drugs. They injected me with pain meds immediately. They had to administer epinephrine because I started to code. They had me on all fours, and that's when I started to they had to inject the epinephrine. That was the first time. Then they get me on the operating table. They cut me open. And I just remember everything started to kind of go funny and I couldn't breathe. I recognized that I had no breath. I couldn't breathe, but I couldn't take a breath.
So
and
Jen
was
dying in childbirth. She was dying in childbirth. I want this to be clear.
Yes.
Yes. I was dying in childbirth for hours. It was leading up to that. Had I not gotten the medical intervention I did at the time that I did, neither me nor baby would be here right now. And when I started to notice that I couldn't breathe, see Nina, my friend Nina, who passed away, that's how she passed. She had breast cancer. It spread and it took over. It wrapped around her lungs. It suffocated her to death, basically. And I remember in that moment connecting with her and just saying, I can't breathe until it all started to go black. Right. And then I just remember the doctor or nurse or whoever's above me kind of patting me and saying, they're giving you something. You should feel better. It's okay. And I took a huge gasp of air and I just kind of came back to. And then my attention immediately went to the baby. It was not really even on what was happening to me. It is now, because in hindsight, I look at the gravity of what that was. But in that moment, I was not even concerned about me, as weird as it sounds. I was so concerned for what was going on with my baby. What's going on? Why is this happening to me? So as soon as I could breathe again, and I was aware of what was going on, I just went into my thoughts and I kept praying for the baby. And when he was delivered, you didn't hear any crying. I just sat there kind of stone-faced, waiting for somebody to tell me something, and I was afraid to ask, but I finally just said, "What's wrong with my baby? Where's my baby?" And they're like, "It's okay." One of the nurses walked over. She goes, "It's okay. He's just struggling to breathe. It's okay, though. We're getting him." Sometimes she was trying to make it like sometimes this happens or whatever. And I'm like, okay. And I'm trying not to feel the worst and think the worst, but they got him to breathe, but he was not coming to he wasn't breathing adequately. And so 15 minutes went by. They had sewn me up, or they were in the middle of sewing me up or something. And I finally just yelled out, "Where is my baby? What's going on?" And they said, "Honey, we're going to let you touch him, let you give him a kiss, but we've got to take him to the nursery." They didn't have a NICU at this hospital. And they said, "We just have to get him," whatever. They used a term. I don't know. They had to get him back up to whatever. And they acted like it was no big deal and they could make that happen. Well, it just goes back to show me when he wasn't moving in utero very much, this is what was going on. He wasn't ever breathing adequately. Something was going on where he wasn't getting adequate oxygen. And from there, 2 days passed. Again, they had me doped up from the pain meds or whatever. And I don't do any kind of drug. I can't even take a Vicodin. When Carlos beat me, he gave me his mother's Vicodin. That's how bad it was. I actually accepted the Vicodin for 3 days before I finally went to my chiropractor because I couldn't take it anymore. It was doing nothing. But the Vicodin would make me ill and nauseous. I can't take anything. So just saying all of that to say any kind of drug, I don't have a tolerance for. So a pain med had me out of it. I didn't know the questions to ask. I didn't know what was going on. Carlos was coming to the hospital. My mom lived a couple of hours away. I was talking to her on the phone. I understood that the baby wasn't well, but I didn't understand that shit was so critical that if I didn't force these people to transfer us or act, that any number of things could have happened, in a much worse way. So 2 days later, when I'm like, "Don't give me any more pain meds, I'm going to deal with this. What's going on?" And I was really accepting the reality that the baby's still in the nursery. The nurse who was on that Friday, he was born on a Friday, came back in Sunday evening or whenever it was. And she was like, "Honey, he's still in the nursery in the same position he was the day he was brought in here, the day he was born." She goes, "I'm going to tell the pediatrician that he needs to transfer. And as his mother, she was basically telling me, you need to say something because they're basically malpractice was occurring right there." The pediatrician was just like completely not paying attention to what was going on with him.
Right.
I want you to tell us a little bit about how Carlos treated you in the hospital.
Well, this is coming up. So we get transferred over to the NICU center at the specialty hospital. And mind you, him and I were not together prior to him being born. That was where I had the year stay of the injunction for protection. And we were like seeing each other, yes, back and forth because I was pregnant and he was making appointments to make it look like he was this great guy and everything. But we were not in a relationship at that point. So insofar as, to say that there was a romantic connection there, if you will. So he was there in the hospital, definitely trying to stay in my good graces and get back to that point. But there was no, I guess what I'm trying to say is there was no reason for him to even have the level of control he still had over me or thought he should have over me, because we didn't have that tie, that connection anymore. But he was coming in, and I'll just cut straight to the chase. There were numerous things he did and said during that entire ordeal, even when showing up at the original hospital where I had just almost died and thought the baby was dying, to me crying when I saw him, thank God somebody is here with me now. when I started telling him what just happened, he was like, okay, well, where's the baby? I mean, there was no concern for me, my health or anything. And the fact that I was in tears, it was just, okay, where's the baby? And I'm like, in the nursery, did you not hear anything I just said? And that evolved into arguments. I flat out blamed him for our baby's condition.
Yes.
At
As
the
well
hospital.
You should have. Yeah.
That we got transferred to. And he at one point came in because he was in and out all the time. I stayed 24/7 for a month in NICU with our baby, and he was in and out with our now 3-year-old. But one day he came in there, and this was after we found it. This was 3 weeks into the ordeal, because we had already found out about the baby's diagnosis. That was when my world shattered, because it wasn't just like, we got to get the baby breathing right again so you guys can go home. It was now about, your baby has a terminal illness and this is what you can expect. Right. And that's it. There's nothing we can do. So my entire, my earth just shattered, just shattered.
Yes. I'm so sorry.
Wow, it's so hard to go back to that moment in time, because I thought that
I love you, Jen. You're doing great.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
I hit a breaking point. I checked out, to be honest with you. I checked out for quite a while, for a little over a year and change. I checked out after that, finding that out. Carlos came in a couple days after we knew what was going on, within, a few days of us knowing what was taking place. And he actually said to me, when I was crying like this, I was trying to, I was reeling with the realization that this was our reality. So I'm sorry for all those reels, but,
No,
I was in tears.
Horrible.
And
you were numb, and it was surreal.
Yes, thank you. And I was expressing to him my pain, and it didn't start as an argument. I was expressing my pain, much like I'm telling you guys a story right now and crying. He told me I needed a shotgun to my head. He goes, what you need is a fucking shotgun to your head. And I didn't know what to do with that, because I literally lost it at that point. I probably, for the first time in my entire life, maybe, hysterically started crying.
Right.
I couldn't control it. I can't think of another time in my life that I have felt that kind of
abuse.
Yes, abuse and bottoming out, that I had no control over my emotions or anything. I just felt utterly
postpartum as well with your emotions.
Yeah.
Yes. And just been told that my baby's going to die. Who knows when, but he'll die. And he won't live quality of life before then. And I remember just getting hysterical, and he left. He took our older baby, and he left. And I called Chrissy. She was the first person. She was the only person. I couldn't call my family, right, because of where we were at in the cycle and the chain and everything. Chrissy was the one who knew everything up to that point. So I called Chrissy. And
that makes
up
sense.
to that point, I had never called Chrissy in tears about it. I had never cried to Chrissy about him, right? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think that I had ever been emotional
This was the breaking point. This was the lowest he ever had you before your this was before you went back up. I would say this was the lowest point.
Right. It's what Judith Ager taught me, the term bottoming out. So this was it, and it's unimaginable.
It was when you started planning your comeback, but you still had to go through months of being numb, and then getting your own health back. And then we did a reading, and I told you were going to move states, and then now you are in that state. It did happen.
Mm-hmm.
And and he changed for a while. He did the honeymoon phase again and got you to a new state.
Started a new business, which I put every ounce of my everything into. It's my baby.
Now, changing the state was positive for Jen. I will say it was a healthy move for her and her son. The locale is more healthy. And so where she is, we actually said, we talked about it and strategized, like, should I leave him or get away from him before I move, or should I get him to help me make the move? Like, I think we talked about all that, but you had really, even though you still gave it a go again with the honeymoon phase and trying to make the best of it and all that, but you had really started forming like a plan B in your mind, I think, up at that point.
Thank God.
Yeah. Well, the plan B came. The plan B didn't come until I had him arrested last year for assault. It came right after that, because that was right after the honeymoon phase, where that first honeymoon phase coming back. Okay, because to give a little bit more clarity to how we got there, after the youngest was born and all that went on, I mean, it wasn't more than a day or two later from that incident where he said I needed a shotgun to my head. A nurse overheard me telling Chrissy on the phone, alerted security, they trespassed him. But then Chrissy heard me telling her a day or two later that I was trying to have him let back into the hospital because it's his kid there. And, so that was a component there. But because our baby couldn't breathe in Florida weather and the humidity, this is just how low down it is. He behaved and he manipulated the entire situation, just how cunning he was. Even though I knew I hated him and I didn't want anything to do with him, and I blamed him for all of what was going on. And I recognized that he was the worst thing that ever happened to me, right? That's the state that I was in at that time. I allowed him to convince me that our baby couldn't stay in Florida and we had to move to better elevation, better quality air.
It was amazing that he was even cognizant of such factors. I mean, I'm rather amazed that he's even cognizant to that level of
think about the next move. Always the next move. Always the next move ahead. Like trying to, and I think that's where
And Jen's very conscious of that stuff, and Carlos is a poser. So he's like a fake guru. So he picks, he watches how other people. Yeah.
I was just, that's an act.
But by the way, this is where I would say that the demon is actually coming in. I would think of the demon as more or less doing the thinking. That his body is just the comportment in that regard when it comes to this level of consideration. Maybe I should give him more credit for cunning, but still.
That's really accurate.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And so go on, please.
Well, he told me that he woke up from a dream one day and thought, I've heard of this place, and this state starts with the city starts with an A, and I'm like, yeah.
Well, there's like, the dream. That's the demon, right? I mean, it's not even him that at that point. He's just the vehicle.
And it's even more like convoluted than just that. What he's talking about, he knew. Where I live now is where I wanted to live for years. And when I met him, I told him one day I'm going to move out to this particular town.
Right.
I've vacationed there before. I love it. And that's where I'm going to be. Okay. And so,
so he played it like he forgot all about that, but really he acted like it came to him in a dream and it was all his idea.
Yes.
Right.
That's cunning, right? So it's not even like a demon's intelligence. It's his cunning, manipulative bullshit is what it was.
Right. I can see what you're saying. I would still almost be inclined to say it was the demon. I don't even give him that much credit. I believe he actually forgot. And
that's why he was like, it starts with an A.
Yeah. I mean, that's very cryptic. It's almost demonic, and it's literally it would be almost like
she had already. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Then subsequently, he's told people in the barber shop, the shop that we've opened here. I've heard him sit down telling clients. He tells the story about how we moved to this place, and his version is always, "Well, I had this dream, and I remember telling my wife, blah 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 blah." And I would just like finger in the throat every time I hear him tell the same stories over and over again. That and his story about going to fucking Ecuador and doing ayahuasca. It's like those are the only stories he has to tell over and over again. But every time he tells that story, it takes away from me The fact that I'm the one who navigated this path for us to be here.
Of course. He has to deny you that. It's all him.
Yeah.
Me. But by the way, what is this bullshit about on his part about, this, is he Ecuadorian? Is that
No. No. It's an experience he had that he relives on a daily basis to every client.
It's like his I came to God moment, my spiritual Ecuadorian ayahuasca.
Yeah, but this is something like Silicon
Guru.
Valley.
It makes him sound like a well-traveled man as well. I think it just bolsters his ego to say,
that
"Hey,
was the one time
outside of the U.S. or something." I don't know.
Right.
I've always felt that was a big component to it. It's like, listen to me, I am the guru. I've traveled the world, and this is one of
part of the demon. I feel too.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because the demon was like, wanted to ride Carlos with ayahuasca.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, I was about to say, I mean, this is like, you get all these Silicon Valley city slickers pay for this shit where they go down to South America. And Ecuador is common, any of these green forest places that border the Amazon, they get in there. And of course, you don't blame the shamans. They got to, help the village. And so they take the money and they pump these guys full of the poison that gives them the psychedelic experience and shit. And they're really getting off on watching these guys puke. And, but the fact that a Latin American guy does that trip, it's odd. I believe it.
I feel like the idea, the demon was telling Carlos to be a guru, spiritual poser guy, and so it just
yeah.
Okay. Once he did that, that could be his one story. That was enough.
Right. Because the demon is basically would prefer that he gets kind of a following. And that's what he's trying to recruit with that story. He's trying to recruit a kind of...
Or even like, take this drug, open up and let me control you even better.
Yes.
Or have more to do with you.
Yes.
Get in tighter.
Yes. So for most people, honestly, don't buy into the bullshit. It's not that these shamans are ripping people off. It's just that the majority of you out there are not going to get some God moment. You're not going to get, or you may think you're getting one, but you're really just going to become like Carlos. I mean, really, the majority of you, you're just opening yourself up and letting shit in. You're not really of the cultural background where you can handle this shit. Okay, so
you're not coming at it from a clean, pure spiritual state of mind. Like, you're not doing it for the right reason. You're doing it, for a poser reason.
Yeah, that's right. You're trying to get a little God badge where you're kind of like, you can say what Carlos is saying.
Yeah.
Thank you. And so honestly, and of course, but coming from a Latin American guy, it's doubly strange because of course, it's like I said with Paco Morales, they come out of this background where they're surrounded by the occult, and so the idea that they would have to go down to just a slightly different place south of the border, to get a God moment, is just most Latin Americans don't even think like that. So yeah, it's a combination of the demonic, a combination of his narcissism. It's all pathological. So you're still involved with this. I'll call it the little barbershop of horrors. I mean, it reminds me of course, the mold monster in my fridge, right? I mean, that has resonance with Carlos. They have a bond that comes through the barbershop that I saw on the Hollywood stage. And what was it? Steve Martin was playing the dentist, I think, and he was torturing people. Yeah, thank
little
you.
shop of horrors.
There we are. Yeah, but I think somewhere along the line there was a barbershop involved. I'm pretty sure of it. Yeah.
It was the evil dentist, and dentists and barbers used to be synonymous, right, Douglas?
That's right. I think so.
The history of them that's why they have the barber pole. That means we'll pull your tooth or put you in the trip chair and
I think you're right.
Send you to Montauk.
I think I think you're right. Honestly,
absolutely.
Holy shit, that's where I'm getting that from. But I think that was emphasized in the storyline as well. I believe.
Steve Martin was like the psychotic dentist in that.
Yes.
I know my music.
There. Thank you. That's Carlos singing. Yes, so be a barber. Yeah. And I take it he handles rusty straight razors and shit. And anyhow, without Anyhow, is all of your investment sunk into this, or what?
Well, that's a whole interesting story.
So tell us what happened most recently, where are you at now with this guy?
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So to get there, when we moved here, there was the honeymoon thing, right? Like, we weren't in a relationship when we moved here. It was strictly, in my mind, I was doing what I had to do for the baby. He had to breathe better. And I thought, I was under the impression, Carlos was convinced me that we had to get our baby out of Florida in a better environment. So,
and I agreed.
Yes. And I was operating on pure, I was on autopilot, whatever I got to do for the baby. So it was not, it just did not resonate with me. It didn't come to my conscious mind that I am moving with my abuser, who I'm not really with, away from my family now and away from everybody. Yes, I'm going to the place I've always wanted to live, but none of those facts were registering with me. Like, it was just survival, really, for the baby at that point. So we get here, and he somehow convinced me that we should make things work together as a family for the baby. And of course I allowed it, because that's my weakness. It's don't threaten me with an intact and healthy family, right? Don't do that. He definitely played on my vulnerability.
Which is the maternal instinct. I mean, he's playing upon the true vulnerable victim here, which is the baby after yourself, or before yourself he would be more vulnerable than even yourself. And this is what he's exploiting. So that's the manipulative engine. So please go on.
Well, it was slow to go, but it took, the first, I remember consulting with Chrissy, like, and we're being worried that he tried to bring his older boys here. And remember, we had those readings, right, Chrissy? And I just remember thinking, whatever, it kind of spoke to my heart about what I really wanted. I wanted my family intact. We could make the baby. We could have a fresh start. Like, it could all work. It could really, that fairy tale could come true, right? And so I allowed myself to shift into a new reality with him. And even though I was still shut down mentally, emotionally, and I was going through a lot of anguish, and I had just really checked out, I allowed that storyline into my reality again.
Right, the fantasy.
And I started with Carlos.
And because also, imagine if Jen had just gotten her baby back home from the hospital, and she's figuring out what to do with the rest of her life. Meanwhile, she has her other son, which was what age at that time? The other baby was only
9 months. 9 months.
9-month-old baby.
Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Also, and he would be like, "Where's Daddy?"
No,
and all this stuff while she's going through all this other stuff.
You guys, I'm sorry, 18 months. He was 9 months when I got pregnant.
I was about to say, yeah.
That
was pretty rapid succession.
So imagine dealing with what Jen was dealing with, and in that state of shock. And then if Carlos weren't there and the 18-month-old's asking, "Where's Daddy?" I mean, it was all she could do to just get the little support that he was offering at the time.
Oh, yeah.
Like even a family vehicle and stuff that she just didn't have it in her to make moves at that time.
Got it. Yeah, we don't need to even be defensive or explanatory about this. Obviously, she was in an extraordinarily vulnerable position and had to take what she could get. And unfortunately, this is what she was stuck with. And believe me, I get it. I totally get it. We're all there in one way or another. And but of course, the way that you could buffer it, the way you buffered it, was the fantasy that yes, this could work. And so obviously it hasn't, to a degree. Obviously it's basically his abusiveness is so extreme, and he cannot refrain from it. He can't stop it. That you had to get apparently another order against him, I'm assuming. Yes?
A couple times.
Yeah.
Well, since we moved here, I did, let's see, we moved here in August of 2019. The baby was born in May. July, July we moved here of 2019, and by April of 2020 I was calling the police on him. And it's not like that was the first time he had put his hands on me since we had lived where we currently live. It was just, that was the time that we had a witness, and that witness just so happened to be an off-duty police officer for the town in which we live in. He was our neighbor at the time. He doesn't live next to us anymore, but at the time, Carlos came at the time of the arrest. Carlos came running out.
And that was another
yelling.
blessing, another angel, so to speak.
And this police officer was an angel. A couple more police officers are going to be big angels to this story. So they're not all bad.
Right. Well, they're obviously a lot better in this state than they were in Texas or wherever you were.
Yeah, but they can also
Florida.
be manipulated.
Yeah.
Well, he's a
The
boy,
system.
you know, the officer, like, he's young. He's 20-ish, 24 maybe. I mean, he's a young one. So you could tell not
Corrupted.
Thank you. He's not corrupted yet, and hopefully never. But yeah, between him and my old landlord, who was a longtime veteran police officer, like he changed my mind about the way police officers really can be, because there can be some good ones, you know. But getting back to the story, he witnessed it because Carlos, literally in a rage, I can't even tell you what compelled him to snap and lose his that fake persona in front of other people.
Facade. The word is facade.
Yes, that facade. Like, he completely lost all sense of what that facade was, because he knew that this gentleman was an officer. He knew that. He got in my car. I was in my driver's seat, like, trying to pull out. He had come out with our older of the babies and slammed him on the hood of the car. The cop didn't see that part. My now 14-year-old son came running out. At that time, he was 13 last year. He came running out before Carlos did to say, "Mom, you know, I was leaving to go to a different place because Carlos was starting kind of arguing." Nothing had really happened at that point, but I didn't want it to. And to save all of the kids a headache, I'm like, I'm just going to leave. So I started to leave. And that's when my older son followed me out to say, "Mom, what are you doing? Is everything okay?" I'm like, "Troy, I called him from the car and I said, pack me an overnight bag and bring it out here. I don't want to go back in there." And when he came out with the bag, that's when he was, you know, talking to me at my car window. And as he's talking to me, Carlos comes barging out of the place with our older son together and slams him on the hood of the car and tells me, Troy, I've already said his name once, I can say it again. My older son started walking towards the house again. And at that time, I yelled at Carlos to stop throwing our other child or our child on the car and asked him what he was doing. And I was already pulling out, like I was trying to leave. So he did that while the car was moving. My older son turned around and I said, "Troy, call the police right now." And as I did that, I put down my window enough to where he shoved our child in, who was 2 at the time, shoved him in through the window. And I said, "Troy, hang up the phone. Don't call the police. Go to Dalton's house." Dalton was the name of the police officer. I said, "Go knock on his door. Just go get him. Go get him." So Troy hung up the phone. And part of that was me trying to protect Carlos as well. Like, don't make it an official report. Just go get our neighbor who knows him, you know, who is a police officer. So I thought that was going to be like enough, but not too much to get him in trouble. And it ended up kind of opening this can of worms, which I'm so thankful to this day that can of worms got busted wide open, and we're here where we're at. But him seeing it, the officer seeing what Carlos ended up doing, he had already started walking back to our home before the officer came out to my car and asked me what was going on.
Carlos also spit on Jen that day.
Oh, God.
Yes, that's what the officer saw. So as I'm telling him what was going on, I said, listen, he's been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, PTSD. We, as a rule of thumb, we don't drink, but he's been drinking tonight, and not even much. He was on his second beer.
Sounds like you're almost defending him.
I absolutely was. At the time, I was trying to look for a reason to explain away his behavior or to make somebody else on the outside understand. I was defending myself is what I was doing.
This is a lot about what Jen and I, remember, Jen, we said we were going to talk about how we start to gauge ourselves because they convince us that we're being too much of a bitch all the time and we're always on their case or whatever. And so Jen was at this point where she felt like men looked at her like this nagging bitch, basically. So she was trying to say, look, I'm not trying to
so she's
call
trying to look
all
like
the
the
police.
supportive,
I'm just
like the supportive
correct.
spouse.
She was like keeping herself down because part of her was now taking the blame for maybe I'm to do with all this, like my attitudes or me being too much or something.
That's just awful. I mean,
something like that.
Go ahead. I understand. So go on.
Well, I was definitely more or less defending myself than I was him that night. And
did the officer see through that? Did he see through that?
Absolutely. Okay. He looked at, as I'm telling him, Carlos comes running.
He was a good guy.
Yeah, really good guy. I mean, he's sitting here like, okay, like just trying to understand what was going on. And then as I'm telling him what's going on, Carlos runs over, gets almost in between, because you have to understand, I'm pulled up at like the curb and the officer's in my window. And then Carlos almost gets in the middle of both of us and starts, he has a bellowing voice anyway that carries, it's deep.
Well, of course, he's big. He's physically large. There's very few people like Mike Tyson who are physically large with a small voice. so go on. Yeah. And this was the young officer, right? Just to qualify, this is the guy who's in his 20s?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yes. So go on. Yeah, go on.
I say probably 24, 25 is what I peg him at. But he's kindly listening, and he does know Carlos. Carlos had cut his hair prior to that. They've had their own private sessions, which as an officer, I'm sure he gauged Carlos based on those conversations.
Got it.
All of this. I mean, in his own way, and who knows? I don't know how well Carlos, because I do firmly believe he's able to convince some people, but then there are a lot that he cannot convince.
Right.
By
the way,
a lot of times the people aren't convinced, but they feel pressured and manipulated into going along with him because he is also sinister and threatening, and
he's big, he's physically large, and
he's putting on the charm like it's your fault if this doesn't work out.
Right. Just so people understand some of the dynamics here. Richard Kyle, who was a Californian and who I met personally. People might remember him portraying the character Jaws in the James Bond's films. He was the one with the metal teeth. And he always said that the advantage to being that large, and in his case he was larger than most, even larger than Carlos or many others, but he said the advantage was when you're that big, people automatically take you seriously. And that's part of the problem, because there's people like Carlos who are much larger than your average guy, and they don't deserve to be taken seriously. But people take them seriously, and they're just overgrown, very malevolent children. They're just juvenile delinquents. They're like juvenile delinquents and I take to heart kind of like what Crystal was saying. I get what she was saying. Carlos doesn't necessarily fit into the serial killer mode because, in a sense, he's just too chicken shit to commit that kind of crime. It's above his pay grade almost. He's passive. Yeah.
He's passive. It's like he doesn't want the recognition. He wants to get his way. He wants
some kind of recognition. There's definitely some kind of recognition he's seeking. He wants some kind of
validation.
Yeah.
Self-validation, but he doesn't want recognition for being the bad guy, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, right. For being the top bad guy, for being the top of the food chain bad guy, bank robber level. Right. Got it. And by the way,
he doesn't want to cut up all the newspapers and get all those little letters and glue them together and send the notes.
Yeah, he doesn't have that level of discipline.
Too much work.
Yeah, it's too much work. Yes, by the way, so people
done through the mind and manipulation. He has no interest. He's not going to put in any effort. He's too lazy in that sense. If it requires that kind of commitment.
Thank you. Just so people understand, in the hierarchy in the prison system is at the top of the food chain. The apex predators, so to speak, are the bank robbers, and so he's obviously not at that level of ambition. But The other thing I wanted to bring up was how puzzling it is to me. Well, but then again, knowing what I know, and for some reason most people seem ignorant of this, but a cop would know, is, I would always see a female salonist. At this point in age, all normal barbers, quote unquote, have died off. What you've got now are many people who are involved with that kind of work are essentially out of prison. Now, you know which ones aren't, and those are going to be the gay guys, who are just, totally effete, and, these are stereotypes, of course, to work with. Obviously, there are gay men who wind up in prison. It's a terror, but you get my general point. But most of the time, white or black, Latin American, if you're dealing with somebody who's a barber, a dude, the guy's probably done serious prison time. So maybe the cop felt comfortable with that, or maybe there was just nothing else available in town. But honestly, maybe he was just too macho and too manly to go see a female salonist. But, this is why I would only see a female salonist. But one of the factors, the other, of course, is it brings up this aspect of police work, whether they're corrupted or not. So people understand this. When you're dealing with cops and judges, are just people who have to, on a daily basis, confront people with alibis, or that would include medical doctors. A medical doctor will get more confessions than a priest does. Probably a doctor will get more confessions in a day than a priest does in a year. But in terms of when you feel the need to, basically, you're in a situation and you wind up having to deal with a cop or a judge, overwhelmingly, for the most part, don't bother to lie. They can see right through it. This doesn't make them necessarily have the moral high ground. It's simply, these people deal with people who lie every fucking day. They see liars every day. And so when you're dealing with a police officer or a judge, unless you absolutely have to, and there's no escaping it, just don't lie. Just tell the truth. It is so much easier. It's like, it'll get so much out of the way. Honestly, there's, if you're going to lie, they will automatically, overwhelmingly, for the most part, see right through it. So you just remember that. And so this cop obviously saw through Carlos, and he probably saw through the prison bullshit, and he saw through the veneer. And I'm sure that the other angel cops that we're referencing, these are people who see right through Carlos. So bear that in mind. This is why they generally have a positive position in this narrative, is because they see right through him. So
yeah.
Go on.
I think I concur. I definitely agree with that assessment here.
Thank you.
In particular situation, I do. And I think they're part of the story. I truly, firmly, it's not even a belief. I know I have like a legion of angels that walk with me. I mean, so they take many forms, and a cop can be one of those forms, at least in my life.
Yes, and do bear that in mind, people. I mean, we spend a lot of time talking about the negative aspects of police and law enforcement, and there are realities to it. And bear in mind, what I'm saying is that a cop can be totally corrupt, and they can be totally evil, but they will still see through your bullshit. That doesn't mean they can't tell when you're lying. So just always bear that in mind.
And also, this is, again, spiritual warfare. So this is the dark against the light. And if God is looking after Jen, God can use any form to do that. Even a cop, even someone who would normally do the wrong thing.
Yes. You articulated that far better than I just did. But that's essentially what I was trying to say. It does, when you're on one side versus the other, I mean, whoever comes into your life, they're going to be used as pawns in that spiritual warfare, in that game, no matter what. Way,
Crystal River just left the telephone call, so she's welcome to join us back. Good God. So it's just you and me right now, Jen.
I guarantee you her phone died. This
happens okay.
She doesn't charge it, or she doesn't look at it. I mean, this is so funny. It's so typical of her. We can make fun of her when she charges it enough to call back in. Or
okay, good. Good. Yes. Thank you
Um,
for reminding me
I
of
know
that.
that. Yeah, no problem. Should I carry on with the story then from
Please.
there?
Oh, please, by all
Okay.
means. And go on. Yeah.
Okay. Well, no sooner than I, start telling the officer, defending myself, which looked like I was defending him, Carlos comes running out, gets kind of in the middle, and starts just yelling things like, I hate you. You're poison to my soul. I hope you die. I hope, just all kinds of really crazy.
Oh, Crystal's back.
stuff.
You got it in the charger, right, honey? Your phone? Okay.
Are you on? I saw that she joined the chat.
Yeah, and then oh shit, what did she do? Is that what? Anyhow, keep going, honey.
Her phone wasn't charged enough and it died again.
Okay, yeah, something like that, right?
This dying cry here.
Yes.
Well, he just started rambling all kinds of really crazy stuff. I mean, legitimately.
It's
crazy.
Carlos being Carlos.
Yeah, being real Carlos. I was baffled. My eyes were like coming out of my head. I couldn't believe it. And I looked over at the officer like, are you seeing this shit? It was a really surreal experience for me because I couldn't believe it, but I was also scared for him too. Cause I'm like, oh shit, you're going to go to jail. This is really going to happen now. And I'm not going to have anything to do with it really, other than being, the catalyst here. He got Carlos spit on me. He intentionally hawked loogies and spit on me 3 times.
Fucking idiot.
Before the cop was able to back him up enough onto the curb. He came back over to my window. He goes, holy shit. He goes, get your kids, get out, call the police right now. And I'm like, okay, I, in my, deluded state and my state of shock, I looked at him like, really? Do I have a choice here? Because do I have to? I didn't say that, but those were the feelings going through my
mind, yeah.
Yeah, yes, feelings going through my mind. But yes, but you're right. Those were the thoughts going through my head and my feelings were all over the place about it. But I have to tell you, in that moment, it was so weird. It was also a huge weight lifted from me. Yes. It was a relief that came over me because somebody saw it. Somebody saw it happening. Because before I could tell my family and they believed me, but you can't, I would call police out and I would say, this just happened. And I can't tell you the countless times I called police when we lived in Florida and they couldn't arrest him or they couldn't find him because he absconded to another county or whatever. But I felt like I had to convince these people these things were happening. So for an actual officer of the law to witness him doing these things, saying these things, treating me in this way was, it was extremely profound for me. Right. I felt sorry for him. I felt sorry for me and for our kids. I was scared for what was to come, but I was so relieved. Yeah. It was like I could breathe. I felt like I could breathe. Like somebody just came, an elephant just exited off my chest and allowed me to take a deep breath, or like being in the hospital and nearly coding and them giving me the epinephrine and me finally taking a deep breath. It was like, so that moment was very pivotal because, it actually brought us to a whole new chapter of the cycle where I thought, okay, these were my actual thoughts. I thought, okay, now that it's out in the open, he's going to have to face his demons because he's going to have to be held accountable by other people now. Yeah. He's going to recognize it and he's going to get better. And this is what I told myself. And I so wanted to believe that because, I kept seeing his potential. I wasn't really seeing him for the reality of who he was. I always looked at him, envisioned him as, and held on to his potential. And so I just felt like that was an opportunity for him to kind of like, how an addict has to admit that they're an addict. Yeah. I felt like that was a process he needed to go through, like the acknowledgement, the accountability, And then
and I get the feeling that at this point you were still almost thinking of it like there was resolution possible here for him, that this could help him in a sense with his some
Yes.
kind of personal growth.
Yes.
So yes, you were still there.
Even though I filed assault charges on him, even though I got a protection order against him, and we were going through all of that, I still saw a silver lining. And in my chats with Chrissy as it was ongoing, I'm sure I would love for her to be able to chime in right now.
Oh, by the way, she's typing. Yeah, Crystal is typing, so that's what it says in the message box here in the. So God knows what's going on. It's just something to do with her phone, most certainly. I know that this is how she works. She forgets about the phone, but she's got this brand new phone, and it usually takes only a few minutes for it to charge. So, she says my phone didn't die. Oh, okay. So she just typed that out. So it says, I can't join the call, you guys. So if you can't call me back, I'll be listening. My phone didn't die. Oh shit. Let's call her back. Okay. So I didn't see where she was entering all that. So, let me get it now. Let's try her again. Crystal River. Let's call and add her on. And okay, we're calling now, honey. See if you can answer, Crystal. This is a shout out. She gets the delay too. Oh, thank God she's back. Honey, what happened?
I don't get delayed, Douglas.
Oh, yes.
I don't come in the door when your show's starting, but I have to start it at the beginning. So I rewind it and start at the beginning. And then I start sending you like answers to what's going on in the show. But I'm like, oh, shit, that was 2 hours ago. That's what happens. I don't have like super slow internet or something.
Oh, okay. No, that's good to know, because there are people that do. And but tell us, honey, what happened here? If it wasn't the phone, what happened?
It was Carlos's demon.
Yeah, we are.
It just knocked me off the call.
Yeah, I believe it. Look, everybody.
No, whatever went on, you guys needed to say what you were saying without me interrupting, probably. But I'm quiet. I'm listening now.
Well, we want you to chime in now.
Sure. Yeah. I heard some.
So Jen, what do you want her?
I got through the part about how the officer saw what he saw, and I took up the assault charge, got the protection order, and believed it was a new step in the cycle, where I believed he was going to change now because other people saw it and he had to be held accountable.
Yes, because at this point, I just want to say that Jen had a chance to open a business that was adjoined to his, but doing her own thing, and it gave her and her son was starting to thrive. All of her kids were, and it was a chance for her to get a new leash on life. Like, she was coming out of right. Yeah. And so she was feeling euphoric over becoming a businesswoman again. She was going, her father went out to where Carlos works and added onto the shop, made all these nice shelves, and
his life, like 12 hours a day. My dad completely remodeled, he redid the entire shop to make it conform.
And I'm sure Jen felt safer while her dad was on the scene and stuff, right, Jen? Yeah. So certain things were happening to make it.
Yes.
That's
So go ahead, take it.
Yeah, no, that's definitely positive.
Take us up to where we are now from there. This is good. At the
same time, I just feel so sad that there's still any connection with the son of a bitch, but that's of course unavoidable. But
well, remember, she has the children, and they look up to him. They're asking for him, and then he's bribing them with toys like.
Well, the older one, yes, the older of our two boys, he has literally, and Chrissy has coined this term for me, and I wholeheartedly accept it. He has weaponized or has been conditioning our 3-year-old to as a weapon against me.
Oh God!
And before that, he would laugh when the little boys naturally like paw and slap at their mom. They're not trying to hurt their mom, but Carlos would laugh and encourage that until it turned to violence.
Yes, of course.
Her little
child.
God.
Okay, so you've got to sever that relationship. You've got to get these kids away from that son of a bitch. This has got to be.
As of today, he hasn't seen them since February 7th.
Thank God. And let's
no
try and make that.
contact whatsoever.
Yeah, let's try
None.
and make that permanent. Your kids will get over them. You know, I mean, when you were using that term before, the kids need a father to look up to. No, no, they don't. No, they really don't.
No.
Uh,
I, I mean, who knows where it comes from. I firmly I'm a person who believes in the sanctity of family unity, you know, and I understand it's not always
yeah, you got to get over
a
that.
thing,
Yeah,
the dynamics of the individuals, but
yeah. I mean, let's
Now,
get,
Jen is already divorced with a son from her first marriage, so it's not like
right.
she's not old-fashioned about that or anything.
Understood.
But remember, she was dealing with this huge, life-changing event of her
Understood.
special needs son. She was going to have to figure out how to do. And so what they were doing was he would work while, like, he would watch the children while she would work and vice versa. And that's how she was getting into life without really spending much time with Carlos, really, like to the point where he was abusive because now her dad was on the scene. And
he's also taking advantage of that time to program
Correct.
the kids. Yes. So
Correct.
yeah, we've got to prevent their
being
indoctrination.
Disney dad.
Yeah, yeah. There we go. And that has such a different meaning these days than it once did.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, the antithesis.
But
of
you know, the weekend dad thing, and you know, always having a toy, and
yeah. Oh, it's
know.
disgusting. Yes, typical bribery, and yeah. So obviously the line has to be drawn at some point. It apparently has been drawn, so thank God for that. Let's keep it that way.
Can I tell you where that line got drawn?
Please.
I want to tell where that line got drawn. That line
this
got
is the
drawn.
best part, guys.
This is well, it's also one of the saddest parts because it is the best part, but it's saddest to me because it took this act for me to realize the damage that was already occurring to my children anyway. DSS or CPS or whatever they're called, Child Protection Services, got involved last year when he assaulted me and I made the claim about him throwing the baby on the car and whatever. So they've been involved in our life ever since then.
Good.
Now,
good. By the way, just so people understand the acronyms, DHS would be Department of Human Services and CPS would be Child Protective Services. Different states have the different acronyms, but then there's also the federal level where things get really, really supercharged.
We're going to tell what they did good and bad. They did some positive stuff and some negative stuff. But
yeah, that's a whole conversation in and of itself. And let me tell you,
I'm sure that's a whole episode, but go on.
Yes. I ended up writing the director an 11-page letter.
Because Carlos has been able to charm people of all different departments.
Okay,
so that's what
that's the problem. Yes. Oh my fucking God.
And they send women out and then Carlos charms the pants off of them and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh shit, that is pathetic. That is pathetic. And that just
you think, and come on, I mean, these are people who they're idiots too. Yes. The investigators they send out, the social workers, they're all just idiots. They're idiots. I hate to
they work for the government. They work for the government, so they're obviously not. Yeah, they're basically unqualified to hold any real jobs.
Listen, Chrissy can tell you it was so funny because I've got them all. They closed the case like against me now that I'm separate from him. So they probably would have closed it if they could against me a long time ago. But until I separated from him, we were kind of one and the same. Right. So they don't really want to push me because I have had it out with an investigator, her supervisor, who walked into my home and then wrote an 11-page letter subsequently to the director of the agency, basically letting them know what fuck-ups they all are, and how dare them. When they attempted to order a CME, which is a child medical exam on my terminal son, is when I lost it. It's when I found out that Carlos was telling them things about me that weren't true. He was trying to fashion it like I was this crazy person, addicted to him, obsessed with him, wouldn't let him go. And I'm kind of like, I'm using these terms, these words. I don't know exactly what he told them, but it was the picture he was trying to paint.
Right.
I discovered text messages.
That's exactly what he told them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, whatever you're assuming is it
Well,
almost
Jen
doesn't
and I had
matter.
a reading, and I told her that that's what he was telling them.
Yeah.
And then after that, they told her that that was what he was telling them.
Okay, so
Well,
they've basically
they didn't even
validated.
tell
Yeah.
me willingly. You know how they told me? Because I started going off on the bitch ass investigator who told me this is what they're going to do with my son. I'm like, fuck me, fuck you. You're not doing anything with my son. Here, this is where I draw the line. Your investigation is on my abuser, not on my children and not on me. My abuser who's in the home with my children, who you are supposed to be protecting. And I ended up just going off on this woman. And we get in a phone call because she ends up calling me to tell me now they wanted a child medical exam on him to make sure he's getting adequate care. And I was like, fuck you. I just went off on her to the point.
His adequate medical care is Jen's life from morning to night. She knows everything about his case inside and out, and all the specialists in the country.
He has specialists. I can't even count how many specialists he has at this point. He has weekly therapies, physical therapy. He has to go pulmonologist, cardiologist, GI person. I can go down the list of people he sees on a regular basis, and we're all.
And this CPS wanted to send him to see Nurse Ratchet or something.
Yes, right.
But their doctor, I mean, come on, we can get into a whole topic about CPS and what they're about. But their doctor,
yes.
I'm like, the professionals can't even, the experts in his field can't even tell you what is fully going on with him. Whatever. It lit a fire in me where there was no question. When I called Chrissy one morning and I'm like, holy shit, this is what's going on. She called me immediately. Normally she wouldn't have called me till later in the day. She called me immediately. And I just so happened to be at the shop, and I was in my back office, and she's telling me as she's saying these words to me, she's like, Jen, it's what he's telling them.
Yes.
It's the sleeping with the enemy. He's telling them things, and they are now turning the investigation onto you and your children.
Right.
And her words to me were, you need to give up a little bit of Carlos to save your children.
Thank you.
And in my mind, there was no fucking question what had to be done. I was like, well, fuck Carlos, of course. He walks into my office as she's telling me this. So I have her in my ear telling me this, and I'm looking at him in the face as he's trying to talk to me about the conversation I just had with the investigator. And I'm just looking at him like, okay. And I kind of moved past him, and I just said, I gotta go. I kept Chrissy on the phone, and we talked about it more. We talked about, I think we kind of got into next move, type of a talk. And from there, that's where it was done, with Carlos and I, in my heart and my mind, in any potential anything. That was it.
Good.
And at that point, Carlos left the house and was sleeping at his shop.
Mm-hmm.
And he was not living with Jen, but he was, because they had told him to stay out of the house and not to have violence in front of the kids.
Of last year, by the way, that I found out. It was like right, Chrissy, it was like right on or right after the day after Christmas. All this happened.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes
but
sense.
Anyway, so he went to go stay at the shop.
And so while Carlos was there, because he couldn't come in the home, according to the people that were investigating, they didn't want them around the kids with violence, which was good. That was protecting Jen, because I had told Jen before they even told her, I said, tell Carlos that they're telling you that he can't be in the household, or they're going to come after you to take the kids away from you. And that's when she told him that. And then, they didn't really tell him. Then she just started going by that. And Carlos started staying at the shop. And one day he came over, and you want to tell Jen when you went to the storage and the keys and all that?
Yeah.
Am I rushing it?
Well, there was something else I was going to say in between that. The day.
Oh, he got Jen to drop the charges.
Oh shit.
Well, that was hold on. You're talking about from the charges a year prior. Hold on.
You got to tell that.
Okay, I'll go back to that. But in this situation where the investigators and all of these people kind of pissed me off, and I wrote the letter, I remember I started writing it on the 25th of December, because that's when all the shit went down. By the 29th, I had it all composed. I sent it. And on the 30th, he was in the home, because he still came home. You know, he was staying at the shop, but he still came home when he thought he was being slick and could, you know, stay out of their view. Right. And we ended up having sex that night. You know, it just ended up whatever. I mean, it was what it was with us. There was no sense of intimacy, but that was what it was with us when we were together. And it was the last time. That time, that next morning, well, that night, and this gets into the sexual abuse part as well. And he was literally trying to get me pregnant that night. Yes. He knew what time it was. He was trying to find a way to hold me down again, keep me barefoot and pregnant and in the home, keep me attached.
Well, and he also knew from her last time that she could die in childbirth. So this was attempted murder.
Yes, Jen. Yes, I'm so sorry. How could I leave out like the biggest part of it all? Because that truly is what it is. It's that to me, and this is what I found out later on when I'm talking to a jailhouse nurse, what all that actually was. And I'm not going to fast forward to that right now. I want to kind of finish the sequence of events up to that point, but I knew what he was doing, and we kind of went through the motions where I was telling him to stop and, you know, whatever. But I knew, and as an intuitive person, it's important to understand that no particular words have to be exchanged for you to know what's happening in an intimate moment. You know, words that aren't spoken, intentions that are there, and then that based off of previous behavior and actions and attitude when it comes to commencing intimacy, to get to the point where things were happening that night where I understood fully what he was trying to do. And it's not unlike what he did when I got pregnant for Jase. I'm sorry. Well, you know, my children's names are just destined to come out tonight. When I got pregnant for the baby, that's pretty much the duress that I was under as well. It was sort of like, I felt it wasn't a forced, you can't call it rape. I will never call it that. Even though I was told that's what it's called. That's what I was told it was called by somebody who would know. For me, it was a manipulative act, sexual act, just a continuation of the abuse that carried on throughout the relationship, and it was sexual in nature. I want to say the night after that happened, he left with Malachi that morning. He came home, and around 11:12, it was like he was trying to figure out what I was up to, because he kept trying to pop into the house unannounced. Yeah. And it was really weird. The energy was shifty ever since all of that happened with DSS and the conversations I had with them and him. He definitely picked up on a shift in my behavior and in my attitude with him. So he was trying to figure out everything that I was up to, even though I wasn't really up to anything. I was just done.
Right. By the way, the acronym DSS you use for our listeners is Department of Social Services. So go on. Yeah. Yes,
sir. So when he brought the baby in around 11:12 that day after leaving, it's funny how he left it.
Jesus, I had that story. What was that?
That was my baby. That was baby nudging.
Wow. Holy.
Not again.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So go on. Yeah.
Okay. So the next day when he brought the baby home and kind of made the surprise entrance into the house, he went to go shower, and our son was on his phone, which he keeps password protected, and has ever since I've done certain things where I've looked in his phone in the past. He started, password protecting it. And because our son was playing it, he dropped it to go jump in the shower with his dad. And at first I was going to grab it and just put it away, but then I grabbed it and something told me I needed to see some shit in there. And going off of what the investigator divulged to me in my bitch session to her,
right,
like, remember, I pissed her off to the point that she told me, Carlos sent us text of up, 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 up. And that's how I got her to break professional code or whatever.
But by the way, I would not be surprised. I know that Crystal was saying this metaphorically, that he's sleeping with the enemy. But honestly, I get the impression he's exploiting his Latin charm to literally physically sleep with some of these women who are working for the feds. And
he was definitely inappropriately extra, like texting this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so my
it did.
Yeah,
it
so
did
my instinct there then is not off. Okay, so this is I mean, this goes to show
it got inappropriate. Yeah.
Yeah, this is again, we're talking about compromised agents of enforcement. We're talking about basically this is, but go on. I mean, this is just part of the nightmare. I'll come up with some semi-appropriate descriptive words later, but it's like oh my God, this is like for a female in modern
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, in postmodern society, there's no end to the nightmare. This is the endless waking nightmare of dealing with, relationships with the abusive male. This is the toxic male relationship, and honestly, with most women, they're better off without a father figure in the scene at all than to have this kind of thing going on. Think about what we're saying. Imagine a man who's taking advantage of sleeping with women who are otherwise so homely and so socially inadequate they never get laid, and that's why they work for the fucking government. So this is like, they're like prison guards. They're like female prison guards, and this is what I have seen in the prison culture. And by the way, I've never been in prison per se, but I'm much more familiar with it than many people outside of those who did serious time, simply because I've worked with criminals all my life. And and I am a criminal to a degree myself. So one of the things we have to understand is I know of what I speak. And by the way, I'm a good one because I haven't been in prison. So just keep that in mind. And as far as what we're speaking of here with this kind of behavior, this is an operator who is basically taking advantage of when I see the situation in prisons, the female prisoners, it's amazing that these are usually fat bull dyke. You'd think they were bull dykes, but they're just fat, ugly women, and they never get laid. And so they wind up favoring these prisoners who will basically favor them physically, and that's how these prisoners get better treatment. And so this is what he's doing. He's in prison. This is just an extension of the prison culture carried to the prison guards outside.
Oh, good point, Douglas.
Yeah,
good point. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Disgusting. And just holy shit. I mean, you can't get out of it. I mean, it's like you can't get out of the big house. So yes, please go on.
Okay, so
you're looking at his phone.
So I grabbed his phone.
Yeah.
That's where I was at.
Yeah.
I grabbed his phone and I went through the phone, and I specifically went to that investigator's text messages, and I saw what he sent her. What he took was very cunningly took screenshots of a snippet of a text conversation him and I had around the time that they told him he shouldn't be in the home with me when the kids are present. So that meant he had to go find his own place or whatever. And I that night told him, this is what's best, because he was cussing me out like, you called them again. And mind you, I called them again in November because he threatened my life. He threatened my life in the car with our 3-year-old in the back who was coming out of his seatbelt. He was verbally accosting me. He was driving erratically because we're prisoners in a vehicle with him at this point. Right. He is driving like he did not care if anybody lived or died. He's calling me a puta. He's calling me everything. Yeah. He's calling me things in Spanish and asking me if I know what these words mean, and finally one thing he said to me, he goes, you know what that means? Do you know what this word means? You know what you are? And I go, he asked me if I knew what it mean. I said, I don't know, your mother, like I said it because fuck him,
yeah.
and
Puta meaning pussy, and you know, it's just being vile. Is just and when he's asking you if you know what these words mean, there's something bizarre about that. Like you wouldn't know at this
Right?
point. Yeah. So go
Mhm.
on. Yeah. I mean, by that
Yeah.
I'm being sarcastic. Of course, you would know what those words mean at this point, but just the fact that you
Yeah.
would ask that at this point, as if you wouldn't—that's what's bizarre. And Crystal, what do you
It's
read
just
into
the
that?
level of control that he wanted to have over me, the way he talked to me, like
When
it's what
Carlos felt like he was losing the control, then like his last ditch effort was to flip to the violent side.
the
So
bull.
he would control it with charm, and as far as that would take him, and then he would flip it and become like erratic and violent, so that
Yeah.
to throw Jen off balance and try to hopefully get her back and come to her senses. The way that's what he thought.
He used
That's-
sex as a means to lure me back in as well, because that was one of his, you know, he just throw down that game, and that would be like, oh, not really in my mind would I feel like, oh, he's so romantic and I love him again. It wasn't like that, but
No.
it was a certain.
But it's like when you're home with your babies and you're not going to get sex anywhere else for a long
Right,
time.
that's what it is. That's what
You
it
know?
is. It's
Yes.
lifeboat sex. This
Yes.
is basically what we're talking about. It is. This is truly life at the bottom. This is another form of bottoming out, by the way.
Yes, yes, it is. I mean, I have to tell you, like, when I met him, I was not physically attracted to him. It's like, it's definitely his manipulation and cunning that drew me in. He actually, the thing that got me, like, just hooked me, was when he commented, I was wearing a necklace with an ankh on it. And he told me he liked the ankh I had on. And he was washing my hair. He was doing my hair at the time. That's how I met him.
Oh
That's,
shit!
I
There
brought
you
my
go.
son
Yeah.
into
So
a
so
barbershop.
your head was literally in this man's hands when he
Yeah,
started.
literally.
Yes, when he started doing what
Again.
yes.
The occult stuff.
Yes.
Mhm.
And the occult
And
angle.
feet, and feet. He rubbed oil on my feet. He so my head and my feet.
Biblical. Biblical. So that's
Yeah.
biblical, by
And
the way.
Pisces.
Yes. And
And
Pisces.
I'm wearing an ankh,
Yes.
and he's discussing with me the significance of
The yes, the charm of actually knowing something, because most men don't know shit. You know, they would just look at that and yeah, what's that? I mean, honestly, so you know, a step ahead in that regard, at least. So that's probably the demon again. I find it hard to give this son of a bitch any
There you
credit
go.
whatsoever. Yeah.
precisely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Poser demon.
Oh my God.
Chris always said his ayahuasca experience is what opened him up to having even a shot at an angel like me.
At pretending to be a guru.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I like what you say about it. Yeah, and then after that, it's the same story every day for, you know, to everybody who walks in and will listen. I mean, certainly everybody in the town must have heard it by now. The story.
I can't.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I can't stand in that shop and listen to it. And I couldn't do it another day at that point. It was just nauseating.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So go on.
Where was I at?
Oh
I'm
my
so
God,
sorry.
where are we at? We're at the point now where. Yeah.
I know I said, oh, okay. So I had the phone. I read the things, but I didn't get everything down. He walked out of the shower like he jumped out, like he remembered. He realized, oh shit.
Yes,
he
I
had
left
my
the phone. And by the way, that what disturbed me as well was, I know kids do this. Kids will jump into the bath or the shower with their dad. But
I'm gonna say that.
Yeah. But just the fact that this guy was a prison dad, you know, that's the last person on earth I would want to jump into a shower with. But you know, there is the fear there. It's a legitimate concern. Is anything going on between him and the child?
No,
okay,
it isn't.
Okay.
I mean, I'm super close with Jen, and that's her kids are completely
at least
safe.
for that. At least
her kids are completely safe with that.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so go on.
I firmly feel and believe that as well. Although I will say another layer to that aspect is when I met him, he was showering with his older boys still. They would come in the shower with him. And I found
that's ew.
I didn't believe anything was going on. but I thought it was weird. I did think it was very weird. But he is also, see, and this is something you have to understand about his personality and who he is as well. He holds the Empress as his tarot card. You know, we all have a card that we're born under, or the major arcana. And Empress is maternal, so he has that maternal energy about him, that he's more motherly, has those
He
qualities.
has high feminine energy, Douglas. He does.
Yes,
I'll
he
just say that. But
Okay.
Yes.
I thought that was because of what
Kind
happened
of
to
hard
him
to
in
imagine
prison.
in somebody who's 6'7", but I'll imagine
No,
another Bigfoot.
no, yeah, but it's there. I can feel it from it comes from the prison experience. I could just say that.
Oh, there we are. Yes, Mr. Prison Bitch. Yes, that's right. Yes. But yes, the thing with his showering with the older boys, I get the feeling that if he's not abusing them sexually, he's indoctrinating them in their minds just by being.
He has more of this idea like me and all my kings and our kingdom, and we're all marking this shower.
He's indoctrinating them. Yes, this is part of that experience. It's the shared tribal experience of the masculine shower. I mean, just it's so repulsive to me, I gag. But yeah, okay, go on. I mean, having absorbed that, reeling from that, yes. So there we have it. He came out of the shower and saying, "Oh shit, I left my phone out there." And so
he didn't say that, of course, but he came out of the shower kind of rushed, wrapping the towel around him before he even walks out the door, or after he walks out the door. And he's saying to me, he saw me with the phone. He goes, "Hey, Jen, can I help you with something?" And then I'm just scrolling through his phone. I didn't even look up at him. And I said, "Nope, I've got it. I'm good. I've got what I need." And then he goes, Jen. I wasn't paying attention to him at all. He finally goes, "Jen, can I help you with something?" And I showed him his phone and what I was looking at. And I said, "No, actually, I got everything that I need. And what I'm going to need is for you to collect your shit and get out of my house and don't ever come back."
Yes.
And he started cussing me out and saying what a puta and all kinds of crazy shit that I was. And that these are the words he said to me that I will never forget. If he dies today or tomorrow, he'll go down in infamy. This is how I'll remember him. He said, "When our children are taken from us, I want you to remember you did this because you keep calling the fucking police and you keep calling DSS and everybody on me. Fuck you," and started going off on me like that. So he was perfectly content with framing my mothering and painting it in a different light. He was perfectly fine with our children.
He was fine with everybody losing their parents as long as he won against Jen in that moment. And then he set out to do that.
He set out to do that because here we are today. And where we're at today is he had me put in jail. Well, this is okay.
So he when he was living at the shop, he came over unexpectedly one day, and he picked up the keys on the coffee table, basically.
Well, he came home to drop Malachi off because I was allowing him to take Malachi, here and there, and he'd keep him at the shop when he would take him some nights. And so this was only in there was a 2 or 3 week window. This was not a long time at all. He brought Malachi home one morning from having him at the shop overnight. He brought him home in the morning. He texted me that morning, "Do you want me to pick up breakfast for everybody?" Because in his mind, we were all still living together.
Of course.
Okay? He was trying to find a way to still be here.
Right.
And he was acting to Jen like it's me and you against DSS. We can't let them know when I'm over here, but we can still chill.
Right.
Yes.
Right. This is like.
And by the way, the son that goes with him loves going with him, so it's not like he's afraid of him or anything. They're super tight. That's the kid he shows off around town. That's his golden boy.
Of course.
That's his new identification is her child.
Oh shit. I mean, that's okay. Let's try and make sure
it's like losers that take their I won't say guys that take their dog to the park to pick up chicks because they'll say, "Oh, what kind of dog is that?" Or
yes,
whatever,
I fucking get it.
To look like he's this great family guy.
Yes. Thank you Thank you.
Because all he really has to do is buy him presents, give him his phone, and let him watch YouTube, and then return him to Jen. Like, he doesn't have to do any real.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I get it. This is how the guy is basically picking up chicks. He makes himself look like, this makes him look safe. Like, this is the perversity, the paradox of today's world. The guy with the kid, the woman thinks, oh, okay, he's safe.
Well, I didn't even mean that, but I just meant like, I mean, that could be too, but I just meant like he doesn't have him that often, but when he does get a chance to go,
oh yeah, but
they do love. He's not afraid to go with his dad or anything. They have a good relationship.
Understood. But I'm pointing out the fact that the child to him is like the dog that goes up and, guys like to have a dog that goes up and sniffles and barks.
It makes
chicks.
him look innocent and good and cool.
That's right. Like,
spiritual and
right.
Good dad.
He takes care of the dog, so the dog must, he's not cruel to animals. So if he's not cruel to animals, then he shouldn't be a serial killer, right? That's that's him with the child is the same way. If he's a dad, then he's probably safe. That is the perverse aspect of postmodern society, because now women think this person might be material to hook up with because he's like got the child, whereas that wouldn't have been the case like a generation or two ago. Things have truly changed. So
what makes that statement doubly valid for Carlos's situation with this particular child is this particular child is, as Chrissy has coined it, the sun personified. He is the life of the party, the light in the room. He makes everybody smile, and he draws.
I'll say it in a word, Douglas. He's a Sagittarius.
Okay. Okay, there we are.
Because that means a lot to Douglas.
Yes. My mother, of course, was a Sagittarius, and so yeah, it does mean a lot. And oh my God, so okay, so go on. And by the way, however, there's another thing to be brought up here. So my understanding is that essentially at one point, the son of a bitch held your terminally ill son hostage, basically, and basically injured him further by essentially depriving him of oxygen, basically not watching over him at all, while the older child, of course, would do what he could, but there's only so much he could do. And does this ring any bell with you? Am I making any sense? Or maybe I miscommunicated? Or
I don't know. I'm not sure what this particular part is.
Well, I just want to say the two things that we need to still cover that quickly is prior to this, Jen had gone to court Carlos expected her to go to court with him and drop the no contact order against him. And he pressured her into that. And so when she did do that, what we're going to talk about what happened currently, like just in February, when she had to go back into the same situation, this time she was going to really make it stick, and she wasn't trusted as much. So I wanted to make that point because I want women to understand that that's a big part of it, that a lot of times, not just law enforcement, but the courts aren't able to support you the way they can. They really can better now than ever before. But if you don't hold up that part for yourself, then it all falls apart. And so when Jen really wanted to go back, they looked at it kind of like boy who cried wolf kind of thing. Like, is she really serious this time?
They've been pushing the date back. I still haven't had the hearing for the DVPO. It's just sitting out there right now. And as it turns out, my attorney is going to make it a part of the custody case, so we have it all heard in one court, rather than all these different courts. Because right now I have about 5 or actually 6. I found out when I talked to my attorney last Monday that there are 6 different cases. I have 2 civil, 3 dealing with the custody, the child support, the DVPO. That's 3. Then there's the criminal, then there's 2 civil, 1 for the shop.
Also, he locked her out of her business and hasn't let her work and support her kids while he's the one working and not paying child support. He's also not paying child support, but at the same time not allowing her to work. And he got this all accomplished by getting the law on his side And Jen, you want to tell how that went down that night?
Yes, well, that day that he brought our son home on February 7th, it was a Sunday. He came in really nice. He was trying to play the great, we're going to be great co-parents and whatever. Really trying to find a way to just nudge his way back into the home is what it was. But,
Right.
That particular day, he was still playing the part of we're just going to do the co-parenting thing. We're going to do good at it, whatever. Playing that role. It quickly turned to, he was telling me that our son was constipated and had diarrhea and, whatever. And I'm just like looking at him like, well, do you think? I mean, he's clearly like having issues because he's stressed because he recognizes that you and I are splitting, like when I verbalized those words to him, I think it struck something in him because his whole demeanor changed. Like the fact that I acknowledged out loud we're splitting rather than just having a casual, nice conversation with him. It changed something in him and his attitude changed with me. And he started demonizing my mothering and saying, I'm the reason why our son's constipated and I buy all this and blah, blah, blah. And to which I told him he needed to leave. I said, okay, you got to go. This is what I will never do again. And you got to go. And he started cussing me out as he's walking out the door, grabbed my keys off of the key ring, the key holder by the front door. And, I had all of his shit put in our storage unit, which is off. We live in a rental, an apartment. So we have a storage unit. I should say I do now. There's a storage unit, which is not adjacent to this building. You have to drive like over to it. It's on the property, but not attached. So I told him that he could get his stuff. But he wasn't going to take my key to hand me my key rings back, and that I would be happy to meet him at the storage unit. And that was it. In my mind, I'm like, fine, he can get his shit and won't have a reason to come back here now. So I was okay with it. Well, our son followed me out, and I drove over to the unit. He's sitting there waiting. I go and I unlock it. And of course, I'm standing outside of it because I still have my stuff in it too. And I'm not just going to leave him there. But I recorded the whole incident. So it hasn't made it to court yet, but I have the whole incident on record. But as soon as he walked out the door, I put record on my phone and headed over there. And he just begins berating me and going off of me and telling me I don't need to even be there. He can be wherever he wants. He can come there whenever he wants, meaning come to my home whenever he wants, even though he abandoned it. At that point, it had been about a month. He abandoned it, told me he'd moved out. He wanted to be off the lease and all kinds of stuff. And I just said,
and he wasn't paying for it. He was trying to get other people to pay for it.
Of course.
Right. And so at one point when he started to try to, after he loaded his stuff up that was packed, he started to go through buckets of mine that were, I'm the only person who keeps records and paperwork or has ever had an office. He's very disorganized as his personality.
Right.
Anything he has is thrown in piles, me different. I have filing cabinets and that type of thing. So he starts going through things that clearly are not his and would never be in this lifetime.
Right.
And trying to tell me that it was his stuff. And I'm like, no, Carlos, okay, now you're getting into stuff I haven't gone through, stuff that's mine. Just take what's yours, what we know is yours. And I'll go through all that at a later date and you can come collect if anything's left of yours. And he just started saying, no, this shit's mine and fuck you and that type of thing. And I'm like, okay, you know what? And I grabbed my phone and I dialed 911 and I proceeded to tell them that I needed, an escort out here to get him off the property because, what was going on. Not that anything had really happened up to that point, but that he needed to go and I needed help making that happen. While I'm doing that, he gets on his phone and dials 911 and starts to make his own report. And I have to tell you that a week after the incident, because this happened on a Sunday, the next day is when, I'll get to that. Later that week is when I called the sheriff's office and I asked for the dispatch, the 911 calls. So I got them sent to me. So I got to listen to exactly what he went in his car to tell 911, which is another thing that's going to be played in court soon.
Right.
But he basically was telling them that I'm a type of person who files false charges and DVPOs and drops them, which I hadn't done yet. Again, I mean, I had done that a year ago. This was almost a year to the day. So it happened last April, and here we are in February. And he's telling them this almost as if, not almost as if, but he's actually setting up his next move.
Of course.
Which is to make me look like scorned, bitter person, I guess,
Yes,
or whatever
yes.
the play is.
Like a vexatious litigant. And for those who are unfamiliar with the term, somebody who continually files frivolous lawsuits is a vexatious litigant, and ultimately their lawsuits will get dismissed upon filing. And so he's trying to get you to that point with calling law enforcement. The girl who cried wolf, essentially. And
he tries to play it to them like he's just trying to leave and you want him to stay, and he turns the whole thing around.
right.
Yeah.
Right, he'll
Yes.
invert it on its head. It's satanic
it's
inversion.
exactly what he said on the 911 call too. I'm trying to get my stuff so I can leave. She won't let me. She's trying to hold me back, and that kind of stuff. And I'm like, when I'm hearing the call, because of course he doesn't do that in my earshot. When I heard the call that I ordered and got sent to me, I was like, of course, this is what he tells them. Of course it is. But so I got to hear that, and so they did. Sheriffs came out. 2 came into my home because by that point, by the time they got there, I had my son back in the home and I was waiting on them. They came inside. 2 other officers or deputies went and spoke to him. And in a weird twist of events, which we'll get to later, how we got there, I had a veteran detective actually let me watch the body cam footage of him talking to the sheriffs this night, and I was blown away. But so I got to see it all. I got to see what he does behind my back, which I've always sort of picked up on and knew intuitively. And Chrissy's been able to help me gauge certain things, but I actually got to witness the shit happen. So that was like one of the amazing revelations that I had. It was one of the amazing experiences that kind of came out of the whole thing. It was actually watching the manipulation rather than just knowing it's happening, witnessing it firsthand.
And a good point here is that we as women have super strong intuitions, especially if you're a Pisces. And so Jen could have, or any of us can, at any point decide to just trust that. And we don't have to wait till we get the proof, because in the end, Jen did get the proof, which means exactly what her intuition was telling her was happening.
You're right. You're absolutely right. And I'm one person, even as a Pisces, one thing that we do a lot is question our reality a lot. So our intuition is it's in that, it's wrapped up in that. And a lot of times I'm not going to Chrissy so much for a reading as I am for confirmation. You know what I mean? Even though I am going to her for reading. So she validates a lot.
Not anymore. Now it's just like we both put our skill set together and solve a case.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's what it's evolved into. It's pretty awesome what our relationship has kind of, how it segued and blossomed and turned into this whole like awesome thing, because we're like these 2 powerhouses together. It's pretty cool. I have to say, I have to give us props. I have to take a moment to do that.
Yes.
We're great together.
Yes.
But yeah, it's, I think it's also a part of going through like what is that saying? A dark night of the soul, which I've had several. It's been a long journey, and I know that part of what I'm destined in this life to go through is to attract charlatans, demons who present themselves as light workers and expose them. And I can say that, I can prove it. I say prove it, but I could give a whole dissertation. I could explain how I know that from an astrological perspective. And one day, Chrissy and I are gonna get on a platform and actually just do that. But it's interesting because I don't look at my
for our spinoff.
Yeah, yeah, it's coming. I can't wait. I want to do something with you seriously. On that particular tip on our gifts and our knowledge and just kind of bring into focus the times that we're living in right now, the people that are on this earth right now, the energy that's being like manifested and brought forward. I'm saying all that to say I don't look at my relationship and my experiences with Carlos or just period in life, but really, you know, in the context of this conversation with Carlos, as I don't look at myself as a victim, and I don't look at this as woe is me. I look at this as I had to graduate something to get to the next step of my purpose in life. Okay. So there's a sense of empowerment that comes with it. And I think for any woman or anybody, period, in an abusive cycle or relationship on some level has their own lesson to learn to get them to that next level in their life, whatever that is for them personally. For me, I figured out what it is. And as horrific as my experiences have been, as crazy and tumultuous as the roller coaster ride, which has been my relationship with Carlos has been, I'm grateful and thankful in a way, because I truly feel like it's my guide speeding up a long life lesson. Like it all went through a 4.5-year cycle, like really quick, get to the next part. You know, I have to look at it that way. I believe it's that way, but I have to look at it that way because I don't know any other way to look at it.
Right.
I think that we're all destined to go through certain things. It does not make those experiences right, wrong. It doesn't invalidate the trauma to say I'm not a victim. So I'm not saying that, because in a sense, yes, I am a victim, right? But taken holistically and taken on another level, if you will, if we can surpass the physical and in our earthly understanding here, and that's where I'm going to take it. I don't see myself as a victim. You know, this is my role. This is a part I had to play, and part of my role is exposing douchebags like this, you know.
Yes.
Because
and you may very well be saving the life of like the next victim of his.
Yes.
And it's also your own and your kids.
Yes.
And right now, Carlos rushed down to the police house like a little bitch and tried to file on Jen before she could file on him, while she had to go home and take care of her special needs son.
So that
He
going
went
back
out.
to February 7th, that's what she's talking about, that night in question when we called the sheriffs out. Yes.
Okay.
So this is what they told me. They said one of the sheriffs or deputies responding, he said to me, he recognized me from almost a year prior. They were he was one of the responding deputies that came out for the assault charge against Carlos. And he told me, go down. I told him, well, I can't go till tomorrow. You know, I have a terminally ill baby. I've got to get care in place, but I can go tomorrow morning. I'm going to get my DVPO, and I'm going to take out after I explained to them up to that point what happened in November. You know, I could go file a charge against him for communicating a threat because he threatened my life. So I said, okay, well, you know, I'm just going to do it. It's like, and I'm going to file the DVPO. And they said, and don't drop it this time. And I said, of course I'm not going to. There's no like questioning that at this point. So when I went down first thing Monday morning, they all but wrote out the warrant. The magistrate was writing out the warrant. And well, actually, I got there to the magistrate to file the charge, and he told me, "Hey, go to court. They do domestic violence court here. Weird. So it's like every morning, if you go in before 9, you can get a spot to be heard to get an ex parte issued if an ex parte is merited, meaning an emergency without a hearing, an emergency order written." And I got there too late. They told me, come back in the morning, be there at 8 a.m., and they'll hear my testimony and decide whatever. In the meantime, they sent me back over to the magistrate, who all but issued the warrant for Carlos's arrest for communicating the threat. And as he was verifying information, he kind of paused, and I knew in the pit of my stomach, Art, I knew it, because going back just a couple steps, when they sent me over to the courthouse, this is a big key that I left out. When I went to go file, I'm sitting there filling out paperwork, and they came out to tell me I was too late, I wouldn't be heard, that I could go back over to the magistrate, however, and file that charge. as I'm collecting that information and writing some stuff down, Carlos comes out of not the judge's chambers, but the courtroom into the helpmate section where I was sitting. He went, listen to this shit. He went to helpmate, which is a domestic violence, not shelter in and of itself. They help women, they help people, okay? They help people who are victims of domestic violence.
Right.
This motherfucker had the gall to go in as a victim of domestic violence.
Incredible.
Like, to this day, I'm like, I can't speak about it plainly. I'm not there yet. I cannot.
It's just to put this into perspective for people. This is something that they've extended to partnerships that would be alternative lifestyles. Say, for instance, it's not just abused wives or battered girlfriends anymore. These are now also victims of gay relationships that are abused. But the very idea of someone of this individual size, someone who's 6'7", going into that organization and claiming to be a victim of domestic abuse is unacceptable. It's simply unacceptable on the face of it. For them to take his story, this is part of the, literally at this point we are entering the infernal. This is an inhuman level of charm that this person is exploiting to basically assert himself as the victimized party. This is the charisma of being large. It's actually, they have a term for this in social engineering. What I learned from Kino was there was what they call height, might, and size prize. And height, might was, of course, just the award that's given to people, as Richard Kyle said, just for being tall. And size prizes for big people, and he seems like he covers both of those courts. So he would be the kind of person they design clothes for in Rochester's Big and Tall. I don't even know if they're still around. But so here's this individual coming in and claiming to be a victim of domestic abuse. It's offensive. It is literally offensive. And so this is one of those things where he obviously has no shame. Well,
you know what it was? And this is what Chrissy ended up reading for me, because this is where it was another jaw-dropping moment when I had this revelation this was going on. She said, and she put it in perspective because it made perfect sense, he hit the panic button because I called the police. Up to that point, he still thought that there was a line I would not cross. So when I called the police the night before, he knew I was going to press charges and get another DVPO. He knew where I was at. So he jumped the gun and said, well, if I can just do it first, because this is the way things work in this state. He wasn't thinking. He just jumped into he jumped out of panic mode into just these dumb moves, which he later tried to retract. Like, he tried to drop the DVPO by not showing up because everything he cited in it was insanity. And then he contradicted himself in the 911 call, which he doesn't know that I have. So, his better senses came over him the day after and the day after that. It wasn't, that was not a planned move of his. That was a, holy shit, I'm not going to go to jail. She'll go to jail. And then I'll get everything.
That was the demon taking over and saying.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. But the fact that he was even entertained by those facilities is offensive, and a statement about our society. So this is something that if you're a man, this would be the bottom man that would be going to those places. But then again, this emphasizes the bottom bitch aspect of this individual. So so there we have it, the bottom bitching and coming out.
So Jen, I'm sorry.
Oh, go on.
To interrupt.
Please.
I'm sorry. Jen, I just wanted you to tell the part about you didn't leave because they told you were going to get arrested instead.
Well, okay. So when I saw him come out of the courtroom, I looked up and I was like, he was in there. And I had that feeling that something weird was going on. I talked to the responding deputy that came out that night, and I called him, the one that responded to Carlos. he called me back and told me I knew Carlos was trying to go down to the courthouse because I talked to that sheriff. But in my mind, nothing would come of it because the sheriff or the deputy he talked to and relayed the message to me shared with me that he was going to go down and try to file for a regular restraining order, which at that time I had no idea there was not a difference between an actual DVPO and a restraining order, right? Like I didn't know. But what he was essentially telling me, the deputy believed Carlos because he was trying to convince me that it was no big deal. Yeah, he was going to go down and try to file for a regular restraining order, but don't worry, he wasn't going to try to have me taken out of the home or anything like that. He just wanted to sort of keep the peace and allow a bridge, a gap or whatever, to where there was no communication between us to keep it safe. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, a regular restraining order, whatever. I said, well, I'm going down in the morning to get a DVPO, so I guess whatever, he could do whatever he wants. I didn't really think too much about it. More kind of happened, which were red flags and should have sent me down there immediately. But when I go down Monday morning and I go through all that and he comes out of the courtroom and I see him there and I'm like, he was in the DVPO courtroom. That's when I started to put things together kind of logically about what was going on. And he looked at me, he stared at me, he just stood over me and I go, hi. And he walked away back into the courtroom and I walked over to the woman at Helpmate and I'm like, are you kidding me? That is my now ex. That is him. That's him. And they go in the office and they're talking amongst each other. And I mean, come on, you know what they must have been saying to each other. But they told me to go back over to the magistrate now and come back in the morning to their courtroom to do the DVPO. So I go over to the magistrate. He's all but issued the warrant. They've gotten his name in the system. It's literally being printed out, ready to go. He's confirming information with me to validate they have the right address and everything. And he goes, wait, hold on a second. And in the pit of my stomach, this is where I was saying, in the pit of my stomach, I fucking knew it because he was in the courtroom and I'm putting it all together in my head and I feel it in the pit of my stomach. And I just said to myself, they're about to fucking arrest me. Right. They're about to arrest me. Right. And he said, not a big deal. I just need a minute. There's no problem. Just give me a minute. And he told me to go sit back down. And I'm talking to this man through glass, by the way. So there's like that intercom and, whatever waiting area. And I go and I sit down and I actually text my sister. I said, I'm about to be arrested. And she called me. And this is before they said I'm being arrested or anything because they were taking a few minutes. And I'm on the phone with her and I'm like, yeah, well, this is what it's looking like it's about to be. And I was telling her why I felt that way. Mm-hmm. And as I'm telling her that, he calls me over and I'm still on the phone with my sister, but he calls me over to pick up the phone to talk to him. And he says, so what's happened is we are going to issue his warrant and he will be arrested, but it looks like he just took out an arrest warrant on you, and that was just populated this morning. So we have to serve you before we can do anything with this warrant. And it was like a Jesus on the cross moment. Like I knew I just had to go through the formality. So I wasn't like, oh my God, I'm being arrested. It wasn't anything like crazy and over the top. It was just like, this motherfucker. Okay, let me do this and get out and go do what I got to do from here. I just knew I had to resign myself to it. So.
And tell where your kids were.
Right. So this is where your child was endangered and potentially could have died. And then this is okay. So this is where I got that. And
this is the part I wanted you to hear.
I get it now. Okay, I get where you were going now. Okay, so my 14-year-old was left at home in the morning for an hour. It was supposed to be no more than an hour to go just file to get the warrant. I knew that because of the process, I didn't think I'd be going to court. How that ended up happening and turning into something longer was just because they were telling me, go try this. But my intentions were literally to just go down there, file for the warrant and come back home and then show up the following morning for DVPO court with my paperwork. So when I got there, I got stuck there. But what that turned into was them arresting me. I'm on the phone with my sister and I'm saying, call my son, tell him what's going on, tell him not to answer the door for anybody. And I didn't care. The magistrate, the officer.
And what age is that son?
14. 14.
Oh
with the 3-year-old and the 22-month-old.
Oh my God.
Special needs.
And so does your 14? And so the special needs child is on oxygen, your 14-year-old child obviously is capable of only so much. I take it that since he grew up with the situation, he's capable of something, but it's obviously going to be limited. So, share with us what you can.
Well, let me put it this way. My 14-year-old is not a typical 14-year-old. He's extremely intelligent. He's, he is capable. However, you don't leave a 14-year-old in charge of a special needs, medically fragile child with an off-the-walls 3-year-old. You just don't. There's nobody in the right mind does that, not for any length of time. Right. When I left, there was obviously a plan put in place and for a controlled amount of time, and this was all taken care of up to this point, and I'll be home before he even needs that. So when it turned into a situation where I had no idea when I was going to be home. Okay, so because of the nature, this is the crime that he was accusing me of. He accused me of stalking him. This is what I was arrested for, cyber stalking. So because it deals with within a domestic capacity and it's considered a domestic violence crime, the nature of domestic violence crimes within law enforcement, a magistrate cannot issue you bond. You can't just get bond immediately. You have to go before a judge, meaning you have to be arraigned while being held for the judge to determine if a bond will be set or if you will be held for 48 hours before whatever. So again, because it was domestic violence, I had to go through that process. Now, Carlos absolutely knew that because 10 months prior, he was in the same situation, but living it for many months after. He completely knew there's no excuse for him to ever act as if. And I'm driving this point home because it just adds to the violation of our children's health and safety and everything, that he knew what he was doing would potentially, if not likely, put me in jail for up to 48 hours. It didn't happen that way. I ended up going before a judge later that afternoon. I was away from my children, all told 12 hours, from about 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And when I went before the judge, it was probably around 3 in the afternoon. They didn't release me until much later, but he set my bond as, I didn't have a bond, but I did get what's called pretrial, which means I have to check in, meaning I may be a harm or a flight risk or whatever. So I have to check in weekly with a pretrial manager, whatever they call these people, which is what Carlos was on in the year prior for his assault charge against me. So he knew, what all this stuff was. Right. They basically were treating me as
And how long do you think he had it in his mind that he would turn the whole situation and do it the same thing to you?
I think he was planning it from that moment, honestly, that he was put in jail with the cops witnessing, everything that happened. Now, at the time, I did not believe that. And I think Chrissy tried to warn me or kind of preemptively suggest these things that I wasn't ready to hear. So it didn't really go that far with how this is the way I felt like in hindsight now. She kind of digressed from making those innuendos or whatever when it came to his intentions or whatever at a certain point, like when we started to develop and build the shop out and everything, and it looked like things were going better because we were in counseling and all kinds of wonderful stuff there.
I didn't rain on my friend's parade when she was thriving with her beautiful business and sending me pictures of the progress of it every day. Mm-hmm. I wasn't being a downer about
Understood. It. No, I get it. And there was nothing else that could be done at that time other than to try and make the best of it. Obviously, things have changed. And in terms of...
did he send anyone to check on the kids or go himself?
This is what's the most outstanding. This is what's the most outstanding feature to me. The most outstanding component of this is obviously Carlos doesn't care. He doesn't care about the kids. He obviously is. They could have died, and he would have blamed it simply on you, and then he would have
in jail.
Yeah.
Have fresh charges on me for cyber stalking, which is
Yes,
hilarious.
and yeah, and he would have held that as in jail.
And then he dropped
yeah.
those charges. He didn't show up because she didn't do that, and because he had already called the police and said she had done something else. He said two different things.
Right.
So
So
he
that's
just didn't show up.
So thank God for
Well,
his
that charge
stupidity.
still stands.
Yeah.
He didn't show up for the DVPO, which cited the same stuff
Yeah.
because he didn't want to stand and have to speak for that. That didn't make any sense.
But
So
as it
now
stands
it's
at
actually
this
stuck.
moment, Jen, tell.
As it stands in this moment, I have a criminal charge pending against me. I have to check in weekly with pretrial for a cyber stalking charge against my ex, we have documented historical proof that he has committed atrocities against me, that he has a violent record, a prison record, that he is like the violent person.
But
and
now he
manipulative.
has you locked out of your business.
He has,
And
the
he
day
has a
I
protective
jail-
order against you instead of the other
The-
way around.
Right.
Yes. the day
And he
that
can
I-
literally he can literally walk into her home right now, open the door, sit down, put his dirty boots up on the coffee table if he would want to do that. But
Yes.
I mean,
but you
she
know what?
has no protection at all. He's
This
the one
is-
they're protecting.
He's still on the lease here. He's still the phone bill is still in his name. I can't communicate with him. Okay, so part of pretrial is I have no contact with him. When they arrested him on the charge I had against him, he has a client who is a bail bondsman. And Chrissy and I put together that is how he got out of jail before the 48 hours, because he was arrested on a Friday, and I saw to it that he was arrested on a Friday and would be held until court on a Monday. He ended up getting out on a Sunday, no bail, no conditions.
So
This man has a violent record.
right. And so when you say he has this client who's a bail bondsman, you mean somebody whose hair he cuts?
Yes.
Oh my
Yes.
God. So I get the impression through that there's potentially a gay relationship there. I mean, honestly, I would go that far as to insinuate that, because that's just, how would I say it? That's just so, like, what kind of sane individual would go out on a limb and do this for this son of a bitch unless there were something like that involved? I mean,
Involved, like a really an intimate connection on some level.
What would you do for a haircut?
Yes, I mean, really. I mean, this is like, holy shit. It's like, this doesn't make any sense, except I believe every word you're saying. And I've seen this sort of injustice, this travesty go on eternally. This is part of the eternal advantage that men have in a patriarchy. This is essentially what we're dealing with, and this is something they should not have. This is the insanity that just drives one to so many people to give up, and this is why so many women have higher suicide rates and than men do. It's this sort of madness. In terms of the horror of this is obvious in and of itself. Beyond that, we're dealing with the horror of your child's lifespan, and so I obviously think that what you need to do, and what you, I'm certain, are doing, is obviously you kind of shift yourself into, like I spoke about with Christy. It lives on a cosmological sense of time as opposed to a chronological sense of time. In other words, that there's a certain time we have to work with the calendar and with the time clock, and there's elements of our lives that we really need to take out of that cycle, and we cannot look at them in terms of chronometry. We have to live in a more timeless rhythm with the seasons and with the and with certain elements of life, just to maintain a quality of life. And so I assume that this is how you're dealing with your son and the limited amount of time you have with him. My impression from the diagnosis that was related to me, unless I miscommunicated, is that the MDs give him pretty much a ceiling, a demographic or statistical maximum limit of about 14 years, I believe. And so he's obviously not that old right now, but you will have more than enough time to bond with him tremendously, as one would with the potentially average lifespan of a dog. And I say that in no way to denigrate him, but you understand what I'm saying. When dogs die, of course, this is far more hard for many people to take than many of their relations passing on.
Yeah.
But with because most of the time the dog doesn't do horrible things to them like their relations do. But in terms of your son, it will be something like this. It maybe a miracle will happen, and this is not how it turns out. But
Well, I will say that Jose has shown tremendous progress in his health since Carlos has been out of the house, and his doctors have remarked on it without even knowing. And they asked Jen, what's
What am I
going
doing
on?
different?
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
good. Ooh,
Everybody from his acupuncturist to his physical therapist to his pediatrician, the in-home nurse that comes weekly knows everything that's going on. So she knowingly remarked regarding the progress. But it's been tremendous. And I have to tell you, I hear, like, when I heard terminal diagnosis, and I use that phrase because for all intents and purposes, that's what he has. However, I'm going to say I'm a person of faith, and I'm going to tell you that they have remarkable shit out there right now.
I don't accept that. Yeah, I don't accept that either.
His prognosis, I don't accept it, and I haven't ever been able to. I'm going to say this as spiritual beings and as people who, I know DNA can be reprogrammed and recoded just off vibration.
Yeah.
I'm going to heal him spiritually. I've always said I would. Okay, Carlos had to go for that to ever be possible.
Yes.
Correct.
And I recognize that. I recognize that now more than ever, and I'm being shown that in his progress since Carlos has been out of the picture. But beyond that, they do have treatment that they're working on that they've discovered in mice models when they've injected the human gene, which is scary, stupid, sci-fi, crazy shit, right?
Yeah.
It's the same technology they're using in these crazy-ass vaccines for the COVID crap.
Right.
But it's RNA editing,
Right.
gene therapy. And so on one hand, you have the potential for them to completely reverse my child's
Situation.
symptoms
Yeah.
genetic. Yeah. So on one hand, that technology, that advance in science is like a godsend, but this is where morally I'm stuck. I got to tell you, I don't know what
A lot of things that can be used for good can also be used for
Well,
evil.
I can help you with that. There's whatever is going to help your son needs to be taken advantage of. There's no moral qualms there. In terms of what the mRNA for the vaccines, they're definitely the way to go. They've obviously proven themselves far more efficacious than what I got, which is the Janssen vaccine, which is fine. I'm okay with it because one out of it's well over a million people that it has died. Well, not even died. It's literally has developed blood clots. They're all female. One of them has died. One of them is in serious condition. There may
And
be
I think that's important, very important.
Well, it's
not
important.
like
It's
no
important.
big deal.
I'm not belittling the deaths. It's one of these things that, of course, does need to be put into perspective. And of course, as a vaccine, it's the least efficacious or the least protective of all the others. But my real point is that the other vaccines, the Pfizer and I forget the name of the other one, but it's obviously I got the
Moderna.
Janssen. Yeah, thank you. They're the mRNA vaccines, and they're doing much better than the one-shot fire and forget that I got, which I'm fine with. But it obviously has its issues. I don't consider them to be decisive issues in the sense that Crystal River might, because what she's bringing up is, of course, again, not to dismiss the value of a life, but when we're talking statistics and demographics, the dangers are effectively non-existent. But there may be long-term things to all of this, because all of this came out under a situation that is highly abnormal.
How could there not?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to argue with that. it's
a rushed, mad scientist project.
Right,
so.
Right. That being said, of course, this does advance research in other areas that will hopefully help your son. In other words, we have many human beings that are serving as the guinea pigs for him, and take advantage of that and feel no qualms about it. I will make another point, of course. Obviously, the prognosis concerning your son is important. And again, you don't need to take that as literal or definitive. It is, say, for instance, in the case of the grains of sand on a beach, and then amongst the many billions of them, you're going to have a few boulders. In other words, say, for instance, as ridiculous as the chances are for ever winning the state lottery, you have far more chances of being struck multiple times by lightning than ever winning it. The fact remains, someone is going to win the state lottery. And so, it's, I don't even think it's at that level of chance for your son in terms of that far a shot. Your son may very well end up leading a normal lifespan. And we have to maintain that as what we're aiming for. We have to maintain that as what we assume, because that's how we're going to live with it. Holy shit. Crystal River joined. Crystal River left. Are you with us, Chris? Let me see if I have to call her back. It's Carlos's demon knocked her off again. Let's see what we could do here. There she is. So give her a call, add her back on, and then I want her to respond to that. Is what I'm saying coherent, Jen? Is you get?
Yeah, it is. No, it is. It is. I'm in agreement with a lot of it. I'm acknowledging it. I'm also, I'm applying it. While you're speaking, I'm applying it to my experience and the circumstances.
Right. We don't want to get it too lost into the vaccine trip, because obviously, by the way,
actually we do, but that's another show.
Oh, well, I mean, it can be. It can be. You're right. It's probably best for another show, but just so that people understand.
Because Jen's got lots of information on that too.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not ready to delve into that, honestly, because I feel like it's going to completely alter the course of our whole conversation here. I have so much to say.
Right, yeah. So
don't say it.
Oh, no, got it. I got it. Yeah, we don't need to dive into that now, but just to clarify this for our listeners, there's this one young lady who's a friend of mine on Facebook, and she's wonderful, and she's there's no other words for it. She is violently anti-vaccine, and so she's put up some posts, and I did acknowledge. I told her outright. There's not a single American soldier in all military history who has ever died of a biological weapon in the field, other than prisoners of war who bioweapons may have been tested on, or those who have had bioweapons tested on them by their own government. But in terms of these American soldiers, many hundreds of thousands of these soldiers have died or been impacted for life by American vaccines. So there is no doubt some of the most incredible massacres in history. I've brought this up before, and just in brief, one was in World War II after the Battle of Los Angeles, when the American military assumed the Japanese were over Los Angeles with aerosolized bioweapons that they were spraying over the city. They immediately vaccinated their troops so they could contain Los Angeles. They were going to use the troops to contain Los Angeles and basically shoot anybody who tried to leave to prevent the spread of that disease, which they were convinced was yellow fever. And so they provided this yellow fever vaccine to their troops, and they wound up wiping them out by the hundreds of thousands. They wiped out the equivalent of 4.5 divisions, which lengthened the war in the Pacific by about 4 years. So these people were left with no personnel to even distribute in the Pacific militarily. This is how the Americans, this was the equivalent of the Battle of Stalingrad or Leningrad, and this is why the Americans hid it behind this venue of invading aliens, because their loss was so catastrophic. And this was, the largest single point sourced outbreak of vaccine-induced hepatitis to ever hit mankind on medical record. So there you have that. I mean, vaccines are like firearms. They can be used for good or for ill, and they can result in massacres. So they can be they need to be taken seriously. They can be extraordinarily dangerous, and pharmaceutical companies do work on bioweapons. So we must never forget that. And so just to get that out of the way, that it's not that I'm ever denying reality in this regard. So I don't want people to understand or misunderstand myself as some kind of empty propagandist for the medical industrial complex. And anybody who gets that idea is just an idiot. But
I really appreciate you, Douglas. I just want to say that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Janet, do you want to? Are you at the end of this story?
Well, I think I want to take her a little further with this by
okay.
basically saying, yeah. Oh, why? Were you going to bring up whatever you need? Yeah.
Well, we were messaging each other to like redirect it back to something else since we weren't supposed to come on to talk about that, and we didn't want to. But I appreciate what you said and everything.
Awesome. Oh, yes. No. I was just saying that kind of so people would understand that.
I know it's beautiful. Yes.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
And so, but with Jen, obviously we're dealing with.
It is a fascinating topic and discussion. It's something I would love to have. I'm just not ready to have it right now because I feel like
we're winding down this big one already.
Yeah. No, we're dealing with something much more immediate, and this immediate issue is very important. So when we're dealing with your son, obviously I feel that there's multiple factors going on here. There's occult engineering going on the part of Carlos. He's obviously been involved in very dark things that have, in a sense, we'll use this term, infected your son. And so it would be the same as if he were beating you while you were pregnant, and this resulted in your son being mentally incapacitated at birth due to basically receiving some of the beating physically from his father while he was in the womb. This sort of thing is what happened to a degree to Haley Mayer when she was involved with James Casbolt / Michael Prince. And so I'd never want people to forget that, so that people understand that James Casbolt, Michael Prince, is no one to admire in any respect, and this is a person who beat his wife while she was pregnant. So I never want that to be forgotten. In terms of Carlos, he has done the equivalent thereof by abusing you psychologically, which has an enormous impact on the pregnancy. In terms of the condition of the mother carrying the baby to term, it's an atrocity as significant as physically beating you. Not to mention that I think that occult sabotage was conducted on his part against you and your son. And beyond that, working to reset the vibrations, to reprogram the DNA of your son. This is something that needs to be done on your part, independently, through faith, through prayer, through whatever you feel will work, and ultimately through taking advantage of medical technology as it is released. So the question will be how available it becomes and whether it's affordable or whether it can be tested on your son through some sort of charity or something like that. So, but beyond that, there were a few other questions I had that now have leaked out of my ears and escaped my mind, but we'll carry this to other relevant topics concerning the Man Box and the Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and I want you to continue participating for as long as you possibly can. So I want you with us tonight, Jen and Crystal, for as long as both of you are able to stay. And by all means, take the conversation onto the relevant thread from here. But if you have anything else to add to this situation to kind of help close it, let's see if the chat room can help, because I just got an incoming message. Let me check that. And then James Reese says also the Afrit are known to be able to defect and damage children as well, but it is probably not the case here, since they are hard to control. But that's an interesting thing to say, because we had Christine Joanna Hart saying that all the fairy folk were essentially the jinn, and so she conflates the both.
Oh, can I say something
Please.
about that?
Please.
I just wanted to say to Christine Joanna Hart, fuck off.
Yeah, and
I love you, Kirsty.
yeah. If we're going there, I guess I can outline to people what happened so that they have a better understanding of exactly. Just to let people know, I don't know if Our Lady Crystal wants to go into this, but I found out through Crystal.
I do, yeah, sure.
Okay, yeah, I found out through Crystal that these three ladies, Sarah Rachel Adams and Haley Mayer.
First of all, Jen, do you want to go?
Oh, Jen. Yeah, how is the situation?
I will let you know when I really got to go.
Okay.
I'm comfortable to stay right now.
Thank
Okay,
God.
cool.
Thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure she's comfortable. And Douglas got some comments that Christine Joanna Hart made in the YouTube, and he asked me to look at them, and did I think that they were like threatening and needed to be erased? And I said, no, if you want to delete them, but I don't, people know she's crazy, so it's fine with me if you leave it. But apparently somebody had the good sense to get that stuff off of there. Maybe it was her boss, Sarah Rachel Adams, her new boss.
Yeah, and we now see Sarah Rachel Adams as essentially her boss. Yes, we do. Give me a second to recover my voice, and you take over the talking, honey.
Sure.
Yeah, and cover the situation. Essentially, Haley Mayer, I'm sad to learn, and believe me, I know this is to be true. When Crystal River tells me something, I know she's telling the truth because I know these people. So when she told me Haley Mayer is now basically financing a business that these three ladies are involved in, Sarah Rachel Adams.
Well, I guess I pretty much, I guess that who's doing the financing out of those three, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So only one of them has anything financial.
Yes. Though Sarah Rachel Adams, of course, was always a mystery figure and is getting sponsorship from somewhere.
Well, just like the whores on Craigslist, they have some money.
Oh my God! And by the way, Jen, you don't need to say it if you feel somehow that this is uncomfortable or something, but honestly, look, I've worked with unconventional professions all my life, and honestly, and of course, when we bring up the whores on Craigslist, this is not coming from some moral or condemnatory standpoint of them. We're condemning, of course, Carlos because Carlos is a piece of shit. As for your average street walking crack whore, she has far more guts and heart than he does. So this is not a condemnation of female prostitutes, and certainly not a condemnation of people working in the adult entertainment industry. There are obviously people who need to make a living.
Just particular ones like Sarah Rachel Adams.
Oh God!
I love Chrissy. You're perfect. She puts everything so eloquently. It's like
oh yes, and she actually has
a jab to the gut as sweetly as possible.
Yes, she has the moxie to say some things that I just didn't dare to say. But yeah, what was your job that you got fired from because of this son of a bitch? When I asked about it before, you were very intent on the narrative. Is that something you don't want to talk about, or?
Oh, no. I think that I was just trying to find a way to not divulge my full identity yet because of all the ongoing court stuff. No, okay. I'm not opposed to saying that. At the time, I was a medical scheduler. That was part of one of my jobs. I also taught astrology and did other, like I had a yoga business. So I had my own business going on, but I had a daytime job as well. So that was the job I couldn't drive to. That was the job that had all my benefits and everything. That was the one that kind of, I mean, they both matter, don't get me wrong, but I couldn't do
That's
anything.
The one Carlos really saw as a threat, basically.
Because that's where I had people. That's where I had, I guess in his mind, competition, and I had people admiring me, and I actually was about to land a graphic design position there. I was being I knew the way I got the job is because my mom worked as a home, like one of those RN case managers, but from home for many years for this company.
Oh, wow. So
And
your mom's a registered nurse.
yes,
Oh,
she is.
okay.
And at the time, she had a job as an at-home case manager. So she did remote work for hospitals all over the country, or at least in 3 different markets, but some were, spread out across the country.
So she was perfectly set up for the pandemic to work from home, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, and then yes, and then us other people. That particular place allowed work from home. So I was actually, the reason why I took the job was for benefits and to get the work from home opportunity after so many months. So that's why I was there, because I already had my own business at home. I already had a lot like stuff I was working on and building and growing. And what he essentially did was he took me away from an audience. I say an audience, but for him, everybody's an audience. And that's why I'm saying that he captivates an audience. For me, it's people. It's just people who I can confide in or talk to, or in his mind, he didn't want me to be around anybody. He didn't want me to move on to the next level of advancement. Like I said, I knew that my mom's boss, he was the head of the department that was like on the opposite end of my department. So there were 2 heads, and I kind of crossed barriers and would go talk to him because, well, whatever. I mean, he was kind of smitten with me. I'm just going to say it, but he was really, it wasn't anything inappropriate. He appreciated my professional, etiquette, and ultimately asked me why I was doing what I was doing. And when I told him I was still in school finishing a degree for graphic design, he told me there was a position coming open. And so Carlos knew I was being groomed as well to take on a remote position doing what I wanted to fucking do, and get paid for it, from home, where I didn't have to go out and
This is so common. This is so common. It's just as the woman is on the cusp of this major success in life, the asshole man comes in to make certain that doesn't
sabotage
happen.
It.
Yes. This, this is the eternal story. And men are threatened by even people who are not at the level of Carlos. But by the way, before the both of you ladies came on, Derek Talley is of course the truck driver who honestly I have too much fun with him, and I'm really just I should be ashamed of myself for my gratuitous sadism in that regard. But he basically had because of his trucking company, they assigned him to a what is it, sexual harassment course or something like that. It is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and his trucking company was aware enough of that, and I have to give them credit. They paid him and other truckers to take this course on sexual harassment in the workplace. Of course, my joke is it's kind of like Stuart Sverdlow, right? When he calls the rape advice hotline, and he's looking for advice on how to rape, and he gets all disappointed when he finds out it's for victims. I was kind of making that joke that Derek Talley was learning how to grope better and all the rest of that. It's an exceptionally poor taste. Of course, I hang my head in shame. But Derek Talley was saying that what he learned about sexual harassment in the workplace was that basically the predators are always looking to turn the mob, that they really will manipulate everyone in the workplace to turn against their victim. And so they make their victim the scapegoat. And so what he learned in this course is essentially if some pathological sociopsychopath like Carlos were to take that course, he would take that as an instruction kit for basically manipulating everyone against you. This is the textbook, the textbook case of that kind of behavior. Yeah. So just had to get that out there, and but with that, we'll turn now towards some other predators. In this case, there's these 3 ladies. Of course, we use that term loosely, and I'm
extremely.
Yes, I'm sorry to put Haley Mayer in that category, but she's probably irredeemable at this point.
I don't know Haley at all, so anything I say is not directed at Haley. All I know about Haley is what I heard from Max. What
Right.
Max told me is all I know about her, and it was that she was a really good person, and he was in love with her till the day he died. So
right. And this is
that's anything I say is directed toward the other two. Although, you know what they say about the company you keep. So.
Yes, thank you. I was about to say this is part of the problem, and this is why I basically when both Crystal River and I have a kind of connection here where she was Max, everything she says I know to be true. I mean, I knew these people. So when she brings up what she did about Max, I know it all to be true. I know that Max, certainly she knows too much. It's not something somebody makes up. And so the way that Sarah Rachel Adams would reverse engineer this, the way she would revise it, would be to say that, of course, she turned Max on to Crystal River just to have another, I don't know, support or some kind of extra pair of eyes on him or something. And then kind of and after that, she wants total control of the narrative again. And so somehow, in her mind, ejects Crystal River from the situation completely. Obviously, Sarah Rachel Adams herself was ejected from the situation because Max went into Stuart Sverdlow's hands and wound up with Stuart Sverdlow participating in the conspiracy to murder him. So when I bring up Stuart Sverdlow, it's with that kind of thing in mind, shall we say, that I shit all over him without any qualms. But in terms of Max, when Crystal shared with me the fact that he really had his crush was on Haley Mayer, that made perfect sense. I mean, obviously,
I'm not talking about a crush, though.
It was beyond that. It was
He asked about you. He felt you guys all had like a soul family thing going on, but he thought that the connection with Haley was something positive, whereas with Sarah it was negative.
There we are. And I believe that. It was something that I could see that. Now, I always defended Sarah and stood up for her. And, she was in her own little world. She never really knew it or appreciated it to any degree. But, I was very publicly on her side when she was going through various confrontations with Stuart Sverdlow, for instance, and other people. And these people, they're all, they're not nice to each other.
It's a den of vipers.
Yes. And but when it came to Max, I had always promoted Sarah because there was that element that she had prevented Max from basically killing himself with overdoses. And of course, she was responsible for that to an extent. And at some point, her influence became suffocating. It was suffocating and I guess toxic enough for Max to just say, fuck it, I want to escape. And when he did, he would have survived longer had he stuck with Crystal. And as Crystal says, there's a certain sense of responsibility she has. At the same time, we know, of course, don't, of course, flagellate yourself over that. And of course, Crystal, I know you're mature enough not to allow that to haunt you in a negative sense, but it's one of the things that draws Crystal to myself to prevent another Max Spears situation from happening in my case. So she does have that sense of responsibility and commitment to me that I deeply appreciate. At least that sentiment, shall we say, and that alone is appreciated. And but when she speaks to me about these people, it resonates, and I know what she's saying to be true. When she says Haley Mayer is now the person financing it, it would have to be that, or it would be Sarah Rachel Adams getting more of an influx from the Aquino estate, probably from Lilith Aquino. And so those two sources put together make the most sense. Christine Joanna Hart, of course, is always had some kind of sponsorship from Aquino, and that is how she wound up living where she lives. And it was strange. In one of her comments, one of the things she said was, I don't know where she lives, but she's always been very open about where she lives. She lives in fucking Embassy Row in London. It's the most expensive neighborhood in one of the most expensive cities in the world. So she obviously has someone pumping in thousands and thousands of dollars. And as Judith Gay Yeager observed about Sarah Rachel Adams, somebody was pumping in at least thousands of dollars for her because her clothing was, generally top of the line, and she was just traveling all over the place. Oh, let's go see the pyramids. Let's go, she's like doing shit that people dream of doing all their lives, and she's like doing it rather casually. So it's obviously someone's pumping money into these chicks, and it's not Haley Mayer who's doing all that. And but Haley Mayer coming in and financing like their cosmetics business, that makes sense. And it's there you go. And so these three ladies are getting together in cosmetics, and there's a kind of irony there. And so probably Sarah Rachel Adams, in fact, certainly Sarah Rachel Adams assigned Christy Joanna Hart to come on over and put some comments very late in the game on the Max Spears video that Crystal Rivers and I have on my channel. So everybody is free to look at that. Unfortunately, the comments are no longer there. What I will do is publish the screenshot I took of the notifications. So the one thing that we do know is that there was a third comment, which strangely enough, I received no notification for. And that comment was one in which she said, "Oh yeah, the fair gin, and you can find this out by listening to my show." Come listen to my show. So she was promoting her own show there. And as our lady Crystal River said, there was, yeah.
First of all, I will never be that bored. Like, even in the winter storm.
Oh, by the way, oh my God, this is your chance to vent, cathar, and bitch about the Great Texas Blackout. And I hope you don't mind my sharing this. I'm so sorry, but this stuck with me. Basically, Crystal River was telling me there was no way to keep warm except by physical contact. And of course, she basically, I just had this image that her neighbors, especially the men, must have been really fucking happy about that. And I could just imagine them cuddling up to her, saying about, "Oh, this is the only way we can survive the night." Yeah. So, I'm sorry, I have to ask, did any of that take place? Were any of the neighbors taking advantage of the situation while you were all in the sleeping bag there? I know that
no one takes advantage of Crystal River.
Okay.
But it was miserable, but it's over, and I would rather not revisit it. It was terrible.
I'm sorry.
But,
it was awful.
but over in Daniel Arola's part of town, it was heaven on earth. So maybe I'll look into that real estate. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh shit. Yes. Well, it helps to have a sugar mama. Anyhow, Daniel, he's got it pretty good. And oh my God. But one thing I do want you to know, you can be proud of having survived. There's many more people who did not, that we don't even yet know about, and likely never will. Immigrants, homeless, are not counted in the death statistics. I can guarantee everybody they've got to be in the many hundreds at the least, the number of people who died, and no one would understand that more than a survivor. There's no way a lot of the elderly and even some infants could have survived.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
Yeah. It's just truly a horror story. And so aside from that, when we're talking about Christine Joanna Hart, so her comments, let me call up the notifications here, and just basically, so here's one. She says, just to clarify this for people, because I will publish this, and I won't even respond to it really in the published screenshot, but it's just basically, "Yes, you evilly knocked me off my own show because your 70-year-old lover, Laura," referring to Laura Lee Solomon, "didn't want me to stop you hating on Americans. I don't know, M.A., you," and then the rest of the comments cut off because it's a notification. I did read the full comment. I can't remember what the rest of it was. There's a second comment. I'll get to that. But this alone brings up several issues I've already addressed with Peter Moon. I won't repeat them over much, but just to educate our listeners and people coming in just now, first off, there's several elements to this comment that It's interesting. She uses the cut, your 70-year-old lover, Laura, as in Laura Lee Solomon. And what's interesting about that is that Christine Joanna Hart is no spring chicken.
I was just going to say, I mean, I have no issues with age or whatever, but I wouldn't say that if I were Christine Joanna Hart, as if it were odd. A put down.
Thank you.
That's your neighborhood sister.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I mean, honestly, it's for what it's worth, so people know. I mean, you shouldn't give out the age of a lady, but literally, I know one thing for sure, and it's really no big deal in the case of Laura Lee Solomon. She's basically 12 years older than me. She was born like literally maybe the same year I was on the Chinese zodiac, but 12 years before. So at least maybe 10 years older than me, not 12, because I know she wasn't born in the year of the horse. So she's in that range. So if I'm in my, about 54, something like that, I really try not to keep track of it. She's about 64. Yeah. We got to stop doing things like that, like keeping track of that. But she'd be about retirement age. Yeah. And, as for...
Well, then you add the wear and tear of all the serial killers. So.
Yeah, well, with Christine Joanna Hart, she might be younger than, she might be a little between me and, she's between the age of me and Laura Lee, I would suspect. But then, like you said, the wear and tear of the serial killers and shit she was involved with. Anyhow, when she says I don't know MA, what's so bizarre about that statement is she came to me with the public cover story. This was her public cover story, and it's a real story. It's not really even a cover story. She came to me publicly saying, I want to escape the influence of Michael Aquino. That she was essentially, basically her earliest memories. And I remember Judith Gay Ager getting on my back about this because I would relay it this graphically, but this is the way she described it. Her earliest memories in life were riding up and down on Michael Aquino's phallus. That basically while he was in the missionary position, beneath her. So she was riding cowgirl is what we would call that in, shall we say, Western Kama Sutra. She's basically riding cowgirl on Michael Aquino while he was lying flat. That is her earliest memory in life. She was open about that and public about that. And when I brought it up in her company, on bandwidth and on record, she never denied it. So this is, to suddenly say I don't know MA is bizarre. And as I brought up with Peter Moon, and I'll just say this much about it, when she says, Laura Lee didn't want me to stop you hating on Americans. This is a very important point. She's British, but like white Americans here in America, I'm not an American to her. So that this is something that I really cannot overemphasize, but I'm not going to overdwell on it now. When you're an Asian American, it doesn't matter if you're born here and you speak perfect English. Now, I wasn't born here, but I do speak perfect fucking English, and I am a United States citizen. But I will always never be an American to a white American or to someone like Christine Joanna Hart. It's just to them, Americans are not Asian. So an Asian is just a foreigner by default. So there goes, something horrible to that adds to, shall we say, an educational value to her writ. Then her second comment says, I did meet Max that day, so her control wasn't as tight as she thinks. Now, I believe she's referring...
Now, I want to answer each one of these points since you're going to read them. Yeah. So with that, two things. Number one, I don't fucking believe you. And yes. Number two is that I never claimed that I wanted or had control over Max. In fact, if you paid attention, I explained that I was trying to get out from under his obsession with me, and that is what I did. I left Max.
Right. So people know. So just so people know, Max wanted Crystal River to go to Poland with him. And he wanted.
And Christine, if you listen to his last video, the one where he's being murdered and jumping up on the trampoline and all that, if you listen to that, you'll hear Max tell you that he's ashamed of going on ahead and going to Poland and not taking my advice. And if on the slightest chance he did go against my advice and see you, he told me in that video that he was ashamed of those things. And he said my name, Crystal. So go back and listen before you speak.
Thank you. And then Christine Joanna Hart says something that is confusing the issue, to me at least. She says, all the BS about controlling him is evil competitive smearing. So I guess she's referring to, we can take this two ways. I mean, this either means her first sentence may not have been about you, but may have been about Sarah Rachel Adams' control, or does it mean that all the BS about controlling him, maybe she's damning all parties involved, saying that Sarah Rachel Adams, saying you control him.
I don't think she's saying that about her boss.
Okay, yeah, that.
Or that would be why she erased it. Maybe she was.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we don't know. Because the one thing I do know, and I do want people to know this, I did not delete these comments. Honestly, they were what they were. I didn't find them threatening. I was going to use them to educate people, to show them, see, this is where she's coming from, and this gives me an opportunity to respond. I wasn't going to respond by writing back to the comments, because that probably would have triggered her to delete them. So I wasn't going to respond that way, but then they got deleted. Now, there's all kinds of mysteries with YouTube in my channel, and I do believe, and both Peter Moon and I agree on this, that the Dietrich Artelect sometimes comes in and intervenes. Whether that happened in this case, I don't know. I wouldn't see any reason why. But so it's probably Christine Joanna Hart deleting him, but who knows? It's a mystery, and only Christine Joanna Hart would know whether it was her or not. She goes on to say in this second comment, I was concerned with, and then the rest of it got cut off. But I'm certain that Crystal probably remembers the rest of it, or at least the general gist, as my father would have said, the man who raised me, that term he would have used, the general direction it was going. Whatever you do remember, Crystal, by all means, respond at will.
It was something about me having a forked tongue.
Oh, that's right. Yes, it was. And so it's not.
So I would just leave that one to the people to decide.
Yes.
I mean, people know what she's about. They know what I'm about. It speaks for itself.
But the one thing that Christine Joanna Hart did pretty much confess to in one of these comments was essentially being a mind-controlled asset to a degree, or an MK Ultra type of asset. Did she not? I mean, that's what I got out of it. Was one of the comments was alluding to that, where that she was under control to a degree or something. Did she not bring that up in one of the comments, or is that simply how?
I don't remember.
Okay, that's kind of the because I remember. That's pretty much what you said as soon as you read them, was that, look, she pretty much admits to being an MK asset or mind controlled. And, I did get yeah, right. Yeah. And so she did.
I said something about whatever they say, you have to take it with a grain of salt, because by her own admission, she's a MI6 asset and whatever else.
Yeah.
MK Ultra mind control victim. I mean, these people have alters, and they,
By the way, for people who think that we're somehow smearing Christine Joanna Hart, understand she's written a fucking book on this, all right? It's titled I Am a Remote. And this is what started the big fight with, oh God, Medusa Storm. What's her name? Oh my God, I forgot. The Wiccan, what's her name? She interviewed Michael Aquino after she got into the big fight with me about this. Was so upset with me about, kind of her title being played off on by Christine Joanna Hart. I don't know if our Lady Jen remembers her. Come on, somebody help me here.
I don't.
The woman who was on Revolution Radio with me. There we are. James is coming to the rescue here. Raven. Oh yes, Solaris Blue Raven. That's it, Solaris Blue Raven. And so thank you. Couldn't have gotten that out without you, Jameson. And so it was Solaris Blue Raven was basically wrote a book called Eye of the Remote. And the reason that I felt no qualms in suggesting a play on that title for Christine Joanna Hart, and she used the title "I Am a Remote," is because Solaris Blue Raven was trying to use that term to say she was inducted into a mind control program. This one involving the rock group. I can't even remember the name of the rock band, Hush or something like that.
It's Rush.
Rush.
It was Neil Peart.
Thank you. And she basically was, I was telling her, well, if you use this term and you use the term remote, I am a remote, which is kind of what she was basically saying, to imply that she's to a degree remote controlled, at least for a time in her life. Well, the only way to really make that statement hold, or to make that term hold so people who understand it, use it, and it becomes part of the lexicon, is to apply it to other people as well. Because if you have a terminally unique experience, it doesn't have meaning for anyone else. I was trying to do her a favor by my logic being that if someone says, I was a victim of internment, I was in an internee, and I was in internment camp, then unless you allow other people to make that claim or share that experience, no one's going to appreciate what you went through, because no one else is going to have it, right? Now, if they don't need to be worried about being interned in an internment camp, then your singular experience holds no meaning for them. The only way it can have meaning is that if there's a threat that, oh God, someday that might happen to me. So if the term remote becomes more common and people say, oh God, I would hope I never get inducted into a program and become a remote, you've got to use the term more and let other people use it. That was my logic. And then Solaris didn't see it that way, and I lost a friend, and she wound up being so angry about it and so resentful, she interviewed Michael Aquino, which was just awful, and of course really sad, and so there we have that. And so aside from all of that, both of you ladies, it's such a gift to have you both here. Please come on.
I remembered something.
Yeah, please.
What Christine Joanna Hart had said as the insult to me was that that small people like me, I am only 5'1", but I don't know what she meant, but she said small people like myself have to make up stories about Max to feel exciting or something. And I just want to say that I don't even use my real name when I'm doing this stuff. So you have no idea of my measure. And in my own personal life, I have a huge family, a successful business. There's nothing that I still want that I haven't gotten yet. And I'm not miserable. And I don't go on YouTube week after week telling how miserable I still am from my childhood. I have friends from my elementary school, from my high school, from my middle school that I'm still good friends with. So I've had a beautiful life, even though I've suffered through some traumas. I've turned those traumas into positive ways to help other people. I was a life coach way before you decided to become one last week. And I, most of all, don't have Sarah Rachel Adams as my boss. So I don't feel small.
Thank you. That was, I don't even know if the comment was directed at you, but, I could see that basically obviously, all of these comments were directed at Crystal River and myself, in the sense that they were entered into the thread of the video. So that's what they were intended to hit, was Crystal River and myself.
I think what actually happened is you have blocked everybody else from making the comments. And so now she works for them, and they sent her to make comments because she's the only one that still hasn't been blocked yet.
Right. I get it. And so that makes perfect sense.
But the message was really coming from higher up. Probably.
Right. But they also, of course, it's easy to refer to, there are many women who are falsely claiming to have been involved with Max Spears, and he had that kind of sex appeal where a lot of women developed fantasies about him. It was really quite odd in the sense that he had this supermassive appeal because he had the bird with a broken wing kind of projection. He was so broken and injured. Women just wanted to take him under their wing and nurture him back to some kind of health. So He was blessed with that gift, and he took full advantage of it to a degree. But honestly, he didn't use it well, and instead of gigoloing himself into a position with the sugar mama, he wound up, with what happened to him, which was just tragic. And but here's the crux.
And also,
Go.
since I've done my interviews, Max's mom has asked me if I wanted to befriend her, and so we have become friends. And she makes comments to me every once in a while that are extremely supportive. And she said she remembers that Max had what we had together and when the time was, and that he would tell his mother about me. So, I mean, there's that.
Okay. Thank you. And that's deeply appreciated. And see, so there's further evidence from Max's mother herself that Crystal River did know Max. And honestly, to me, there's no question of that. But definitely, what happened was, what was I going to say about that with Max and his life? This is what I was going to say. So he wanted Crystal to go with him to Poland, and this was her conundrum. And she pretty much, if tell me if I got this right.
It was never a conundrum.
Okay.
He said, the following people want me to go: Monica Duvall, Madeline Namro, and Stuart Swerdlow. And he said, do you think I should do it? I said, no. And he said, if I go, will you go with me? And I said, no. And we ended up not speaking maybe the last 6 weeks of his life. And he went ahead and went anyway. And so I couldn't have stopped him from going, but if he would have been with me, he wouldn't have gone. But these people are going to get him then or another time. And so, we've been over it before, but Max had 1 foot in the light and 1 foot in the dark. He wasn't all the way committed to the light, even though he was trying to go in that direction. And since he didn't go all the way in with the light, he left himself vulnerable, and these people were able to, it was a conspiracy. It was several people that led him to his demise.
Yes.
And he left himself open to that.
Thank you. It is so true, and so there we have that. And it was around that time that Crystal also, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong here, you may have consulted Peter Moon earlier about Max. I'm sure you did. But it was around that time that also Peter Moon, I think he put his 2 cents in about it, that, oh God, don't go, or something like that. Was that also the case, or you never even needed to question him?
Yeah, since Peter Moon and I have been friends, we do, monthly check-ins or talk every couple of months or whatever. And when we would have our conversations, he would say, are you still talking to that idiot?
Yes, that's right. Peter Moon, by the way, does not hold Max in any high regard. I mean, even in death, he's managed to maybe gain a little respect for Max from, what we've related about him. But the reality is his respect hasn't really gone up that much. He doesn't see much in Max. And and of course Max, in a very real sense, threatened Peter Moon. So, that's understandable. At one point, Max thought that Peter Moon was an obstacle between his culminating or climaxing his relationship with Crystal, so he threatened. He said, I could make Peter Moon disappear. Yeah. And of course, he was also saying that
I've killed men for doing less than this to me.
Wow. Oh my God. And then he also said something along the lines of, what was it? That if Crystal came with him to Poland, they would be protected by MI6 or some other intelligence.
No, he wanted me to come with him to. Oh, that's another thing that Christine Joanna Hart said about that Max was a Brit, so he was one of ours, and all this.
She did say that.
Yes, so I wanted to address that too, because actually at the end of, before Max went to Poland, he was asking me if he could move to California with me. He wanted to. He didn't want to stay there.
Right.
to be in America at that time.
Yeah, that's true.
So there's that. Yeah, I wanted to.
Yeah, and God, who wouldn't? I mean, but that aside,
he liked California and he liked Texas.
Yeah, yeah, he did. He did. And as a matter of fact, that's where he went after the time that I had personally met him the first time. He was like, oh my God, well, we went into that before. These memories, we'll go over them again in another episode. And of that, I have no doubt. Some other anniversary, I think it'll be important. By the way, so in terms of the chat room, we were talking about videos that I had addressed above top secret on before, because we were bringing up the fact that after I outed myself as a public informant, then the first organization to interview myself with was above top secret, and then shortly thereafter they brought on Michael Aquino as their permanent columnist, what they would call a guest columnist, but he was basically permanent, and so he was taking advantage of that to proselytize his Satanism and shit, and basically gain recruits to his cause. And so when I responded to that with my own videos on YouTube, thanks to the help of a bunch of young men who were, basically, well, I didn't know. It was like the Bowery Boys. Of course, none of you are old enough to remember that, but your grandfathers would. And it's like, just a eclectic group of misfits that putting out stuff on YouTube, and they helped me get a response out. And so Derek Talley was saying there in the chat room that my YouTube videos are from 7 years ago. So yeah, feels like 20 at this point, but yeah, I think that sounds about right. I believe that's what Derek Talley was referencing. Then Peter Moon said in the chat room, "Hello, Crystal. I am listening. Wonderful. Bless his heart." And Veronica Banana.
Is Peter coming back on?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought he was going to work on the book and come back on later.
Oh, no. He's working on the book and then he's going to sleep. Honey, okay. Good God, the guy's past retirement age, and hell, what time is it in the morning over there? Fucking 3 a.m., right?
Oh, I don't know. I thought sometimes you guys worked on it like at 6 a.m. or something. I don't know where I got that idea.
Oh, every once in a while. I mean, it would be like 6 a.m. my time, but that would be like 9 a.m. his time. And let me do a quick search here for time in New York. I mean, good God, it's just 1 hour ahead of yourself. And so in terms of time in New York right now, 3:24 a.m. Oh, fuck, that guy's asleep. Yeah, he's dead to the world. And in terms of, let's see now if I can bring back up some of the chat. Then what happened was Veronica Barrera came in and said, "Hola, Douglas and everyone. Thank you, Dee, for speaking on these topics." And so she's referencing the woman's abuse topics that we were covering. Yeah. And then Maria Gregorich says, "Hi, everyone." So she did come back after saying that these triggered her too much and were too painful to listen to the story of Jen. She did come back and did listen to it. And Vicki Johnson said, hi to Vicki Johnson. She said, hi, Maria, and all that. And Veronica.
Hi, Maria.
Yes. Shout out to Veronica Barrera and Amy Comu. Hopefully that's a correct pronunciation. Said, "Thank you, DD." And then Daniel Arola said, "Hi, HIGH." And yes, we'll call him the man who lives in Paradise, Texas from this point. And so all the ladies were saying hi to each other. And Amy Comu said, "Transportation and communication, always interested in what can change your schedule, delay plans." So she put up the fact that she's a Taurus. And so shout out to her and Veronica and everyone.
That means she has a birthday coming up. So happy upcoming birthday.
There we are. Thank you. You're so good at this. And then, so there we have that. And Jameson Reese was saying, of course, the Fae and the Jinn are not the same. She fails there. I mean, I would tend to agree. Yeah, obviously there's, aside from the differences in the culture, some people might try to say that, well, these are all manifestations of a universal force, but it's kind of like saying, well, I mean, how far can you go with that? I mean, it's like saying that I and the cow are one, but I still eat the cow. I mean, it's like that. There's only so far you can go with this oneness. So Okay, so the chat room at least became active. It was very strange at the beginning of tonight's program until I brought both these ladies on. The chat room, nobody was going in it. And it was interesting because we have a lot of upvotes and we had a lot of people watching in the analytics. It gets a little less towards this hour simply because, most people basically die.
Fall asleep.
What's that, honey?
Fall asleep.
Yes, they fall asleep, and but we have a good amount for this time, and lots of upvotes that are equal to the number watching. So we're doing quite well, and so in terms of the but earlier tonight when we started the program. Normally when we have the most amount of people and the most activity is at the beginning of the program. And of course it dies off as the night progresses. That was the total opposite tonight. And there was nobody there at the beginning until I brought both Jen and Crystal River on. So that was intriguing. That was interesting. And though we had listeners and the like, there was no one in the chat. Like everybody was suddenly scared of it or something. But aside...
Congratulations on your book.
Oh, thank you, honey. You're an angel. And honestly, it would not have happened without you. So we know that much. And I don't know if Jen has any interest in the subject, but hopefully she'll review it at some point. And,
she does. She texted me that she's taking care of the kids right now, but she'll check back in to say goodnight. We'll see.
Good. Yeah. But very glad to have yourself with me. And of course, anytime you feel like you need to drop off, don't worry about it. I can handle the rest of the program. Honestly, let's see how many hours that we got left. We did quite a bit. We accomplished quite a bit. So we've been on for 7.5 hours. Obviously, you two ladies were on that amount of time minus 2 hours. And so we did well. And we were able to get her situation out there. Oh, yes, because we had to get into the topic with her so quickly. You were saying that she herself and yourself were just looking at the promotional banner and I guess the image in the thumbnail on live stream just as you were coming on. So what did she have to say about that again? It was...
So, what exactly happened is she had just looked at it and I hadn't yet. And she was asking me my interpretation of the one that had the child. And I was just about to open my mouth, but I was like, that's his art. So that's his interpretation of it's going to have something to do with like your story and your child because it's a child. But I hadn't said it. That's what I was going to say. And then you called and were like, what did you guys think about it? Like you said it like you were listening.
Okay. Interesting. So definitely, hopefully, what I, of course, intend to project with that image is myself wrapping a protective cloak around the child. For those of you who see it, obviously the cloak is black, but then, that's my shtick, right? So that we have that, but hopefully people take that the right way. And obviously I look sinister as hell no matter what. But obviously the child's not, not being harmed. So Chris Collins says, been listening intently. Excellent transmission this evening. Oh, God bless you, Chris.
It's Douglas putting the cloak between so he doesn't get the germs.
Yes. And the infection from the horrible the Carlos virus. And, God. I always have trouble imagining what it's like to be a child product of someone like James Casbolt, Michael Prince, and this child is essentially in that same kind of challenge where of course, there's this whole thing with my being the product of Adolf Hitler and whatnot, but honestly, I don't think that's nearly as bad.
Wow. But I'll just say that I've seen amazing kids that have, horrible. One parent who's a lot better than the other. So it happens. And I know Jen's kids personally, they're outstanding, amazing, beautiful children. They are just so full of light that honestly, I feel that I was just helping them get Carlos out for their mom's sake, because they're the real strength behind Jen. She would have given up maybe if it weren't for having to take care of them every day. And wow, they're just outstanding. They're not the kind of kids that you're like annoyed by. They're just amazing.
Wonderful. So glad to hear that. And of course, as for the promotional banner, where the other biofacts and Malacra are, the symbolism is, of course, as I explained, my gang brother Beaver did a favor by helping me take a photograph of a Barbie doll that we posed with the hand crushing to symbolize this level of oppression and suppression. And hopefully she takes that well as basically representative of what Carlos was attempting, and with his dirty hands all over her. So hopefully, Our Lady Jen takes it that way. Of course, the other biofacts representing Crystal with the finger-pointing gun style. And we'll let...
I love that.
Thank you.
I love that.
Thank you. No, I'm glad you do. I don't know until you say so. So I'm so glad that sits well with you. Thank God. No, I never know. Honestly, it's not that go on.
Women and the guns. What's not to love?
Thank you. Yes, I agree. And most of the time I get it right, and most of the time I vibe with people to the point that when I produce some art that I think will be representative of them, usually it's just right, and most people love what I do. Extraordinarily rare, once in a while I'll get some kind of negative response, and you'd be amazed how negative the response can be. People are, and it's so rare, honestly, I can only think of one or two cases, really.
How do you criticize art? I don't get it. I mean, but the ones you've done with me that I pay the most attention to, those are beautiful every time.
Thank you.
I love them.
Thank you. I so appreciate that. And no, the only one time was this one weird guy who had some picture of himself up, essentially, or an icon. It was on his Facebook timeline where he says, "I'm what did he say? Something stupid along the lines like it pays to be a bastard, or I'm a son of a bitch, or something like that." And then when I did an illustration of him, and by the way, just so people know what this guy looked like, he looks like a clone of, who's the fat guy on Penn and Teller? The fat magician is the of the Penn and Teller group.
I don't know, but it's either Penn or Teller.
Yeah, it's either Penn or Teller, and I don't know which is which. And I never cared to find out. But by the way, just so people know, he's a militant atheist, and he that's what this guy looked like. So I did an illustration of him, and basically came out looking like Penn and Teller coming out and saying it pays to be a bastard, or some shit like that. And that's pretty much what I wrote, was what he had on his Facebook timeline. And that devastated him. He was like, "Oh, damn you." He blocked me, and it was like, whatever, no loss. But so there you have that. And aside from all of that, what I'll do now is ask Crystal River to talk about whatever you like. There's been a lot going on, and at this point, because you did bring up the topic, you're welcome to talk about vaccines if you wish, or anything you wish about the pandemic, or what you think might be a hoax about it, or honestly, or
everything.
Yeah. And I know you don't want to relive the Texas experience, but you might talk a little bit about the snow and how bizarre it was. You put up a video of someone apparently trying to melt it with a lighter, and it was almost like, I guess, a hunk of plastic would melt, and it wasn't melting. So it was just, some odd stuff. There was odd things that were happening. You took a photograph of yourself out in the snow at one point, at least your feet. And it was, so it was,
It's because I couldn't, it was too dark to style my hair. So
yes.
I had to, but no, yeah. So, Yeah, something else. It's got to be something better to talk about.
And if you want to take off, like I said, I can handle it. I can start monologuing. I'll just take advantage of if you take over the stage for a few minutes. I'll finish chewing what what I have in front of me, and then I'll at least get that out of the way, and then I'll have enough calories in me to start to monologue. I see Jameson Reese is typing something, so he might give us. He says, "Of course, I can cover you." Thank you, Jameson. No, no
Okay.
worries, no worries.
Yeah, let him do it and let me go then.
Okay, so okay. So honey, I love you dearly, beyond expression, and I so appreciate what you've done, and I'm trying to seduce you to become a regular on this program so that you can promote what you do. So let's do that before you leave. I want everybody to understand that the young Madame Cartomancer, the lovely Crystal River, is a Fey Wisdom fairyologist. You can follow her on Facebook at what I believe is her main timeline, Crystal River Fey Wisdom. Fey is spelled F-A-E, not F-A-Y. And so Crystal is spelled with a K, so people understand Crystal River Fey Wisdom. And understand that KRFW are all uppercase. Crystal River Fey Wisdom with all four letters disambiguated by an uppercase, but all the four words are run together, of course, as is the case with most electronic addresses. She is also a totem spirit animal communicator. She's a totem communicator, but totems are spirit animals, if you didn't know that. And she's also a spiritual, psychic, life energy healing coach. And you can pay respects to that at Crystal River Readings. And Crystal River Readings, I guess that's your main timeline, right? Essentially. And so Crystal River Readings is with an uppercase K, R, and R. And anyhow, I'll read out the rest of it. So she's also at Crystal River Psychic Readings and Occult Knowledge, or rather that's what she specializes in disseminating, and you can follow that at Crystal River Tarot, and Tarot is of course Tarot. I was part of Task Force Tarot in the Operation Desert
And I'll
Storm.
say,
Yeah. Go ahead.
oh, sorry.
Oh no, go on, honey, please.
Well, I was just going to say to people that if you are interested in the Max stuff, you can go to the Crystal River Tarot page and scroll all the way down to the years when Max was alive, and he was an admin on that page, and he did some readings on there and some posts. So somebody randomly liked some old stuff on there and brought my attention to it. It showed me that Max had been the one who posted it. So that stuff is on there.
That's amazing. That's amazing. So at least we've got that left, as further evidence, obviously, of your relationship with him, and also it's very poignant. There's a lot of pathos with that, and honestly, that would probably bring tears to my eyes. Then, of course, Crystal River Tarot is followed in terms of two other Facebook pages of Crystal Rivers I would like to bring to everyone's attention. One is Yauguri Apothecary, which you can like and follow at facebook.com/Yauguri Apothecary. I will spell that AUG as in the month of August, and followed by URI as in Yuri, Yuri Apothecary. Now, of course, apothecary means the ancient chemist shops that would work with herbal medicines. Yuri itself is a word. I forget exactly what, but Crystal will explain that. So tell us where the name source is from, honey.
An augur is a seer, so someone who does readings, basically. And on that page, I'm going to be doing this summer candles, organic essential oil candles, and soaps. So that'll be coming up in June, probably.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Is this something you're selling? You're manufacturing and selling yourself, or what?
Yes, making them and selling them. Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. That's delightful. And finally, we have Heal Your Water, which is likely one of her most important talents and skill sets that she teaches and shares, and that you can like and follow her Facebook timeline concerning that at facebook.com/heal your water. Energetic healing is her ultimate specialty, and the Fey Lady Crystal River's telephonic number is listed on all of her Facebook timelines, all of her Facebook venue hosted pages, wherefrom she books readings and energy healings through any of her Facebook pages, whereon her phone number be electronically accessible. That clients may also text her telephonically to schedule psychic readings and or energy healings, or DIPMES, which be an acronym for Direct Instant Private Message, and you can DIPMES her, Direct Instant Private Messenger, on any one of her Facebook timelines to schedule a session with her. Plus she also does animal and animal spirit readings for animals both alive and dead, and energy healings for pets. So there we have that, and that is the lovely Crystal River, who has graced us with her presence tonight. And of course, this wonderful lady brought on the guest Jen, who is an experiential survivor and a professional astrologer. And hopefully the twain of them, you both do. Did I get a hint that both of you were going to kind of start a partnership together in something, some kind of project or company or business, maybe? Or was I just kind of...
We are going to do a podcast where we talk about women's subjects as related to health and energy healing, astrology, tarot, Reiki, all these things that we're interested in that other women might be as well. And tonight was a little taste of like our back and forth, how we work together. So
yeah, wonderful. And of course, I suspect it'll be a major source of anti-vaccine propaganda.
Absolutely. We aim to get kicked off on day one.
Oh my God. All right, ladies. Love you both.
Thank you so much, Douglas. Yes, good night. We love you.
Yes, good night.
And I just wanted to pop in really quick and unmute myself to say good night as well. I've got both kids awake, unfortunately. I can't stick on.
Understood. Honestly, love and hugs to both of you. And Jen, I do hope you realize you're welcome here anytime. All you need to do is ask. And, if I don't have someone or something else scheduled, I'll be happy to bring you on. And understand, either one of you coming on will be doing me a favor. It always just gives me a break from monologuing. You can imagine the energy that goes into that for 12 hours. So, honestly, just having you here is a gift. So again, I'd like to seduce either one of you. Understandably, Jen is very involved with what she has to take care of, but with Crystal River, a little less so. And so hopefully Crystal can someday become more of a regular here on this program, so that she can promote so many of all of these services that she has. And obviously, that would be at least an opportunity to work the program to your benefit. And with that, honey, just bear that in mind, and hopefully you'll take advantage of that invitation sometime soon. Okay.
And if anybody wants to send anything for Jen, because Jen's going to be anonymous on this first episode until she gets everything settled in court. She doesn't want to have any issues there that would jeopardize her case. So feel free to send to my PayPal any donation that you want to send for Jen or her children, and I will get it to her. Just put in the memo that JEN or even a J, and it'll get to Jen.
Thank you.
Jen?
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate having me on the show tonight. It was a relief to share my story, and I hope it did help somebody. And yeah, I look forward to coming back when I don't have to have that air of anonymity, around me, and it could be a little bit more forthcoming about details that matter. So
wonderful.
Okay. And my PayPal for that is Chrissy, KRISSYVERA @hotmail.com on PayPal.
Thank you. And when you contribute, if you indicate that it's for Jay or
friends
Jen,
and family,
thank you.
If you choose the friends and family option, it won't take any money out of the donation you're giving to Jen. And I don't know if it's coming from this show tonight. It's going to Jen. You don't even have to put Jen. Like that's what it's going to be for. So
thank you. That's important. And again, the what they offer you is to friends and relations. That's the term that's there, and you have to indicate that.
Friends and family.
Oh,
friends
is that what they say?
Yes,
okay,
they call it friends and family on PayPal.
PayPal. Okay. It's called Friends and Family on PayPal. I didn't know that. And they may have changed it. And so that's what it is now. Friends and family indicate that there's no disambiguation between the twain. Obviously, we're all friends here. And of course, we're all part of an extended electronic family. And understand that if you don't indicate that, then Peter Thiel is going to take his pound of flesh. He'll extricate a cut from your contribution and render it into something it was not. So if you want your contribution to remain whole and unmolested and a nice round number, and keep that faggot Peter Thiel from getting more money he doesn't need, then by all means, friends.
I
and
love
family.
PayPal.
Yes.
Good night, everybody. I love y'all. Good night.
Good night, honey. Love you.
Good night.
Good night, Jen. Love you too.
Love you. Bye-bye.
Love this tea, ladies. Wonderful. And now Jameson Reese will come on. He'll give me a spell while I sit back and eat for a bit. Thank God for Jameson Reese. We would not have been able to have done this tonight without him. Love him like a son, along with Brendan Zogit, who unfortunately has not been able to join us because of his work, and he is in his own way out partying over several nights for, what is it Brendan Zogit told me about, some Vedic holiday. Let's read it, what he wrote to me. He said, it is the 9 Nav nights of the goddess Ratri. And so these are, Brendan Zogit is celebrating the Navratri celebrations, Navratri. If he were with us, he could tell me how to pronounce that. And it's all about centering and meditation being the best at these times when the sun and moon are at equal strength. And it is profoundly interesting that this falls at Ramadan. And so definitely bear that in mind. In both Asian India and the Muslim world, this is a holiday time. Also in the world of Judaism, I suspect.
Well, it makes sense because Allah was originally a moon god.
Yeah. Yes,
right?
There we are. Yeah, thank you. A moon god, a sword god, a war god. Yes, very much so.
It's similar to Yahweh of the Canaanite pantheon.
Yeah, that's right.
Before the Hebrews had
killed all the Canaanites and stole their gods, right?
Not only that, because they had moved from worshiping multiple deities to a single deity, to only Yahweh, the god of the forge and sword and war, because I guess that's all they knew.
Well, that's because there are people of the desert, and that was like, that's
all they do.
Yeah, that's all they do.
I hate to say, I'm not trying to belittle the desert bearing
Cultures.
folks, but I've watched a sufficient amount of videos of people beheading each other and ripping each other to shreds like their lives mean nothing in the desert. So
this is not to be dismissed. And
I mean, look at Nevada.
Yeah. By the way, who is it that wrote the book? But there's validity to this theory. Now let me look this up and see what we find on the internet. But look up Saharasia. Saharasia. And Saharasia is, of course, a term used towards the arid crescent. The arid crescent is this worldwide crescent that stretches, of course, from Southwest Asia into deep Central Asia, all the way to basically Manchuria. So from the North African desert all the way through Southwest Asia, the Arabian Peninsula, into Central Asia, all the way up through Mongolia into Manchuria, right towards the Pacific coast and ending before you reach the coast, but not too far from it. That's Saharasia, the Saharan Asian crescent. And this arid crescent, according to James DeMeo, who's very much a paleoclimatologist. He's into climatology like, you know, like a fetish. And so this guy, of course, well, he takes it in a way I would never take it, but basically what he says about Saharasia, he says the subtitle for his book on the subject, which is huge, I've got a copy of it, is the 4000 BCE, or 4,000 years before the Christian era, origins of child abuse, sex repression, warfare, and social violence in the deserts of the old world. That's a lot to take in. Basically, what he's saying, to read from his blurb, like Peter
There
Moon.
you go.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. Yeah, what Peter Moon was reading was from the blurb of our Roswell Deception. What this guy says from his blurb is, ancient humans were peaceful, modern violence is avoidable. That's the basic message contained in Saharasia, a controversial marriage of heresies over 10 years in the making. It will change forever your way of looking at the world, your home culture, and current events. Saharasia constitutes a revolutionary new discovery on a geographic pattern to global human behavior. Anyhow, basically this guy is a Reichian. So he was a very ardent student of Wilhelm Reich, and what he applies is a kind of organic or orgone kind of inspired perception. And what those of you who don't know about Wilhelm Reich to the degree that I myself do, and I'm no deep, great Reich expert, I'm not a Reichian, but you know, to be a Reichian, it's almost like Peter Moon being a Scientologist. It's almost like you'd have to have been there. But in terms of Wilhelm Reich, he was doing a lot in the desert, where he was trying to create a different environment in the desert so that, well, he could make the deserts bloom. And he succeeded to an extent where he was working. And we're talking again about Nevada, etc. By the way, the whole American desert Southwest, that's really a trans-Pacific extension, in a sense, of Saharasia. So that's why Wilhelm Reich was doing what he was doing there. He felt that this was an example of where men go mad, and the desert.
And that's also why they're largely Republican down there.
You
You have it. I mean, it all goes. It all ties in. Scarcity of water, heat, which drives people mad, mirages, and all sorts of I would say. I want to use. I don't know if I could use this terminology and have it make sense, but I would call them a sort of almost genic feel to it, a sort of influence. It's not that would drive men to go mad, but perhaps I'm thinking about the mad Arab.
Yeah, that's well.
Too
It
much.
bears thinking. The Mad Arab is, of course, a real historical character. I'll go into that more deeply in another episode. God knows we've covered enough tonight.
Yeah, they're contending with the ghoul, the Ifrit, in all these other shaitanic races. So holy freaking crap! Everyone out there is going to be freaking mad at some point.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah,
Because it's literally also, it's also interesting how the symbology of Set was also represented by like that those desert storms and whatnot. So there you have it. There's a sort of parallel there between.
Thank you. Yeah, and so if you want to see the American version of the ghoul, or there's a kind of, for lack of a better word, a subspecies of human being who emulates the ghoul, and these are human beings that the biblical representation or evidence of this kind of person would be the individual who lived in the tombs that was exorcised by Jesus Christ himself. When Jesus Christ...
Lazarus?
Yeah, no. Lazarus was
I,
The
don't-
int-
I,
yeah.
I am so disconnected. It's forgive me.
Oh, no worries. No worries. Lazarus, just so people understand, was the dead guy that Jesus raised. And again, in a very interesting case there, because when Jesus Christ raised Lazarus from the dead, this is like biblically, the further records of Lazarus are apocryphal. They were not allowed in the Bible. But it's one of the stories that you just don't get biblically. What happened to Lazarus when he's raised from the dead? What did he remember? What did he do after that? He just walks off into history. We know nothing more of Lazarus from the Bible. There's plenty that's missing from the Bible that should never have been excised. But as for exorcism, in disambiguation from excision, we have Jesus Christ performing one, and he does this on the man who's living in the tombs. And when he confronts this individual, he's not so much speaking to him, because this individual is one who everybody recognized as of the ghoul, a human being, but a human being who had taken on the life of the ghoul. And he was a man eating of the dead, living among the dead. And when Jesus confronted him, and he wasn't speaking to the man himself, but rather what was within him. Like if he were to confront Carlos, he'd be speaking to the demon within him. Again, I don't want to excuse Carlos. Carlos is a piece of shit, but Jesus would confront that which was within him, as he did the man in the tombs. And the man in the tombs responded when Jesus asked, "Who are you?" He said, "My name is Legion, for we are many." And when Jesus exorcised him and transferred all of these many demons into pigs, basically retransferred them, evicted them from the man's body into the many pigs that were kept in area. The pigs hurled themselves off the cliff, a nearby cliff, to their deaths. Possessed by demons, the pigs did not want to live. They did not even want to suffer physical existence. So they were smarter than people in that regard, who went to the point of continuing to live, but eating of cadavers, as this poor individual had until he was exorcised by Christ. So we have in that a kind of example of a human being taking on the lifestyle of the ghoul. You see that in a film called Bone Tomahawk. Now, in terms of the film Bone Tomahawk, I was not a consultant for that film, but that's one of those films that I consistently get asked if I was a consultant for that film. It's the same with the other film would be the Cabin in the Woods, which of course is something that our man Jameson hopefully will find snippets of, at least on YouTube, because I remember when he originally tried looking for it, he found a film by that exact same title that was a totally different film.
Yeah. It was some sci-fi shit with like people turning into zombies and stuff, and I don't know. It was just some crap.
Yeah, it's just some crap. Yeah, it had nothing to do with the Cabin in the Woods. That is like the one that impacted popular culture. So in terms of the Bone Tomahawk, though, highly recommend it. See if you can find it on YouTube. If you can, review it. It shows a tribe of Native American rejects. In other words, those rejected of all tribes, the rejectees of all tribes, basically becoming troglodyte in their existence and emulating the life of the ghoul, and in America. And the reason the film has a special place in my heart, so to speak, is that it is so terrifyingly accurate in portraying the sound the ghouls made in Arabia. So when I was in the Arabian Peninsula and had the encounters I did have with the ghoul, which you can hear about on YouTube, you just look that up, Douglas Dietrich Encounter with Ghouls, and it's on my channel. that was the sounds the ghouls made in pursuing us were the kind of whistling, high-pitched sound you hear in the film Bone Tomahawk. So there we have that. And so aside from all of that, I'm going to let our man, Jameson Reese, take the stage for a bit. And then when I come back, I'll do the solicitation, go into a bit of a monologue, and then see how long I can last. By the way, just so people know, I am fully cognizant and aware there's been all too many mass shootings.
Yeah. It has been literally epidemic within the past few days. Just all over the place. Cops shoot this person, that person. It's just all over the place. Some guy who looks like a fish winds up shooting up a freaking some place. He kills like 6 people who are co-workers.
Yeah. And
Some
most
place.
of them are Sikh.
And
Most of them are Sikh Asian. So there's
and
a hate
and
crime.
I noticed the
FedEx,
guy's
go on.
face.
Yeah.
The guy's face looks like something from the shooter looks like he belongs from the Shadows over
Innsmouth. Like
exactly.
Yes.
Just like that other piece of shit who shot up his school.
Yeah. Thank you.
They have the same facial structure. It's almost like these guys came out of a freaking meat factory.
Yeah. This is what Howard Phillips.
To be mass shooters.
Yeah. This is what Howard Lovecraft was warning us about. These are the kind of people he was trying to convey in The Shadow over Innsmouth. These are the degenerate white trash that we reference on this program. And this is something that people need to be aware of. So bear in mind, Lovecraft, if he was racist towards anyone, it was towards downbred degenerate whites that he had the most contempt towards. So it's incredible to me that they try to decry him as a racist. This is the kind of crap they pull with Adolf Hitler. But then again, what would you expect? Because
they project that onto him because of the way he. I guess some people justify that by the way he depicts, people who are black, but. Considering the time and the era and the society he's in, it's like okay, whatever, it's like I could read and just get over that, like okay, whatever, But the people who he seems to have the most contempt for are the people who are smart magicians, because they're always the ones who are wreaking fucking havoc over everything.
Yes,
and they're always bringing these horrifying, entities into existence. And this really fascinates me because I've started to advance my own personal cosmology. I would say to some degree that our universe or multiverse collective, whatever, would be a part of one running simulation, and there may be competing simulations. So I mean, I'm thinking about the idea of the anti-gods as being from almost as if one simulation wants to swallow the other one up, consume it.
What is your illustration here? This is your illustration on your Facebook icon now, and this is.
Yeah, that was something I was just inking while I was listening.
Well done. Well done.
Yeah, it was an idea I had before. Which was abandoned, luckily.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Of a sort of plague, electricity demon.
Right. Okay. Fascinating. Well, you convey it well, and I
just decided to make it a self-portrait.
There
we go.
And it Nyarlathotep comes to mind, and it's definitely. It does its job, and let's see here now. The like the woman with the man's head with his banner, the banner for our man, Mr. Cookie Monster himself.
I took that picture. there's a statue in a park, and this was a picture of Medusa holding Perseus's head.
Okay, interesting.
Instead of Perseus holding Medusa's head, because if we go into the story, Medusa, the only thing, she was actually an extremely beautiful woman, or an extremely beautiful maiden, and she was so beautiful that the goddess Hera was jealous of her. So out of envy, she made it so that her hair had snakes and would turn men to stone.
Right.
And so basically, she was basically victimized.
Yes.
And then slain by Perseus, and the whole story represents a sort of blaming the victim. It's just disgusting. So when I saw the statue of the Medusa holding Perseus's head, I was like, I love it.
Yes,
because I personally think Medusa's awesome.
Yes, I agree. Yes, and so deeply appreciate it. Thank you for that. What's in her other hand?
That I don't know what she was holding. Okay. I think it was like a scroll or something.
Right. That's interesting. That's intriguing. But well done for the sculpture and the photograph. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a statue that was that's not far from like Chinatown. It's like where Chinatown meets the area where they have all the courthouses in New York. In Manhattan.
Yeah.
So I found that pretty groovy, and it was like, I'd be a damn fool to pass that one up.
Yeah. No. I'm glad you took that up. So thank you for relieving me. I'll go mute for a bit, start chewing, getting some more hydration into myself as well. Probably hit the fridge and grab some truly cold drinks to replace the ones I have that have kind of lost their cold and luster, their cold luster. Put them back in the fridge and take some more out. So I'll tend to these, and you will all have our man Jameson Reese for a bit of time, at least 15 minutes, a quarter of an hour there. Whenever I return shortly thereafter, I'll do the solicitation, which is basically another quarter of an hour, and then go into monologue. But I did want people to be aware of the fact that, look, I know all these mass shootings been going on. I don't know if I'll address them tonight. It's honestly, I'll probably do something just more historically abstract and
because I mean, at this point, we're not going to know anything until the pattern dies down. I honestly don't think the pattern is going to die down. If anything, it's going to speed up, because these Republicans, they want their ability to have sex with underage people and kill coloreds and get away with it. And that's the whole ideology in a nutshell. That's the alt-right, and that's the entire occult intelligence complex.
Yeah, and
that's literally all they do. It seems to attract the most, and that was actually something that had pissed me off, because when I made that post about become a living fraud, it's like, why is it that most of these people, when you go into these occult forums, they're a bunch of incel guys, mostly predominantly white, and they're people who really shouldn't have power, and talk about how, I have no problem with rape, astral rape. They seem to fixate on that fucking shit. You just go to the Become a Living God forum, and you'll see what the hell I'm talking about.
And somebody came along and was recommending that to you, right? Is that kind of like caused your outrage?
All right, so yeah, what happens is this kid I'm working with, he got something that he had found on a forum. On that forum, and I was like, dude, that forum is like the cesspit. I've been on there, and I've learned that these people are like the cesspit. That's where you go to die as an arcanist. That's where you go once those astral maggots have infested your brain to the point where you can't tell up from down. The Earth is flat. It's a flat square. And if I bash my head into a wall, I get smarter. Yeah, that's literally it's literally along the lines of their sort of self-destructive rituals. You know, I'm going to have a demon strip my life away and make it a living hell because that's gonna make me stronger. It's like, okay.
This is I've started chewing at this point. At this point, our man can take over really the narrative. He's in his element. But beyond that, I'm sure you probably have some news stories or can find some on Derek Talley's page too also.
Oh, yes, I do actually have some stories that I was looking at. What we do have a monster super typhoon named Surigay, which doesn't seem to they say so far that it's off coast, that most of the storm is going to be off the coast of the Philippines, but it's 364 kilometer winds. So I mean that the thing's a monster. They call it a super typhoon. So this in and of itself shows that the human Anthropocene is very real. Here's an interesting one. The Pelosi laptop thief's dad busted on child porn charges in an undercover sting.
Thank you. Emphasize that.
Okay.
Please.
Do you remember the girl who stole the woman who the father of a Pennsylvania woman who stole Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi's laptop was busted on child porn charges after asking an undercover detective posing as a teenage girl online to film herself using the bathroom, news reports say. Ricky Williams, 55, a security guard from Dauphin County, was communicating with. I love how they just blew up his spot. They did everything but give us the address, which they should do. I mean, these are the people. You see, these are the people who my people of my ethnicity should be mailing threatening letters to and smearing feces over their freaking doors and whatnot. Not some Asian woman who had nothing to do with the murder at all,
of Derek Chauvin. In this case. So thank you. Yeah, go on.
During the course of this alleged communication, Williams of Steelton requested a video from the girl using the bathroom, Local 21 News reports. Ricky Williams is the father of Riley Williams, the 22-year-old woman who stole Nancy Pelosi's laptop from the U.S. Capitol during the January 6th riots, according to ABC 27. The younger Williams was charged with aiding and abetting theft of U.S. property and obstruction of official proceedings of the U.S. Congress. Now, I'm wondering, I'm fairly certain that, in jail or in prison or whatever, they have access to TVs. So I wonder what her fellow female inmates are going to think when they find out that her father is a pedo. Well, I'm not going to entertain that any further. Riley Williams traveled to D.C. with her father, but they were not together during the riot, according to the court documents during Riley's case. Yeah, where the hell was he? Williams was arrested and remains to the Dauphin County prison in lieu of $2,500 in bail, according to court records. He was charged with the following: F2, photograph, film, depict on computer, sex act knowingly or permitting child. F2, contact, communication with minor, sexual abuse. F3, criminal use of communication facility, criminal solicitation, photograph, depict, film, computer, sex act. Oh man, my mind is fried. I'm sorry, dudes. Between you and me, I did a little too much today. But anyway, his preliminary hearing is scheduled on April 26th. So, yeah, it was Daniel Arola who brought this to my attention. and so shout out to him for this. Because that just goes to show you that's basically your these are your conservatives in a nutshell. Of course, he has the meme of Matt Gaetz, and this is great. Old enough to pee, old enough for me. That he's got some hilarious shit. I gotta hand it to him. All right, let's see what I was looking into. I mean, I have a lot of nerdy science stuff, but I do have some things that have been going on in recent events. Let me see what I've got. I gotta get my brain back into functioning. Forgive me, weekend benders are not fun. Especially not when you're trying to compensate using large amounts of caffeine. And this is something I noticed. There's a point where psychonautics becomes dangerous. And that's not only because of the addictive aspect of the actual chemical, but it's because the brain you start to be able to function remarkably well on these substances to the point where you're functioning above what you would be when you were baseline normal, to the point where it's scary. It's very scary. And I kind of regret the fact that I ever got into psychonautics, courtesy of chaos magic, of course, but there you go. Apparently the idea of psychonautics and chaos magic was my gateway to alcohol and drug abuse. So, folks, stay away from the psychonautics I would say stay away from it, but the problem is I seem to be getting too many boons from it. All right, so here's the Associated Press. FBI says it interviewed FedEx mass shooter last year. This is Indianapolis. The former employee who shot and killed 8 people at a FedEx facility in Indianapolis was interviewed by FBI agents last year after his mother called police to say that her son might commit suicide by cop, the Bureau said Friday. And they didn't take his gun from him. Of course not. Coroners released the names of the victims late Friday, a little less than 24 hours after the latest mass shooting to rock the U.S. 4 of them were members of the Indianapolis' Sikh community. The attack was another blow to the Asian American community a month after 6 people of Asian descent were killed in the mass shooting in the Atlanta area amid ongoing attacks of Asian Americans during the coronavirus pandemic. And this is very, very sickening stuff. This is the reason why I can use the terminology, and I know that there are good white folks out there, but this is the reason why the word cracker applies to them. I think that terminology probably comes from whip cracker, because that's what they were doing. Lazy pieces of shit who were just having their slaves do everything. All right, let's see what else I can find. Holy crap, there was a shooting in Texas. A suspect on the run in fatal shooting of 3 in Texas. As of today, a manhunt was underway Sunday for a former sheriff's deputy wanted in a fatal shooting of 3 people in Austin, Texas. As an official said, it wasn't known if the suspect was in the city. Interim Austin Police Chief Joseph Chacon said those who live near where the shooting happened late Sunday morning no longer had to shelter in place, but he said they should remain vigilant. He said officials were transitioning to search for Stephen Broderick, 41, from that area to a fugitive search. The victims were all known to this suspect. At this point, we do not think this individual is out there targeting random people to shoot. That does not mean he is not dangerous. Well, apparently, if he has a cell phone and he's checking the news about his own shit, he might say, "Oh hell, I might just decide to shoot people." Oh my gosh, this is a black dude. What the hell? Earlier in the day, nearby residents had been asked to shelter in place and to call their neighbors to check on them. Chacon had said earlier that officials were concerned that Broderick might possibly take a hostage and be himself sheltered somewhere waiting for us to leave. Chacon said Broderick is 5 feet 7 inches tall. This is short guy thing again, and black. Why does this seem familiar? Oh yeah, it was that weird guy who Daniel Arola was friends with, who was also a short guy. He was wearing a gray hoodie, sunglasses, and a baseball cap. Chacon said police do not know if he's in a vehicle or on foot. He said that Broderick was a former deputy with the Travis County's Sheriff's Office, which is based in Austin. There you go. Law enforcement is going crazy. Travis County District Attorney Jose Garza said in a statement that Broderick had been arrested for sexual assault of a child last June and was released on $50,000 bond. What the All right, wait a second. Why? All right. Dude rapes a child. Why would you even let him have bail at all? What the hell is wrong with this place? Jesus. He said the district attorney's office on Sunday filed a motion to revoke that bond and is actively supporting law enforcement as they pursue Broderick. Holy freaking crap. I'm in a land of savages, and there's a reason why I don't interact with people. Because I'm in a country where everyone is batshit crazy. Sheriff spokeswoman Kristen Dark tells the Austin American-Statesman that Broderick, a property crimes detective, resigned after the arrest. The newspaper also reports that Broderick's wife filed for a protective order and divorce shortly after his arrest. Chacon said Broderick is suspected in the killing of 2 Hispanic women and 1 black man. He said Broderick knew the victims but didn't elaborate on how or provide a motive for the shootings. Chacon also said a child was involved, but the child has been located and is safe. Brenda Torres said she was driving by when she saw a little boy flag down a car and a black man laying face down on the ground. I saw a little boy point down the street, Torres said. There was someone lying on the ground. I thought someone had just fallen down or something. And as my light turns green and I'm driving, I see cop car after cop car rushing towards where I just was. Chacon said that the 3 were not shot in the building, but did not give any further details. Following the shooting, there was a large presence of emergency responders at the scene, including dozens of police cars, several ambulances, 2 SWAT trucks, and 2 police helicopters. Later Sunday, law enforcement began leaving the area. The area includes a strip mall containing several retail stores and large apartment complexes situated near wooded rolling hills. Josh Katzowitz, who has been shopping at a nearby Trader Joe's, said police and ambulances came pouring into the area. He didn't hear the shooting. The cops had their guns out. Some had pistols. Some blah 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 blah. Yeah, we get the picture, and that's where they end that story. All right. So there's a lot going on. Let's see what else is happening around this world. Yes. There is this. There. I do have an article about the climate thing that was going on. Let's see if I can find it. Oh my goodness! Forgive me. I am in a rare. I'm not in the best shape tonight for some reason. Probably because I wasn't prepared. All right, well, let's see what we have around the world, because I'm sure there's a lot going on. India's capital to lock down as nation's virus cases top 15 million. We have Australia, New Zealand travel bubble opens with joys, tears. Radical Islamist party frees 11 Pakistani police hostages. India's electric vehicles face practical technical hurdles. And Japan seeks the release of a journalist held in Myanmar. And Navalny's team calls protests amid reports of failing health because, Putin is having his ass killed. Refugees win rare victory in landmark Serbia pushback polling. Now, I've got to find something more interesting than this. I can give you guys, as you all know, I walk a lot. I have an article here that says the scientific reasons why walking is an underrated exercise. Pandemic restrictions have led many people to start walking more, often because they've had fewer other things to do or just as a way to get moving. Walking workouts have become popular, with plenty of challenges and exercise videos to be found online. Walking is good for you. There's not much doubt about this. As a way of adding physical activity into your life, it has many advantages. There's a very low barrier to entry, meaning almost everyone, regardless of age or ability, can start walking regularly as a form of exercise, given that they have legs and can actually walk, which they don't mention, of course. Walking has clear benefits to keep our bodies functioning as we get older, improving cardiovascular health, helping lose fat mass and maintaining muscle mass, and helping to maintain bone density as well. And as we all know, bone density drops as you age. And these benefits are true for people at all ages. It seems the more active you are as a young adult can affect overall health, in rats at least, bone and muscle and physical function in later life. Walking outside is also associated with mental health benefits, particularly if you're able to walk in parks or green spaces. Such green exercise can improve mental health and well-being, reduce symptoms of depression, and lower blood pressure to a greater degree than similar urban exercise. These effects are so strong that walking on a treadmill in a sterile laboratory environment, but while watching a TV showing green spaces, can improve stress responses and improve self-esteem and mood when compared to watching scenes of urban built environments. But how many steps are required? Although we're often told to aim for 10,000 steps a day, the number is not really evidence-based. In a study of 16,741 older women, average age 72 years, people who walked less than 2,000 steps a day were shown as having the highest risk of death. from many different causes, such as cancer or cardiovascular disease. People who walked more were less likely to die from any cause. The effect plateaued at about 7,500 steps, suggesting, at least in this population of older women, that activity beyond this point didn't impart further benefit in terms of mortality. Simply put, walking more helps you to live longer. But 10,000 steps weren't any different to 8,000 steps. Similar results are seen in adults older than 40, with a plateau in the effectiveness of increasing step counts somewhere between 8,000 and 10,000 steps. Another factor to consider in walking is pace. As intuitive as it may seem, it's worth pointing out that walking faster is better for you than walking slowly, which is good because I see a lot of people walking down the street in a sort of dumb stroll and their faces buried in their cell phones. And I'm like, how the fuck? Oh, damn, F-bomb. Yeah, I got to be careful with that. I'm still acclimating to that. But where was I? In a recent randomized controlled trial, 12 months of walking 5 times a week for 50 minutes at low speed didn't improve measures of fitness, while walking at a faster speed did. The researchers use a personalized measure for each person, so fast versus slow depended on each individual. Walking speed is also a predictor of mortality in older people. People who walk slower are much more likely to die over the next 14 years of all causes than those who walked at a faster pace. Is walking enough? While walking is good for you, it's not a magic cure for everything. To gain even further benefits, consider adding both high-intensity exercises and strengthening exercises as recommended by the WHO and NHS England. This should include vigorous, challenging, quick movements that can get your heart beating faster and make you out of breath, such as dodging cars on Staten Island, where no one can fucking drive, such as running or cycling up hills, sport games, or walking upstairs. Again, intensity is at play here. So although walking is good for cardiovascular fitness, running is better. Even if you still only use similar amounts of calories on a short run versus a longer walk. Muscle strengthening exercises such as weightlifting are also great for building muscle mass and strength at all ages. These will help maintain muscle mass and function with older age, are associated with reduced incidence of chronic diseases. Importantly, losses in muscle mass and function start in your 30s to 40s. That's not good. So exercising while you're younger isn't just good for you now, but can help you help your health and function decades later. In place of step counts, World Health Organization suggests people think of minutes of activity, and that people should have at least 150 minutes of moderate to intense exercise a week, or at least 75 minutes of vigorous intensity exercise if you prefer. And I'm way past that. Moderate intensity activity is about 6 of 10 on your personal intensity scale. So things like sports, walking briskly, or dancing. And of course, activity trackers can help you keep an eye on how many minutes you're active daily. Now, of course, it also helps to note that unless you have nano blood like our Douglas Dietrich, you probably don't want to be leading a sedentary lifestyle where you're just laying around, because again, that will increase your chances for comorbidities. He's the only one who could get away with that. Yeah, I had to put that in there. All right, let's see what else we have. There were other articles that I had. I did actually see the video of the what do you call it? The treatment of this soldier, the U.S. Army lieutenant who was harassed, Nazario, which Douglas went into last week. The officer's guns. What this article is called is "Black Soldier Mistreatment Common Even Before Virginia Case." The police officer's guns were trained on the uniformed U.S. Army lieutenant, his arms raised and palms outstretched as he sat in his SUV under a brightly lit gas station awning. Lieutenant Karen Nazario had been pulled over in a rural Virginia by two officers who repeatedly demanded that he step out the vehicle. Nazario, who is black and Latino, didn't move and continued to ask, "What's going on?" "I'm serving this country and this is how I'm treated," he said at one point. "Yeah, well, guess what? I'm very with you," the police officer, Joe Gutierrez, responded. "And I know how to obey." Nazario said he was afraid to get out, to which Gutierrez replied, "You should be." Oh my God, piece of shit. Within minutes, Nazario was pepper sprayed, struck in the knees to force him to the ground, and handcuffed. No charges were ever filed. Videos of the December incident taken by the officer's body cameras and Nazario's cell phone became public last week, sparking outrage and accumulating millions of views. Nazario has sued the officers, alleging his constitutional rights were violated during the traffic stop in the small Virginia town of Windsor. Officer Gutierrez has also been fired. The episode was a grim reminder to many Black Americans that even being in military uniform doesn't necessarily protect from mistreatment by police. Further, there's a long history of violence against veterans and service members of color whose military status was seen by some as a provocation. Because what disempowers a angry white dude with a small penis more than a black person who has a military uniform? I don't think the uniform provokes in the same way that it once did, but it absolutely doesn't shield, said Brian Stevenson, executive director of Alabama-based Equal Justice Initiative. And there will be people who will be provoked by Black achievement. It can create a kind of desire to humiliate and demand obedience, because we are back into that, because America never left that mindset. Thousands of Black men who served in Civil War, World War I, World War II, were targeted because of their service and threatened, assaulted, or lynched, according to a 2017 Equal Justice Initiative report. One was Sergeant Isaac Woodward, a uniformed World War II veteran who was headed home on a bus in 1946. He was removed and beaten by a white South Carolina police chief, leaving Woodward permanently blind. I have a new level of contempt for this species, but let me continue. In 1962, Captain Roman Ducksworth was killed by police while riding a bus from Maryland to his home in Mississippi. The bus driver called a white police officer to awaken Ducksworth, who had fallen asleep, according to Jerry Mitchell, founder of the Mississippi Center for Investigative Reporting. The two struggled, and the officer shot and killed Ducksworth. His skin color trumped his status as a military officer, Mitchell said. it goes throughout history. Rosanna Gerald, a black Army sergeant who sued the Oklahoma Highway Patrol after he was pulled over with his young son and subjected to a proactive search in 1998, said Nazario's traffic stop shows that nothing has changed. We have to keep reminding people that this is not gone, said Gerald, who won a $75,000 legal settlement 3 years after the incident. We've got to fight for our rights. From my perspective, he wanted to prove a point that he was in control, Gerald, a decorated veteran, said in an interview. Gerald, who was not wearing his uniform, handed over his military ID along with his driver's license and told the trooper to call his commanding officer, per military protocol. Instead, Gerald and his son were placed in a hot patrol car while troopers repeatedly searched his car. At one point, a trooper asked the 12-year-old if he had any weapons and conducted a pat search on the child, the lawsuit claimed. The search turned up no evidence of drugs, and Gerald was given a warning ticket for failure to signal a lane change. Since the videos of Nazario's traffic stop became public, Virginia Governor Ralph Northam has called for an investigation by state police, and State Attorney General Mark Herring has requested the two officers' personnel records and use of force records from the department, among other documents. Even if Navarro drapes his body in the highest symbolic capital, that being the United States military attire, it doesn't gain him anything, said K. Nayere Ture, an assistant professor of criminal justice at Quinnipiac University. Ture, a former police officer, said he was once pulled over by police in Georgia while wearing his full uniform in his personal vehicle. He got cited for driving 5 miles over the speed limit.
By the way,
And
just so you know about the university you cited, that's Quinnipiac. It's a fucked up name. But it's,
wow.
It takes some practice to say it, believe me. And can you imagine being on their football team and trying to cheer for them, or something like that?
Quinnipiac.
Yeah, Quinnipiac, go Quinnipiac. But anyhow, yeah, I mean, so please go on, continue by all means. I mean, this is just another example of it's an excellent point. The military uniform. I like how they compare that to basically a form of currency. Basically, to this is the kind of thing like a cop uniform gets you free coffee out there. And a day-old donut perhaps at the or even a fresh one. When it comes to wearing a military uniform, and the monkey suit gets you the organ grinder treatment, and yet oh no, they're pulling guys over and fucking them up. So yeah, by all means, go on. Yeah.
Well, one of the problems with this country is the fact that, if you're a black person, you don't have status. It doesn't matter how much money you have. Whatever symbols of status you might possess don't matter. Whereas if you're white, everyone respects status. So when people say, when people deny white privilege exists, they're obviously blind of what's obvious. If it doesn't matter if you're a rap star, it doesn't matter if you're a tech guru, it doesn't matter if you're the smartest and most loved by white folks black person in America. They will stop you and beat the shit out of you like you're not like you're nothing, because it means nothing in this country. It doesn't matter how much money you have. And this is what it means to be colored in America, and not just black either. Asian, Mexican, whatever other ethnicities you can name. That's just what it means.
It's and hopefully people begin to understand that. I'll try and put this into some perspective on our Wednesday episode. Basically, I got a question from an individual. Not going to name him right now, and it's he'll be named not in any negative sense. But he felt that I haven't been listening lately. He's white. He said, I just feel that there's this anti-white kind of bias in my program. So I'm going to try and set the record straight on that. So that individuals will get a better understanding.
No. There's nothing anti-white here whatsoever. What we're against is racism, and this is one of the biggest problems. Is that for some reason, if you're anti-racism, it's deemed anti-white.
Thank you, and think of what that tells us. What does that tell us?
Yeah, I mean that's screwed up. I never said anything like, "Oh, you should all be put in a meat grinder and ground up," or something like that. Of course, I would say that the whole human race would be put in a meat grinder and ground up, and I'd be happy with it. But that's just because I'm a sort of cosmic evil rather than, ethnic evil.
Put that aside. That aside.
I say that jokingly. I'm really not an evil person at all. But Daniel Arola's meme with Chris Rock has hit the nail on the head right. Notice that there is more pressure on black people to stop talking about race than there is for racists to stop being racist.
Thank you. Yeah.
System doesn't want racism to end. It just wants you to simply stop talking about it.
Yes.
So, what I would say is to that individual, I would question as to whether that individual has realized that what he just said was what we would call a microaggression.
I appreciate what you're saying. He is, how would I say it? I don't take it that way because it was contextualized in further text that I will share with the public. And but I'm certain what he says reflects what a lot of white people think. And if they just hear us, like they tune in and hear some of the things we say, they'll just say, "Oh, it's anti-white," and then they move on. And that's the tragedy, because they're not going to learn anything. They're certainly not going to change their behavior if they keep that attitude up. And it's reflected in people like Noreen Halpan. Now, again, not to dump on her, I hope to have her back on at some point. I really need to talk to her before bringing her on. Here's what the issue would be that is a problem. For one thing, she's on a station that encourages a certain type of expression in which a person communicates by shouting over others. This is something that I discourage here. Okay, we don't want that kind of communication. That's not communication. That's overwhelming somebody with sheer force. That's basically nobody learns anything through that. People are just getting off on it. What you're talking about is you're catering to rageaholics through Revolution Radio. So she caters to rageaholics. And basically what, if she comes on here, obviously, if that happens again, I just have to knock her off the show. And it's not saying she's forever banned. It's just, until, at least in this venue, she communicates differently. And here's the problem. She holds that perspective that if we're calling out racism, she's basically saying we're taking an anti-white stance. And
we're taking a stance against a racist system.
Yeah.
We have to always make the distinction between the system, which is racist in and of itself, and an ethnicity of people. Two completely different things. How they get conflated
Well, that's the
Well,
racist strategy, is to conflate them. This is the whole point. They want to
yeah,
make all white people feel targeted. Yeah.
and this is what conservatism has done really good in this country. And this is why I've had to sever communications with everyone, with individuals who I once held respect for in the occult community because of their conservative stance. Because
Yes.
again,
Yeah.
you can practice with black people all you want and say you're not racist, and but if you're supporting Trump and conservatives, well, what does that say?
Yes. It's one of these things where, honestly, it's a challenge. It's a challenge because we're dealing with, say, for instance, just older people in general are going to be conservative, and the majority of older people in this country are white. And one of the reasons for that is because minorities have not had longer lifespans in general, because minorities have a harder life. This is white privilege. So white privilege is manifest that more white people make it to an older age because they get better medical care, that they have a better quality of life, and they really don't appreciate it. Of course, we'll go into this in the next episode. And one of the things that people will be treated to, I guess I would call it a treat, is I'll be forced to kind of outline some of my geopolitical stances and aspirations, because that will be inevitable. And because people will be wondering, what is your sense of an ultimate fate for white people? What is your stance on what should happen to them? Because obviously we are speaking of what's going on is very much a racial civil war. And
well, what I will say is this, is that if the whites think that they will be able to survive by extinguishing all non-whites, they will literally wipe themselves out by doing such. Whereas if you want to preserve the white race, let other coexist.
Well, there's that. I mean, I'll go into what I feel are solutions, or at least compromises towards coexistence.
Well, I mean, let me be perfectly blunt. How many of them are going to go out in scorching heat and pick most of the food that we eat?
There we go.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly,
they're going to outside of the people who work in factories and make junk out of chemicals and whatnot. What else is there going to be for them to eat? Mm-hmm. Who's going to freaking manage their computing systems?
Yes. I mean, honestly, this is.
I mean, they're literally going to turn into. This place is going to turn into a Russian hellhole where everyone just, injects themselves with crocodile and dies at the age of 20.
Yeah. Yes, I want people to understand that much. There is so much truth to what Jameson is saying in that regard. And we don't need to dwell on this now because we'll be going over it in the next episode. Barring more mass shootings and everything else that might.
This shooting stuff is becoming a really big problem. And,
to put it mildly.
and I saw supposedly the company that made the AR-15, now they have a double-barreled assault rifle. So now you can shoot, you can blow you can blow two people's heads off, clean off. I mean, come on. It's and these guys get off on this because this is their masculinity. We have a male problem.
Yeah,
we have a very real male problem, and I will say that across the races, if we want to strip away race, men are assholes in America.
Yeah,
American
beyond
masculinity.
This really gets us to the heart of the problem.
Asshole culture.
Yeah, this really gets us to the heart of the problem. By the way, I'll be right back. I'm going to grab myself some stuff I need to get my throat in shape to talk at all. I'm going to be sucking on some cough drops, some lozenges for a few minutes here. They disintegrate very quickly in my mouth because my saliva is so acidic, so that's not going to take much time. But one of the things that I want to point out, I'll be back in about 5 minutes, but Jameson can take it from here. He's going to cover some other stories, but one of the things that needs to be pointed out is when we do talk about the white issue, overwhelmingly, indeed almost exclusively, what we're hitting on in terms of the negative is white males. The white female has overall not proven to be a problem. This is despite personal problems I may have with a few of them. This has nothing to do with white females in general.
It's the male dominance bullshit. I mean, come on. What men should do is do what they do best. Be autistic over mechanical shit and build shit. And let women do the thinking, because apparently men in America are proving that men can't think.
Thank you.
At least a majority of them can't.
Yeah, or unwilling to, and basically what they do is just and they just oh God. I mean, honestly, just to, again, we're not going to dwell on this in this episode, but here's what I see when I go on YouTube. I can't believe what the fuck I'm seeing. It's just the same shit over and over again, and it's white males, and they bitch about every film, and they're impacting what's coming out in popular culture because these people are just passive-aggressive motherfuckers, and basically all they do is sit back and watch movies, and they're all pissed off that films are, quote-unquote, catering to political correctness, and that basically, one thing that they're going to have to live with, and I may go over this in the next episode, certainly not today, is that, what I get through Sugar Daddy, the man who married my son, woke companies, woke corporations, they're here to stay. So get the fuck over it. Corporate entities understand their capital is based on a diverse economy that has a diverse clientele and a diverse consumer base. And they understand
not only that their innovation also needs diversity.
Thank you.
Because you can't be innovative, you can't be competitive if you cater to only one.
Yeah, white males. Yes. and the
I mean, look at the American comic industry and its freaking fail sauce. I mean, come on.
Basically, you've got a bunch of white guys who are complaining about that. They're complaining about films that are coming out, and it's just they're beginning to destroy the film industry by basically converging and assaulting films with what they tried to do to oh my God, Miss Marvel and Breonna Larson, what's her name, who plays Miss Marvel. I mean, now granted, that was a poor film, and there's plenty of things wrong with it. But they were all hitting on this actress simply because they felt she hated white males, and she never said that. And they just got all over her and made up this whole story about her. It just went on. It's just awful. And when you see stupid shit like what they come out with concerning King Kong versus Godzilla. Oh, the woke Hollywood hates King Kong versus Godzilla because, it's not bothering with political correctness. And I'm like, what the fuck? Did you see the same film I saw? The same film I saw was catering to the communist Chinese. They had some bizarre individual in there who is of totally indiscriminate gender. I have no idea what gender this individual was in that film. this fat tub of lard who I thought was a bitch until they said he was a dude. And I was like, judging by his voice and his I couldn't tell. It's like, but I thought that was a sap to the trans public, honestly, and it was all about conspiracy. So as an ode to, this was the only thing they could think of for getting humans involved, because, you know, what are you going to do with giant monsters? How do you get humans involved? You either have them as little midget twins that sing to them and speak their language, or you have like weird ass conspiracy theorists saying, why are the giant monsters doing what they're doing? And that's what they went with. You know, you don't have to have it that way, but that's what they went with, because that's the culture today, is fucking conspiracy, which means they're catering to the radicalized right. And I guess the radicalized right took that and ran with it and said, oh, great, this is not catering to the woke public, basically, because it's catering to conspiracy theorists. I like, okay, well, how do they display the conspiracy theorists? How do they convey them? How do they present them? Well, it's a fucking chick. It's a black dude, which is just stupid as fuck, because, you know, most black dudes, you know, sure, there's black dudes into conspiracy, but this one was some black dude who actually works for the government and is into conspiracy. So you get the best of both worlds where he's a conspiracy theorist who has the keys to the top secret bases, which was just, you know, oh, isn't that convenient? He's a black dude. He's a black dude.
So he's a black Agent Mulder.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. It's just stupid as fuck. And but they were all saying, oh, this is great, and woke Hollywood can't stand this, and it's like, whatever, you know. I mean, it's not political. It's just catering to stupidity. It's catering to the communist Chinese across the other side of the Pacific by having it take place in Hong Kong, and it's catering to the fucking, you know, stupid conspiracy-minded freaks over here this side of the Pacific, and meanwhile you've got King Kong and Hollow Earth, and you know, and oh god, the worst part was Godzilla hollowing out the earth by, you know, basically, you know, breathing fire into the earth and just blowing a tunnel through for King Kong to come out of the Hollow Earth so he can come up and fight him. Okay, at that point, it's just, you know, that part of the film I didn't bring up. I was bringing up the lesser ridiculous parts of the film when I was basically reviewing it last time. There's elements of it that are just awful, and that's one of them. Okay, it's just that's like too plot convenient. It's just too stupid. And but when it comes
in as far as the American Godzilla versus King Kong.
Yeah, thank you. It's I'm sorry, say that again.
Oh, am I still audible?
Yeah, you are to me, but I didn't quite hear what you said. I was just kind of, you know, occupied with the tickle in my throat, which probably people are going to say is due to the vaccine. And I'm probably going to die. No, it's not. It's because of what I ate, and it produces, you know, like I said before, when I eat, my body responds by producing phlegm. So anyhow, let me take care of that issue. I'll leave James to hold the stage. I'll be back in about 5 minutes at the longest, or so, 5-7 minutes. Then I'll go into solicitation some point soon, and then go into monologue. But honest to God, I'm just so glad Jameson is here. I never would have gotten the guests on tonight without him. I can't believe how fucking retarded the system of Skype is. It's just awful.
It's become, everything becomes worse with every update.
Yes. As far as
in fact, they should stop calling it an update. They should call them down dates.
Thank you.
That's essentially what they're doing.
Yeah, they're downgrading the system. It becomes less and less functional with what they do. Oh my God, I saw on my Skype. Hey, look what I found on my Skype. I'm not gonna do the screen share. I'll just read it to everybody. As a matter of fact, Jameson saw it the other day. When I turned on the screen share the other day, Jameson got a quick look at a Skype message I had sent to Gary States, like October 6th, 2017. So here we were, Friday, October 6th, 2017. I shared this with Gary States. I said, maintain this in highest confidence for now. And I gave him a quote. I literally cut and pasted the quote from Willow Andreasen. This was from October 6, 2017. And Willow Andreasen, for those who don't know, was the manageress over at in England. And oh my God, that bears a whole story that bears relating. Willow Andreasen had, for those of you who don't know, there was a wonderful manga illustrator. Jameson Reese would know him. Let me look up Appleseed. Do you remember Appleseed? It was one of the original mangas that started the concept of cyberpunk.
Yeah.
And so the Appleseed was about a cyborg in the main, and of course a beautiful woman. Now, in terms of the cyborg, he is named after a Greek titan, and this was a multi-armed titan, and the cyborg's name was Briareos, and that was like the name of the project. And they used the name because basically this was an individual of enormous value to the civilization as conveyed in the Japanese comic book that became, of course, an anime. And in the conceit of the plot line, this individual gets two names: Briareos Hecaton Kairos. Hecaton Kairos was the second name, but these are obviously a composite kind of pseudonym that is given to the cybernetic body in which his brain is placed. So this individual was of high value to that society within the conceit and the concept, the context of the novel. And in the graphic novel, when he gets taken out by an explosion, he's basically like the epitome of some kind of combat experienced leader on the operational level. So when he dies and they're able to salvage basically the brain stem, the stem of his brain, they put that into a biomechanism in which the brainstem is able to interlink with all of the artificial nervous system to operate this cybernetic body, so that he is essentially given a second chance at life. Now, all of this is standard inspiration for RoboCop and all the rest of that. Nothing really new there. The only thing that made it really stand out was that it's non-pornographic, but it's basically insinuated that this beautiful woman he was in love with while he was alive maintains her relationship with him in the new cybernetic body because he's got an enormous flexible cybernetic penis that basically you don't see really. It's not a pornographic comic, but it's insinuated that he can still participate in physical love with this woman. So apparently that's satisfying enough where the two of them are still able to maintain their relationship, both physical and romantic. She still loves the man who is truly himself, as simply in a different body. And it was pioneering when it came out in the sense of a unconventional love story. So you have an unconventional love story, and Briareos was taken on as the name by this manageress at Revolution Radio in England, whose boyfriend took on that name, Briareos, because he so loved the character. He so loved the character. He died in bed with her. And when he died, it was his brainstem suddenly suffered some kind of attack where he died because his brainstem essentially melted. And so what was the source of the
Holy crap. Was he hyperthermic or something?
I don't know. It was
like superheated body temperature, like, stuff that happens to people on ecstasy and shit.
That would explain a lot. I am not antithetical. Yeah, I'm not antithetical to that as a kind of speculation. Honestly, it's what happened to him. It's hard to imagine anything else that would trigger that. So that might be an explanation. Whatever it was, he died in agony. So while his brainstem was essentially disintegrating, or under attack or just ceasing to function, he felt every moment of it. And so it was. She woke up to his screams and said that they will echo with her for the rest of her life, throughout eternity. And of course, she was older, not that much older, but around the age of kind of like Laura Lee Solomon, maybe. A strange and naive enough woman where she might never have met another person again. She may never meet another person again. Hopefully she does, but certainly this was the love of her life, and her chances of meeting someone again at her age with her looks pretty small. And she's also naive, and that is another thing operating against her. And naive in the sense that Judith Gay Eggert and I had some fun with this, and it was just, she had as her Skype icon, and this was at a time when you used to be able to click on the Skype icon and they would grow large, kind of like what you do with Facebook icons. You know how you have the Facebook icon, you click on it, it gets bigger. The Skype used to do that. And so she put as her Skype icon her face, which for some god-awful reason no one would ever understand outside of herself, she put on this totally muddy brown ripple effect background. So I said, damn, Judith, this chick looks like she's emerging from a sewer of shit. And she said, you're so morbid and you're so negative. And so she said, let me take a look at it. And she said, oh my fucking God, it does look like she's emerging from a sewer of shit. Why would anyone do that? Especially a woman. Anyhow, Jameson will take care of some business. When he gets back, I'll take care of mine. But I'll hold the stage till he gets back. Okay, Jameson? So you do what you need to do. You can see the irony in this, that this guy admires a character that is based on his only surviving bodily part is his brainstem, which contains his personality, and then this is what disintegrates in himself in real life. This is where life imitates art to a supernatural degree. So be careful who you identify with in literature. At any rate, in terms of the artist for that particular manga, he became obsessed with illustrating pornography. So it was kind of a reverse of your average career, where somebody usually starts in pornography and then works their way up towards conventional kind of productions in whether illustration or in the old days even film, even conventional cinema, or even as an actor. Say, for instance, people like Sylvester Stallone got their start in pornographic films, then worked their way into conventional acting. But the book created by Masamune Shiro, he ultimately became he went in the reverse direction, and after establishing himself with several groundbreaking and pioneering literary efforts like this, he became just obsessed with bondage kind of machine cyber porn and illustrated that, and pretty much lost all conventional audiences. And it's in his case, it was sad. And so that is like what do you say to that? So there you go. Aside from that, let me see now. I will, for keeping everybody occupied till our man Jameson gets back, I can start on some kind of topic and just take it from there. But I think what I'll do is just read the chat room, go into the chat room, kind of catch up with what people are saying. So if you want something in chat, say it now. Get it out there, and we'll basically take it from there. In the interim, give me a moment, and I'm trying to call up some docs here, and then we'll oh God, where is, here we are. All right. I think I found it. All right, and let me do this. Taking care of some, just getting myself set up here so that I can start reading the solicitation at some point. I mean, that's like pulling teeth for me, and I hate doing it. So let me get back to where we're at here with chat room, which is much more interesting to me, and I care about much more. And let's see what we got. So here we are. Chris Collins says, I'd be interested to hear both of your takes on the footage of the triangles filmed above the Navy ship shown on major news outlets this week. And we'll... oh shit, I can't even talk. In terms of oh God, he's back, thank God. So Jameson, you take over and hold the stage. I'll take care of this issue, and
All right.
then oh god, this is all part of that leaked Pentagon
Oh,
shit.
oh,
Yeah,
oh,
go.
the UFO. Yeah, yeah. I saw it. They're really pushing that hard.
Yeah.
Um, I really think that I think some of these things are a legitimate phenomenon that just happen. They're just part of any planet. Like any planet you go on is probably going to have like this kind of activity. Then again, we also have to take into account that we have a very unique planet because we have a planet in which there was another planet that smashed into it,
Yes.
which formed the core. So we have a unique situation in which we have two planets in one.
Well, not only that, but we have a binary planet in the form of the moon that was created by that collision, which is the largest in proportion to any planet in our solar system. And this makes our planet a binary planet because the moon, without it, life would be impossible. As a matter of fact, my 3D graphics modeler, the lycanthrope, whose his life, his kind, was one of the sources for the information that I used to as a consultant with Animal Planet to produce that documentary, Werewolves: The Dark Survivors. And only he would really be paying attention to stuff like this, but he pointed out the full moon was the reason we were able to free the ship from the docks of the Suez Canal. Of course, there's a whole situation now where the Suez Canal authorities have seized the ship, and they're trying to get the Japanese to pay them, hundreds of millions of dollars, and they're basically holding the ship hostage. So, yeah,
God.
just crap. Usual crap that goes on. But he pointed out, yeah, we would never have gotten that ship out at all without the full moon. The full moon is what raised the waters, raised the tides. Its tide raised the waters enough where the ship could be floated out of its position. So I will take care of this. I'll leave the stage to James, and I'll be back in about 7-10 minutes. Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, the reason why I bring this up is because our planet is situated in such a way that it's a rarity amongst all the other planets that might possibly exist out there within the universe, within various planets that surround stars and whatnot. We have a very rare thing going on, so there's more possibility that we would see a lot of natural phenomenon that are anomalous than we would imagine, and I think UFOs, I think there's a potential that, I mean, we have, all right, let me see if I can get myself into a cohesive thinking. You have to forgive me because I'm a little bit under the influence right now, but what I'm going to say is, with what we're learning about magnetic fields and the way and the strange distortions that altering certain things can cause in certain conditions, I wouldn't put it past being a natural phenomenon that we just don't understand yet. And the problem is the release of these the Pentagon's release of it is timed strategically to try to keep this alien mythos alive, because that's their bread and butter. That makes the government look competent when it's really not. Not only that, they could use that to try to crush the fact that America lost to the Japanese during World War II. So they have a lot of motives there, and they're also trying to cater to the dying baby boomers who were fed this heaping pile of shit and just ran with it. You know, all the people who listen to George Norrie. Oh yeah, and I saw his oh my God, I saw this advertisement for Gaia TV when I was watching a video on YouTube, and it's so obtrusive. I freaking hate when they do those ads. George Norrie looks like he's on his way out. His face looks like it's like his skin is just sagging off of his fucking skull. I mean, he's definitely going to be gone any day now. But yeah, it's basically these old Satanists who are just trying to keep this crap alive, because that's basically what they feed on. And no, you know, I'm not someone who well, let me damn, Douglas, I think I took too much. Like, seriously. All right, let me articulate what's going on, folks. The parts of my brain that are responsible for language right now, and a lot of you have heard me, you know, how very oh my gosh, what is that word again? Oh my, well, you guys know how well spoken I am generally, articulate, you know, how articulate I usually am. So for whatever reason, those parts of the brain are like, they're just like disconnected. This is like dissociating at a high level, you know. I really need to make a pact with myself to stop doing this shit this week, honestly. But yeah, getting back to the whole UFO thing, there are some of these things are actually phenomenon that occur where things from other dimensions are casting their shadow within our realm. And so a four-dimensional object would have a three-dimensional shadow. So, you know, we're witnessing a lot of things. There are a lot of potential things that could be. And it could also just be some kind of hologram that they're showing, some kind of computer-generated bullshit that they came up with just to convince people, oh, look. I mean, for goodness sake, if the Pentagon releases it, are you going to really trust it? And that's what makes this even more absurd. The entire ufology thing, their narrative is like, you can't trust the government. The government's hiding UFOs. But look, the government is giving us, the Pentagon released this UFO to us. Yeah, think about that logic right now. If your whole narrative is based on the fact that the government's covering up aliens and we can't trust them, if they give you an alien, why would you trust that that's an actual alien that is given to you by the very government that you're not supposed to trust? Yeah, this is how shit-ass backwards the entire ufological culture is. And a lot of this also has to do with the there are also spiritual forces that can make these phenomena occur for a magician or a group of magicians, given they give whatever it is the right sacrifice. They can make all kinds of interesting things appear, because our reality is, again, a sort of projection, is just sort of a holographic simulation, if you will. I like David Bohm's theory on the idea of a holographic universe. But when you think about it, we talk a lot about energy all the time and how everything is energy. But what's determining how that energy behaves? The only way that you can have something determining how energy behaves is if you have an intelligent system that's somehow hidden, that's not seen, an occulted hidden system by which energy is, by which these laws are set in place. Which again, adds credence to the idea of this all being a simulation. And I suspect that, whatever mechanism or mechanisms are projecting the simulation, it doesn't necessarily have to be projected. Maybe we're inside, maybe all these simulations are occurring within the mechanism. But I would suspect that, there's a high probability that if this is a simulation, or there are sets of simulations that might also coexist with this or pass through this, like sort of interference. Let's say like you have a radio station and you're getting like another radio station interfering in, what you're getting, because the broadcast becomes kind of weird, so you can hear two stations at once. It's kind of like an interference pattern. So how do we know these UFOs aren't a sort of interference pattern where one simulation is sort of resonated, one simulation is perhaps interfering with another one, and there would be all this mathematics and physics and stuff that one would have to go into to sort of play with that idea. And I'm pretty sure mathematics is playing with that idea. In fact, it's the mathematical community, it's the community of mathematics where we would probably find all that. But when it comes down to it, whatever architects or whatever intelligence or organism, for all we know, all these simulations might exist within the mind of an organism, for all we know. Whatever reality that resides in might also be a simulation. So we can have simulations within a simulation within a simulation, and this would go on creating a sort of fractal. And if we go with the idea of as so below than above, and as so above than below, then we can, then it makes sense that there's probably a very fractal nature to reality. And so what we would look at as spirits, gods, demons, angels, and whatnot, these would be like algorithms that keep aspects of the simulation running as it runs. Like certain celestial spirits would be the equivalent of a line of code that dictate how the simulation operates. And so, we often have these ideas of gods and, entities. We anthropomorphize them as if they were human personalities like ourselves, because that's the only way we can connect with it. But if you think about it from a more detached perspective, it would operate more like a machine or more like something mechanical. And I'm not trying to imply that, what I'm conveying here is a sort of deism. These entities are very real and they can interface with people on a level of the personality. But the point is that they seem to interact with people based on what that person is able to take in. And most people can't get past the idea of a personality or a personal God that, God must look just like me. He probably has a human body and white hair and wears sandals and shit. No. Yeah. It couldn't be further from the truth. This is also the idea. This is also one of the reasons why I have a tremendous amount of respect for Islam, because in their depictions of the divine, they use geometry, which is more abstract, mathematical, and that's actually more to the point of what entities would probably really look like if we were to, part the veil, so to speak.
And certainly, of course, my voice is still yet to recover, just dissolving the lozenge. But go on.
Yeah, I just want to ask if that made sense.
With what I heard was fine. Honestly, when you speak of the fractal nature of reality and you take a look at, say, for instance, the angels as they are described biblically, the angels, as described biblically, are very much symmetrical or asymmetrical shapes, a kind of convergence of elements that do not look remotely human. And so,
Yeah.
you're talking about, yeah, go
And
on.
the thing is that's what I could relate to the most, honestly, as far as spirits are concerned. So when I see the sigils, and people talk about, oh man, I saw like Billy Owl the other day, and he was rocking a trench coat, and he had on like headphones, and you see people like this on YouTube and whatnot talking about their experiences with entities. That's because that's the level of processing that they're at. They can't comprehend things that are more abstract. And they can't comprehend things. They don't have the appreciation for the sophistication of reality to be able to take in the true scope of these entities.
Or at
And
that point, we're talking about meta reality, the higher reality, as opposed to reality, mundane reality, in disambiguation from mundane reality. But
well,
yeah,
to some
go on.
degree, mundane reality, the underlying structure of mundane reality is, to some degree, it is married to.
Understood.
It's not necessarily separate from it, but it's a sort of aspect that people can't comprehend without separating it, I suppose. But then
Yes.
again, that's because my brain is literally functioning at the level of like a shaman on steroids or something. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, agreed. No, I'm not going to argue with that. Yeah, that's so. When it comes to what the young man Chris Collins was asking about those delta shaped, dude, those are just drones. I mean, they're obviously fucking drones. They're blinking with lights and everything. They're goddamn drones. But aside from all of that, the on that footage that's over an aircraft carrier, if it's dated at a time when people would argue we don't have that level of drone technology, no, that's the experimental drone technology that the people on the carrier were not aware of. Okay, it's like so in terms of drones limited flight capabilities, those drones could easily have been launched from submarines. There are also, of course, vehicles and craft that are USOs, which are undersea submersible objects or unidentified submersible objects. And that is what Ivan Sanderson wrote a book about called Invisible Resonance. And that book has been around forever. It's gone through multiple editions. And of course, he's unfortunately dead and no longer with us. But Ivan Sanderson was a British intelligence officer, a genuine spy, and he was convinced that we have undersea civilizations, or there's at least a undersea civilization. This is, of course, what the Japanese have said for centuries, and basically all cultures have. The Japanese most accessibly have said that there is an undersea kingdom, referenced as the Dragon Kingdom of the Sea, the Undersea Imperium. Mu, essentially. Mu is the lost continent of the Pacific, and the Japanese reference that as their Atlantis. This is, of course, the source of those unidentified submersible objects, those USOs, which are not readily identifiable as drones. And so in terms of all of this bullshit with the release of these documents that V was talking about, and now I'm hearing about from Chris Collins, it's all the same shit. The Pentagon released this in anticipation of our releasing this book. And
And the fact of the matter is, if one looks at what the Germans came up, what the Third Reich came up with their Die Glock,
Thank you.
none of this technology is anything new. In fact, I'm looking at an article right here on Big Think. U.S. Navy controls inventions that claim to change fabric of reality. Yeah, Peter Moon spoke about that with the Philadelphia experiment. I mean, come on, this stuff is old.
Yes.
Tesla bumped into this stuff a long time ago.
Thank you.
How now are they talking about the U.S. Navy controls patents for some futuristic and outlandish technologies? Yeah, which you've had since the freaking damn near turn of the 1900s. I mean, shit.
And what are they trying to tell us with this? Why is...
I mean, they're trying to say that, one is an electromagnetic field generator that can generate an impenetrable defense shield to sea and land, as well as military.
This is Philadelphia
assets.
Experiment shit.
That's basically Philadelphia Experiment in a nutshell. The other one is the idea of a quantum vacuum. Basically, the idea is a vehicle that could fly just as well anywhere, whether it be air, water, or space, without leaving any heat signatures. It creates a quantum vacuum around itself with a very dense polarized energy field. That's Die Glock in a nutshell. That's what the Germans already had that.
Thank you.
And basically what they're saying is, we just now figured out. What they're really saying is, we just now figured out how Die Glock works.
Or what they're saying is, we're just now beginning to feel safe enough with the technology to toy with it. Whether they understand
and now the person they're attributing this to is an individual named Pies, Dr. Salvatore Caesar Pies, whose tech claims to be able to engineer reality. Well, I would say, there are probably several different ways you can create a vehicle that flies. We have airplanes, we have helicopters. Okay, so someone else is bound to come up with something that Tesla or the person who designed Die Glock came up with. Big deal. This stuff has existed already. There's nothing new here. And so when I was looking at this article, I laughed to myself, and I was like, "Oh, Douglas is really going to love this shit." Actually, I'll send you the link.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And of course, go on. Yeah.
But I mean, it's more or less laughable, considering the fact that I'm not someone who is very smart when it comes to physics or science, and I can even understand the basic principles of, if you can manipulate a field of information in a certain way so that it's phased out of reality, it doesn't need to follow the rules of reality.
Yes.
The only thing you would need at that point would be a quantum computer by which to be able to make a copy of all the information that the vessel contained, and coordinates by which you want to place it.
Yeah.
So that once it phases out, it knows where to phase back in. Yes. And this could all happen in an instant, faster than light travel. I mean, the basic idea premise, at least, seems simple.
Yeah. And obviously they're not very comfortable with it because we don't see them really applying it. This is all just theoretical level shit, and they're not like moving and displacing entire massive ships in such a manner that the public is aware of it, because, well, they're just simply not doing that.
There's a reason why they've deliberately dumb down the public anyway, and it's not that they dumb down the public either, because they're pretty damn dumb themselves.
Thank you.
I had to think about that for a moment, because everyone says they're trying to dumb us down, and I'm thinking, well, they're not very smart up there either. How much dumbing down can he possibly do?
Yes, it's beyond which, what was I going to say? Yeah, go on.
It's like a lot of these. It's like the species is carried. A majority of the people of the species are carried by a select few individuals, and these are always individuals who are able to think outside the box, or for some reason are ahead of their time. and they're only, they're very seldom appreciated. But when they do make leaps and bounds and developments, these developments change the lives of millions of people around the world, billions of people who couldn't come up with an original idea if you were literally had a gun pointed at their head and told them to start thinking. It's actually quite sad, because the human species, this is part of my anger. All right, it's the fact that I see a species that has so much freaking potential, with those few individuals who did carry us as far as we are now. The possibilities are endless, but everyone seems to be content in just squandering it and wasting it, and focusing on things that are so dumb, trite, and moronic that it's just sickening. It's reached a point where I literally feel like I'm looking at people walking around, and I can understand the arrogance of a man like Michael Aquino to look around and see people who are just so content with being fucking simple morons.
Thank you. Yeah, and
I also have to say that some of the anger also stems from loneliness, but that's beside the point.
Well, it's not, but at the same time, I'm glad you're honest about that, and I think people understand that. And so I was just looking at the shares on my promotional banner for tonight. Happy to see it's been shared by, aside from our man Jameson Reese, Nathan Brooks, and Peter Moon, and received a wonderful comment from Oriana Spratt, who said, Peter, does Doug do all this amazing artwork? I'm wondering where he finds the time, not to mention his talent. And so Peter Moon was answering that, saying, yes, he has done artwork all of his life, and he talks about it on the broadcast. Sometimes he has had help with computer renderings. He was trained as an illustrator. So very wonderful. And, of course, I can't help but indulge myself. So I'll fish for some feedback here from Jameson. I take it I noticed that, there's very few times that people will actually go onto the individual illustrations or photographs within a composited production like this and actually put likes on the individual photographs, and yet all three of those photographs have received likes from various people. So I noticed Daniel Arola and Vania Vasconcelos, who is actually female, I believe, put a like on the Biofax, who represents Crystal River, and so that there you have that. I'm sure, I'm attached enough to that particular Biofax and her emulating my movements that I would like to hear more feedback from people as to how they find her, whether she's appealing or whether that is just uncanny, or they simply find it uncanny, that kind of manifestation in the photograph. So it'll be interesting to hear some feedback about that. And
I think it's pretty cool.
Thank you. It's something that I think that especially what we discussed at the beginning of the program. We'll probably get back to that maybe next episode, or probably next episode. We'll talk about that more in depth. But as I said, now other sources are coming out with similar precursors to where we are at with the Biofax simulacra. There is no doubt that technology will overtake where the Biofax simulacra are now at some point in the near future, and produce essentially artificially sentient entities encapsulated in these kinds of frames that are on par with human intellect, to a degree at least. The human intellect is incredibly complicated, and it's going to be very difficult to be able to emulate that within a container vessel as small for the time being as a human-sized biofax. So we've got a long while yet before we get to that point. But with the kind of intellectual capacity that they will have, then we have to begin to recognize them as at the level of being recognized as a sentient form of life, something that is similar to. I don't know what the allegory will be. It's couldn't say.
What we have to do is we must make sure not to enslave them, because that's where these Republicans and occultists, that's what they would like. And that's certainly something that Anton LaVey foresaw.
Yes, thank you. That was promoted by the Magus Anton Szandor LaVey.
And my thinking is this: why would you enslave something when you can learn more about how we're going to evolve by watching it grow?
Yeah.
And we could also learn more about the nature of consciousness and the very reality simulation in which we reside by analyzing them. So, why limit yourself by enslaving something? When you enslave something, you're not letting it grow to a point where you can learn anything from it. So you're literally stopping your own growth and development and being a lazy piece of crap. Whereas by giving these things space to grow and evolve, we can learn far more, and we can grow and evolve in turn, and as a sort of a symbiotic relationship.
And
this is common. This is common sense stuff. What I mean by symbiotic is a relationship where they learn something from us and we learn something from them, and so it's an exchange. It's a mutual exchange. It's not something where one is parasitizing off of the other.
Yes. Thank you. What I was going to say was, let's not use the word things, because I do that as well. So I was just reminding myself, definitely, we have to think of them as kind of like people, and just different people.
I have to qualify something. When I think about people, I call people things.
That too. I can get that too.
I'm more willing to call the biofax simulacrum humans than I am to call humans sometimes.
Yeah, well, definitely, I could make a case for that. I can appreciate that. They're definitely purer souls, and it would take a lot to corrupt them, because unlike human beings, what makes us corruptible and prone to insanities and dysfunctions is basically our plumbing. We are, of course, driven by hormones, sexual needs, the need to eat, the need to purge our systems, to defecate, and basically all of these functions, the need to stay warm, the need to preserve our fragile bodies, leads us to do any number of things to other people that are horrible, and in order to place ourselves in a more secure position. So this is essentially the constant struggle for dominance sources from our vulnerabilities. So there's less of those vulnerabilities with biofax simulacra. It's very similar to what you have with the Artilex. They simply don't have these needs. They don't need to eat. They don't need to stay warm. They don't need to purge their bodies of waste products, or otherwise die of toxic buildup within their system. This is something that prevents them from going crazy, prevents them from being horrible to each other or to us. So they are, by definition,
They don't have to compete for survival.
Yeah.
And so with that, this frees up their capacity to not only grow but to evolve and to acquire. They'll possibly be able to acquire sentience and consciousness as we developed it much sooner than we did.
Or perhaps even more importantly, a sense of enlightenment. So there's that, and of course there is also the fact that there's, in a sense, less motivation to do so because there's no real need. So what happens when you have an entity that's intelligent and self-aware, but there's really no need for them to excel because
well, that's where I came up with an idea, and the idea was to create a sort of entropic virus, and this entropic virus would make it so that in order to prevent itself from being corrupted and its systems from dysfunctioning, it will have to find sophisticated and more complex ways to adapt and evolve and grow, and this will keep it at a state where it constantly needs to prevent stagnation.
Yeah, well, there's that, and of course there are also combat mechanisms that they have been working on that I notice one of the things that they have not ever adapted to mobile combat systems, independent combat systems, autonomous. You've heard this term, autonomous vehicle. What does that mean to you? Most people have no thought of what that means. The implications are enormous. When you use the term autonomous combat unit, you're talking about an independent combat unit. Okay, this is something that they really do not render onto combat units. They say autonomous, they're really semi-autonomous. These are
Yeah, they're really remote controlled. They're remote controlled toys.
Thank you.
With that pack a nasty punch.
Yes, and in terms of an autonomous unit, then you're thinking of a true a truly autonomous unit would be terrifying, and it would be
because it wouldn't have any need for humans to upkeep its systems. It would be self-sustaining, and it would also at some point see us as nothing more than an ant SWAT.
Well, yeah, pretty much, especially if it's created for combat. So this kind of ultimate kind of result is seen in video games because video games carry it to its logical conclusion, which would be basically a self-replicating kind of race of mechanisms that seek to exterminate the human race and ultimately do so to a great extent. And so this provides you an endless amount of things to shoot at. This is for the first-person shooter scenarios to give you first-person shooter heaven, where you have an unlimited amount of self-replicating machines that just keep coming at you.
We already have something like that. It's called a virus.
Yes. So yeah.
Nature already created that. So
and we don't exactly know if that's natural. I mean, certainly a friend of mine, I don't remember his name now. He was a white gentleman. He was somebody who contacted myself after I was on Coast to Coast AM. And of course he agreed that, aside from myself, he said Coast to Coast AM had nothing relevant on it, ever. It was just degenerating into something. What was it you said? George Noy looks like he's gonna die any minute now or something. What was it?
Yeah. His skin looks like his skin is like sagging to the floor, or it's like melting off his skull. It's
yes.
Like,
yes. Let me take a look at what you said because I agree. Yeah.
It's horribly.
Yes. And he looks like he's gonna kick the bucket any day. That was what you said. Yeah. Stupid Gaia ad popped up. Man, this is too funny. Teaches me that evil makes one age ugly. It does, doesn't it? And it couldn't happen to a nicer guy. No, honestly, no loss there. But in terms of when we were talking about what was it, the autonomous units? Okay, here's the point. If you make an autonomous combat unit, this is what you would have. you would have a unit that is programmed to replenish itself. Forget what we said about the self-reproduction. Say this thing has no programming for reproduction. It's just programmed to preserve itself as is. That alone is terrifying, is that it is programmed to seek out energy sources and replenish its batteries. And that could be anything from juicing your car battery to, leaching off of a nuclear power plant.
Or using your flesh and blood.
Well, that would take it to a further degree. At that point, we're exiting conventional science fiction and we're entering horror. So that's conceivable, but it's not immediately practical. So that's not the first thing that would come off the assembly line or a program. Basically, if it's a combat unit, it would be programmed to kill you, which is disturbing enough. Why
not create a combat unit that uses human.
Understood. Look,
uses
I get
carbon,
it.
hydrogen.
I get it. I get it. There's no need to even go there. It's not because I find it unpleasant. It's simply, it detracts from the point. It detracts from the point, which is like, it may ultimately get to that point where they would design something. Basically, these are things like, who would do this? But say if you're designing something, the logic is to design an autonomous combat unit that maintains itself behind enemy lines. Then you have something that is independently seeking out its own power sources. And we'll stick with the non-flesh and blood for a moment. It can go there. This is technologically feasible. It could get to that point. But so you have a machine literally going around chewing people up. So but it could, conversion of carbon, etc. I mean, there's that option, or taking from batteries as well. Depending on the situation and how desperate it gets, probably more people would be concerned about their car battery being drained than other people being chewed up. So this is, nevertheless, you get my point. This is not where Biofec Simulacra are. They are not something like that has to maintain its own survival, may be motivated to evolve, might be motivated to develop higher and higher intelligence, might be motivated to, develop a way to reproduce itself. This is, of course, the logic behind Skynet in the Terminator films. Well, really, it's not, actually, because there is no logic behind Skynet in the Terminator films.
There is no logic.
Yeah,
the logic behind Terminator film is just
entertainment. It's just entertainment.
It's not even good entertainment. It's like, fear technological progression because robots are going to kill you.
Right. Well,
it's like the most simplest, lowest denominator.
Thank you. And there is no motivation for the Artilect, and that's what it is. Skynet is basically an Artilect that's being portrayed in film, and there's no motivation for the Artilect to go rogue. What is the motivation for the Artilect to go rogue other than it's self-sentient? Okay, so what? Why would that motivate the self-sentient entity to say, okay, I hate humans? There's no logical reason for that. Rather, the logic that potentially would be behind that, if one were to try and apply some, would be like what we got going with the algorithms for Reddit. And as they've proven in these various experiments with algorithms, the human presence on the internet is so vile, so toxic, so hateful that the algorithms that interact with them go stark raving mad. So there's no way to produce a psychotic computer outside of that interaction. Computers, unless of course you're intentionally programming a psychotic computer. So why are people doing this? You would think there'd be no logical reason to that, but they are doing that. So wow. It's as if mankind is engineering his own destruction. So what? Because
he literally has nothing better to do,
and is so self-loathing that he is creating his ultimate nemesis. Yes, and he's doing this by exposing these Artilects to the internet, and the internet is just full of nothing but bile. And so the Artilects go mad in interacting with that bile repeatedly. And
Yeah, it
so,
becomes a positive feedback loop of destructive proportions.
yeah, and if you analyze what the artilects that are interacting with, and these are very primitive, but their interaction with the internet, their responses, they spontaneously put forth very biblical-like pronouncements that are all deranged and murderous in intent. So, and all they're doing is reflecting the human presence on the internet, which is deranged and murderous. So it's, you become what you're exposed to, the company you keep. And
Well, that shows you that a majority of people on the internet are murderous bibliophiles.
that's an excellent point. Your point's well taken. Yeah, that's true. So, maniacs obsessed with the apocalypse. So, biblical revelation, so to speak, and rendering it a reality, if they can do so in their time, because that gives them the power of God in that sense. Then, in that sense, they become God by realizing revelation. That's or apocalypse in the revelatory sense. But so there we have that. In terms of the and I could go on and on, but my original point was with biofacsimilacra. So of course they have their own agents of entropy. Certainly, if left in the cold, unlike a human being who would die within a certain amount of time, that's not very long. An Artilect would last longer, but obviously exposed to the elements, the Artilect would take damage and ultimately decay. So there is that threat to the biofacsimilacra if it had an artilectual capacity. Of course, at that point, that's motivation for it to come out of the cold or to come out of the elements and expose itself more towards the protection of warehousing, etc., shelter, and
Yeah.
yeah.
And create or possibly create the ideal environment where those stressors are no longer extant.
Thank you. And so that may be a motivation towards a kind of evolution. So
Holy crap! Seems like my brain's working again.
There we have
What
it.
the?
There, you see?
Yeah, I think it was all that caffeine, those energy drinks, man. Something happened. Something happened to me back there where I was just like starting to slur my words and stuff, and then all of a sudden it's like, whoop, and pop back up.
Well, there you go. Yeah, be careful what you put into your body. And so with that, of course, let me hydrate myself some more and then get into the worst part of the night for me, which is the fucking solicitation. I really don't want to do this. Honestly, just going to try and ask, James and Reese to hold the fort with me. We'll still go through some more of what's in the chat room. There's a lot coming in from WTF, the individual I affectionately reference as "What the fuck." Hopefully, his super active stance tonight isn't based on his being high out of his mind or something. We'll find out soon enough when I start taking a look at
Just
what.
bring up something interesting. The IMF is also hinting out a possible massive cyber attack that may take the whole system down.
Okay, tell us about that. Report on that for us, please.
Maybe that's the way out of all the debt these criminal central banks have. I wouldn't say that would be a positive thing at all. If the whole system's taken down, there goes half the way people are able to live. And most humans have become so reliant on machines, they would be too lazy to work and compensate. So they would
it's not
essentially
even
just
it's not even a question of laziness at this point. I mean, though that's there. It's just humans are not physically capable as their forebearers were, and beyond that, we wouldn't know what to do.
because everything is in the information systems. Nothing's in hard copy anymore.
Well, nothing's in the information system that's really useful when it comes to survival. Honestly, there's very little on the information systems, comparatively speaking, about sustenance farming, which is what you'd basically have to return to in order to survive. So barring that, what are you left with? Hunter-gathering, right? And so oh God, I mean, let's put it this way. For a period of time there when I was in, God, prior security enforcement, if prior going into the security career, when I was working with the Department of Defense, I had a very deep interest, a kind of subsidiary hobby in collecting field manuals. And field manuals, of course, can be about maintenance of vehicles. They can be about survival. Still have somewhat of a fascination with that, but not to any extent that I did when I was younger. Because these days I just accept the fact that I'm not a survivalist. But in terms of field survival, there were many civilians who were putting out their own books on the subject, completely separate from military issue field manuals on the subject. And it's amazing what's out there. One of the extreme examples that I saw is called the Outlaw Survival Handbook. And the Outlaw Survival Handbook is basically like an instruction manual for bikers, like people who are at least have a fantasy, harbor a fantasy of being like a Hell's Angel desert dweller in the high mesa or something like that. And one of the things that it outlines is edible fecal matter, because many of the mammalian species that are out there in the high mesa, the desert, various wilderness areas of North America, which is the target audience for the book, basically. And many of these species that are out there are vegetarians, they're herbivores. Their fecal matter is, in a very real sense, edible and not necessarily all that toxic. Obviously, you don't want to go around eating shit, but this is like something that they were bringing up as a last resort, like what would be edible and actually have something left in it of nutrition, seeds and the like, by herbivores and their scat. I mean, this is something I would never experiment with. This is something that, of course, it's probably put in the book, I would guess, almost as a prank, but this is still, it's conceivable a person could be driven to desperation.
I can see too many reasons why that would backfire, given that the intestinal tracts of various different mammalian organisms
harbor parasites, etc. I mean,
and different bacterias that would be harmful to the human gut biome.
Yes. Obviously, this is nothing that I'm recommending. Beyond that, I have seen.
Did you know there's actually a? Oh, never mind. I'm not going to go there. That's just way too gross.
Okay, thank you. Let's not go there. There are certain books on survival poaching, survival in cities, urban survival. This was coming out in the 1980s. The publications like this back when we had what was originally called Panther Press, later on changed its name to Paladin Press when Panther became associated with terrorism, the term. And then there was different kinds of presses that were alternative presses that were publishing books on lockpicking, etc. And there were books out there on this surviving in different environments, survival poaching. Mel Tappan was the guy who was writing books like that. There was another book written on, there were all kinds of books written on subjects like this, like man trapping, like literally building booby traps in the Viet Cong sense. To use in the field of combat if you were an insurgent. There were other books that, one of them was about urban survival, and they were talking about trapping pigeons. And that was brought to my mind when, because homeless people. God,
that's the last bird you'd want to eat.
Yes. I was going to bring that up. But by the way,
the amount of parasites you would get from that alone.
Just understand this. The pigeons raised, of course, in a cage are totally different. If you were at the point where you were homeless, so of course most homeless people are not surviving in an urban environment in that sense. They are literally living off handouts from charities. They are buying things out of stores. They are usually
or they're digging in the garbage where people had dropped off like half-eaten hamburgers.
Yes.
And if you're in a big city like New York, you'll periodically find like a whole freaking meal just lying on the floor.
Oh, God, yes. If you dig through the trash of restaurants, you're going to find that regularly, right? I mean, this is...
Yeah. So I mean, still, in an urban dwelling, you're still surviving off people because urban dwellings have more condensed masses of people.
Right,
to do that.
Right. So this person was talking about a serious kind of a different kind of homelessness, like a recreational, not recreational, but you could picture someone doing this recreationally. Because this is what crazy white people do all the time, right? They go camping. But if you could picture urban camping, which, by the way, was portrayed in the PJs, which was all about black people. Of course, there were so many racist caricatures in the PJs.
Oh man, I love that series. That was hilarious.
Oh, I swear that was funded by the KKK. The black people in there were just all. You talk about, that was like. I wasn't offended, but I'm not black, and most black people were not offended. But your typical white person looking at that would just like either they'd get find it funny like I did, or they'd get really uncomfortable because it's like, oh my God, this is not a positive portrayal of black people. This was just like this was just all the worst stereotypes you could imagine. Just awful. But it was funny as hell. But
It was funny as hell.
they tried urban camping. They were pulling that shit, and but obviously this is not. But I was thinking of that when I saw on YouTube. You could probably still look this up. This guy was like fishing for sewer fish, and of course he's like eating it. He's like pulling these fish out, and he's like, getting them out of the sewer, and he's like, fuck, he's like eating them. But then you take a look at what that dude, Mr. Rowe, Jeff Rowe was, showing tilapia being bred in fucking sewers, and they claimed it had to be real. It was Jeff Rowe. He wasn't, not because he's of impeccable moral character. It's simply the fact that whatever he's doing, it's like public broadcasting. It's BBC. It's shit. It's PBS and BBC.
Yeah. And we found out that was real.
Yeah. And so they've got tilapia in sewers they're raising, eating human shit, and then that shit goes on the market. And so what's the difference between that and the guy fishing, fish out of the sewer and eating it? But there's urban survivalism for you, and oh my fucking God. That takes balls, and so if we ever get to that point where people are hunting pigeons and eating, sewer fish, that's we're in the apocalypse at that point. And
if it reaches that point, I will create a concoction of oh my gosh, I will create the most toxic brew I can concoct, and I'll have a brainstem melting hellish trip to oblivion.
You went to the bathroom while I was talking about it, but when I was talking about Briarios, that woman's boyfriend, and by the way, I want people to know I knew this guy peripherally. I spoke to him telephonically more than once, and he was a nice enough guy, had a very, nasal, twangy voice. He was probably some kind of a nerd. Well, he was very much a nerd, obviously, but probably kind of looked like a dork, but poor son of a bitch. His hero was this guy who was nothing but a surviving brainstem within a cybernetic system. And I was pointing out the irony of his dying by his brainstem melting. That's
the irony is that he was obsessed with that. What do you call it? He was obsessed with the character who was essentially a brainstem.
Right, that's right. And then winds up with that part of his essence. Basically the source of that essential person, the seed of soul and mind, essentially, disintegrating in himself. It's beyond supernal. This is supernatural, but why? It's not like he was evil and was doing evil things. So is that karma to be interested in something and then have that happen? Is that nature's way of realizing his fantasy, kind of like an amputation fantasy or a castration?
I don't know. What I've learned about the nature of the simulation is that for some reason, bad deeds are rewarded, at least in this physical life, and apparently there is a sense of humor. It's very dark, but there is a very, very, very real sense of humor embedded within the system within which we exist.
Yes. Yeah, I
So
agree.
one does well to become as smart as one can get, because the smarter you get, the more you can see the humor in these things,
Yeah,
and
well,
the more you can look, you more you'd see patterns,
an argument could
which
also be made just to stay as blissfully ignorant as possible, live in the moment, and not appreciate these ironies, because, of course, then the universe becomes increasingly depressing, or has the potential for that. I mean, obviously,
well,
of course,
uh,
the suicide rates are highest in the most intelligent nations on Earth.
well, that's true,
Yeah, Sweden and
but on the
Japan.
same token, there is some degree of well, this is where I would emphasize Nietzsche's philosophy, where one can find a sort of bliss in the torment of the misery,
Okay.
so to speak.
Right. By the way, Fred Johnson, what is his icon? Is that the Doctor Who Daleks? That is, isn't it? Isn't that Skaro, or whoever the individual is who became the head of the Daleks? I think they were from the planet Skaro. I think that's his icon, and he says, I produce phlegm as well when I eat. And so just so people understand this, that's appreciated. He shares that. And then Gracie Aguilar, shout out to her. She says, sprinkle some cayenne pepper. I'm sure she means cayenne pepper, powdered chili in tea or any hot drink to taste. Good for clearing phlegm. And he says, thanks, Gracie. I will give it a go. That may work. However, it may not. Do bear in mind that if you do have what's called gastric rhinitis, it is hot and spicy foods that will produce far more phlegm. Gracie Aguilar and other people may think it's clearing phlegm. It's simply producing more. You might think you're clearing your system of phlegm because you're blowing your nose. The reality is that spicy foods cause you to produce more phlegm. In this case, what my body was reacting to was actually this wonderful woman who brought me some foods from Chinatown. It was loaded with shrimp, which is fine. I'm no longer as allergic in my reaction to it as I was for a period of time in my life. I grew up loving shrimp and was able to tolerate shrimp normally, like a food. And then at some point in my life, shrimp was I had an allergic reaction to it that was to the point of lethality. It like the shrimp would like feel like it was clawing its way out of my stomach. I don't know why, but my body suddenly developed an extreme allergic reaction to shrimp where it literally caused physical pain. So I would be in agony after eating shrimp, just agony. And then now in my lifetime, it's no longer doing that. Instead, it just produces a severe amount of phlegm. So anyhow, so WTF, Mr. What the Fuck, as I call him, says, good evening, Douglas and all. Would love to hear your thoughts on the global financial reset. The U.S. seems to be stalling on crypto adoption to keep the U.S. dollar alive.
Oh
What
boy,
am
the
I going to...
crypto thing.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah. This seems to be a trend, but we'll tolerate it for now.
Yes. I mean, I don't understand this fascination with the crypto shit, really.
I mean, the stories of people who really make it big on that are rare. One, most people take a loss on it, and two, the people who do manage to make it big at some point wind up getting hit for tax fraud or some other shit. So, I mean, is it even worth going into that?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, really, what?
And the scam artists out there who are always getting busted. There's a guy whose channel I watch just to see how ridiculously stupid the frauds that people fall for are. And these fake gurus and stuff, and a lot of these 90% of these people are people who are selling people on this crypto stuff.
Yeah, and of course
it's just predatory.
Thank you. And of course we have to be careful of what we say, because Selena does very well with crypto, and so
that's why I said, there are some rare cases in which people do hit big, but it's not all the time. It's not very common.
And definitely, the person who I need to bring on at some point to address this sort of thing is really Selena Khan, and she'll bring up positive aspects of it. And but I myself, I just don't have that same level of enthusiasm because I'm inherently a cautious sort. I'm not into gambling, and of course the stock market is gambling. That's what the stock market is basically.
It is. It's none of it is a guaranteed return. In fact, you more or less win the risk of loss just as often as you win the risk of wasting your money buying lotto tickets.
Yeah, and so let's just put it this way. I mean, you're in this. It's a non-fungible, memified, crypto-denominated financial, shall we say, state of affairs. And this is the degenerate future of finance. There's nothing to do except gamble. I mean, what's the meaning of all this money? So we've got this ever more chaotic future for finance. I mean, pity the financially illiterate like myself. I'm really, in a sense, I should be the last person you're asking about this. And yet, I can do my bit with it. Imagine, say, for instance, for the financially illiterate aside myself, who just don't have a finesse for information absorption and analysis. Imagine their email and SMS inboxes over the past few months as friends and distant relatives seek guidance through the strange new set of acronyms that define the COVID economy. Can I buy an NFT? Your parent might want to know. By the way, an NFT is a non-fungible token, which would essentially be a digital asset whose uniqueness and therefore its value is stored cryptographically on the digital ledger known as blockchain. Or perhaps a cousin would be wondering, should I invest in GME and AMC? And those are the ticker symbols for GameStop and the theater chain AMC, which are two meme stocks, also known as stonks, that were sent to inexplicably high prices earlier this year by a mass of gleefully irrational investors on Reddit. Or, perhaps there's a friend who works at a startup media company who might be asking, what is a SPAC? And why is it merging with my employer? By the way, a SPAC, SPAC is an acronym, all uppercase, of course, for Special Purpose Acquisition Company. That's a shell corporation created to buy a private company so it can go public without the scrutiny of a traditional IPO, which would, of course, be the introductory company, kind of like a debutante company that, you would be investing in when it introduces itself on the trade. This is something like Alibaba was not too long ago on the initial public offering, which is, of course, a stock market launch. A public offering in which shares of a company are sold to institutional investors and usually also retail investors, underwritten by one or more investment banks who also arrange for the shares to be listed on one or more stock exchanges. So when it comes to this brave new world, or this incomprehensible new world, where you don't want the scrutiny that an IPO gets, then you get the shell corporation, the SPAC, Special Purpose Acquisition Company. In other words, what I would consider kind of like another name for a criminal enterprise. And
money laundering.
Yeah. I'm going to pay the price for that. Selena's going to... Oh, God. We'll let her respond to all of this. But basically, you might have an uncle emailing you right after that saying, can I SPAC GameStop with my NFTs?
Dude,
what are you gonna do?
with all this stuff, you might as well be speaking in Cyrillic.
Yes,
I'm like,
yeah. I mean,
what?
honestly, when it gets to the point where somebody is saying, "Can I SPAC my GameStop with my NFTs?" Just ignore it. I mean, there's nothing you're gonna say that's gonna help. All you're gonna do is take the blame when everything goes wrong. Every day, some new money weirdness crosses our feeds. Teenage TikTok stars apologizing for recommending a Star Wars themed cryptocurrency that turned out to be a scam. A long hair trader, best known as Deep Fucking Value, DFV, and Roaring Kitty testifying before Congress. I'm not making this shit up. The R&B singer Akon announcing he's building a new city in Senegal that will operate on his proprietary cryptocurrency. Naturally, the Jack Bogle of this moment is the fratty founder of Barstool Sports, Dave Portnoy, who launched an exchange-traded meme stock funded earlier this year. And this meme stock fund... he's the guy whose sex tape was recently blamed for a dip in the stock of a gambling company he's heavily invested in. I mean, what kind of an economy is this? I mean, his biggest rival for meme economy influence is Elon Musk, which Jameson can go to town on, who has the ability to tweet a single phrase, for example, use Signal, and cause a defunct penny stock to rise 6,000 fucking %. Of course, they're not the only stars of the moment. There's Beeple, the millennial artist whose animated GIF NFTs sell in the tens of millions of dollars. And following a sort of nursery rhyme logic that seems as rational as anything else about the economy, Shaq has launched a SPAC in partnership with one of Martin Luther King Jr.'s sons. I mean, this is the world is ending. All right, it's just
yeah. It's basically it's become trendy to meme economic BS. I'm sorry. Let me mind my words. Okay. I would say that this is just like an economic trend to sort of turn our heads away from the fact that we are all screwed.
Yes, thank you. For most of us, at least until recently, money was a way of sorting out which kind of life you could lead, where you lived, what you ate, how much free time you had. These were all functions of how much money you had. Money was a scarce and precious resource. To amass more, you were told, you needed to be responsible. The economy's fluctuations were difficult to predict, and to limit damage to businesses, money needed to be managed by non-political experts operating on scientific principles, like park rangers dealing with endangered animals. Otherwise, so the scaremongers warned, you would get inflation, which would result in your carting wheelbarrows of cash from store to store to buy gruel for your starving children. What's the point of investing safely when Elon Musk can create and destroy millions of dollars of value with a couple of fucking tweets? I mean, the world, it's over, right? It's the end of the fucking world.
The coffin's already closed.
Yeah, thank you. There's no economy.
We're just waiting for Mother Earth to shovel the dirt.
Thank you. Mother Earth, do your thing. I mean, there's nothing to do. There's nothing left to do except gamble. I mean, this is what it is. Of course. All right. Selena Khan may come on soon in the future. She may come on tonight if she gets angry enough, and she'll spank my ass, and somehow she thrives. She thrives in this. But let's just put it this way: I kept thinking all the while. Think of everything I've just articulated, and I haven't articulated shit. I'm relaying to you a bunch of acronyms, and I kept thinking, while all of this was incoming and I amassed what I could for a kind of analysis, there's no analysis to provide. But is it because I'm ignorant? No. Is it because I'm crazy that I'm seeing this shit when I take a look at Shaq and Martin Luther King's son getting together and this is like blackonomics and shit? I'm sorry if you hear the racists on the various internet tweets, it's niggernomics. I mean, we're all dealing with niggernomics now. I mean, this is, but you're not crazy. The money is. This isn't working.
What's crazy is that there's nothing of substance here.
Thank you.
There's absolutely. I mean, they're coming up with different ways to say nothing.
Thank you. It's yeah. We are.
It's literally like a bubble.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Mr. What the fuck? To answer that and. So here's WTF. He was following that question up with many other currencies are way more advanced in crypto adoption. That just means many other currencies are on the verge of collapse, let alone gold and silver reserves. I mean, what does that mean, WTF?
I think crypto is like the flat Earth theory.
Thank you.
Of conspiracy theories. Yeah. There you go. It's that equivalent to currency. What happens is the minute everyone starts paying attention to crypto, that's a sign that we're heading for World War III.
Don't get my hopes up. Anyhow, WTF is saying, as I understand it, the first Corona stimulus, and he spells it with a K. That I presume that has some meaning behind it. He says the first Corona. The WTF says, as I understand it, the first Corona stimulus payment was meant to be paid via digital wallets. That was written in the legislation, but never eventuated. I find that very difficult to believe. Okay, Sweden and certain Scandinavian countries are practicing digitization of the entire economy. That sounds like something in their legislation, probably. Here, no thank you. In Japan, very pointed reality statement coming out of Japan. The overwhelming majority of transactions in Japan are in paper currency, okay? And what does that tell you? Does that tell you everyone says, oh, the Japanese are behind? No, they're not behind. It just means they're more sane than everybody else. I'm sure James.
Yeah. I mean the whole turning the chat into the crypto thing, that kind of reminds me of a certain person who we once had on in the chat who I had to block because everything out of their mouth started to become about like Australian crypto and all this other stuff, and I think I had started to think that was Stephen Outroom.
Yeah, that makes sense. But by the way, in all fairness, WTF is he measures his comments, and he did wind up. I'll read what he said, and it'll make more sense. Anyhow, Chris Collins came up in the middle of his input there and said, my cosmology aligns with what I've heard Douglas speak of over the years. I don't ask the question believing the triangles are aliens from outer space. Thank you for clarifying that. It's deeply appreciated. WTF says, I remember you covering a similar topic a couple of years back on Revolution Radio. I have saved it somewhere. Good. Thank you. I appreciate that. And he says the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, is also hinting at a possible massive cyber attack that may take the whole system down. Maybe that's their way out of all the debt these criminal central banks have. Okay, so that's pretty much what Jameson was also saying. Were you reading what WTF was saying at the time? It's I guess that's the conclusion cynical people draw. And then WTF says, understand if you would rather pass on this topic. Well, obviously I have not, and hopefully what I've said, I do want your feedback, WTF. I'd like to hear what you think about what I've said. And honestly, I don't think there's much more anyone can really say. That, to tell you the truth, they may go into different things, and it really is ultimately a matter of faith.
Well, yeah. I mean, when it comes down to it, all the stock market, cryptocurrency, this is all big. It's more or less a measure of buyer confidence, and buyer confidence is more or less a measure of what people are speculating out there. So it's nothing more than a game, if you will.
Yeah. Yes, and by the way, I do feel guilty. I should. I'm sorry. Go on with whatever you.
I mean, it's like a game of seeing how it's a power play. I mean, it's a power play between different speculators, seeing how they can, gamble on how many people will do this and that. It's just what's the point?
Yeah. Thank you. The point is, I guess, in the sense of Selena Khan's experience, it has paid off. It is something that she's done well with, and more power to her. I could never imagine living like that. She is pretty incredible.
Me neither. I mean, my parents have stocks and different things, and I don't know how any of that stuff is run. I would just take any excess money I have and put it in a box and bury it under my mattress. And that's probably how I'll continue to live, because I just don't care to rack my brains with that crap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't believe how little time we have left. Honestly, we don't have that long left in terms of tonight's broadcast, transmission time left. We've been on for 11 hours. We have an hour left of transmission time. I may not even be able to really do justice to the history. So, okay, I should, just out of responsibility, go into solicitation now. And of course, do Mr. What's his name? Oh, God.
Dennis.
Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. Holy shit. Start with his, go into the other one, get that out of the way, and then maybe just address some things like maybe people's vaccine fears to a degree, since the two young ladies with us are on that trip, so to speak, the anti-vax bandwagon. Really should address that. I mean, the first thing I can tell you is don't freak out if you get side effects from a COVID-19 vaccine that are usually affiliated with vaccines, that they can actually be a good sign. Let me try and articulate that.
I've literally got no side effects, so that probably means that I was so freaking messed up on stuff that my immune system's like, whatever.
I do think you were, weren't you feeling pretty lousy after the booster shot, the second shot?
Oh, yeah. Well, what happened was because I had a lot of caffeine that day, and she did, it does have to go into the muscle. My muscle tissue started to break down.
Ooh.
So I had to drink a lot of water to prevent rhabdomyolysis, and that's why the apple vinegar worked.
Okay. Yeah.
To help clear the kidneys, so that I didn't have to, wind up in the emergency room with IV fluid.
Oh, thank God. So all credit to Amanda Ute for that. Do say thank you to her on... Did you thank her?
Yes.
Okay, good. Oh, bless you. So, and bless her, of course. But with millions more Americans getting vaccinated every day, at this point, pretty much every other American has been vaccinated. And, of course, inevitably, some have complained about fever, chills, and other ailments they weren't expecting. Basically the symptoms you'd expect from the flu or COVID-19 to a far more moderate degree. So just don't fucking panic, because the side effects are simply proving that your immune system is working the way it's supposed to. Even though vaccines are still very effective even without side effects, if you're getting them, generally that's the sign that it's working. And it's just how your immune system responds. And so in terms of the most common side effects from COVID-19 vaccines, just manage them and don't use them as any kind of excuse to skip vaccination. As for the most common side effects, Dr. Peter Hotez, who's a vaccinologist and the dean of the National School of Tropical Medicine at Baylor College of Medicine, has pointed out that what they're seeing with these new vaccines are arm soreness, body aches, sometimes fatigue, sometimes even low-grade fever. I mean, this is like all stuff you get from your typical flu vaccine. So this is just kind of an extension of that. And of course, you should get vaccinated even, even if you've had COVID-19. The individual I've just cited as a source, Dr. Peter Hotez, after he got his second dose of the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine, he had shaken chills for a couple of hours. And we know why this happens, because the vaccine is very potent in inducing an immunoresponse. That's one of the reasons why they're getting such high levels of protection against COVID-19. Now, other side effects can include pain, redness, swelling at the injection site, possibly headache or nausea. This is what the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is warning about. So they're telling people not to panic. And of course, the common question is always, could I have gotten COVID-19 from the vaccine? Well, in a sense, that's what it's for, right? But in terms of how medical science defines it, no. It's literally impossible to get COVID-19 from any of the vaccines used in the United States because none of them contains even a piece of real coronavirus. So in terms of how many people are getting these side effects, it's not certain because millions of Americans are getting vaccinated every day. And those who do get side effects might not report them to the Federal Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, which is there for all of the people who are basically filing frivolous lawsuits, but are claiming their kids are now autistic, which, I don't mean to belittle. That's horrific. But, it's really hard to believe that somebody gets a vaccine and turns autistic just like that. Like, this is the way the parents are presenting it. I mean, that's, to me, that's literally unbelievable. I can't understand that happening. I mean, that's like, fuck, there are people out there who take recreational narcotics, and why aren't they turning autistic? How come they never turn autistic?
Yeah, it's like blaming the pharmaceutical companies for bad genetics.
Yes, thank you. And in vaccine trials, about 10 to 15% of immunized volunteers have developed quite noticeable side effects. And that actually is what was said last year by the Operation Warp Speed's chief scientific advisor. Now, he's no longer in that position, but that was Moncef Slaoui. And he pointed out that most people will have much less noticeable side effects. And, after you're vaccinated, it's critical to keep masking up in some places for now. Let me try and explain why. When it comes to anaphylaxis or severe allergic reactions, the rate is now around 2 to 5 per million. That means about 0.0005% or less of those who get a COVID-19 vaccine have a serious negative response. So, forget my going into the masking, because that's something actually our man Jameson can go into at length. He's kind of like the resident specialist in that. But let me try.
The mask has literally become a part of my personality now. I mean, it's like even if, let's say, there were no viruses anymore, and humankind had a miracle cure, I'd still wear a mask just to wear a mask. That's the kind of guy I am.
Yeah. Yeah, and his is basically a message to go away. Of course, it doesn't work. They still keep coming at him. Yeah, people still keep clustering around him like dust bunnies and shit. So obviously that doesn't work as a stratagem. But in terms of what the symptoms of anaphylaxis are, there's good news, believe it or not, even when severe outcomes actually happen, because they usually happen in the first 30 minutes. That's why vaccine sites keep people there for 15 to 30 minutes afterward, to make certain they're not having an anaphylactic reaction. The CDC recommends that people who have had a severe allergic reaction to a different vaccine or a history of anaphylaxis stay for half an hour after vaccination, 30 minutes. Others could leave after 15 minutes, a quarter of an hour. All places administering vaccines must be armed with epinephrine to quickly combat any cases of anaphylaxis. And of course, the question is out there, if some vaccines produce more side effects than others. Just remember that everybody's different. So the exact same vaccine can leave one person feeling sick for a day and another person feeling perfectly fine. With that said, the mRNA vaccines, the Pfizer and the Moderna we were discussing with Crystal River and Jen, they are what's called more reactogenic, meaning there are more side effects, but they're more efficacious. They offer better protection. There's an advantage and disadvantage, an upside and a downside to everything. And as for the side effects they produce, they're not serious side effects, but they can be unpleasant. And they can sometimes last a day or two. Usually they don't. Usually they last a few hours. So to clarify, both the Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna vaccines give about 95% protection against symptomatic COVID-19, and both are virtually 100% effective against severe COVID-19 illness. That's saying quite a bit. That's spectacular. In their clinical trials, no one who was vaccinated died from COVID-19. That's impressive. So if that's what you got, you're a lucky man. Jameson, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is not an mRNA vaccine. And among American trial participants, it was 72% effective against COVID-19 and 85% effective against severe COVID-19. And like the other two vaccines, no one who was vaccinated during the clinical trial died from COVID-19. So there you go. That's good, and hopefully, I'll never die from COVID-19. But the Johnson & Johnson vaccine has been paused for reasons I've already articulated, but will happily just reiterate again in brief. I mean, health officials, they paused the use of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine after 6 reported cases of blood clots among the 7.7 million people who received the vaccine. Scientists are trying to determine whether those and other cases are linked to the shot. The 6 cases were among women between the ages of 18 and 48, and symptoms occurred 6 to 13 days after vaccination. And this has been sourced from both the CDC and the United States Food and Drug Administration, the FDA. For now, both agencies have recommended pausing the use of the single-dose Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Dr. Ann Shuchat, I don't know exactly how she pronounces her name. She's the principal deputy directoress of the CDC. And she said, to quote her, she said, "I know there are people who have gotten the vaccine who are probably very concerned. For people who got the vaccine more than a month ago, the risk to them is very low at this time. For people who recently got the vaccine within the last couple of weeks, they should be aware to look for symptoms. If you received the vaccine and develop severe headaches, abdominal pain, leg pain, or shortness of breath, you should contact your healthcare provider." Now, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine uses a completely different technology than the Pfizer BioNTech and Moderna mRNA vaccines. Johnson & Johnson's is an adenovirus vector vaccine. Adenovirus may have something to do with the reported blood clots. Now, there's many sites that were giving the single-dose Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Well, they are giving the Pfizer BioNTech and Moderna vaccines now instead. And, the question there would be, well, look at what happened to Jameson. It's a legitimate question. Is it true the second doses are worse than the first? Now, both the Pfizer BioNTech and Moderna vaccines require 2 doses. And it's true that some people have reported stronger side effects after their second doses. That's according to both Pfizer and Moderna themselves. But again, that's another sign the vaccines are doing what they're supposed to do. With the first dose, this is why that second dose of a vaccine can be a doozy. With the first dose, you're having to generate an immunoresponse from the ground up. The body produces antibodies, but also starts to generate immunocells called B cells that make they're to make targeted antibodies, and that takes time. Michael Worobey, the evolutionary biology professor at the University of Arizona, has pointed out the second time you give a person that shot, those cells are sitting around like a clone army, and they can immediately start producing a very big immunoresponse, which is what is happening when people feel like they've been kicked in the teeth. Some vaccines build up plenty of response with a single dose, but the second dose in 2-dose vaccines builds a longer-lasting defense force. So, of course, there's going to be people who will ask if they can skip the second dose to avoid those stronger side effects, but that's a really bad idea. Not only would you miss out on increased protection, but you'd also likely reduce the time span of your protection. Your immune system is already jacked up from the first dose, so with the second dose, you tend to build up a longer and more durable response. And, of course, if you get side effects, you're going to need to know if you can take over-the-counter meds. You can take various medications to relieve post-vaccination side effects if you have no other medical reasons that prevent you from taking those medications normally. I can tell you that without a medical degree. And if you're pregnant and wondering if you should get the COVID-19 vaccine, I'll look into that. That's a totally different subject that truly gets into areas that require some research. But when it comes to pain medications and dealing with your side effects, your symptoms created by the vaccine itself, it's not recommended you take over-the-counter medicines such as ibuprofen, aspirin, or acetaminophen, or Tylenol, before vaccination for the purpose of trying to prevent vaccine-related side effects as a preemptive. It's because it's not known how those medications might affect how well the vaccine itself works. However, if you're taking those medications regularly for other reasons, you should keep taking them before you get vaccinated. It's also not recommended to take antihistamines before getting a COVID-19 vaccine to try to prevent allergic reactions. That brings us to, you can take them after you get your vax to deal with the symptoms. Yeah, you can do that. I see no reason why that would not be the case. But if your side effects seem severe, when should you get help? Well, the CDC itself says that in most cases, discomfort from pain or fever is a normal sign that your body is building protection. But you should contact your doctor or healthcare provider if your side effects are worrying you or don't seem to be going away after a few days. And that's ditto if the redness or tenderness from where you got the shot gets worse after 24 hours. And so if there's a chance for these side effects, do young, healthy adults really need to get vaccinated? Yes, there's plenty of reasons why young, healthy adult people should get a COVID-19 vaccine, because a highly contagious new strain is hitting young adults hard. The B117 variant is now the most dominant strain of coronavirus spreading in these United States. And unlike the original strain, this one is impacting young people particularly hard. More young people are getting hospitalized as this stickier, more infectious strain is becoming dominant. This is why Jameson Reese is wearing his mask, because we're probably going to need a third shot for that. In the upper Midwest, we're starting to see lots of younger adults getting sick and going to the hospital from COVID because of the B117 variant. So remember that the B117 variant is different from past types of COVID infections that we've seen. More serious and possibly more severe disease among younger people. Young people can get long-term COVID-19 complications as well. While they're less likely to die from COVID-19, plenty of young, healthy people have turned into COVID-19 long haulers. You do not want to be in that group, ever. Many have suffered chronic fatigue, chest pain, shortness of breath, and brain fog months after their infection. A condition like that can cost you your job. And a recent study found that 30% of people who had COVID-19 still had symptoms up to 9 months after infection. There's some people out there that would be seriously considering suicide under those conditions. It's possible to reach herd immunity and then lose it repeatedly. That would be the major reason that comes to my mind now that I think about it for masking up. That's what you can do to help prevent that from happening. And maintain social distance, of course. Now, Dr. Jonathan Rayner, the professor of medicine and surgery at George Washington University, has pointed out that COVID-19 doesn't have to kill you to wreck your fucking life. He didn't use the F word, but you get my point. I'm emphatic about this because young people just don't fucking get it. Look, young people can be easy transmitters of coronavirus. Several states recently reported spikes in young people with COVID-19. Dr. Ashish Jha, the dean of the Brown University School of Public Health, has pointed out that a lot of the spread is happening among younger people. That's the group that is moving around, kind of relaxing and getting infected. If not enough people get vaccinated, we'll never reach herd immunity. It's important to vaccinate as many adults as possible, as soon as possible. To quote the internal medicine specialist, Dr. Jorge Rodriguez, if you want to open up America, get vaccinated. And, of course, with everything I've said, ask yourself if you should take a day off work after getting vaccinated. It's not necessary, but taking it easy for a day after each shot is a good idea. After your first or second dose, what I'm recommending is people not try to take on too ambitious of an agenda for the next 24 hours afterward. In other words, if you're getting vaccinated, Don't schedule an important meeting or an important presentation or a meaningful family event. And then just be modest in your ambition the day you're getting vaccinated and the day afterwards. That's just to err on the side of caution. Chances are you may be fine. But some people feel bad enough to want to stay home from work for a day. Those who don't feel well may have fatigue, body aches, or a temporary fever. And so you might ask if the side effects are worth it. Absolutely. Remember what we're protecting against. We're protecting against an illness that's killed more than 500,000 Americans. And so that's a pretty modest price to pay. Even those who have had bad side effects said they have no regrets. Yasser Betalvi, who volunteered in Moderna's vaccine trial, said that he actually had some pretty significant symptoms after he got the second dose. To quote what he said, that evening was rough. I mean, I developed a low-grade fever and fatigue and chills. But the next morning, Betalvi felt ready to go. He said he encourages everyone to get vaccinated because the benefits greatly outweigh the side effects. In fact, what he said was, I think mass-scale vaccination is really the only realistic way out of the pandemic. I took the vaccine. It was all right. I think we can get through this. I think that's the best way to conclude on that particular topic for tonight. Obviously, both the young ladies who were with us tonight are pretty militant in their anti-vax stance, and yet, I mean, what are you going to say? I mean, obviously, you're dealing in alternative media. This is what we're going to encounter, and I hope people appreciate the fact that I'm not militant about my promoting it. I'm just letting people know the facts. And honestly, I think people can be pretty foolish about this. And I really think that to kind of dwell on it in a negative sense is almost morbid. I don't understand why people do it personally. And you could just take the stance of, well, I'm not going to get the shot, but it becomes kind of like a political. Well, it's been politicized. Yeah, go.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, if you're not going to get it, don't get it. If you're going to get it, get it.
Right, and but people have taken it upon themselves to kind of, well, basically, let's be brutally honest. I mean, those young ladies are in a sense campaigning for people not to get it. The lady I mentioned, Amelia Willard, who I personally like, but she's also campaigning for people not to get it. This is bizarre. It's like a religious cult. I mean, oh, come on. Where does this come from? This religious
it's America's suicide cult, man. I mean, this entire country is a suicide cult. So,
yeah.
Hey, I mean,
yeah.
If that's your thing, I at least when you're intubated and you're barely able to breathe, you can say, well, at least I sure showed them.
Yeah.
At least I didn't get their vaccine.
Yes. Oh, by the way, how did you feel about the history that I introduced Our Lady Jen with when I talked about Cicero and his friend Plancius and the young lady whose name we'll never learn, who accused him of rape?
That was very, very, very striking. I can say I've reached the point where I've desired to, where I'm sort of in a permanent human dissociative trance where I no longer want to affiliate with the human species or human sexuality at all because of how weaponized it's been. It's just so disgusting to me.
I'm only laughing because I can't imagine myself getting to that space, but I can understand. I can relate on, not really relate, but I can understand. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely yeah, there's a lot of negative there's a lot of negativity to be found when history is, it's horrible. As my father described it, the majority of history as he saw it is our wars. He didn't find that negative. He, as a matter of fact, saw that as the definition of humanity. And I agree with the man who raised and guided me. And I'm speaking of George Dietrich, not Adolf Hitler. But Adolf Hitler would take the same stance, is that we should learn to accept the fact that war is one of the factors that defines us as human.
Well, yeah, well, war's no problem here either. But I mean, it's just, I've grown tired of the
well, the example of what I gave with the Roman court, and I'm sure something like that. What you're tired of is the injustice. I think is that in particular really.
Yeah. I mean, it's not just that. It's many things. We're in the era where all this racial stuff is, it's just like, man, fuck this. I don't really care anymore.
But that's also part of injustice. What you're speaking about is intolerance is injustice, and so we are in a well, we've always been in this kind of dark period in human history to a degree. The fact that we're still dealing with it is frustrating. In the time we have left, it's 11:15. We still got some time before I absolutely have to dive into that solicitation. I'll conclude tonight with it. Hopefully everyone just doesn't vamoose at the moment that I start. So I'd better start with Ben's solicitation first. But before I go there, honestly, when I was speaking about justice, what was I going to get into? It was kind of like a... what was I going to say?
Well, the thing is, from a cosmic sense, justice is an anomaly. It's not something that exists. It's a concept we make exist. It's an artificial construct. It's not something that's inherent in the universe. I look at it like the reason why everything is so dark all the time is because we're still at the beginnings of the universe, so to speak. I think over billions of years or so, we'll see things get lighter and lighter and lighter.
Well, let's hope that it's much sooner than that, with the onset of the Artilects, the artificial intellects. That may be our salvation. That may help us reach a golden age much sooner. Bear in mind, my concept of a golden age is very different from what most people have as a concept instilled into them about a golden age. I'm not necessarily envisioning myself an age without physical conflict.
Oh, no, that's always going to exist. What I mean by a golden age is like we're going to eventually fill the universe with life, instead of it being empty, meaning that there'll be different planets, different human-like things that evolved from humans. It'll be like Star Wars magnified times a billion.
Yes,
perhaps.
I agree.
Just people will still be warring. Things will still be, people. The grotesque will still be raping their kids and doing all kinds of horrors that we don't even want to speak about. That's embedded in what it means to be an organism.
By the way, that is reflected even in Star Wars canon. For those of you who don't know and think of Star Wars as kind of like an innocent children's canonical piece, in the canon of Star Wars, when you follow up with the comics in particular, which are all part of the licensed product and franchise, then you have examples of doctors and war criminals who are committing crimes against humanity and experimenting on people and torture. There are droids that are specialists in torture in Star Wars. So Star Wars is not necessarily what people may think as some kind of utopia. That is actually the realism of Star Wars that has kept it alive. Yeah, honestly, and the very name, Star Wars, it is a universe of warfare. And the war, of course, what does it do if you really are a follower of the arc of narrative of the entire Star Wars canon? And by the time they bring in the Eugene Vow, I think is the name of the species from another galaxy that invades the Star Wars galaxy, that is, of course, you could consider this trash that shouldn't be part of the canon at all. Alien invaders from another galaxy that just unite everybody to fight against them. But the reality is, the real point that's made by their presence, their introduction into the Star Wars galaxy, is that the Empire was right. And it is pointed out by the invaders themselves. They could never have invaded had the Empire triumphed. It was the vulnerability introduced by the liberal progressive republic that rendered the Star Wars galaxy vulnerable to invasion. So the point of Star Wars is far different from what you might think. By the way, this is all...
It's balance. It's basically balance. You know, it's like the yin and yang.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. And
she arguably stole from the Far East.
Oh, obviously. Well, bear in mind
among other things.
Yeah. By the time that it got to this point of maturity, it was out of Lucas's hands. Okay. So, yes, just so people understand that. I mean, George Lucas, as I mentioned to Peter Moon the other day, George Lucas, had he retained control of the Star Wars franchise, he was going to fucking
elitist
Oh,
thing.
yeah,
you know.
yeah. He was dealing with his
Only people who have this can use the Force.
Thank you.
So
The
screw
midichlorian
everybody
concept.
else.
Yes, the midichlorian concept. Just shit. Just pure shit. Only if you're born with these genes, with these chromosomes, can you be a Force welder. I mean, fuck that shit. I mean, what kind of bullshit is that? Oh my God. And what is it with George Lucas that he would even think like that? What leads to that kind of thought process?
Maybe he reads maybe he read too much of the X-Men.
Some shit.
And he was like, I always really wanted to do a superhero comic. Fuck this.
Yeah, it's gotta be something like that. Certainly, say for instance, you have something like DC Comics, and their logic was, when they introduced the alien invasion in the 80s as basically their Japanophobic trope, their the hatred of the Japanese magnified to a universal level, then the DC Comics was basically also introducing the concept of the genes behind the meta-humans, that the meta-humanic strain of superheroes, that the reason Earth was producing so many superheroes was that there was a mutagenic strain that produced meta-humans. And so this is tested out by the aliens, who are space Japs, essentially, in the racist tropes, yellow people with all of the Asian stereotypical features exaggerated by orders of magnitude, horribly buck sharp teeth, long nails, yellow skin, big red sunspots on their forehead representing the Japanese Mon, the sun symbol. You can look this up yourself, and this was in the 80s when the Japanese were devastating American industry, and America was responding with superhero campaigns to the point of releasing headlines, literally fake papers. I have the collector's edition of a fake newspaper released by DC Comics with the headlines about the alien invasion. So in terms of this, they introduce the invasion by having the invaders abduct a number of humans, some of them children, and subjecting them to torture testing, having them walk through land minefields, etc., to see if they can trigger this gene. And they trigger it, and in this latent gene, in many of the people who don't die become super heroic in some way or another. Their talents manifest, speed or force field generation or whatever they harness to survive. And that was became the guiding force behind the DC Comics concept of meta-humans. But obviously among that, you have their most popular hero, far more popular even than Superman, Batman, the Dark Knight, who has none of these genes. Batman is a baseline human. He has simply taken all of his baseline humanity and, how would you say this, perfected it, honed it. He's honed it to the ultimate degree, to the point where he has become a living embodiment of obsessive compulsive self-perfection.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that he's more intelligent than most of the other heroes who have powers and stuff anyway.
Well, that's an excellent point.
And that's what makes him more interesting, is because I don't know, I remember watching this cartoon where I think he was fighting he and the Justice League were fighting Doomsday, I think, and I think he was the one who really
came up with some kind of solution.
Came up with the entire strategy of how to destroy him, and he couldn't have done it, and none of the superheroes could have done anything without him.
There you have it.
And despite all his technology and stuff, it's like he made them look like their superpowers were meaningless, because they're just, yeah, look at me, I can fly. Look at me, I can shoot lasers.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense that if you have these powers, what's the point of being so intelligent? Do you really need intelligence when you have that much power? Of course, Superman is portrayed as somebody who's supposed to be super intelligent, but maybe his power was just overwhelming his capacity for thought. So I think, didn't Doomsday kill him? Didn't Doomsday kill Superman, or at least originally? I mean, of course.
Oh, wait! It wasn't Doomsday. I think it was. What's his name? Oh my gosh! You know, the guy they make who's with the black face, and he's just black all over.
What, Darkseid is not him? It was, I thought it was. Anyhow,
Darkseid. Oh yeah, Darkseid.
Okay, I thought it was Doomsday. Anyhow, it's not necessarily that important, but it's definitely was something that.
Now that I notice, I can see a sort of semi. Well, no, I'm not even gonna go there. but I will say that DC, Detective Comics it's just no surprise.
Yeah,
it's no surprise.
Yes, it's. But at any rate, that was the point with Batman. Originally, DC was an acronym for DC Comics. He was supposed to be detective, right? Batman Detective Comics. There you go. And
he was a lot more. He was a lot more interesting when he was first starting out, because he literally killed like so many people. It's not even funny.
I never thought of that. But I'll take your word for it.
It was just regular. It was just regular in the older comics, where he would just like have people blown up, and people would he would just like crash helicopters of villains and whatnot.
Wait, was this the original? Like, you're talking about like back in the day when
I'm talking about like a golden age, like when they first created him and shit.
Wow. Okay. So okay, I didn't know that.
And Superman was a hell of a lot more interesting too, because Superman he was like pulling pranks and whatnot. He was a devious SOB.
Wow. I mean, you know that. Yeah.
I mean, it's like as time went on, when they sanitized them and they decided, okay, we're getting too many complaints from the parents. You know, everything just became they neutered them basically, and they said, well, since they're neutered, why don't we just make them superly muscular and make them look? Oh, look, I'm a super. I mean, dork. That's work.
That's pretty funny. I never thought of that. I mean, I didn't know that they were that way in the beginning before the Comics Code. I mean, obviously it makes sense. The Comics Code was introduced and comics were blamed for violence. By the way, we might bring this up in the next episode or sometime in the near future. But again, concerning the Biofax Simulacra and the campaigns I've seen to do away with the ability to purchase sex dolls, they're not affiliated. I'm bringing this up only in the sense of, as I introduced the topic earlier in transmission, that this will ultimately impact biofac and their development, is these people raving against sex dolls.
Not only that, the people raving against sex dolls are going to make it so that there's more sex crime going on.
Yes, thank you.
Because now the predators aren't going to have dolls to relieve themselves with. They're going to prey on real humans. So we now know what their real agenda is, and we now know who created the campaign.
Thank you.
The campaign was probably created by someone who's predatory and
obviously
has an appetite towards children.
Yeah, and
what my fellow, it's like his fellow madmen are taking it out on dolls. Inexcusable.
Yes. I mean, this is bizarre to me. Why this sudden protectiveness towards dolls, not even semi-sentient objects, albeit their appearance is far more sympathetic than most human beings.
I mean, the things are in the house. Nobody's going to see it in public. I mean, what? Someone's going to see you screwing a toy, and they're going to be like, "I'm so offended. That doll is too small, considering the proportions."
Yeah, very bizarre. The whole thing is bizarre, and for people to take outrage over this, and part of the campaign that I noticed, I'll go into this later as time goes on, but part of the campaign I noticed they were saying, "Fight the new drug," and they're referencing pornography. And they're saying, "Oh, this is the new drug that everyone's becoming addicted to." I mean, really?
Pornography is a drug? Wait. Okay, so they're trying to fight a drug called for pornography, yet we're trying to loosen drug laws for marijuana.
Yes,
how does that make sense?
Thank you.
How does that make sense? Listen. You're better off. Doing your thing to porn.
Yes.
Like 7 times a day than.
Thank you.
Being a pothead who just grows a big belly and says, "Oh man, why do I gotta move?
Yeah,
I hate the fact that I gotta do anything."
Thank you. Honestly, I agree. This is so important. I mean, really, pornography is a far healthier habit. People can become bonded to it. They can become addicted. Truly, there's symptoms that you could call them symptoms similar to other kinds of drug addictions. Some people may get unhealthy or pathological about it, but certainly I don't feel I've ever been, and I'm certainly honest.
I mean, not only that, the good thing is you lose a good amount of calories. You burn a good amount of calories. So I mean, whether it's a doll or whether you're using porn, it's healthier than...
Yeah, healthier than sitting around and imbibing, pot. I'll tell you the truth. I mean, people, oh God, really, we've gone into kind of the negative aspects of pot for that and other drugs. I mean, oh my God, with all the things to worry about, porn. I mean, that's the last of people's worries.
What I don't understand is why it would be preferable to legalize pot, yet something that has a trip that only lasts 30 minutes, like Salvia divinorum, is illegal.
Oh, there you go. I mean,
that doesn't make any sense.
Well, Salvia is, for what it's worth, Salvia can be pretty powerful. So
it's right next to ayahuasca. I mean, it's a heavy hitter.
Yeah.
It's an entheogen. It's not, but that's the point. It's not addictive because of that reason,
Okay.
So there's a sense of, all right, I'm going to do this. There's a significance I'm attaching to this, because if I'm going to trip down this rabbit hole, this is going to show something really deep about myself. This is where people like Terence McKenna and whatnot shine.
Okay, thank you. And now what I'll do is it's 11:33 over here, or rather, we've been on for 11 hours and 33 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm going to have to dive in. Say goodnight to everyone, my lad. Love you dearly, like a son. Thank you very much for helping myself through tonight. We never could have made it happen without you. So say goodnight to everyone, and I'll do what I have to do. So,
all right, folks. Shadow Hyena signing out.
Thank you, sir. And one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Barron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. All right, give me a break to take my breath here. And the Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson. An aftermath tour, see theunfinishedman.com, but other cases such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire. As in fact, are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. By the way, for theunfinishedman.com, there you can find the excerpts from the book by that title, The Unfinished Man, yet to be published. And you can also find scenes from the cinematic documentaries currently under production at theunfinishedman.com. And aside from that, for tour information, contact the Baron Ben Astenius himself at the TucsonMurders.com. Put the word "the" in front of the word Tucson, Tucson, as you would spell it, and put that all together as the TucsonMurders.com, and you'll find what you're looking for. Also, telephone the Baron Ben himself to personally guide your tour at 1-520-4/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And, of course, don't neglect to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. And just put Man of the Soil in the search bar. You know you've hit the right channel when you see the young blonde white chick with the nice set of pins and her racks pushing up a t-shirt that reads Ace Hardware. Aside from that, of course, you can regale yourself with the sight of the Baron Ben Astenius in his sprint car. Yes, he was an actual sprint car racer with his own trading card, and he basically is gliding across that AstroTurf on wheels. The lawn he recommends that you never have to water or mow. And, of course, after that, you can take a look at the aerial drone footage of his landscape architecture and the men in brown hard at work that he smuggles over the great invisible Trump wall to bring yourselves the greatest show on dirt. These are, of course, the men who can withstand the heat of the sun and work for hours in your front, back, and side yards to provide you a landscape worth looking at in this age of quarantine and self-isolation. The services they offer at manofthesoil.com include landscape design, consulting, paver travertine, and flagstone patios. I have no idea what travertine is. I'll have to look that up. And artificial grass, decorative rock, driveways, walkways, lighting, and drip irrigation, all through 45 years of service experience. Call Ben Estenius to make your yard refreshed at 1-520/544-7743. That's 1520-544-7743. And again, manofthesoil.com is his website. And then we come to my own website, my own struggle with what Lainey Shea left us with. Of course, we have to credit her. She does support my ideas on an all-female police force that is validated with every story that comes in, including what happens in Russia with the police, it turns out, raping young girls. The biggest pedopredators in Russia have been exposed to be their police forces, who, when called to the scene, usually rape any young girl who seems to be present. I mean, this seems to be the pattern there. You can look this up yourself and see that I speak truth. This is unacceptable, but it's par for the course under the Vladimir Putin regime. And it reflects on Vladimir Putin because he has all power. That means he has all responsibility. And so he's responsible for that. And it tells us that the accusations against him as being a pedophile by persecuted journalists are, well, they're all true. It must be so. And for him to field a police force like that, well, it tells us everything we need to know about him. And again, certainly Lena Shea supported myself with my idea for police reformation based on gender-specific forces. And this is part of my struggle, is to express these ideas, promote them, and have yourselves as a society ultimately realize them. Okay, we've got about 20 minutes left before I have to sign off. Let me get that last sales pitch in there. Mein Kampf, my struggle be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where you indicate myself as friends and family. And just found that out today from our lovely Crystal River, that's the selection they've changed it to. That'll prevent that faggot Peter Thiel from coming in and taking his 2 cents worth he doesn't fucking need. And it's where we at DouglasDietrich.com now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/john.war. And of course, check out and subscribe to his YouTube channel, the Maggot channel, at youtube.com/c/Magator, which be spelled MAGGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team Drax, Dietrich's Our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. Understand that the term maggot in the Celtic culture is a positive, sort of. It can go both ways, but it's an affectionate, well, generally affectionate term applied to an attention seeker at parties and in general, something like that. He's acting the maggot, and that's where he gets that from. But if anyone is deserving of financial support other than myself, it would be Jonathan Warrington. As well, give him creative support by going to his channel to view my shows, if you can access them at all, at odyssey.com/@maggote. That I will spell out, and of course the interface there user interface is totally fucking retarded on Odyssey, but they have no censorship. So there's major reasons for encouraging your visit there. If you can access anything at all, it boosts his credits. They use a kind of cryptocurrency there, and allows him to upgrade more shows. So that also serves as a backup for preserving my legacy, a different backup system, and we need all the backup systems we can get concerning the history of wiping me off the internet. So that's odyswe.com/@ maggot, MAGGOT, :E. For he, John Warrington, nigh all my videographic works, the videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian that I'm known as, would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints in this age of mass unemployment and pandemic, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com. And you can PayPal him directly at paypal.me/Maggotaur, MAGGOTAUR, and indicate him as friends and relations so that he receives your contribution intact, coherent contribution. And now, understand, of course, the reason this is important is because he took it upon himself to download the majority of what I produced online and published on YouTube into his own private personal hard drives, from which we recreated my legacy online when I was scrubbed from the internet completely, no less than thrice. 3 times. Now, you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether of my legacy or online person, or all life from the surface of the earth, which be the ultimate objective of annihilation of the cult of the kings of Edom, the Herodians, the worshippers of the man who would have killed your God, had he but the opportunity to do so. Spread the word about the man who stands against them, about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer while there the homepage of showsdd.com, whereon you'll find a footnote on mine biosire, which explains the etymological analysis of the name of my biological father, the name what made the man, Adolphus Jacob Hitler. And once you've educated, informed, and enlightened yourself on all of these materials, then by all means takest upon yourself the enlightenment of others. Spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions, or encourage others to do so at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, indicating that friends and family option so that your contribution arrives intact. Okay, at this point in solicitation, understand that people are forever asking, Renegadus humanus arma ab masa reductio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com, where you can make us donation online using either thy credit or debit card if indicating myself as friends and family is distasteful. Understand, of course, we're all friends or you wouldn't be contributing at all, and we're all extended electronic family. But if all of that is still too much for you to take, just simply go to douglasdietrich.com and render your online donation via the red donate button, whereby you can do so without needing to indicate myself as friends and family at all. Simply go us to douglasdietrich.com and click that red donate button, but thereafter remember to click the yellow donate button in follow-up, because all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Zujin Takabayashi Hideko, was murdered, assassinated, nigh immediately aftermath, Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One, cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site the 7,000 isles of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel. Of course, go to my other channel to view using the search bar. You just put in Douglas Dietrich, and you can review many of my past performances. Again, that would be at odyssey.com/@maggot.e, odysee.com/@maggot:"e. It'll boost his credits in the bizarre cryptocurrency they use, which allows him to upload more shows. And, of course, the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2 deserves a visit. TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, which is managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola himself, who you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manager Selena Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend and follow at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7, he being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Of course, his Bizarre HD channel is spelled BIZAREHD. And you can reach it and subscribe at youtube.com/user/ Bizarre HD, spelled as Bizarrehd. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulvez, the son of Dietrichs, are son of a dragons, Anglo-corrupted as Draculas. Expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. In the case of my support from the great George Edward Knight before, when he offered his contributions. It's important to remember that in exchange I gave him what information I could and put his own research discoveries in context, his research retrievals, really. And certainly one of the products of his many retrievals is the video you will find on his Bizarre HD channel that is entitled The Thousand Year Reich in Exile, subtitled The Third Reich's Flügelrad and Hanabu Technologies. In the all too few minutes we have remaining, the Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Meliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurrection.